thing,
he mutters. Such humility. It's such a great look for a future king. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them. And when Kyor arches an eyebrow, I'm not sure if I've amused him or pissed him off further.
Humility doesn't bring men to their knees. Or women, for that matter.
From the glint in his eyes, he definitely finds himself amusing. Though in a blink, the glint is replaced with the stony look I've become accustomed to. He pulls me aside and lowers his voice.
You fucking poisoned me, Thorn.
He hisses.
You tried to kill the heir to the throne. I could have your head for that.
A tremble of nerves grips me, but I quash them the best I can. I didn't try to kill you. I look around to see if anyone heard me, and then lower my voice to match his volume. He's keen to keep our conversation private, and for obvious reasons, so am I. You weren't my target. I wanted to get to the Rowell crew after the FOF situation. You just drank from the wrong jug when I wasn't looking. I stopped you from taking another glass. His eyes glitter.
The one time I go to the dining room,
he mutters, but his shoulders loosen a little. And it's not like I knew the trial was going to be today. None of us did. I look him in the eyes and will him to believe me. His lips part as if he's about to speak, but whatever he was going to say is interrupted by a shout behind us. Rose! Klinos! Klinos! Just like Zara, Klinos is covered in blood. But her smile and eyes are bright, and that's all I need to see. A relieved laugh bursts from me as I race across to where she stands outside the final carriage. Lynn, I didn't think you'd made it, I say, moving to hug her, only for her to step back out of my reach. I nearly didn't. She glances down at her arm, and I see a chunk has been taken out of the top of it. Only a direwolf could do that, which means the fact she's still standing is a freaking miracle. It's not as bad as it looks, she says. Actually, I'm not sure about that. One of the priestesses gave me something when I got to the carriage, so maybe it is. I feel pretty chilled out about it. That'll be the Paparvi, I say. We need to get you to the healers.
I've got her,
Jonas says, sidling up beside us and placing his hand at the base of her spine to stop her tumbling forwards. I think Kaz'll like it. Klinos' voice is unusually loud. I think she'll find a scar hot, right? Maybe I should show her now. As she tries to twist away from us, Jonas and I hold her in place. Nope, absolutely not. You can see Kaz later. Healers first. A wide grin crosses Clynn's face as she sways from side to side, and I'm not sure if she's about to hug me or pass out. She does neither. Guess what, Rosie? She slurs. Tonight you get to wear your new dress and Jonas is going to want to fuck you so badly when he sees you in it. Her grin remains in place as she twists to the other side, to where Jonas is propping her up, his cheeks now a deep shade of red. Oh, hey, Jonas. Klinos' voice rises excitedly. I've altered Rose's dress, and she's going to look so hot that you'll...
Oh, I heard.
He mutters, clearing his throat and avoiding my gaze.
Everyone heard. Please, let's get you to the healers fast.
As we carry her away between us, I try to ignore the way Kyor's gaze burns a hole into my shoulder blades. They've kept Clyn at the healers all day, and Caroline is climbing the walls. When she last saw Clyn, it was at the very final moment of the trial, just before they were portated out of the clearing. And I'm willing to bet that the sight of Clyn with her fresh bite is one that will stay with her for a long time. Can you go down and check on her again? She asks me for the 70th time as she paces our dorm. They might have more news now. I was down there half an hour ago, I remind her again, and she was fine. You said she was sleeping. She was, and that's exactly what the healer said she should be doing. I place 2 hands on her shoulders, hoping to keep her still, and not just because her pacing is making me dizzy. The last thing I want is for people from the floor below to come up to complain and find her here. I'm sure Caroline's constant appearances in the barracks is an open secret among many of the Retlings, but that doesn't mean she shouldn't be careful. Right, you're right. Sleeping is probably best. As she continues to nod, Caroline moves to sit on one of the beds, only to jump to her feet again when the door swings open. Though rather than speaking, or even starting to pace again, she remains frozen to the spot, her lips tightly pressed together as Benny steps into the room. Any news? I ask him. He shakes his head.
They only plan on bringing the Rohelm bodies back. Those from other cities will be sent directly home. Those that they can find, anyway.
My chest throbs. Klinos had been in the last of the carriages to return to the Highhold, and I had been so concerned about her I hadn't even thought about Locke. We don't know if he simply didn't make it to the clearing in time or if he was killed. All we know is that he didn't make it back. I'm sorry, I offer, knowing it will never be enough. Is there anything we can do? I hope that he'll give Caroline a job to keep her distracted, but he shakes his head.
No, it's fine. I'm just going to go for a walk.
Want some company? I don't expect the answer to be yes, but I want to offer all the same.
No, it's good. I'm just going to jump into the shower first.
When he comes back out, he's dressed not in his fighting leathers or his ball attire, but in an ordinary shirt and trousers. It's strange to see him dressed so casually, and I can't imagine where he's planning to go. Perhaps the temple? I've already been to give Edda my thanks, and I fully intend on doing it several times over between now and the next trial, whenever that will be. An hour later, Caroline's nagging becomes too much to bear, and I head back to the healers where, to my surprise, Klinos is awake.
She needs to stay off the wine at tomorrow's ball.
The healer tells me.
We've used magic on the wound, but she's had a fair amount of paparvi seed to help with the pain.
Got it, I tell him, though I'm not even sure she'll want to go to the ball. She might prefer to stay in with Caroline. I, however, cannot wait. Tomorrow night, I get to have a proper conversation with Kay, and this time, I won't waste it. Chapter 40. Caroline and Hlynn's reunion is understandably tear-filled, and as such, it's several hours before Caroline eventually heads back to work. With her gone, Hlynn and I finalize my dress for tomorrow's ball. Hlynn has been working on it for days, but I haven't seen it. When she pulls out the finished article, I can't help but gape. It is phenomenal. Part dress, part work of art. As planned, Klinos removed the center section from the layers and layers of flowing black tulle of the skirt so that my leather fighting shorts, thigh sheath, and an edge of dagger are visible beneath. My signature style, she calls it. And the top is even more unique. The plunging satin V-neck is pure elegance, while the black sleeves are wired open, looking almost like wings fluttering behind me. There's no chance of me not standing out, that's for sure. At breakfast the next morning, Layla finds me and tells me she's spoken with Reuben and plans to share the scraps of food with the slums. I can't thank her enough, and the timing couldn't be better, as we'll be able to make use of the undoubtedly vast amount of waste from the ball tonight. With surviving the second trial, helping the slums, and getting to see Kay twice, this week's going to be tough to top. That evening, Klinos continues to fuss over me, even once I've got the dress on. See, she says in satisfaction. It's like a bat. As I stare at my reflection, that's not what I see. I see something with far more gravitas, and the way the tulle is layered reminds me of feathers, I realize. It looks more like a bird than a bat, Caroline comments from the bunk she's lying on. It does, I agree. A raven. A collective shudder rolls through the room, and my eyes lift towards the window as though expecting to see a raven waiting there. It's with an odd sense of disappointment that I find the sill empty. I should be relieved, shouldn't I? Ravens are an omen of bad luck, after all. The battle yard had been close to empty this morning, and Kyor had missed my training session with Zal, making knots cramp in my stomach. There's a good chance that he still blames me for the poisoning, and I probably should have explained the situation a little better. But what else was there to add? He wasn't my target, and I stopped him from dying in the woods. It's pretty straightforward. As always, I'd returned to the dining hall for breakfast after my session with Zal, and the vast room had offered my table a stark opportunity to see just how many were lost in the second trial. Less than we'd expected is what we agreed. Along with Eleanor and Locke, Stefan the Knight, Dylan from Galrek, and one of the Rowell Retlings are the only ones who didn't make it. With Jonas and Kyor included, the Rohelm Retlings are down to half their original number. It's with a definite pang of relief that I see both Siren and Kestria survived, while on the table next to them, Clade, Nasira, and Yeva are huddled together.
Maybe they thought we deserved something more gentle after the Jotnar.
Jonas suggested. Maybe. Hlyn had replied, though the tightening of her face suggested that she didn't consider the piece missing out of her arm gentle. Benny wasn't there at breakfast or lunch, nor is he here as we prepare to head over to the ball. Still nothing about Locke's body? I ask Hlinos quietly, as she slips on her own dress. This one is a vivid blue ball gown dotted with white flowers, which I once again assume is of her sister Karis's choosing. Not that Benny's told me. She grimaces and mutters, but then I get the feeling there's a lot he's not telling me at the moment. Everything okay with you two? I ask tentatively. It's the first time she's brought up the tension between her and Benny, and I don't want to let it go. Her nostrils flatten as she draws a long breath in, only to release it with a sigh. She offers a watery smile. Too much time together, she says simply. Nothing more. Across the room, Caroline's expression begs to differ. There's no denying it stings, knowing Hlinos is lying to me. But we all came into this with our secrets, and no matter how our friendship has grown, I understand that there are some secrets we each have to keep. After closing the zipper at the back of Hlyn's dress, Kaz moves over to the bed and grabs her bag. I should get going, she says. As Rohan's family is at the ball, we can work at his house tonight. Have fun, and I'll be here when you get back. I hate that you can't come, Hlyn replies. I know, but when you win this thing, you can demand it. Hlyn's face spreads into a grin. That sounds like a plan. Snow drifts down as Hlyn and I walk to the center of the highhold, and by the time we're back indoors, goosebumps have risen on my arms, and my fingers are completely numb. A familiar face is waiting for us. He's dressed in full formal attire, and once again has his blonde hair tied back and long beard tamed and braided.
Wow.
Jonas steps forwards and takes my arm.
You look... wow.
A slight tinge colors my cheeks as I remember Hlinos' drug-induced comment about how he'd feel about my dress. But judging from the way he's looking at me, she wasn't wrong. Hlyn's the seamstress, so deserves the credit. I deflect uncomfortably. She's phenomenal.
Right.
Jonas replies as if he can't manage more than one syllable. Silence threatens to sweep in around us, but before it can, I'm slammed into from the side. What took you so long? The instant I get my breath back, it's stolen again. Kay, looking more beautiful and full of life than I ever thought possible. My lungs tremble with joy, and tears fall as I pull her as close to me as possible. And when I finally move back, it's only so I can see her more clearly. We're still by the door, the cold wind whipping in from outside, and yet I barely feel it. Instead, I'm completely consumed with taking in every part of her, the way I should have done in the forest. Her hair in my hands, her face cupped in my palms. It's only been 6 weeks or so, but she's changed. Filled out. She looks healthy. The healthiest I've ever seen her. Thank the gods, I breathe, going in for another hug. It's okay. You can let go of me now. She grins. Just till we get somewhere warmer? I'm freezing. Archer keeps his home so warm that the slightest chill gets to me now. It's mad how quickly you can get used to luxury. Her eyes are a little haunted by her own comment. She may be getting used to luxury, but she hasn't forgotten the slums. I doubt either of us ever will. Arthur's taking good care of you? I ask, still not ready to let go of her yet. He is. Don't look so worried. It's been incredible, really. But I want to know about you. Tell me about the Jotnar. It was a team effort, really. The comment reminds me to turn to my side. Hlinos, this is my sister Kay. Kay, Hlinos. Jonas, you've met, right? We have. She smiles at Jonas. I'm so grateful for all the kindness your family has shown me.
It's been our honor. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat, though. I need to go and talk to my father.
He shifts his gaze to me.
But perhaps we can share a dance later, Rose?
Of course, I smile. He leans in, and for a second I panic. He's not going to kiss me here in front of Kay, is he? I turn my head to the side, planning to peck him on the cheek, only for him to do the same, and our lips land against one another in a clumsy kiss.
See you later,
he says with a surprised grin. Meanwhile, I fight a grimace. Oh, good gods! Kay hisses, pulling me towards her the second he's out of earshot. Are you and Jonas a thing? Will was telling me how Jonas told him that... No, we are not a thing. They totally are, Hlinos replies, leaning towards us with an impish grin. Kay's smile is so broad, I can practically feel the joy radiating from her. I need you to fill me in on everything. Although, can we please get away from the door? As I said, it's freezing, and I want to dance. I follow her into the ballroom, barely even looking at the show-stopping chandelier, the black and red roses that decorate the place, or the platters of food and drink. All my attention is on Kay, and the way she moves so effortlessly through the room, as if she was born to be here. The irony is not lost on me. William has had to undertake some errands for Archer today, but you've already met him, right? Kay asks. In some ways, I'm actually glad he's not here. He's been trying to teach me to dance, but honestly, he's terrible. You'd think he was the one who had never attended these things before rather than me. She stops to look at me. Don't tell him I said that, though, will you? No, of course not. I can't stop the grin raising my cheeks. This loquacious version of my sister. So confident, so at home. It's a wonder to see. It's what I've dreamed of. A waiter walks past, and Klinos offers the drinks a longing look. Next time, I tell her firmly. You can drink next time. Just a little one? She asks wistfully, reaching out. I swat her away. No! She rubs her hand. Your sister is a real bull-buster, she complains to Kay. Yeah, Kay grins. But you should take it as a compliment. She only does that because she loves you. I think she's okay, too, Flynn admits, shooting me a smirk. But it quickly drops as her gaze flickers to someone behind me. She offers a courteous nod to whoever approaches us, and from the wariness in her eyes, I assume it's either someone she doesn't know or someone she wishes she doesn't. As she melts into the crowd, a glance over my shoulder reveals a man of similar age to me striding towards us.
I was wondering where you'd got to,
he says, stretching out his hand to Kay. When she offers hers, he takes it and lifts it to his lips.
I thought I'd stepped on your feet one too many times and you'd gone in search of a different dance partner.
He laughs. Not at all, she beams. I was just finding my sister. Rose, this is Hugh. Hugh is ridiculously pretty, with floppy ginger hair, a plump mouth, brown eyes, and pale skin. I can see why Rose would feel flattered by his attention, but that's only because she's disturbingly unaware of how beautiful she is.
The infamous Rose Cultivaris.
Hugh stretches out his hand, and I offer my own for Kay's sake.
Pleased to make your acquaintance at last. I have heard much about you.
From Kay or other sources? There's a bristliness to my voice, and yet he smiles.
Both.
Is that so? My skin prickles at his suaveness. It reminds me of all the men and women who turned their backs on my parents. Maybe his family was among them. Still, I offer him a tight, polite smile. Do I want to ask who else has been talking about me?
Probably not. Although, by the looks of it, the main culprit is on his way over now.
He nods his head, gesturing behind us to the figure walking our way. And it really is one hell of a figure. Kyor's interpretation of formal wear is nothing more than a white shirt and tightly fitted trousers. But he still outshines the guests around him. I don't know how he does it, but every time I see him, his eyes appear bluer and his shoulders broader. Of course, his overall appeal is also enhanced by the fact he's cleaned up since all the heaving and retching in the forest. You're friends with Kyor? I ask. Hugh was in the forest for the prince to save, Kay answers me, though he was kept in another part to me. So it's not just Zell that Kyor is close to. Interesting.
The prince and I have been friends since childhood,
Hugh says with unconcealed self-importance.
There's not a thing I wouldn't do for him. Interesting company you've picked here, Howells.
Kyor ignores me completely as he speaks to Hugh.
Yes, well, I was going to ask Kay for another dance, perhaps make up for my previous lack of skill.
His eyes glitter at Kay, and I don't like it. You really weren't that bad, she replies with a tinkling laugh before taking his arm. Before she can take a single step away, I reach out and grab her. I thought we were going to talk. Catch up? Conflict flashes on her face. Of course, yes. She bites her lip.
Let her have some fun.
Kyor chides from behind me.
This is meant to be a ball, remember? And you have all night to talk. I'm sure Hugh won't keep her for long.
He's right. I don't want to stop her from enjoying herself. Not when she looks so happy. Find me after the dance, I instruct tightly. Of course, she replies, her smile tightening. Though maybe after the second one. I'm unable to draw my narrowed eyes away from Kay and Hugh as they walk towards the dance floor.
She's 18, right?
Kyor says.
She doesn't need your permission to do anything.
She's 18, and she knows nothing about the way the court works.
And you recall such matters, do you?
He asks softly.
Well then, Cultivaris, you'll recall how essential it is to curry royal favor. Dance with me.
It's not a request, and I hate that. But he's right, damn him. I can't afford to spit at him in front of the whole court. Not if I want Kay to stand a chance of belonging here if I win the gifting. The music strikes up, and Kyor holds out a hand. I take it, trying to ignore the burst of static as his fingers curl around mine. Wordlessly, I allow him to guide me to the dance floor, where he places his other hand at the small of my back, sending shockwaves through my body. My breath catches as momentary panic rises through me, and it's only partially because the prince has his hands on me. I'm not actually sure that I remember how to dance. I don't even recognize what music this is, other than it's not a waltz. As I grapple for memories of my previous life, Kyor draws me into him, the strength of his movements guiding me, leading me. His body presses against mine, and unwanted heat floods through me.
Don't worry. I'll go slowly,
he whispers against my ear. The heat of his presence becomes stifling, and I realize this is nothing more than another excuse to torture me. His thigh brushes mine again and again, and each turn and step drags me across the hard lines of him. I wish Hlyn had never cut that damned front panel out. As I struggle to keep my breath even, his eye catches mine, and I see the glint within those pale irises. He knows exactly what he's doing to me, and I hate him all the more for it. Other than his initial remark, we're silent as we dance. The words aren't needed, given that the taunting caress of his flesh against mine says it all. The thin fabric of my dress is barely a barrier for my hardening nipples, which ache with every brush of my chest against his. My legs want to twine around him, not step neatly in time with him. In fact, every part of me screams to close the last inches between us, to feel his mouth on mine, to tear away civility and give in to the mess of need clawing at my insides. Need I never thought possible. Primal and desperate, and affecting every fiber in my body. And the worst of it? He knows. I can feel it in the way his hand presses just a fraction firmer at my back, and the way his breath ghosts my ear, making me shudder. The tension between us is so thick I could choke on it, and the urge to run my hands across his skin is almost overwhelming. As Kyor twirls me across the dance floor, I feel the weight of 100 sets of eyes, watching, judging. Whispers ripple through the crowd, speculation sparking in every stolen glance. Among them, I catch sight of Zell. He's dressed in his uniform, a clear indication that he'll be working and not enjoying the frivolities tonight. Still, he's smiling as though the sight of Kyor and me moving in step, so different from our usual sparring, pleases him. When his gaze finally locks with mine, that smile deepens. A moment later, he's melted back into the crowd, no doubt back to work. Finally, the music comes to an end, and the moment Kyor's fingers release mine, I flee into the crowd without a backwards glance. I agreed to dance, not to conversation. Thankfully, I see salvation in the form of the formally dressed Benny and head straight towards him. "Where have you been all day?" I ask, trying to focus on anything other than Kyor Naven.
Just praying.
He replies.
Are we going to talk about that?
He gestures to the dance floor. No more than we're going to talk about your praying, I fire back sharply. He winces a little, and I know I've found my mark. Whatever Benny was doing, it wasn't consulting the higher powers.
Fair.
The music begins anew, and apprehension curls in my gut as I watch Kay and Hugh dance together again. I press my lips together. She doesn't know that 2 dances in a row signals serious intent. That Hugh is telling all others that Kay is his to court, and that by accepting the second dance, she's telling the rest of the nobles the same. Kay's practically floating in her green dress, eyes sparkling with joy. I have to admit that she and Hugh make a striking pair. There's no doubt about that. And from the way he glides, pulling her into every turn, The only way he's been stepping on her feet is if it's been deliberate. I scan the crowds, trying to spot Arthur, only to realize I have an issue. I no longer know what Arthur Hirathean looks like. My memories of him are hazy at best, and the truth is, I struggle to see a face I recognize outside of the Retlings. What I need is to find Jonas so that he can reintroduce us. Changing plans, I begin looking for my fellow Retling. But before I can even work out where to start, a voice cuts through the ballroom.
Murderer! Corvain, you will pay for what you've done!
A second later, the room is engulfed in total darkness. Chapter 41. The screaming starts immediately, only to intensify as magic is thrown out into the cloud of blackness that consumes us. Colored blasts illuminate the ballroom with split seconds of blinding intensity, only to fade instantly, leaving colored blurs in front of my eyes and an ashy tang at the back of my throat as I'm jostled from side to side. After that, screams and darkness are all that fill the room. Having my sight ripped away from me is terrifying, but thanks to Jonas and Siren, I've experienced similar before. So I pull myself together, ignore the fear, and focus on finding Kay. Kay! I scream her name, trying to make my voice heard above all the crying wails, but it's impossible. Panic rises through me. I can't lose her here. She can't have survived years in the slums only to die in the goddamn highhold because of my decision to enter the Retterheld. Kay! I shout again. I'm struck from the side again, but this time whoever it is holds me firm and twists my shoulders.
Get to the edge of the room, Rose.
Benny's voice peals through the darkness.
Stay there, out of the way.
I need to find Kay, I argue.
I'll try.
He promises.
I can't see everything, but I'll try.
With my heart beating fast enough to choke me, I stretch out my hands, feeling in front of me, and when I find the grooves of the wood panels, I do as Benny says, bracing myself against the wall. I remove my dagger from its sheath before calling my sister's name again. Kay! Kay, I'm here! I'm here! My throat cracks, and as I go to scream her name again, a voice bellows.
Silence, all of you! You will listen!
For a heartbeat, I assume the voice is being amplified by magic, but as my skull begins to pound, the truth hits me. It's inside my head. The voice is inside my head.
You need to hear the truth. You need to hear what your great king is doing to the people of his kingdom.
The voice is thick with sarcasm and disdain. The screams have turned to whimpers, and I'm not sure if I'm among the people making the sound. This magic's so loud I can barely form a thought, though there is only one that matters. I need to get to Kay.
Tonight is the night you will hear the truth.
The voice continues.
Tonight, you...
An agonized scream detonates inside my skull, spearing straight into my mind. And then, snap. In the space of a single heartbeat, both the darkness and the voice inside my head vanish. 1 minute, my senses have been dominated by powers beyond my control. The next, the room returns before my eyes, and my head is my own. My hand flies to my mouth at the side of the ballroom. Several bodies lie prone on the floor, smashed glasses and blood smeared on the wood around them. Kay! No sooner has her name left my lips than I spot a glimpse of her green dress on the edge of the dance floor. Hugh has put himself between her and whatever this threat is, and relief slams into me with such intensity that my knees buckle. Hugh may have come across as an arrogant asshole, but at least he's protecting my sister. Now that I know she's safe, for now, I tear my eyes from Kay and assess the situation. It takes less than a heartbeat to understand why the magic stopped so suddenly.
You took your time, Commander.
Corvain says as he takes a sip from his drink.
Apologies, Your Majesty.
Zell replies.
I was walking the walls.
I note that the commander doesn't look at the king as he speaks. Instead, his attention is on a woman in the crowd with ash-blonde hair and deep mauve lips.
Do you want to do this the easy way or the hard way?
Zell says, his eyes still locked on hers. I think it might be harder than you think. She smiles, and the instant Zell takes a step towards her, 24 other men and women step out from the crowd, all of them armed, including one with a sword of ice formed in his grip.
Listen!
Someone screams. Chaos breaks loose yet again. and beside me another ice wielder appears. These aren't like the Isin I had been told about as a youth, with white eyes and white skin. Instead, their skin tones and eye colors are as varied as the men and women of Marathka's. That thought has barely entered my head when a single ice bolt is hurled towards the king, only for it to be extinguished in a blast of air before it reaches Corvain. My heart thuds. It shouldn't be possible for them to use magic this close to Zell. They have their own siphon! The cry goes out just as I arrive at the same conclusion. It's impossible to tell if their siphon is strong enough to nullify Zell's powers completely. But given I've seen the commander mute the powers of 40 Retlings without breaking a sweat, the flicker of something close to consternation that crosses the old man's face is alarming. Another shard of ice comes out of nowhere, and heads turn in the direction it came from. The panic that had started to fade at Zell's appearance has returned, and people are rushing to exit the ballroom when someone hurls what appears to be molten metal at one of the attackers. A woman with bright blonde hair drops to the ground dead, the ice of her own formation melting around her. She can't be Isin, can she? Isin? Here? So far from the Colton Mountains? Yet the Isin are the only ones gifted with ice, and so I have no other explanation. What the hell is going on? There have to be at least a dozen ice weavers and fire wielders working together in here, all wanting the king dead. The ice weavers are undoubtedly Isin, but the fire wielders? Rebels. I've heard whispers, of course, in the slums. People angry, insisting that if we rose up together we would be able to fight back. But I had dismissed such voices as naive fools. No one in the slums has the energy, let alone the resources, to dethrone a king. Yet here they are, inside the palace, fighting with their lives. Grenda is one of the first Retlings to jump into action, and she disarms the first attacker with a flick of the wrist. I still have no idea what her power is, but from the way the rebel facing her writhes in pain, I reckon it's something to do with manipulating bodies. All the while, the king stands unmoved, a bored expression on his face as he sips his drink, as if he can't even see what's happening in front of him. There's so much magic in the air, it's impossible to tell where it's coming from, or how to avoid it. Half the Retlings have joined in, including all 5 remaining knights. But I can't tell what we're up against and how many rebels there are. 20? 40? 100? How far does this go? I squeeze the hilt of my dagger, but for the first time in an age, I wish for a sword. Scouring the room, I find Kay is still with Hugh, who is holding her tight. Every muscle in my body wants to run to her, to protect her. But I know that doing so will only draw unwanted attention to myself and potentially get us both caught in the crossfire. As much as I hate it, the only thing I can do is trust her with Kyor's oldest friend. Odetta and Matthew are both casting flame after flame, and while hers seem indiscriminate, Matthew specifically aims at a female rebel close to him. With the strength of his power, I expect the woman to be cinders in no time, but instead she grasps the fiery bundle of magic roaring towards her with her own power and twists it back in the other direction. Before it meets its target, it evaporates, and it only takes me a heartbeat to see why. Zell. He's trying to protect the Retlings as well as the king, and somehow he's managing it, even with someone siphoning his own magic. His hands are moving constantly, his right hand using his sword to block any strikes that come towards him, his left pulling daggers from his belt, which he throws at every target he spots. Though how he can tell the rebels from the people simply running for the door, I have no idea. Realizing their tactics aren't working, the rebels are suddenly on Zell, at a ratio of 4-1. And judging by the way 2 of them are using magic, he still hasn't brought the siphon down yet. At least one of those he's fighting is an Isin, though I would never have known it to look at her. Her frozen blade disappears and reappears in a blink of an eye, constantly grazing the commander, yet never getting close enough to strike home. She has magic enough to form the weapon, but not enough skill to use it properly. Dozens of people stand around watching on, all fearful of getting too close. Thankfully, Grenda isn't one of them. "On your left, Commander," she calls out.
Find that fucking siphon!
He barks back. It's the first time I've ever heard him swear, and judging by the fear that flashes across the faces of the guards and other nobles, it's not a good sign. Zell and Grenda form a rhythm, her sword work as impressive as his, yet it's not enough, and I'm not the only one who sees it. As Zell continues to battle the icy blade of the Isin, Kaior grabs a sword from some noble's waistband, probably meant for display, and moves towards the two of them. But Zell shakes his head.
Don't you fucking dare!
He snaps.
Respectfully.
He adds.
Don't be a fool.
Kaior snarls. Fighting close to Zell means Kaior's magic is also removed, but his skill with a blade is not. More rebels swarm in, and Kaior faces them, sword swinging deftly. Steel flashes in the dim candlelight, each strike swift and economical as Kaior moves like water over stone. Fluid, unstoppable, cutting down the first rebel before the man can even raise his weapon. My eyes follow him as he falls to the ground, and his body lands with a thud. I know I shouldn't be staring, that I need to be doing something, but the tattoo on the rebel's wrist has me frozen. Delicate black ink weaves up his arm, outlining a thin tendril of smoke. It's identical to Peter's and the one I saw on the carriage driver. Before I can contemplate what this means, a second rebel lunges at the prince, only to be met with a twist of Kaior's wrist and the snap of steel-biting flesh. Every motion is precise and deliberate, and several rebels falter, their fury curdling into fear as they realize too late that even without magic, Kaior is still death incarnate. No matter how many are cut down, more rebels rush in. How many of them are there? I can no longer stand on the sidelines and watch. Clenching my dagger, I'm about to wade into the fray when my eyes fall on one of the rebel bodies, and I freeze instead. The shock of red hair, the paintbrush freckles. My body stiffens. It can't possibly be. But it is. Peter's lifeless eyes stare at me accusingly, his flaming red hair coated in blood, just like the tattoo on his wrist. I cast my gaze around the room, finding another body. This time, the smoke tattoo weaves up the side of her neck. It was never just a random tattoo that Peter liked to display. It was a sign of what he was, a rebel. Panic surges through me. I never saw the same mark on Reuben's body, but he and Peter were inseparable. Does that mean he's here too? I whirl around wildly, trying to find my former lover among the press of the crowd. I don't see him, but that doesn't mean he isn't here. Gods damn it. Zell's pushing the rebels back inch by inch, reclaiming the ballroom, and all the while King Corvain sips his drink like this is all some elaborate entertainment he'd ordered that's disappointing him. I falter because suddenly I'm not sure whose side I'm on. Killing King Corvain has been a recurring dream of mine for as long as I can recall. But taking on Zell? And Kaior? Fuck. I don't even know where my head's at, let alone what I'm meant to do. While I watch, Zell slices straight through an Isin, then pulls the sword out and goes for the next one. But his blade meets nothing but air. No friction, no slowing, nobody.
It's an illusion!
Somebody shouts. There wasn't an Isin ice warrior at all. It was all a distraction, and seconds later, we see what it was really for. A rebel shimmers into existence, materializing only inches behind Zell, and his blade arcs in a cruel, merciless sweep, steel whispering as it slices across the commander's throat. For an instant, everything slows. Zell's eyes widen, shock flashing there as disbelief collides with pain. His lips part as though he might speak, but only a wet gurgle escapes. Blood blossoms in a vivid spray as his trembling hand lifts, pressing uselessly against the wound, as though sheer will might hold him together. Horror grips me, because I'm a healer's daughter. I know the difference between wounds that beg for mending and wounds that mock the very idea of hope. This is one of the latter. The commander's blood pours too fast, too freely, and there is nothing left for me to do but watch him die. Chapter 42.
Zell, no!
Kaior's voice echoes through the hall as he races forwards to where his tutor, his confidant, his friend, is lying on the ground, blood pouring from him. If the rebels thought the prince was deadly before, it is nothing on what he becomes now. He cuts through the remaining rebels like they're paper, and the few surviving decide to flee.
Where's the healer?
Kaior shouts as he slides onto the marble floor, lifting the old man's head onto his lap as he tries to stem the blood with his fingers.
Where's a fucking healer?
It's too late, I want to say. But I don't. The words are cruel and unnecessary. Kyor's a soldier. He's seen death, dealt death so many times, and he knows there's no light left in Zel's eyes. He just can't accept it. A man walks forward from the crowd, but rather than going to Zel, he stops and looks at the king, who offers a shake of his head.
He needs a healer!
Kyor cries again.
You're making a fuss, son.
Corvain drawls.
There's nothing that can be done. Now get off the floor. You're not a peasant.
His face is taut, the disdain he feels for his only son stark. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who hears the threat in his words. Kyor looks up at his father in disbelief.
He saved your fucking life. Do something!
The king's lip rises in what is close to a sneer.
What he did was his job. Very well, as it happens. But there is nothing that can be done now, and no benefit to you making a scene.
He lifts his gaze to the room, curling his lips into a smile.
Someone clean up this mess. We still have a ball to enjoy.
Most people shuffle, trying to look anywhere but at the ghastly scene before them. But some do as commanded, and go to remove the dead bodies of the rebels. I can't draw my eyes away from Kyor. The white of his eyes, the slump of his shoulders. His pain is so palpable, I can feel it burning into my own chest.
Music?
The king says gruffly, clapping his hands.
Let's have the music playing again. We should be dancing. But first, someone deal with this.
He gestures to Zel's corpse. The blood has stopped pulsing now. Zel's gone. I know it. Everyone knows it. Everyone but Kyor, who refuses to accept it. Servants appear from the hallways, ready to remove the bodies of the dead, and yet none even dare approach Kyor. Rose, thank the gods! My sister's voice pulls my gaze away from the prince, and a gasp leaves my lips as I see the blood on her forehead. You're bleeding. What happened? We need to get you to a healer. It's fine. It's not mine.
It was just a nick.
Hugh is beside her, and he shifts his posture to show me the cut at the top of his shoulder. Thank the gods. And thank you for keeping her safe. He dips his chin as I pull Kay into me. Her warmth is a poultice to the fear that had filled me. When we break away, she looks back up to Hugh, only to find his attention has shifted to Kyor. The prince is still on his knees, lost. He needs you. I speak so quietly I barely hear myself. I try again. Hugh, the prince. He needs you. He needs a friend. Hugh's face is gray.
That's not how he works.
He says finally.
Best to leave him be. Do as the king said. Dance. Enjoy the ball.
Coward, I think harshly. Fucking coward. Zel had been right then, yet again. Kyor doesn't have many people around him he can trust. Not when his supposed best friend won't even risk Corvain Naven's wrath for him. Kyor stares glassy-eyed in shock. It's like all the power has been stripped from him. Suddenly, he lurches to his feet, turns on his heel without a word, and marches out of the ballroom. I watch him go and something snaps in me. Kay, stay with Hugh. Don't leave his side, all right? Why? Her brow crinkles. Where are you going? I'll be back in a minute, I say, sheathing my dagger, then walking out of the ballroom and into the piercing night. The snow has almost stopped, and Kyor's footprints are pristine shadows in the white blanket covering the ground, leading straight across the courtyard and out of the western arc. More footprints appear, crisscrossing the prince's, but I don't break my stride, following the set going straight to the eastern arc to the battle yard. I'd bet my place in the Redderheld that's his destination, because of course he'd pick the farthest point in the Highhold to escape to, on a night when it's sub-zero. Screw etiquette. Next time, I'm wearing my furs to the ball. I don't know why I'm following him or what I hope to gain by running into the night after a prince of the realm. As a good Retling, I should still be at the ball, drinking wine with Kay, pushing what just happened from our minds the way the king expects us to, pretending like we didn't just lose someone we love and respect. But that's precisely why I left, and why my feet won't stop walking, because I learned long ago that pretending doesn't work. And right now, Kyor needs someone to grieve with him. Just as expected, I find him in the battle yard, pounding his fists against the wall. His hands are bare, blood dripping down his knuckles. Kyor. I murmur his name. He whirls and looks at me, shaking his head before snorting in disgust.
Just what I need tonight. A damn thorn in my side.
His words are bitter, but I've seen lashing out in grief. Hell, I've done it myself a time or two, so I let the harsh words slide off of me. Kyor. I walk towards him. I'm so sorry. He grunts, no words, just the sound of his broken heart choking his chest as he takes his knife and digs it into the wall, carving another long line into the brickwork. That's when I notice the part of the wall that he's standing at. It's the place I'd noticed all those weeks ago when Benny and I had been watching the other redlings. The area with all the lines etched into the stone. And Kyor has just added another line to the tally. A sinking feeling takes hold in my gut. They're yours, aren't they? The marks? They're people you've seen die. I try to squash the horror that rises within me at the sheer number of them. He doesn't look at me, doesn't stop digging tiny fragments out of the rock face.
They didn't try,
he says harshly as his knife continues to work at the stone.
No one fucking tried to save him.
They couldn't do anything, I tell him gently. The way your father spoke was cruel. No, beyond cruel. Zell deserved more than that. But no one could have saved him. When blood leaves the body that fast, it's already too late. His dagger is still clenched in his hand as he swivels around and points it at me.
What are you doing here, Thorn?
His eyes lock onto mine, and that piercing blue holds me so fast, it makes everything else in the world fade away. My heart pounds as I take a step closer. I don't know, I say truthfully. I didn't want you to be alone. You don't deserve having to face this alone. A pause holds the silence between us before he scoffs.
Why?
He asks. But the question is torn from him, and I'm not sure if he's asking why Zell died or why I'm here. You've seen all these people die? I say, touching the rock face. He glances at the wall, dismisses it with a shrug.
You fight in wars. You see people die.
He says it as if it's nothing. But it's not nothing. He wouldn't be out here if it were, nor would the marks be carved into the stone. Silence sweeps between us once more as I look at the wall, suddenly aware of two things. One, that the weather has changed again, to icy sleet, and the other is that the etching he's just made for Zell is covered in blood. Blood that will dry brown and stain the stone. I now understand the color staining some of the other tallies. These ones, I say, pointing to the row before Zell's mark. These were the soldiers that died on the front. The night of our first ball, weren't they? You were drunk because you saw them all die. This time, he snaps around to face me.
What do you want, Thorn? Do you think finding me here vulnerable and broken would finally give you the courage to kill me? Well, go on. Go on. I give you permission. I absolve you of any blame Etta might place on you. I'm the one who ruined your life, so you're justified in ending mine. And we both know it.
He rips open his shirt, revealing his bare chest and the rings of tattoos I've seen time and time again in my head. The sleet melts against the warmth of his skin, causing the water to trickle down his body, glinting off all of the sharp angles. He takes another step towards me.
I'm sure you've got that pretty dagger of yours on you. Do it. I won't fight back. End this. Etta won't blame you.
I sigh and scrub at my eyes. Now, in this moment, I can be honest with myself. Stabbing Kyor Naven is the farthest thing from my mind. No, I say. Rather than looking pleased, he reaches out and unsheathes my dagger.
Do it!
He yells, pressing it into my hand, trying to prise my fingers open and make me take it.
You want me dead. Fucking own it, Thorn.
I'm not going to kill you, Kyor. I don't even reach for the blade, keeping my fist closed tight.
Why not? It's what you want. It's what we both want. We want each other dead.
No, I shake my head. We don't. Not anymore.
You're fucking lying.
He snaps at me. He's inches from my face, his eyes glaring in a way that should have me cowering, but it doesn't. I hold his gaze. Zell thought you were redeemable. I take a deep breath. And so do I. You were a child, Kyor. You were a child, and you lashed out because you were in pain. So much pain. I know that type of pain, Kyor. Just as I know the pain you're in now. Because you loved Zell. And he loved you too. I reach out my hand and place it against his chest. Sleet streams down my face into my eyes and through my hair, but I don't move to brush it away. Instead, I stay as I am, rooted, clinging to this single point of contact. Because in this moment, all I want is to be tethered to him. To make him feel my presence. To remind both of us, that no one deserves to feel so utterly alone in the world. His eyes narrow as they glance down at my hand, as if he doesn't understand what it's doing there. As if he doesn't understand the simplicity of touch.
Why are you here, Thorn?
He asks, his voice plaintive and lost. Rain is pouring over us now. I'm here because you need someone.
Yesterday you're poisoning me, and today you're... what? Trying to save me?
You don't need saving. This wasn't your fault. And I didn't poison you, not on purpose, and you know it. As his eyes linger on mine, they shift, filling with something I can't read. It's hot, strong, and hypnotic, and it's muddling my mind. With a yank of my hand, I pull myself away from him. We need to get back to the ball, I stammer, suddenly needing to leave. Because if I stay, things will get complicated. I need to see my sister. He shakes his head, but his eyes soften.
I'm not going back in there. You should, though. Speak to your sister. You don't know when you'll get the chance again.
He winces, bites down on his lip.
Fuck. I wasn't saying that because I think you're going to die. I just meant... hell, I don't even know what I meant.
He licks his lips and shakes his head ruefully.
You know, you look damned good dripping wet with that obscene dress plastered to you. I've wanted to rip it off you all night.
He takes in a shuddering breath, visibly trying to get a hold of himself.
You need to go, Thorn, before I won't let you.
I swallow audibly and, wishing I could control the drumming in my chest, turn my back on him and walk away. Chapter 43. Klinos is waiting at the doorway, and she rushes towards me when she sees me. Rose, thank the gods! Where have you been? Kay said you ran out after Kyor? Not exactly. I'm not sure why I'm lying to her, but I can't bring myself to share what's happened, even with her. And why the hell are you so wet? She adds, plucking at my sodden gown. This question, at least, I can answer. It was raining. Not here it wasn't. A glance back outside is all it takes for me to see she's right. My footprints from earlier still mark the snow. The rain. It must have been Kyor. It's not just lightning, but the entire spectrum of the storm he controls. I wonder if he even knew he was doing it. You need to get dry. Klinos chews on her bottom lip. It'll be cold, but it'll be fast, and then you can head to one of the fires to warm up. I'm about to ask what the hell she's talking about when the blast hits me. Pure, cold air whips through my hair and dress, covering every inch of my skin in goosebumps and instantly making me start to shiver. Better, she says appraisingly as she steps back. But as I said, you need to get warm. She grimaces. And give your hair a brush. Come on, let's find Kay and get you by a fire. A quick squeeze of my hair tells me that party trick of hers works well. Wind weaver, seamstress extraordinaire, and mobile hairdryer. Some friends come with real benefits. As I make my way back into the ballroom, it's almost impossible to believe that this was the same place where less than an hour ago, the king was attacked and one of the most beloved commanders of his guards was killed. The wine is flowing even more freely than before, and the music beating out a quick, jovial pulse, to which men and women are throwing themselves across the dance floor. The sight of it curdles my stomach.
Rose, where did you go?
Jonas is on me before I even had a chance to look for Kay.
And what happened to your hair?
It's a new style, Hlyn answers for me. Have you seen Kay? He frowns for a moment, obviously dissatisfied with both our responses, though he replies all the same.
I saw her heading into one of the antechambers.
The antechambers?
Down the corridor.
Which one? I begin, only to shake my head. It's fine, I'll find her. I stride towards a corridor with an arched ceiling and gilded frescoes, and swing open the first door I come to. The room is occupied by a group of middle-aged women who all fall silent the moment they see me. But as Kay isn't among them, I couldn't care less. The second door is more of the same, but when I open the third, there is a couple whispering together on one of the sofas. Anger and heat roll through me, though before I get a word out, Hugh spots me and jumps to his feet.
We thought it was best to move away from the ballroom, with the rebels and everything.
The rebels who've already been killed? Hugh might have gone up in my estimation with the way he protected Kay during the riot, but he's plunging right back down again. Bringing an unmarried woman alone into a room like this isn't exactly protecting her reputation. And judging by the way he's shuffling awkwardly, he knows it.
You two must have a great deal to catch up on.
His voice is bright. Unnaturally so, considering the evening we've just had.
I shall leave you ladies in peace. Rose?
He takes my hand and kisses it gently, though my arm remains rigid the entire time. He then turns back to Kay, who already has her hand out, ready and waiting.
Kay, I will call for you tomorrow.
It will be the highlight of my day, Kay replies, holding his gaze for a fraction too long for me to feel comfortable. A moment later, he turns away and leaves. No, I say, trying to keep my voice measured. Whatever is going on there, or whatever you think you might want to happen, it ends now. What? Kay tries to feign innocence and fails. I know my sister way too well for that. He was just being friendly. No, I snap out, he's not. I'm fully aware of exactly how hard-headed I sound, and I really don't give a shit. Protecting Kay has been the central purpose of my life for years, and I'm not failing her now. Kay? He is not the type of person you want to be friends with. You don't even know him. No, you don't know him, she stresses, sitting ramrod straight. You've said all but 3 words to him. I, on the other hand, have spent several hours with him today, and on many other occasions. Arthur and Hugh's father are good friends, and I can tell you he's a good man, a really good man. Fuck, of course Kay would think that. She thinks that about everyone. She could meet Mortadem, with his black cane and red eyes, and she'd probably just compliment him on how well the colors go together. And I can tell from the way she bites down ever so slightly on the corner of her mouth that there's no chance she's going to listen to me on this one. Can you just keep your guard up around him? I beg, hoping for a middle ground. Though rather than agreeing, she chuckles. Why are you laughing? I'm not joking, I huff. No, I know you're not, but you sound like you just now. He was telling me to keep my guard up, and not to trust the people at court. You should have heard the long warning he gave me before you got here tonight. He was worried people would try to pry information about you from me to exploit your weaknesses in the next trial. He said that to you? That's definitely not the conversation I thought the pair of them were having. But then maybe I should give Kay more credit. No matter how much I think of her as a little kid, she's not. In fact, she's old enough to have entered the Retterheld herself. The thought makes me feel physically sick. Yes, she says. Like I mentioned already, I have spent a fair bit of time with him, and I like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character. She wants me to agree with her on the matter, but I can't. She's just too trusting to be rational when it comes to people. So, tell me everything, Kay says, lounging back on the sofa and patting the seat next to her. Your friends seem lovely. And Jonas is also just a friend, I assure her hastily. You're right, the others are great. They're from the Eastern Isles. As soon as I start, the words don't stop. We talk for hours, with me covering everything from the moment when Jonas met me in the Highhold to my time in the forest, though I omit a fair few details about Kyor, the direwolf, and the dagger. Kay has plenty to tell me, too, about how Arthur arranged to move her to the Highhold, and had a seamstress fix her new dresses, as well as her room with 2 fireplaces and the pastries she's eaten every night. More than once I consider telling her about the offer Hlyn made for us to go with her to the Isles, but I don't. Kay seems so settled, and I don't want to say anything to make her think I have less than 100% confidence in me winning the gifting. She doesn't need to worry about contingency plans. That's my job. I'm about to ask her about other people she's met, But before I can, the door to the antechamber swings open. Standing there is a portly man with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead, which he dabs away with a handkerchief. There are just enough similarities to the man I remember from my past to tell me this is Archer Lorthan.
There you are,
He says jovially. I jump to my feet, trying not to gawk. Only he's changed so much. His hair has gone, his figure has rounded, and there's a pittedness to his skin that looks to have been caused by overindulging in drink. He's a long way from the warrior my parents considered their friend. On the outside, anyway. Lord Lorthan. Remembering my manners, I hurry across to the door and bend my knees in a poorly practiced curtsy. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for my sister. Your generosity in bringing her here so that I can see her at these events is more than I could have dreamed. His smile reveals 2 rows of perfectly white teeth.
Rose, please call me Archer, and it's my honor. Kay has been quite the perfect house guest, and from what I hear, you're a rather formidable redling.
I'm grateful that Edda and the gods have favored me thus far.
And long may it continue.
He flashes me another smile before turning his attention to my sister.
Acacia, dearest, it is time we head back to the apartment. The king has retired, and it's only good form that we do the same.
Oh, of course. She tries to smile, but I know that, just like me, there's reluctance in every pore of her body to be separated again. She turns to look at me, and her eyes fill with tears. I try to hold my own back, to be strong for her. I love you, I whisper. Holding her so close, I'm sure that neither of us can breathe. But I don't care. Breathing doesn't matter if Kay's not in my life. This isn't goodbye, remember? Only 3 more trials. Though I can admit to myself that that's 3 too many. When I break away, tears stream down her cheeks. Please stay alive, Rose. I won't be okay if I lose you too. Please stay safe. I promise that it's at the top of my to-do list, I quip, squeezing her once more. She turns and takes the arm Archer has extended for her.
Good night, Rose.
His voice is courteous, but the pause that follows feels sharp somehow.
I'm sure we will see you again, if Edda wills it so.
My body clock wakes me early the next morning, and I stumble half asleep down to the yard. It's only when I'm nearly to the weapons cabinet that I realize Zell will not be waiting for me. The knowledge is like a sledgehammer to the heart, and the pain only increases at the sight of Kyor sleeping by the cabinet, an empty bottle in his hand and a few other empties alongside him. I hesitate for just a beat before waking him. You can't sleep here, I say, noting the red rim of his eyes. You'll freeze. I help him to his feet, but it's not easy, and he sways dangerously as I try to fix my balance to hold him upright. Finally, I've got him in a position I can handle. With an arm wrapped around his waist, and using more force than seems kind, I tug him forwards. Apparently it's my turn to lead. It's slow going out of the yard, and he toys with my hair as we stagger together. I let him, mostly because wrestling free would mean dropping him flat on the floor. After what feels like one of the most intense workouts I've had so far, I get him into the warmth of the barracks. The question is, where to go next? There are plenty of seats in the dining hall, but the last thing he needs is for the other Retlings to see him in this state. Most will understand, but undoubtedly some will see his compassion as weakness. I could take him to the dorms, but maneuvering him up the stairs feels even more daunting than getting him inside. The kitchen downstairs, however? Food and water would be his friend, and I could stand in front of him as we head down to ensure he doesn't fall.
Such a pretty Rose,
he murmurs, his fingers winding a little too tightly in my icy blonde hair, making my scalp prickle.
So beautiful,
he whispers. If he keeps saying things like that, I might have to forgive him for all the tangles he's making. It's early, even for the kitchen staff, but one person is already working downstairs, though she stops the moment she sees us. Oh, Kai, Layla gasps. It's all right, my boy. It's all right. Without so much as a glance at me, she pulls him into her arms. His weight sags into her, and his shoulders shudder as he allows his tears to tumble free. For all his power, all his posturing, the sound that escapes him is nothing more than a broken sob He isn't untouchable, isn't carved from stone. He's just a man, fragile and aching, stumbling through grief like the rest of us. Feeling like I'm intruding, I silently slip away, scrubbing away tears that I didn't even realize were falling. From the hanging heads at breakfast, I think it's fair to assume that Kyor isn't the only one nursing a serious hangover. The whether the other Retlings were drinking to celebrate their survival, or to forget the traumas they've had to endure so far, is anyone's guess. Later that day, the battle yard is close to empty as Klinos and I spar with one another. As great a job as the healers have done on her injury, she struggles to even block using that arm. And for the first time ever, I have to hold back to give her a chance. Some of it might come from me getting stronger, of course, but it's definitely not that alone. 3 more trials, Klinos says, swinging her sword at me. Technically 2, and then the Ophir, I reply. I'm trying to think of it as just another trial. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to be worse than the others. Can't imagine or don't want to, I sass. Oh, definitely don't want to. She grins at me. She swings at me again, and this time gets a decent strike across my ribs. I've been distracted more than I'd like during our fight, as my eyes keep falling on the tallies etched into the wall. I'm too far away to take them in clearly, but it doesn't change the fact that I can't forget they're there, that I can't seem to tear my mind away from the prince, no matter how hard I try. How long before the next trial, do you think? I restart the conversation in the hope it'll stop me from thinking about Kyor. Surely they'll want to give us all time to heal fully before they hit us with the next one. Who knows? I'm hoping for as long as possible, though, because the healers said they've done as much as they can for my arm, and now it just needs time. And if I have to fight like this... She presses her lips together, unable to finish. Not that she needs to. There might not even be fighting in the next one. I'm clutching at straws, trying to find something to comfort her. We're also meant to use our heads for the trials, right? Maybe it'll be something logical. You're great at strategic thinking. Maybe, she replies, though she doesn't look convinced. If anything, her nervousness seems to grow. There's something else I wanted to talk to you about. I feel really, really shit about it, and it might not even happen, but I think we need to be prepared for it. But I don't want you to be pissed, because it's not an insult, it's just... I stop swinging and look at her. You want to spit it out? She takes a deep breath in. There's almost always a trial near the end when they make us act in pairs. And we've decided before we came in that I would be with Locke and he would work with Jai, but now, well... Once again, there's no need for her to finish the sentence. She'll work with Benny. Of course she will. It's fine. Really, I tell her. And it is, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit to myself that there's the tiniest sting of disappointment. I just feel crap, she says. And I want to be clear that it's not because you don't have powers or anything. It's really not that. I get it, I promise. I do, but it doesn't stop the heavy weight that drops in my stomach. Or the reminder that even though I've got this far, I'm still less than the rest of them. If it comes to pairs, I'm sure I can go with Jonas. He'll love the chance to tell me to stay back. She lets out a nervous laugh. Yeah, true. Really, Hlyn, it's fine. Thank you. This time, her smile is more genuine as she whips up a spiral of sand with her hand. It's weird being able to use magic in here. Feels wrong. Shit. I hadn't even thought about that. Without Zell to siphon the Retlings, the battle yard is going to become even more dangerous. And that's saying something. Fuck. I guess that means Holden will be in charge of all the sessions now. This knowledge causes a far deeper churning in my gut than the idea of Hlyn pairing up with Benny. Holden has already used training as an excuse to try to kill me once. With Zell gone, he'll have unlimited opportunities. I guess I'll be training in the empty dorms again. Klinos stops playing with the magic in the air and starts moving her feet again, only to stop mid-step at the sound of approaching voices. Yeah, maybe it's time we cut this short for the day. She gestures to the gateway where Zara, Oki, and Matthew are striding towards us. If I had to bet on which 3 of Zara's little group would survive, it probably would have been them. But it's funny how the last couple of weeks have changed things. Changed me. I feel stronger, tougher. Comfortable? Maybe. Definitely not a runt. I've made it this far, and there's no reason to believe I can't make it to the end. But they look tougher too, though in a more weathered way. Physically, their skin looks tired and worn, with bags under their eyes and countless scars. Zara's burn mark from our first meeting still prominent. They look like the Retterheld is breaking them, not making them. They've lived a life of privilege, where death was just some honorable passage to eternal darkness. But seeing the life stripped from your friends and family because they volunteered themselves for a gifting they wanted purely for personal gain is going to change you. If you haven't seen that side of the world before, that is. Once again, my eyes flicker to the tally on the wall.
Excellent. Fighting fodder.
Zara grins. I open my mouth to respond, only for my jaw to lock in pain. I only got cuts and scrapes in the last trial. But them opening all at once like that was a shock I hadn't expected. If she goes back to the fight with the Jotun, then that's going to be tougher to deal with. Fuck, a fresh spike of pain slices through my ribs. We're on to older wounds too, then. Stop it! Klinos has both her sword and a hand raised at Zara and the others. This is not what Zell would have wanted. A scoff.
You really think I give a fuck what Zell would have wanted? That old man was nothing. Siphons are a drain. That type of magic is a farce. Where's the real strength in it?
Did you just fucking question the strength of a man who died saving the life of the king?
Kyor's voice cuts through the air, low and dangerous. He stands leaning against the wall with his sleeves rolled up and his feet bare, yet another glass bottle swinging loosely in his hand. Damn it, he must have got away from Layla. I suppose even she can't stop a prince if he's determined to get really fucking drunk. His attention lingers on me for a moment before he looks back at Zara. His voice is resonant, each word clipped and sharp.
You think Zell was weak?
He straightens to his full height, one step carrying him into her space. Zara stands tall too, looking him in the eye, but I can see the sudden nervousness in her gaze.
I said his powers lacked strength, Your Royal Highness, and I stand by that.
Right. Weak.
Kyor says.
But see, the thing is, when you've got really powerful magic on your side, it's not necessarily a good thing.
Shadows fall over us, and a dark cloud sweeps in, all of it tinged with that peridot tint I now know is all his. Thunder rumbles once, and then again.
Because it's ever so easy to lose control.
There's a crack like a whip as a lightning bolt strikes the wall. Sparks fly upward, the scent of singed stone filling the air. Oki and Matthew move closer to Zara, as if the three of them huddled together will offer any protection at all.
Fuck you,
Zara snarls, teeth gritted.
I don't care that you're the prince. Right now, you're just another retling in my way.
Is that right?
He says mildly. Lightning again. This time, the bolt lands just a couple of feet in front of them. The flash is blinding, and my vision is temporarily stolen. It's like I've been hit by Jonas's power. The moment it clears, I'm staring at Kyor again. His jaw is locked tight, so I'd bet Zara has opened up every old wound she could find on him. And yet he's still walking towards her.
Zell had more powers than your small mind will ever conceive of.
He grinds out. Matthew sends a fireball in his direction, only for Kyor to snuff it out with a gust of wind before it even reaches his feet.
Let me make one thing clear,
he says, as rain begins to pour over the three of them.
You mention Zell again. You even think about mentioning him, and my lightning bolts won't miss.
He sends another down, and it strikes just an inch from where Oki grips her sword. Any closer and the metal would have conducted the electricity. She would be dead. How the fuck does he have that much control when he's drunk? I can't even imagine what he'd be like sober.
You're all done here,
he says, looking from them back to me.
The ground's mine today. Tell the other Retlings they set foot here, and I'll kill them.
The three Rawel Retlings exchange a look, though only when Zara nods do the other two bolt for the gate. To give Zara her due, she walks slowly. But maybe that's stupidity rather than bravery. Klinos grabs my hand. Rose, we should go. I hear her, but I don't respond. Instead, I pull my hand from her grip and walk towards the prince. Kyor? I'm sure he must be able to hear me, but when I place a hand on his shoulder, he startles, as if I've drawn a sword on him. You shouldn't be here, I tell him. It won't help.
I told everyone. I told you. The battle yard's mine today. Unless you want to start something with me, Thorn.
I ignore him easily. Only a couple of hours ago, his hands were tangling in my hair and he was calling me beautiful. The drinking won't help, I say, nodding to the bottle. From someone whose father tried that method and lost to it. Believe me, it's not a road you want to go down. Go back to Layla. Eat some goddamn food and drink some water. Zell wouldn't want you to do this. With that, I spin on my heel and leave him to his grief. With the battle yard evidently out of commission for the day, it's probably my laziest afternoon since arriving back in the Highhold. For several hours, I flick through books on daggers, trying to find anything useful. I'm about to give up when my eyes fall on a small image at the bottom of a page. My heart stutters. The 3 blades of Vindran. I pick the book up and move over to the light, trying not to get my hopes up. After all, the image is small. But the more I study it, the more certain I become. These blades aren't similar to mine. They're identical. With my pulse quickening, I turn the page, ready to read more, only to find a different image. A large crystal with endless text about sandrot beneath it. I flick back again, hoping to have found 2 pages stuck together, but there's nothing. Where the hell is it? My hands tremble as I open the book wide and run my finger along the inside of the page, only for my stomach to sink. A thin, jagged strip of paper tells me what I already feared. The page has been ripped out. But who would have taken it? Mila. The answer comes to me immediately. The High Priestess has the same dagger, so would seem the obvious choice. But I'm not sure how I'd go about asking her about the missing page. And why rip it out, unless she wanted to keep something hidden? Still, I now know that my dagger is one of the 3 blades of Vindran. It's a start. A good one. Now I have a name, Caroline should have a much better chance of finding out more. I dress in my old slum clothes. There's no point wasting my fighting leathers and furs when Caroline doesn't give a damn about things like that. And the only other items I have are ball gowns, which I'm not going to wear to the library. Besides, slum clothing might be unfashionable and unflattering, but it's comfortable. And right now, that's what matters. Klinos marches into the room as I'm gathering my things. I thought people worked long hours on the island. She flops onto the bed. But I haven't even seen Kaz today. These damn nobles expect her to be at their beck and call the moment they have something they think worthy of being recorded by an official scribe. And, spoiler, most of it's not. She lets out a sigh before rolling onto her stomach and looking at me. What have you been doing while I've been gone? A hint of frustration sparks within me. So much for hoping to get Caroline on the case tonight. Then again, I've waited long enough already. Another day likely won't hurt. I think I've got a name for the dagger, but I still don't know anything about it. I hesitate. Is it wrong that I wish I could test it out on someone, just to see what it does? I feel like there must be a reason Dina gave it to me. I volunteer Zara, Hlyn replies without missing a beat. Actually, I volunteer the 3 remaining retlings from Rowell. I don't think you can volunteer someone without their permission. Well, that's shite. I laugh, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door. You expecting company? She asks me, tension rising. Yeah, because I'm the one who has frequent visitors, I hiss back, although there is actually a possibility that Kestria fancied a sparring session. I'd briefly spoken to her about it at dinner, but I'd meant later in the week rather than tonight. A grin spreads across Hlyn's face. I guess Kaz finished early. She scrambles up from the bed and runs to the door, only to freeze when it's half open. Oh, I think you must be lost. She isn't rude, so much as confused, but the way she speaks makes my skin bristle, and I rise to my feet, unsure who would warrant such a welcome. I recognize our guest instantly when he speaks.
I need Thorn.
He says gruffly.
And I need her now.
Chapter 44.
Get out.
Kaior's voice is nothing more than a low growl as he glares at Hlinos.
Now.
Considering his display earlier with Zara, I wouldn't have judged Hlyn in the slightest if she'd sprinted off without a second glance in my direction. But whether it's loyalty, bravery, or just sheer stubbornness, she remains there blocking his way. I'm not letting you in here unless Rose is okay with it. She looks directly at me, though I don't answer straight away. He's angry, he may well be drunk, and he's definitely hurting. Yet even if he had a weapon in his hand, which he doesn't, he wouldn't hurt me. I'd bet my life on it. Let him in, Hlyn. It's fine. He'll be fine. Rather than moving, she continues to search my face, her own crinkled in concern. I'll go find Benny. We'll be just outside if you need us. I nod. She may not be pairing up with me, but she's still got my back. Kaior barely moves to the side, meaning Hlinos has to squeeze past him. Once she's in the corridor, she shoots me one more worrying glance from over his shoulder, and despite the apprehension I'm feeling, I send her a reassuring smile. Being alone with Kaior, in a bedroom, feels like a dangerous prospect. As Hlyn's footsteps retreat, I finally move towards Kaior. How drunk are you? He stumbles inwards, and his full weight falls on me, and though I can barely hold him up, I somehow stop us both from falling flat on our faces, while simultaneously kicking the door closed. The last thing I need is any of the other Retlings seeing him like this. With a shift of my posture, I find a better hold and lead him over to a bed. As I lower him down, I realize the drink isn't the only reason he can't stand properly. His black top is soaked around his middle. And it's not from rain or sweat, it's blood. What the hell happened? I say, lifting it up and seeing the gash mark underneath. It's not that deep, but it's long, and blood continues to ooze from the wound. I've seen this man fight, and considering he can take down a freaking Jotun on his own, he must have been sparring with a dozen of his father's guards at the same time.
Just a misstep.
He lifts one shoulder and winces at the movement. And you came here? I arch an eyebrow.
I didn't have anywhere else to go,
He says, and my heart aches anew for him. His eyes lock on mine, and there's a twist behind my sternum that I hastily try to quash. How about one of the healers? I ask dryly as I turn around and move towards the sink, as if not looking at him will control the racing of my pulse. You know, that's actually their job. The clue is in the name. After wetting a cloth with cold water, I head back to him and hold up the corner of his shirt in order to press the compress against his wound. He winces, his body flinching in agony, but he makes no more sound than a slight hiss.
Healers answered to my father.
He groans, visibly swallowing the pain. However much he's drunk, he hasn't lost the ability to feel.
They feedback everything that happens to me, and I really don't need our great king knowing every little scratch I get.
I press a little harder as I wipe the edges of the cut, and I can hear his teeth grind together as he hisses again.
I had someone who would help me when I got myself into situations like this. But now
He trails off. My eyes glance up and meet his, and I instantly know he's talking about Zell. Zell would be the person who patched him up and kept his secrets from his father. Because Zell was one of the few people in the Highhold, if not the entire world, I suspect, that Kaior actually trusted. Are there any more wounds, I ask? Or is this it?
There's one higher up that stings like a fucker.
As he lifts the front of his top further, I struggle to stifle a gasp. It's barely a quarter in length of the other one, but it's at least twice as deep. And it's still bleeding. A lot. I try not to show my concern as I think about the herbs I have in my bag. Some would help hasten clotting, but they won't be enough here. As I move the cloth away, I know there's only one solution. It needs stitches.
I know.
Kaior replies.
That's why I came to you. You stitched up your own hand, right? After the temple, when you were injured. I figured you were the type of person who would do it yourself, rather than getting a slum rat to do it for you.
Slum rats, I murmur, shaking my head a little. That's a great way to refer to your subjects, your royal highness. You really are a man of the people, aren't you? He blanches.
I didn't mean...
Yes, I know exactly what you meant. I snap. As tension fills the room, Kyor pulls his top down and locks his jaw.
This was a mistake, Thorn. Coming here, coming to you was a mistake. I should go. Find a seamstress or something. They can sew, among other things.
He tries to smirk as he goes to stand, but isn't strong enough. Instead, his entire body sways and wobbles, his legs unable to support his weight. Sit the hell down. I'll stitch you up. He glowers, and for a split second I think he's going to stubbornly refuse. But then he drops back onto the bed with a groan.
Fine,
He mutters. Only when I'm sure he's not going to move again do I pull out the small leather pouch containing my needles, though it's the paparvi seeds in one of the side pockets that grab my attention first. No matter how much he's trying to hide it, he has to be in agony. After gathering the items I need, I move over to my little gas stove. I'll give you something to take away the pain, I say, placing a crucible on the flame.
No.
His voice is sharp and cutting.
I don't want that.
I won't give you much, I explain patiently, just enough to take the edge off.
I said no. I don't care about the pain, just stop it bleeding. Do it tight so it doesn't open up when I fight.
Now it's my turn to hiss. Does he think I'll think less of him if he takes the seed? No, it's stubbornness, pure and simple. It's going to hurt more when I sew it up.
I'll cope.
Never have I met someone more frustrating, more arrogant, and more absurdly attractive. Sure, I stitched up my own hand, but that cut wasn't anywhere near as deep as this is. I shake my head and try to focus, threading the needle, then holding the sharp metal over the flame to sterilize it. Do you want something to bite down on? I ask.
You offering anything fun?
He replies, mouth tilting suddenly in a flirty half grin. Great. Drunk, injured Kyor is a horrific flirt. Good to know. Unfortunately, that's not going to improve with my next request. No, I answer shortly. Now this will be easier if you take your top off, I say.
I thought you'd never ask, but I could probably do with a hand.
He admits. It's hard not to be taken aback. Never have I heard this man ask for help, even indirectly, which means he's in a serious amount of pain. There's no chance I'm going to refuse, but the prospect of even partially undressing Kyor Naven has my mouth dry and heat pooling low in my stomach. Keep it professional, Rose. I reach out to grasp the bottom of his shirt, and the silkiness of the fabric takes me off guard. So smooth and soft. It's such a contrast to my own rough-hewn clothes. Mindful of his wound, we work together to get the shirt off of him. His jaw remains locked throughout, only the slightest hiss escaping from between his teeth. I've seen him shirtless before, but it's different now when he's close enough to smell the musky aroma of iron and vanilla that rises from his skin. It makes it hard for me to think. My eyes are drawn to the numerous lines on his body. He wasn't lying about not using healers. There are dozens of scars. Thin, silver lines that could easily be erased with magic. Yet he wears them like a badge of honor. No, I realize not honor, but reminders. Like the tallies etched into the walls. He wants to remember how he got them, why he got them. I unconsciously trace my fingers over one, catching myself as his flesh trembles under my fingers. A side effect of the drink, I tell myself, because it's not cold in the dorm room. Then again, I've got goosebumps rising on the back of my neck and all across my arms.
Are you actually going to do the stitches, Thorn? Or do you want to just keep staring?
I flush as my eyes snap up to meet his gaze, his icy irises glinting.
I don't mind.
He continues.
Just, I'd hate to bleed out, so maybe you could do the ogling after the stitches?
Gods. I hate how right he is. I was definitely ogling. Just working out how deep I need to go, I say, gesturing to the needle.
Funny. I was thinking something remarkably similar.
A deep red blush colors my cheeks, and the heat pooling in my gut intensifies. Fuck, what the hell is wrong with me? I'm not prude, yet every flirtatious word from him sets my entire body on fire. It's just because I need to get laid, that's all. Nothing to do with the man doing the flirting. Nope. I steel myself and begin. His body clenches as the needle pierces his skin, and he exhales slowly as I pull the thread through. We pierce at the top of the wound, and then pull the stitch tight. First one down, I tell him. You'll need another 6 or 7, I think. Still all right without that paparvi? His jaw is locked.
I'm fine. Just focus on what you're doing.
Don't worry, I'm focused. I do the second stitch, and then the third, all without looking up. It's crazy how much control he has. His refusal to cry out in pain. That damn stubbornness of his. All he offers is the occasional long exhale. After the last stitch, I tie the string into a knot before grabbing a dagger and cutting the thread, then step back. They look good, even if I do say so myself. I'm about to say as much to Kyor, but when I look up, he's staring at me with a completely unreadable expression. What? I ask, shrinking under his scrutiny. That's when I remember I'm wearing my old slum clothes. Garments I'd be judged for the instant I left this room. Garments that highlight all too clearly just how far I've fallen, and how far apart in status we are. Are you seriously staring at my clothes? I spit defensively, folding my arms over my chest. Kyor's eyes lock on mine as he snorts.
Your clothes?
He says, arching an eyebrow.
When have I ever given a fuck about what people wear? Trust me, the only time I've ever thought about your clothes is when I've been imagining ripping them off you.
My heart squeezes tight in my chest. He's only saying that because he's drunk, though the stitches seem to have sobered him up remarkably. You're all patched up now, I say, throwing him his blood-soaked shirt. You're good to go. He stands up, leaving his shirt on the bed.
And what if I don't want to?
I feel my breath leave my lungs in a long exhale as my pulse rockets. But it's not out of fear. No, it's far more dangerous than that. I lick my lips. You're drunk.
And?
He takes a step forward.
I was sober enough to find my way here. Sober enough to know where I needed to be.
He lowers his voice still further.
Sober enough to know where I wanted to be.
I'm not going to be your distraction, Kyor, I assert firmly. This time he doesn't stumble, doesn't sway. 2 strides and he's right in front of me.
Why did you follow me last night?
He whispers, brushing his hand along my jaw and grazing my bottom lip. I already answered that. I try to control the tremble in my voice. Why are you still here? You got what you came for? He laughs, deep and resonant, the sound shaking through my bones.
Trust me, Thorn, those stitches are the last thing on my mind.
He takes another step forwards, pressing me against the wall with his hips.
Tell me you don't want this.
He murmurs.
Tell me you haven't also thought about this, and I'll go.
God, yes, I've thought about this. Only my imagination was lacking. Here, now? His voice alone is enough to make me slick with heat. His hand brushes over my ear, then clasps behind my neck. All I have to do is lean forwards and my mouth will be on his, devouring him, feeding the hunger that's been growing inside me since the first time I saw his icy blue eyes. My chest is heaving, and we are so close my nipples are pebbling, brushing against him.
Tell me.
He demands. But I can't. I can't say I don't want him as much as he wants me. After a beat, his smile curls, low and oh so dangerous.
You want me too.
He purrs in satisfaction.
Fucking own it, Thorn.
He slides a well-muscled thigh between my legs, and I let out a low moan as he hitches my body against him in the most delicious way. There's a fierce bang on the door, and a second later the door swings open. Kyor is already moving away from me, ready to defend us both, but he lowers his hands a fraction when he sees Benny standing there.
You okay, Rose?
Benny asks pointedly. I nod, but I know that my color is still unnaturally high. Words. I need to manage words. Fine, I squeak. Kyor grabs his shirt from the bed and looks back at me.
Think about it.
He orders me, like I actually have the option not to. Chapter 45. Practice in the battle yard recommences 2 days later, when they find another siphon to help suppress people's powers. The replacement, Roderick, isn't anywhere near as strong as Elle, meaning he can't just stay in place, but must constantly move around the yard, offering the other Retlings inevitable opportunities to flex their magic whenever he's far enough away. I make sure to stick close to Klinos and Benny, just in case Zara tries to pull one of her stunts. Jonas is also determined to make sure I'm protected, but his protective presence is getting stifling. Thankfully, one of the court guards came and called him away, and with reluctance he went. I finally feel like I can breathe. I haven't met Kyor for morning training since our moment in my room, nor do I know if he's been there to meet me. Being alone with the prince right now feels like a bad idea. I need to focus on the Retterheld. The sun beats down on us, just strong enough to ward off the morning chill. Benny is busy watching Grenda and Oki engage in a fight that has most people's attention. Despite all his powers of observation, he's still not got anything on Grenda. Whatever her powers are, she doesn't need to use them. Either that, or she's managed to shield them from him seeing. While he's focused on figuring it out, Klinos and I are practicing our sword skills. Or at least, that's what we're meant to be doing. She seems far keener on gossiping. He hasn't taken his eyes off you the entire morning. Are you sure you didn't do more than stitch him up? You were out of the room for 10 minutes, I reply, swinging my sword at her. If she's not going to pay attention, I'll at least use it to my advantage. What exactly do you expect us to have done in that time? She arches an eyebrow. I can think of a few things. Well, they didn't happen. I glower. None of them. Except in the vivid dreams that came instead of me. I swing my sword again, trying to push down the memories of the way Kyor pinned me against the wall with his hips. The way he asked if I'd thought about him taking me. The way I can still feel his muscled form pressed against me, like it's permanently imprinted on my skin. Well, I think he definitely wanted something to happen. Klinos refuses to let it be, continuing to press as she sweeps my sword away from her with a gust of wind. Apparently, Roderick's far enough away from us that she can use her magic, and she's definitely using it to her advantage. From the way he's looking at you now, I'd say he still wants something to happen. He always looks at me like that. I snap back, refusing to glance in Kyor's direction. Remember the whole thing about blaming me for his mother's death? The look you're talking about is hatred. She snorted. Nope, that's not it. But even if it is, have you ever heard of hate sex? Oh, for fuck's sake, I groan. And will you stop looking at him? He'll notice. Too late, she mutters. He's walking over. Heat rolls into me at the thought, and when I speak, my voice is a little too high. Gods, Klinos, seriously? My back is currently to Kyor, and I try to keep it that way, continuing to strike at Klinos' sword. But I don't need to turn around to know when he's there. My body can sense him. It's a prickle on my skin, and the clenching of my pulse. It's like the very air wants me to be aware of his presence. Slowly, I turn around.
I'll take over here.
He growls at Klin. She's all yours, Klinos says with a smile. Traitor. You want to fight? I ask.
You didn't come this morning,
he says, voice low.
Don't trust yourself to be alone with me, Thorn?
I swallow and lift my chin. Of course I do.
Good. Then I'll see you tomorrow. I'm not done making a warrior out of you yet. Now, let's make up for your absence this morning. No holds barred.
He murmurs silkily.
Unless you're going to turn me down again.
From the sudden coughing fit to my left, it's fair to assume Klinos has heard every word. I knew something happened, she mutters, confirming my suspicion. But I don't even glance in her direction. My gaze is locked on Kyor, on those blue eyes that have filled my thoughts way more than I want to admit. No holds barred. Though he's been training me in movements and stamina, in a true fight with him, he'd kick my ass effortlessly. We both know you're going to have me on my back in seconds, I respond, only for his lips to twist into a wicked grin.
Wasn't that easy last time, was it?
He replies.
Maybe this time I'll get lucky.
His every word is deliberate, taunting me, teasing me. I try to act unaffected, but my damn body is betraying the effect he has on me. The hitch in my breath, the tightening around my thighs. I just pray to Edda that his powers don't allow him to see it.
I'll make it real simple,
he says.
All you have to do is draw blood. And I don't care what part of your body you use to do it.
He presses a finger to his bottom lip, instinctively drawing my eyes to them. Fuck, this is torture. Not just because I'm about to get my ass handed to me, but also because there's no denying how much part of me wants him to drive into me in a very different manner. Still, I chuck the sword I was using to the side and unsheath the daggers in my belt. If he wants to get close to me, then we'll get close.
Your favorites. Good.
He flashes me that smirk again before taking a few steps back and kicking off his shoes so he's standing barefoot in the sand. Why do you do that? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me. Why fight barefoot? You're more likely to injure yourself.
No, I'm not.
He presses his lips together.
Conductivity.
His voice is near a whisper.
The Earth's charge is much easier to control when I know the terrain, and having control of static lets me do things like this.
A prickle starts at the top of my neck, small at first, but then it grows, heating up as it slides downwards, tracing across my collarbone before splitting, dipping, trailing lines across my breasts before cascading further still. I can't help but gasp, though the smugly satisfied smirk it elicits from him makes me wish I could have at least pretended to be unaffected. He bends closer, his breath a hot whisper on the curve of my neck, making me shudder all over again.
Just so you know, Thorn, if you like that, there's much more to come.
I swallow hard. We need to start this fight so that it's over and done with as quickly as possible. I step away from him, and the minute I move, the static on my skin stops. His eyes take on a whole new glimmer. Speed is possibly the only thing I have on him, but only for very short distances, as I'm certain his stamina is better than mine. I wish that thought didn't evoke an array of distracting, dirty images in my mind. With my dagger in hand, I lunge forwards so clumsily he barely has to sidestep. Fuck, I mutter. One nick. That's all I need to make, and his entire bare chest is open to me. But it almost feels sacrilegious to inflict any wound on a body like his, especially when it's clearly been exposed to enough pain already. No matter how good a shape he's in, wounds take time to heal. I keep my distance, sweeping my feet in a constant arc that stops us from getting too close, and moving in one direction and then the next. As he takes a step towards me, I move back by an equal distance. It's like there's an invisible barrier that won't let him get any closer to me. Or perhaps that's just my common sense finally intervening.
Are we going to dance like this all day?
He purrs, his voice sending a quake down into the depth of my bones.
You'll never get rid of me this way.
I'm just biding my time. I growl back, my voice almost as low as his in an attempt to disguise the twist in the pit of my stomach. With a surge of determination, I feign left, then pivot, raising my elbow towards his jaw, but he catches me by the shoulder and spins me round, pressing my back against his chest. A gasp rattles from my lungs that's not entirely due to the impact. I'm not sure if it's my pulse or his that I can feel pounding through me. Either way, I struggle to draw breath. My body is desperate to see what it would find if I pressed myself into his hips. But I swallow back the urge, cursing my own insanity.
I think you got it wrong the other night, Thorn.
He whispers against the shell of my ear, the warmth of his breath spreading like molten metal down my spine.
I didn't want you to be a distraction. You are the distraction.
Whatever game he's playing with me, I'm starting to think it's just as dangerous as the Retterheld itself. But, just like the gifting, I don't intend on losing. I tilt my head up towards him, part my lips slightly as if I'm going to speak, only to swing my elbow up, ready to drive it into his jaw. But he sees it coming. He twists me around so that I'm facing him, and pins my arms across my body as he holds me effortlessly in place. My eyes snap to his, because I don't trust myself to look straight ahead, and certainly not to look down.
You are the reason I can't think, can't sleep, can't stop imagining the way it would feel if it was my fingers and not my power doing this.
He lets the static run free again, though this time it's on the inside of my thigh. My body melts, craving the sensation, and his hips shift toward me. The movement is so minuscule I doubt anyone else would have even noticed. But I do. I feel the pressure. He's hard. Fighting me, holding me, has him hard. And it's enough to make me slick. I bite down on the inside of my cheek until I feel the metallic taste of blood on my tongue, It's the only thing I can do to stop myself from moaning. Shit, from begging. I need to get a grip. I wrench my arms free and slam my hands against his chest, pushing myself away.
See what I mean?
He groans.
You're the distraction.
I'm okay with that, I say, sliding my feet across the sand as I move further away from him, keeping my eyes on his. I go low, aiming for a shot that will really hurt, especially in his current situation. But he anticipates the move and grabs me under the shoulders, flipping me over his back and slamming me into the sand. Pain sears up through me at the impact. My bones throb from the force. Yet a moment later, the pain is gone, swallowed entirely by the fact that Kyor is straddling me. His full weight pushing down into me and those icy eyes locked on mine. Dryness fills my throat as I struggle to move. To want to move. I try to push up, but all that does is drive his weight further into me. It's no accident that he's pinning me down by my hips.
Ready to give in?
He murmurs, and I know we're not just talking about the fight. Not going to happen, I say through gritted teeth. I need to focus. I need to win the gifting. If I'm his distraction, then he is no less mine. But where he can afford it, I can't. Not when I've made it this far.
No? Then how about this?
He growls.
Tell me you wanted me to stay. Tell me it crossed your mind, even if it was just for a split second. Tell me you wanted to lock the door and let me do all those filthy things I've imagined doing to you. Say that, and I'll let you go. I think that's fair.
Fair? Nothing about this is fair. I'm pinned to the ground by the son of the man who destroyed my family, and all I can think about is not moaning, not showing him how much my body wants him. The thought didn't cross my mind. I lie boldly.
Really? So if I turn up tonight, sober, and pin you to the wall, telling you I want to make your body writhe with pleasure, it won't cross your mind to let me stay? If I tell you I want to run my tongue across you until you lose every shred of restraint, you'll say you don't want that either? If I whisper every filthy thought I've had of you into your ear until you're begging me to make them real, you'll push me away? Tell me, Thorn. Tell me you don't want to feel me stretching you from the inside.
I'm soaked, dripping in a way I never knew I could. But when that goddamn smug smirk rises on his face, reality hits me. This power he's got over me, not the sparks he cascades over my skin, but his words that send me into a near frenzy? I can play that game too. He's not joking when he says I'm the distraction, and I need to use that, not be afraid of it. That's what you're thinking about now, right? Isn't it? I murmur, deepening my breath so that it's close to heaving. Right now, you're imagining what you'd like to do to me. Or maybe you're thinking about the way I watched as you pulled your shirt up over your head, how you pinned me against the wall, or how you moaned.
From what I remember, you were the one moaning,
He says huskily. Really? Maybe I'll have to rectify that next time.
Next time.
I hear the hitch in his voice, and I know I've got him. Without so much as a pause for breath, I move. Boom. I slam my elbow straight into his side, landing the blow an inch above his stitches. He gasps, shifting away from me, his eyes flashing as I kick him off me and stand to stare down on his now supine body.
That was a low blow.
He growls, though his eyes flashed with something close to respect. He sits upright and presses his fingers to the wound, checking to see if he's bleeding. I trust my stitching, I say when his fingers come back clean. Now I believe we're done here. In one sweeping moment, he's on his feet.
I think you'll find the condition was to draw blood.
He growls, his eyes glinting.
Like you said, your stitches were good.
And I think you should check your neck. He moves his fingers up to the place where the very tip of my knife nicked the thinnest line on his skin at the same moment my elbow struck him. A small droplet colors his fingertips. And when he looks back at me, it's a genuine smile gracing his lips, not a smirk.
Well then, we're done for now.
Still looking absurdly proud, he turns, picks up his shoes, and walks away without another word. I'm still standing there, with my pulse hammering, when Klinos races back towards me. Okay, that's enough training. We're all trained out. She grabs my arm as she hauls me in the direction of the dorms. You and I are going to have a serious conversation, now. Chapter 46. I don't know what's wrong with me, I tell Chinos as we walk into the dining room later that evening. It's some screwed up physical attraction thing. It's just a case of can't have, therefore want. It's a weird physical crush, that's all. Chinos grins back at me. Rosie, honey, you've said that phrase about 100 times today. Who are you trying to kid? I mean, I don't mean to be funny or anything, but why the hell not go there? That fight was beautiful. Imagine what it's going to be like when you're fucking. She says the word imagine like I haven't done that way too often for my own good. I groan. I can't get distracted. 2 trials left, and then the Ophir. Besides, he's the heir to the throne, and I'm a slum rat. You're not, she says sharply. One of us. I am, I say firmly, and I'm not ashamed of it. The people there are good people who've fallen on hard times. I think of the gifts they laid at my door. It's a reminder I need to ask Layla about the food I'd hoped to get out to the slums. Kind, generous people. But all that doesn't change who he is. And where you live doesn't change who you are. You are, and always will be, Lady Cultivaris. Leave it, Hlyn. Please, I beg. Now can we go and get some food? I'm starving. Jonas is already at our table, but there's no food in front of him. Instead, he's staring at a piece of paper. A pang of annoyance hits. Arthur is still sneaking in correspondence to Jonas, but hasn't thought that perhaps it would be nice if he could do the same for Kay and me. Then again, Archer's already doing more than he needs to help us, so I can hardly begrudge him the oversight. Everything all right? I ask. He crumples the paper and shoves it into his pocket.
Yeah, just correspondence from my father.
It's only been 4 days since the ball, but gods, I miss Kay already. Though I'm not exactly sure how she'd take my situation with Kyor, particularly not since the warning I gave her about Hugh. Talk about hypocrisy. Did he say anything about Kay? How's she getting on? Jonas frowns.
No. Why?
No reason, I just thought he might say something.
No.
He shakes his head, but the thin vein in his forehead is pulsing slightly, a surefire sign he's concerned about something. Before I can question him further, Benny sweeps in and sits next to me.
Hear I missed an interesting fight earlier.
He grins at me before flashing Hlinos a loaded look. Jonas looks up.
What happened?
Oh, it was just Zara and Oki, I say quickly, shooting the others a look. Somehow I don't think Jonas needs to hear this.
Yeah? Who came out on top?
Hlinos snickers. I'm not sure, actually, Hlinos says. We all got a bit distracted. Distracted, that was the right word, wouldn't you say, Rosie? I hate her. She's my best friend, and I hate her.
From what I hear, they just wore each other out.
Benny joins in.
Or they're definitely going to in the future.
Hlinos and Benny both stifle laughs. I want to glare at them, but honestly, I'm just pleased to see them getting on, even if I need to be the butt of the joke for that to happen. Are you sure everything's okay? I ask Jonas again, because he's looking nervous and weird. He blinks a couple of times.
Yes, it's all fine. Just maybe you and I could...
Whatever it is he wants us to do, I don't find out, as his voice trails off and his eyes fix on something past my shoulder.
What is he doing here?
Jonas frowns.
And why is he walking this way?
Benny turns to look, but I don't need to. There's a trickle of static along my collarbone that tells me exactly who's approaching.
Mind if I join you?
Kyor asks, the query barely a question. Gods, why is his voice so attractive? Maybe if I could just imagine it in a different way, high-pitched or too nasal or something, it wouldn't make my muscles clench at the sound of it. The thought of him whispering in my ear again? No, I will not think like that, even if it was all I was thinking about when I fell asleep last night, not to mention several times since our battle earlier.
Not sure we can say no to the prince, can we?
Jonas mutters from his seat. Rose can, Hlinos quips. Benny snickers and I elbow him in the side. What are you doing here, Kyor? I say.
You always seem to have so much fun. I thought I could join you. Not distracting you, am I?
I swallow. Of course not, I say defiantly. Not needing any more of an invitation, he slides in next to me, only for the conversation to stall entirely. though if Kyor notices, he doesn't show it. Instead, he picks up his fork and begins to eat, shifting slightly so that his thigh presses close to mine. The effect is instant. The heat, the dampness. Trying to keep my expression as neutral as possible, I move away by a fraction, only for him to immediately spread his legs so that he is still touching me. My breaths tighten. I don't want to scooch along the whole bench, so I grit my teeth and try not to think about just how good that pressure feels against me, and how much better it would feel in other places.
Well?
Benny says flatly a couple of minutes later after Kyor's still not said another word.
That was a great dinner, but I think I'm done.
He stands to leave. Klinos quickly copies him. You know what? Me too. Jonas, you coming?
Me?
Jonas looks at her, a confused frown on his face. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about that thing.
That thing?
Yes, that thing. Without waiting for him to respond, she grabs Jonas by the arm and hauls him away. Once again, Kyor and I are alone. And even though there's more than enough room on the bench, neither of us move. Only when Kyor's plate is empty does he turn and look at me.
Tomorrow morning, I expect to see you there.
To train? I ask, wishing my voice wasn't so breathy.
To train.
He confirms. I can't, I blurt.
And why is that, Thorn?
He purrs. Irritation sparks at his obvious delight. What do you want, Kyor? Do you want to hear that you're a distraction to me? You are, okay? Do you want to hear that there's something physical between us? Because we both know there is. And I can't do that. With you. His humor fades from his face until he looks all too serious.
Very well.
He says finally.
Nothing else will happen between us, Cultivaris. Not until you ask for it.
I hate that I instantly miss him calling me Thorn.
In the meantime,
he continues,
I expect to see you every day for our early morning training sessions. No funny business, not a single touch I wouldn't give anyone else. Deal?
I swallow. He's the best fighter there is in the competition, and training with him is an opportunity only an idiot would pass up. I nod. Deal. True to his word, Kyor is there for every morning session for the following week and a half. He trains me like any other soldier, driving me through relentless, close-quarters fighting, honing my blocks and strikes until they're sharp and economical. And through it all, he remains completely and infuriatingly businesslike. As such, I'm in a decidedly foul mood as I make my way to breakfast and find Hlyn there picking at her food. It's been too long since the last trial, she grumbles as I sit down. Does it feel like it's been too long? When the hell is it going to be?
It changes every Retterheld.
Jonas starts, and the rest of us exchange a look, knowing a history lesson is coming.
1 year, they were only 3 days apart, and the entire thing was over and done within 15 days. They've never been more than a moon apart, though, meaning we could have another 13 days to wait.
I'll go mad, Klinos huffs. I hate the waiting. If I was her, I'd be counting any extra day's training as a blessing. The wound to her arm was significant, and though it's healed well, she's still far from her usual strength.
There's definitely going to be water at some point.
Jonas continues his pontification.
I'm sure of it. You need to be ready for that one, Rose. As I recall, you never used to like the water?
That was a long time ago, I reply. Don't worry, I'll be fine. As casual as I sound, it's a lie. Jonas is right. I hated open water, and I still do. And though I've been hoping since I arrived that I'll at least have an opportunity to train down in the sea, that hasn't happened. I think we should stay on alert, Klinos adds. You never know when it might happen. When exactly aren't we on alert around here? I reply. I know I am. All the fucking time. My eyes shift around the depressing dining room. So few trials down, and already more than half of us are gone. I know from Benny and Jonas's history lessons that it's not been the most deadly Retterheld, but it's up there. With so few competitors, it's easy to see that Kyor isn't here. I can stop him touching me, but it seems I can't stop thinking about him. Wondering where he is, and who he's with. Were the stunts he's pulled on me something he's tried on every Retling? Not to mention every eligible woman at court. You don't come in with confidence like that unless you're sure of your ability. And if the sparks that flew between us through the fight are anything to go by, just his fingers on me are going to be enough to send me over the edge. I am not thinking about his fingers on me. Do you think Zell dying slowed things down? Hlyn asks, still mulling over why we haven't had our third trial. Not Zell himself, I mean, but the rebels' attack. Maybe they're upping the security.
Ah, yes, because it's so essential to make sure we're secure when we're heading towards probable death.
Benny replies grimly as he joins us at the table. I'm only half listening because Kyor has appeared at the top of the kitchen stairs, and annoyingly, he sees me looking. He looks eager, excited. Knife, he mouths at me. I'm still frowning when I notice 2 new interlopers walking into the room. A man and a woman, both with gray hair twisted and piled high on the tops of their heads. Guys, I say, interrupting the bickering that's still going on between Benny and Hlinos. Guys, have you ever seen those 2 people before? Both of the islanders glance down to the end of the dining hall, although the man has now moved and is heading towards us. No, Hlinos shakes her head.
Never.
Benny adds.
Does anyone else feel that?
Jonas asks, frowning. The moment he speaks, I feel it too. Something swirling right in the pit of my stomach. Is this? Before I get the words out, the clanging starts, the chime announcing the start of the trial. I reach for my knife. Gods damn it, that's what Kyor meant. But just as my fingers begin to curl around the hilt, the dining hall disappears and my knife with it. The third trial's begun, and I'm defenseless. Chapter 47. My knees hit hard ice as I land, but the sound is muted and the impact softened by thick padding. It's not just my location that has changed, it's also my clothes. White furs cover my arms. My legs are encased in dark brown leather trousers, and furred boots are on my feet. My stomach roils. These are the clothes of the Isin. Why the hell am I in the clothes of the Isin? Ratlings, welcome to the third trial. High Priestess Mila stands on a podium 10 feet in front of us. She's wearing a fur-lined version of a priestess's robe, so thick it holds itself inches from her body. You may be asking yourself where you are, she says. Well, let me ease your curiosity. You are on the edges of Folan Lake. Folan Lake? Is she for real? That's at least 5 days' journey on horseback, if not longer. The amount of magic they must have used to get us here by portation is staggering. Even dressed as I am, being wrenched from the warmth of the dining room to the aching cold here is shocking. My hands are covered with thick white gloves, but it doesn't stop the tingle of ice reaching my fingers. I close them around my mouth and try to breathe heat into them, but the temperature is so cold that the plume of breath nearly freezes in front of me. This is as far north as I have ever been, and is the site of the battle where the Hiratheans pushed the Isin back, so they could save the land that hadn't already been frozen by their dark ice magic. The story of Folan Lake is one every child across the kingdom knows, but it's not a tale of total victory. The Hiratheans had believed they were on solid ground, only for the Isin to melt the very ground beneath their feet. Thousands of men plummeted into the water below, clawing helplessly at the sheet of ice that trapped them in what became their icy graves. Had it not been for the grace of Edda and the strength of our magic, all would have perished. But by the gods' mercy, enough soldiers were saved to drive the Isin back to their lands behind the Colton Mountains. Your trial is simple, Mila continues, her smile sharp. You merely have to cross this section of the lake. She gestures with her arm to the section in question, but there's nothing to be seen but dense fog, ice, and snow. It's going to be slippery. The ice is probably thinner in places, and I suspect that the real challenge will be stopping ourselves from plunging into the freezing water. I knew water would come into play at some point, but freezing water? Where I could get trapped under the ice? I shudder involuntarily. There is no time limit, she continues. When the last living Retling crosses to the other side, the trial will be over. Okay, so she definitely thinks some of us are going to die. Great. Use whatever powers you have at your disposal. Nothing is prohibited. I may or may not see you on the other side. Edda's blessings on you all. Like that, she's gone. None of us move. Or at least no one that I can see. We were spread out when they brought us here, all spaced about 25 feet apart. To my right, I can see Oki, and beyond her is Matthew. Of course, those two get to be together. Matthew is wearing the same furs and leathers as I am, whereas Oki is dressed in the furs of the standard Hirathean army uniform. I press my hand against my thighs, hoping that by some miracle my dagger is concealed somewhere in my uniform. But all I find is a single nondescript blade. Still, I take it out and arm myself. The cold air hitches in my breath when I see Kyor to my left. But there's still no sign of Hlinos, Benny, or Jonas. In a trial where I need powers, I'm away from the only people who I'm certain will offer me help. Still, I edge towards the prince. I don't know what's happening between us, but I know he's powerful. And right now, his magic might be the only thing to save me. Any idea what we do? I ask Kyor when I reach him. His army uniform is the same as the one Oki wears, but it fits him so perfectly I wouldn't be surprised if he'd insisted he had fully tailored attire. Since you're the military leader and everything.
No one ever comes to Fallen Lake.
He looks pale, his thumbs pressing into his palms in agitation. It makes my own stomach lurch. If even Kyor is nervous, then I'm truly fucked.
What are you like at holding mental wards?
He asks. I look at him flatly. No magic, remember? He nods.
Right. Maybe that will help you. Just get your body across the finish line. You can worry about your mind afterwards.
I didn't figure you as someone for riddles. I reply as a gust of wind pushes the fog across the lake and causes fear to creep up my spine.
I'm not. Trust me.
He's opening his mouth to say more when a scream tears through the air. What was that? I scour the area around me, but the fog is too dense, and I can't see much past where Oki stands.
Someone stepped on the ice. My guess is they woke the spirits. If you want to finish this thing, there's only one way. Make it to the other side.
Kyor meets my eyes, and his blue gaze pierces me.
Just keep walking, Thorn. I'll stay as close as I can.
With that, he takes his first step onto the ice. 50 feet away, Oki does the same. I wasn't going to be the first, not after hearing that scream, but I don't want to be the last either, so I draw in a deep breath and take my first step. Any ideas I had of sprinting ahead vanish. The ice is slick and wet, meaning running will likely leave me face-planting and easy prey. And that's being optimistic. If I hit a patch of thin ice, it'll be game over. I adopt a method of lifting my foot as little as possible and sliding forwards, and I feel like I'm actually making some progress when it starts. At first, I assume it's the wind, a low rumbling, quiet and distant. But it grows closer, sharper, turning into a growl. Even though I can't see where it's coming from, my fists clench, ready to strike out the only way I can. I'm still edging forwards, scouring the desolate landscape, now dotted with distant figures, when the first shriek of pain hits me. It's not just a random cry. It's the cry of someone being killed. Murdered. The sound carries over the ice, allowing me to hear the blood filling their lungs as the blade is withdrawn from their sternum. I feel the pain in my own body as if it's real. Yet when I look down, there's nothing. Nothing but the white furs and brown leather I'm dressed in.
Your punishment is long overdue.
A voice snarls at me.
I will take great pride in your death.
I spin around, searching for the source of the threat. But there's no one there. The voice is inside my head, I realize, like the voice at the attack at the ball. It's not real, I tell myself. I drop my hands onto my knees, trying to focus on what is real, what I can see, what I can touch. As my head remains quiet, I try to steady my breath. What was it Kyor said? Worry about my mind later? Well, at least I know what he was talking about now. Both he and Oki are ahead of me, and though Oki has her hands pressed to her forehead as she inches forwards, Kyor walks with his hands behind his back. It's a far cry from the way he normally approaches challenges, but it's obviously working.
Your blood will feed the land of the Old One!
A voice wails as another scream cuts through the icy air. This time, the voice is loud enough to make me clasp at the sides of my head in agony. I clench my teeth. You're just in my head. I'm not sure if I'm whispering or whimpering. You're just in my head.
Am I?
In front of me, cloudy figures emerge, taking on corporeal form. Hundreds upon hundreds. We are walking through their battleground, the land and ice on which they lost their lives, and we are paying the price for it. To the left of me, I see one of the white fur-covered figures heading straight for Kyor, his sword raised, ready to strike. Kyor! Watch out! I stand transfixed as he turns and looks at me. No! The Isin's sword swoops down towards the prince, and the air rushes from my lungs as the scream leaves me. But Kyor doesn't fall to the ground, and there's not a drop of blood as the Isin blade carries on through him. Blue eyes hold mine.
They're not real, Thorn. Just remember that.
They look fucking real, and they sound it too. He nods. For once, there's no hint of a smirk on his lips.
I know. Keep moving. Get to the finish line.
He repeats before twisting around and continuing. They're not real, I mutter. And what's not real can't hurt you. Physically, I correct myself. Mentally, I'm not so sure. Kyor's comment still lingers, but I'll do as he advises and worry about my mind later. More and more warriors appear, shifting into existence through the snow and ice. Not just Isin, but Hiratheans too, still clad in their uniforms. The same uniforms Kyor and Oki are wearing. So that's why they chose to dress us like this. So we can't tell the apparitions of the Hiratheans and Isin from our fellow Retlings. It's sick.
You are a traitor!
A voice rolls through my head.
Your blood is tainted!
Two of the warriors begin fighting in front of me, and their voices are at full volume in my head. Their rage, their agony, their thirst for vengeance consuming me. It's hard to believe it's not real when I can hear them. Can feel the metal clashing through my bones, sense the warmth of their breath against my skin. I can't even be halfway across the lake yet. How the hell am I going to make it all the way? Willing to try anything, I close my eyes, praying that I don't step onto any thin ice. But while walking that way removes the images from in front of me, it increases the noise. The cries, the pain, it all echoes off the distant mountains and reverberates through the very marrow of my bones. They're dying. They're dying all around me, and I have nothing to help them. No magic, no weapon strong enough, no way out. I just need some respite, some quiet, anything to give me a moment's peace. If I could just stop the sound, would that be enough? Yes, maybe. Maybe it would work. But how? For the first time since I stepped on the ice, I remember the knife in my hand. It's not as pretty as the dagger from Dina, but it should work perfectly. I tip my head to the side and lift the blade.
Thorn? Fucking hell! No!
The pain across my face is completely different from the internal pain I'd been feeling. The echo of the slap continues to sting my skin as I blink my eyes, suddenly aware that my hand is now empty, though I can barely remember what it was holding before. All I can focus on is Kyor standing in front of me, fear filling his face. He slapped me. Brought me out of... I realized then what I'd been about to do with the blade they'd given me. I was going to slice my own throat. I just wanted it to stop, I whisper. My throat dries as the reality of what I was about to do sinks in. Kyor stopped me. He saved my life.
I know. You're okay now.
He bends down and picks up the dagger.
Maybe I should hold on to this, though? I've got a little more experience than you.
More experience with spirits trying to make you kill yourself, I ask.
No, being surrounded by death.
My heart clenches for him. Our gazes are still locked when a scream jolts my attention away. This one wasn't in my head. Matthew, stop! Stop! Oki shouts. Her friend is trying to battle spirits clad in the Hirathean uniform, but his usual precision is missing as he hurtles blast after blast of fire into the air with no chance of meeting a target. His magic is worse than useless. It's dangerous. We are on an ice-covered lake, and every blast of fire he sends out weakens the thin layer between us and the icy depths. Matthew! Stop! Oki calls again. But he's not listening. I can't move, too transfixed by terror. Not for me, but for them. Abandoning her screaming pleas, Oki moves towards him. But she's dressed in the uniform of the very specters Matthew is trying to defeat, And it's very possible he won't realize that she's real. She'll get herself killed. But that's on her, isn't it? It's not like she hasn't tried to kill me countless times. My mind is a cacophony of conflicting emotions. Can I let her die? Can I let anyone die when I have a chance to save them? I need to get her out of there, I say to Kyor.
You can't. She'll kill you. This is their fate, not yours.
They can't die like this. This isn't fair. This isn't a fight. It's torture.
Thorn, don't do this.
He grabs my arm, but somehow I slip from his grasp. I don't have a choice. Edda's the goddess of life, and right now, I won't let any life be taken like this. Better to be defeated by a giant or a direwolf than by a friend whose mind is gone. Besides, Kyor didn't need to save me, and yet he did. He did the right thing, and so will I. Oki, no! No! I cry. The voices are creeping back into my head, but I fight against them. I can only fight one battle at a time, and right now they're not mine. Saving Oki is. Oki, you can't save him! You can't save him! You'll get yourself killed! Please! She offers me only the briefest glance before turning back to Matthew just in time to watch him plunge a knife into his own stomach. Chapter 48. For a split second, I pray that this is going to be like when the Issen's sword went through Kyor, that it isn't a real knife in Matthew's hand, but an illusion. But as the blood sprays, and he falls to his knees while the specters continue their fight around him, I know I'm not going to be that lucky twice. No! Matthew, no! Oki rushes towards him, and her knees land so hard on the ice that cracks form in the glass-like floor. It's okay! I've got you! I've got you! As she presses her hands to his stomach, a soft red glow fizzes from her fingers, and the smell of burning meat fills the air. Oki is a healer? The thought comes with a torrent of relief, though it doesn't last. That smell. No healing I've ever known has made an aroma like that. She's not healing him, I realize. She's just trying to stop the bleeding, cauterizing the wound. But Matthew plunged his dagger all the way to the hilt. Can cauterizing fix something like that? It only takes me a minute to know the answer. From the blood pooling at Matthew's mouth and running onto Oki's furs, I'd say not. Though as I watch on, I realize Matthew is the least of her worries. There's something about the way she's shaking her head and moving her lips. It's as though she's talking to a dozen people at once, or fighting off voices in her mind. The specters are closing in around her, and if she's not careful, she's going to be next. I have to get to her. Rain has started falling. Freezing rain, so cold it seeps all the way to my bones. I need to keep moving. Water-soaked furs are even heavier, meaning it's going to be harder to walk across the ice, not to mention more perilous. Oki, you need to leave him. We need to go. I wade through the mirages of battling Issen and Hiratheans and grab her by the arm. You have to go now. You have to save yourself, or you're both going to die. Her eyes widen as she looks at me, the rain streaming down her face. The whites bulge from their sockets, and her pupils swallow her irises with their all-consuming darkness. Is this what I looked like when Kyor knocked the blade from my hand? What Matthew looked like before he ran the knife through his own stomach? I have a horrible feeling it is. I need to snap her out of this before she kills herself. You wanted this. You wanted him dead. They're right. You are our enemy. You need to die. Fuck. Not only does she want me dead, but apparently the spirits do too. Great. Oki, snap out of it. Please. I'm trying to help you, I yell. I'm trying to save you. She grips a dagger, the point aimed at me. So, words aren't going to be enough to stop this happening? Good to know. The rainwater on the ice has made it even more slippery. Yet somehow I swing my leg up and kick the weapon out of her hand before she gets a chance to strike. My aim is spot on, and it clatters to the ground. But as my foot lands, I feel the crack of the ice beneath me. Not having a weapon doesn't deter her. In one lunge, Oki has wrapped her strong hands around my throat. My breath falters, and my body instinctively thrashes about, weakening the already fragile ice beneath us. If I don't think of something soon, I'm going to die out here, either by Oki's hand or in the icy water, and neither are options I want to take. You defile the land, defile the one true God, the Mother God. Fuck, the voices are back in my head, but I can't let them win. I won't die. Not here. Not when I'm trying to help someone survive in a trial for the fucking goddess of life. That's not how these things are meant to work. Please, I beg whatever god is listening, please. I just need something, anything. I kick out at Oki, and she slams me down on the ground. This time, the crack in the ice is audible. Loud enough to resonate through my skull. Loud enough to block out the voices trying to lay their claims there. Please, gods, help me! The apparitions are drawing closer, circling Oki and me as if they want to be there at the moment of our deaths. And it's coming soon. I can feel it. The air. It's so cold. So thin. Oki's hands are still at my throat squeezing while I lie flat on my back, praying the spread of my weight will keep the ice from giving way beneath us. Still, I have no choice but to thrash out again, landing a kick to her stomach that causes her to loosen her grip. As I scramble up to my knees, fighting dizziness and gasping for breath, Oki towers over me. And she's not alone. One of the apparitions dressed in Isin garb stands resolutely beside her looking at me. Please, Edda, I choke out, my voice raw from the crush of Oki's hands. Help me.
You're asking the wrong god,
the apparition says.
You should ask the mother.
His voice is crystal clear, as if he's speaking normally and not inside my head. Edda is my goddess, I reply, only to realize the insanity of this moment. I'm being distracted by a talking spirit. Thankfully, Oki seems to be experiencing something similar, but I know it's only going to be minutes at most before she finishes what she started.
Just ask. Ask, and we will help you, daughter.
I'm going insane. Of course I am. I don't have an ancient warrior spirit telling me to ask for help. But what do I have to lose? Help me, I whisper, my voice barely a breath. Please, help me. The words leave my lips at the same moment Oki swings back to face me. My stomach plummets when I see she's found her dagger and has one very clear target for it. She raises her weapon and I lift my hands in defense, as if the flesh of my palms will be enough to block the blade from piercing my sternum. I clench my body as I prepare for the pain of impact, though I keep my eyes open. I don't know why it matters, but I refuse to meet Mortadim with my eyes closed. Every fiber in my body is taut as the tip of the dagger touches my skin, but all I feel is cold. Not pain, just cold. Ice crystals form along the blade's length, bright white, refracting light for just a heartbeat before the metal shatters completely. Oki's jaw hangs loose as she stares at the useless wooden hilt in her hand. You! What the hell are you? She throws the hilt to the side before lunging. This time, a single shot of ice radiates from my palm, a long stream that strikes Oki through the heart. She stumbles back and drops to the ground, her full weight thudding down and shattering the ice beneath her. It feels as though the entire earth shifts as water surges up and over the frozen surface, swallowing Oki into the darkness beyond as the cracks extend towards me. No! I scramble backwards, but they're moving so fast. Any second now, I'll be in the water. Unless... I stop and look up. That same figure is still there. Something close to a smile now shadowing his face. Keeping my eyes on his, I place my hand on the soaking, cracking ice and speak. Help me, I whisper again.
I think you can help yourself,
he replies. This time I feel it. The rush of energy filling my body and setting every cell within me alight. I've felt magic before, of course I have, hundreds of times. But never have I felt anything like this. So energizing, so pure. It floods into me, causing my back to arch as my eyes fall closed and I gasp. Only when the sensation has faded do I look down again, already knowing what I'm going to see. There's not a single crack in the ice. Excitement and relief flicker through me. Magic. I don't know where it's come from or why, but somehow I have magic in me again. I move to stand only to stop. Kaior stands looking at me in total disbelief.
I came back to help you,
he says.
What the fuck did you do?
Fear floods through me as any hint of relief I felt evaporates, gone like the cracks in the ice. His lips parted. Kaior stares at me unblinking. I don't know how much he saw of what I did, but I know he saw something. The fucking Prince of Marathka just witnessed me harness the one type of magic utterly forbidden in our lands, and using it carries a death penalty. Is this it? Is this where he kills me? Will he use lightning or good old-fashioned blades? Blade, I guess, as lightning would crack the ice. As he glances down to his side and pulls out his dagger, I'm certain I'm right. But as I steel myself against his impending attack, he turns the blade around and hands it to me.
Take this and hold on to it. And whatever the fuck it is you just did, no one can know. They'll kill you if they do.
Kaior, I don't know what else to say. I know I was there, but it wasn't my magic. It couldn't have been. Whatever that spectral Isin did, that's on him, not me. If it even happened the way I think it did. After all, the whole point of the trial is to make us see things that aren't truly there.
You did what you had to do.
His voice is commanding, controlling. The voice he uses in battle with his men, perhaps.
You did whatever you needed to do to survive.
It wasn't me. He presses his lips together. My chest twists, and I can see he doesn't believe me. But how can I know what he even saw? All I know is that whatever happened, however Oki died, I don't have the magic to do that. So why does it feel like her blood is on my hands? Kaior's voice cuts through the cacophony of my thoughts.
Let's get to the end of this thing. Together.
We walk in silence, the rain dripping from our furs. The voices don't have the same impact they did before. Maybe it's the image of Oki's dying face that fills my mind and blocks them out. Or perhaps the Isin specters have decided I'm no longer worth their effort. Either way, I'll take it. More than once, I turn to Kaior to see if he's watching me with distrust, but he never is. We trudge on for what feels like hours in biting cold, the wind almost cutting my skin. But then, in the distance, I see the blue of the priestess's robes, and the silhouettes of the Retlings who've already made it. A minute later, and the silhouettes become people. Klinos and Benny. My heart leaps at the sight of them, but as I quicken my pace to get to them, Kaior grabs me by the top of my arm and holds me firm.
You can't tell them.
He whispers urgently.
I don't care how much you think you trust them, or whatever you believe happened. I watched you make a sword out of ice, and there's only one group of people who can do that. You can't tell them, Rose. Not unless you want to risk being put to death.
The way he's looking at me is pure desperation, and the use of my name makes his advice hit harder. For the longest time, I would have sworn that he was the one not to trust. Yet he's trained me for weeks on end without once trying to truly harm me, and he's just saved my life. The time has come to make a choice. Either I trust him, or I don't. And I find that I do. Chapter 49. The last part of the journey to get off of the lake takes us up a shingle bank. My feet slip on the black silt until I finally reach the ridge and drop down onto the hard stones. A sob stutters from my lips as someone hands me some water. I drink greedily, not even having the strength to thank or even notice whoever it was that gave it to me. It's only when Klinos takes a seat beside me that I speak. What are we meant to do now? I ask. Wait, I think. So that's what we do. We wait on the hard shingle, staring out at the forest of fog in front of us, watching as the rain stops, waiting for the moment the priestess tells us that it's over, that there are no more living people left on the ice battlefield. But for now, I have hope, and I'm refusing to let go of it. I can't. Jonas is still out there. How long has it been since the last person returned? I've asked the same question several times already, and Benny and Klinos have alternated replying. But this time I'm met with silence. I would almost prefer the voice back in my head to this. Almost. Still, I need an answer. How long, I press? I don't know. Maybe 20 minutes. Klinos' voice is low, solemn. Sirin was the last. Rose, I know you don't want to hear this. But maybe you need to prepare yourself. He's still out there, I reply stubbornly. There is some spell keeping the cold at bay, but still I can't seem to get warm. Jonas is the one member of our group who hasn't returned. Jonas, who has tried everything he can to keep me safe, who begged me again and again to not put myself at risk. And he didn't once cross my mind when I was on the ice. The thought that he might not make it is unfathomable. People are still alive. I don't let a hint of doubt enter my voice. If they weren't, the priestesses would have taken us back to Rohelm already. Jonas is alive, I know he is. A prickle of static acts as a reminder that Kyor is standing only a few feet behind me. Though whether it was his intention or not for me to feel it, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he hasn't stopped staring at me this entire time, as if he's terrified that I'm suddenly going to send out a bolt of ice and expose myself. I'm not saying I won't, but it won't be deliberate if I do.
We're done here. Why are we waiting? There's no one alive out there now. They'll have frozen to death. This is a waste of our time.
Zara's voice cuts through the fog, and I hate her for it. Her friends haven't returned, and unlike me, Zara doesn't know for certain that they're dead. The fact that she would just give up and move on with life. If I didn't hate her before, I do now. How many people haven't returned? Klinos asks.
9, including Jonas.
Benny replies. And we only know for certain that at least one of them is still alive?
Theoretically, it could be all 9.
Benny says, trying to be optimistic. But we all know that isn't true. I do anyway, because I saw 2 of them die. That means the most it could be is 7. But then I think of that first scream before I'd even stepped on the ice. Did that Retling survive? It doesn't feel likely. That would make it 6. 6 possible lives out there. And Jonas isn't the only one I care about. While Siren made it, there has been no sign of Kestria. As the silence resumes, I consider telling them that Oki and Matthew are dead. But I don't. Maybe because I'm worried that if I say that, then someone else will feel it's okay to say they saw Jonas or Kestria die too. And that's not something I can cope with hearing. I can't.
How many are left? How many are alive on the ice?
I turn to find Kyor has finally stopped keeping vigil over me and is standing in front of Mila. Even with the priestess standing on a platform, Kyor is tall enough to look her in the eye, although she barely acknowledges his presence.
I know you know.
Kyor continues bluntly.
At least have the decency to tell us that.
Her lips curl. The great goddess will let us know her chosen soon, I'm sure. Her chosen. That comment makes me nauseous. If that really is the case, and only those Edda chooses to survive are making it past these trials, then what does that say about me? I close my eyes because I'm not here in this moment because Edda chose me. I'm here because Kyor stopped me from doing something very stupid with my dagger. And because some specter called me daughter and told me to ask him for help, and then, according to the prince, I made a fucking ice sword appear from thin air and saved myself from Oki. It feels like madness to even think it. There, in the distance, can you see? Hope billows through me, only to fall again as I realize it was Siren's voice rising over the howling winds. Half of what she says is fanciful, and I've never once held it against her. Whatever's happened to her, it's not her fault, but this isn't something I can cope with being another hallucination. But then Grenda speaks too. She's right. Someone else is coming. Someone big. Flynn's hand clasps mine as we stare out into the mist at the blur growing ever closer to us.
They're carrying someone,
Benny says.
It's not one person, it's 2. One's being carried, but I'm not sure who.
My heart thrums against my ribs with a pace fast enough to near-choke me. Is it him? Is it Jonas? My voice warbles as Benny's eyes meet mine.
I can't tell, Rose. I'm sorry, I can't.
My throat is tight as I skim the faces on the bank. There are only a few Retlings who could carry Jonas any distance, and most of them are here around me. One isn't, though. Bayless, the guard. The first one who was called up to the vow. He's not here. He could carry Jonas. But as the blurred figures finally come into focus, my breath expels in a gasp of relief. Jonas isn't the one being carried. He's the one doing the carrying. He's okay. But Kestria? Kestria lies in his arms, unmoving.
I need a healer!
His shout is muffled by distance and fog.
Someone get her a healer now!
With my hands clenched into fists, I watch on, hope rising with every step he takes towards us. It's not long now. Minutes at most. In minutes he'll be here, safe on the shingles with the rest of us. But just as the thought takes hold, his knees buckle. He catches himself, but his body hunches over.
Someone help her!
He calls again.
Please!
Fuck this.
Benny mutters. A heartbeat later, he is rushing down the stony bank back onto the ice.
It's okay, I'm coming. I've got her.
My chest is pounding as I watch on. Benny takes the Durain Retling from out of Jonas's arms, at which point Jonas drops entirely, his knees and hands flat against the ice.
We need a healer!
Benny calls again with Castria in his arms. He strides back towards us, somehow keeping himself upright as his feet slide on the ice. What will happen if he doesn't make it now? He already completed the trial, but if the ice cracks and he and Castria go under, then what? He's out of it? That can't be right. My worry flicks from Benny to Jonas as I notice that the latter still hasn't moved. While Benny and Castria are nearly at the shingle beach, Jonas is still out there, still on all fours. He's head down, staring at the ice. What's he doing? I whisper. Why isn't he moving? My hands clench and unclench as I watch on, waiting for him to get back on his feet. With every second, my heart rate quickens. But nothing is happening. Jonas! Get up! You're nearly here! You're nearly here! I shift further down the shingles towards the ice, my feet sliding on the stones as I go, but it's no good. Either he can't hear me or he's not listening. Either way, he's not moving. And staying still on the ice like that only ends one way. With a burst of clarity, I know I can't wait any longer. Picking up my feet, I rush down the last stretch of the bank, only to be pulled back before I hit the ice.
What are you doing? You barely made it out of there yourself.
Kyor's blue eyes lock on mine with urgency.
Think rationally, Thorn. Think about what could happen.
Rationally? My rational brain is telling me that my friend is 50 feet away, close enough for me to watch him die, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not. Surely Kyor's seen enough death to know why I can't do that. But I quickly realize that's not what Kyor's saying. He's afraid. Afraid of what would happen if anyone else saw it happen again. If that ice magic he's so certain I used to kill Oki reappeared. We both know the answer. If it does, I'm as good as dead. But Jonas wouldn't leave me out there. He wouldn't stand idly by and watch me die. So I can't leave him. I have to, I say, shaking off Kyor's grip.
Fuck.
He mutters. Right beside you. Klinos tells me as we step onto the ice together. We are barely 2 feet away from the bank when Benny passes us with Castria, headed in the opposite direction. I don't know why I turn to look at her, why I don't just keep going straight for Jonas, but something causes me to slow, to look at the body in his arms. My heart drops and a chilling dread fills my stomach as my hand flies to my mouth. I know why Jonas isn't moving, why he's staying there on the ice even though it's certain death, and why he felt he had to get Castria to the end. Castria's eyes are white, and from what I saw, the ghosts on the ice didn't have the powers to do something like that. No, the only person I know with that power is Jonas. Jonas blinded her.
Clint, take her.
Benny hands Castria over to Klinos before turning back and heading with me to get Jonas.
Just make sure we keep a safe distance apart.
Benny tells me as we approach.
The ice is patchy and thin here. If we put too much weight on one place, we'll go under.
I'll follow your lead, I tell him, shifting further away. My feet stumble as we reach Jonas, and it has nothing to do with the ice. His lips are tinged with blue, and his fingers are taking on the same hue as he mutters to himself.
I didn't mean to.
He stammers as Benny hooks one arm under his left side and I take his right.
I didn't know.
It's fine. She'll be okay. Tears fill my eyes, the cold stinging as they blur my vision. Fissures form in my chest for Jonas and Castria alike.
I don't know why it wouldn't stop. It always stops, but it didn't. I didn't know.
It's okay, Jonas. It's okay. Come on, we're nearly there. Let's finish this thing, I soothe. Together, Benny and I drag him up the bank. His knees scrape the hard black stones, but he doesn't so much as flinch. No sooner have we reached the ridge than Mila raises her hand. All the chosen have returned, she announces, a self-satisfied smile curving her lips and making me hate her just a little more. My stomach drops. It's over. Oki is dead, and I'm responsible. A corkscrewing feeling constricts my breathing, tightening around my chest. I don't know what that Isen's spirit did, or how it's even possible, but for that split moment I had magic flowing through me again. Utterly illegal magic. I turn my head hoping to catch Kyor's eye, but before I can, the snow disappears from beneath our feet. Chapter 50. As soon as we return to the Highhold, we take Jonas and Kestria to the healers. They weren't the only two who needed help, but the others could all walk there themselves.
The healers don't think they can get her sight back.
Benny murmurs to Hlyn and I as we eat dinner that night. Not that any of us have much of an appetite. Thankfully, my dagger was where I left it when I disappeared, and it is now safely tucked into its sheath and secured on my person once more. You went down that? Hlyn asks Benny in surprise.
I needed to do something.
I get it. Helplessness is a feeling that I'm more used to than most. Nights in the slums when I couldn't remember the last time I ate. When our bodies were so cold that I was scared Kay or I might go to sleep and never wake up. I felt hopeless then, too. The hall is all but empty, and the quietness is unnerving. We're officially down to 12. 12 Retlings who will compete in the penultimate trial. 80% of us are dead, or at least assumed dead. Looking at the numbers like that, every minute longer I'm here feels like a miracle. But it was magic that caused Kestria's condition, I respond. Surely magic can erase it.
They've tried everything they can, and none of it's worked. They're out of options, which means she's out of the Held.
Silence descends again, and I push a piece of meat around my plate. A month and a half ago, I would have wept to see food like this. Now I can barely swallow.
Have you seen Jonas yet?
Benny breaks the silence with a question I feel ashamed to answer. No, not yet. I was going to go down to the healers after this. We've been back for hours, and I know I should have been down there already. If it were the other way around, I'm sure Jonas would have camped at the end of my bed until I was ready to talk. The very least I can do is not abandon him now, when he needs me. But it's hard to face his pain for blinding a woman when I killed one.
You won't find him with the healers.
Benny confirms.
They let him out. A couple of hours ago, I think.
What? The word comes out far louder than I expected. Why?
Because he's okay, I guess.
Okay. My jaw drops. He tried to stay out on the ice. He was on all fours, meters from the finish, ready to give up and die. We had to drag him in, even when he was physically fine. That's not okay. Benny looks down.
I meant physically okay.
He mumbles as I stand. Any cowardice I'd felt at avoiding my own frailties is gone as I march upstairs to find Jonas. The really stupid thing is, I don't actually know where Jonas's room is. Whenever he wanted to talk, he either waited outside my door or we slipped off during training. Still, there aren't that many of us left, and many rooms are empty, so it doesn't take too long to find him. I knock on the door, open it when I don't hear an answer, and then knock again when I step inside, in the hope it'll alert him to my presence. Yet he doesn't even turn, his gaze fixed out the window. Jonas? He jerks, like he's just had a dagger drawn at his throat.
Rose, what are you doing here?
I came to see if you were okay. Why else? He bites his lip, and for the first time since I arrived at the Highhold, I'm struck with the startling knowledge that, with each trial, it gets less and less likely that both of us are going to make it to the end.
She won't ever get her sight back,
he says quietly.
There's nothing they can do.
There's nothing they can do at the minute, I reply firmly, taking a seat next to him. Maybe they'll find something later. And there are other healers in Marathka, in Roel, Durain, and Galrek. We don't know what they're capable of. My hand hovers above his knee, unsure whether I should actually touch him. But I realize he needs it. He needs that physical reassurance. When my hand rests on his thigh, he finally turns to look at me. Jonas, I know that whatever happened, it was an accident. I know you didn't mean to hurt her.
I should have seen.
He falters, his gaze shifting down again.
I should have been able to tell it was her, not one of them. I should have known from the screaming.
You weren't the only one who couldn't tell. Matthew was going to kill Oki. I take a deep breath. It was insane. I trail off, not wanting to confess what I'd nearly done to myself. What I would have done, but for Kyor stopping me. Still, Jonas needs the truth, at least some of it. And I hope it will shock him out of his funk to know he isn't the only one carrying guilt. I killed Oki, and I'm not even sure how. And believe me, that doesn't make it any better. He looks at me again, this time with real shock in his eyes.
You killed Oki?
I could have done without the incredulity.
Rose.
He breathes as he reaches for my hand, but I gently shake it away. I didn't want to do it, I say firmly. For me as much as for him. I was trying to save her. The spirits had got to Matthew, and she was spiraling too. Memories surge. The scream, the ice, and the power it shouldn't have been possible for me to channel. However much we're sharing in this moment, I have no intention of telling him about that. I don't blame myself for doing what had to be done, and you shouldn't blame yourself either. He breathes out again in a long sigh.
It's easy for you to say. You killed Oki. Yes, but she tried to kill you. How many times? What did Kestria ever do to deserve what I did to her?
Nothing, I admit softly. But what did Coulter do to deserve what happened to him at the temple? What did Estelle do to deserve her death? These trials. It would be great if the good people finished on top. And though I wish things were that simple, they're just not.
She's a good person. She's...
He shakes his head, letting the words fade. My heart aches for him because he's right. Kestria is a good person, and this whole thing just sucks. There was a time when I thought the Redderheld would be a glorious event, full of redemption and hope and camaraderie. But it isn't. It's dark and insidious, and it's killing us all one by one. I take a shuddering breath. Jonas, I don't know why some of us have survived and some haven't. I really don't. But you're not a bad person. What happened today doesn't change that. He huffs as he presses lips tightly together.
There are things about me, Rose. Things you'd hate me for if you knew.
I doubt it. I place my hand over his. Jonas, I know you. And if you really have done something that terrible, then whatever it is, I'm sure it's because you didn't have a choice. His chin dips in the tiniest of nods. And for the first time, it feels like I'm reaching him.
I'm starting to believe you, Rose.
He meets my gaze, but it's only when he lifts a hand towards the side of my face that I realize what he's going to do. He's going to kiss me again. Jonas.
You don't want this?
He asks softly. I don't, but I see the hope in his eyes. The last thing he needs is rejection today. If I tell him no, I could send him back into the pit of despair he's been wallowing in. So I manage a smile. Not here. Not now. He nods.
Right person, wrong time?
He says hopefully. Something like that. My chest tightens. I hate that I might be leading him on, even a little. But the truth is, I don't want his lips on mine. I want Kyor's. I stand and gently remove my hand from his. Get some sleep, Jonas. We've still got 2 trials. We're going to get through them. Together. With that, I kiss the top of his head and leave the room. There's someone else I need to see tonight. More than once I've wondered where Kyor's room is. I know he's way too much of a stickler for the rules to not be sleeping in the barracks. So though he's not in the dorm rooms, I'm certain he's nearby. Given his absence upstairs, and his affinity for the basement kitchen, as evidenced by our multiple run-ins there, I've concluded that it must be somewhere downstairs. Betting on my hunch, I head down to the kitchens and find several of the cooks working over the stoves. I'm looking for Prince Kyor, I say. They exchange a look that tells me I was right. He is down here somewhere. I just want to talk to him. I'm a friend. The word chokes my throat. Of all the things we are, we're not that. I have 0 platonic feelings for the prince.
It's fine, ladies. She can come through.
His voice carries from the far end of the kitchen where he stands by a door. He pushes it wide open before stepping to the side. My own royal invitation. Butterflies swarm through me, most likely trying to make me see sense, but I ignore them as I offer the cooks a brief smile of thanks and slip through the door. As it shuts behind me, I tell myself the roaring in my blood is from apprehension and nothing else. There are no windows, given that it's in the basement. but the lamps offer more than enough light to see by. It's a simple room. No decorations, nothing to soften the stone-gray walls. But the bed is a damn sight larger than the ones we've been subjected to upstairs. Yet despite the scarcity, the space somehow still looks well lived in, with books stacked high, clothes draped over chairs, and a wardrobe with its doors open. This doesn't look like a room that's been occupied just for the weeks of the trials.
This has always been my hideaway.
He explains casually.
Close to food, away from my father. Win-win.
My eyes fall on the desk in the corner of the room, its surface covered with scattered paper and charcoal. Silently, I move over to it, and a breath of surprise snags in my throat at what I find. Elska. There's no mistaking the image. Even in black and white, the two tones of her eyes and ringed irises have been captured perfectly. I move to see the paper underneath, but he catches me by the wrist and tidies the sketches away. Did you do these? He offers a casual lift of one shoulder.
It passes the time.
I turn to look at him. What are you going to do? I ask. About everything. About me. He takes a step forwards.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He says, his voice low.
We were on the battlefield. It was difficult. Ice, fire, ghosts, flying daggers. I saw nothing.
He takes another step towards me. He's so close now, his chest only inches from mine. My heart hammers behind my ribs.
So, is that why you came here?
He asks.
To see what I saw?
It's one of the reasons.
And the other?
There is no smirk on his lips. None of the usual playful teasing. My breaths are growing shallower. I try to find the force, to resist the inevitable. But do I want to? No, I don't. That's the truth. I don't want to fight it anymore. This is what I've wanted since that night in the temple all those weeks ago. I seem to have forgotten the other reason I came here. My voice is barely a whisper.
I don't think that's true.
He replies.
I think you know exactly what you want. I told you. If you want it, you only have to ask.
I remember. Of course, I remember. But it's a line that once crossed, there'll be no coming back from. I wet my lips. I want it. I breathe. He smiles.
Good girl. You're going to be mine.
He promises.
Say it.
Yours. I stutter out.
That's right.
He moves closer until there's barely anything between us, and I'm backed up against the wall. He slides his fingers into my hair and fists it in his hand, causing a moan to slip from my lips. His eyes darken, and his restraint snaps. Chapter 51. He presses his lips to mine, and his taste floods me as his mouth claims mine with an urgency that borders on desperation. No smart remarks, no more teasing, just the raw need that fills us both. As heat floods through me, he tilts his head and bites down on my lower lip. A low, guttural groan escapes my throat, and before I can catch my breath, he seizes me, his hips locking me in place as his thumb grazes along my jaw.
God, Thorn.
He groans.
You have no idea what you do to me.
My hand reaches around the back of his neck, grasping a handful of his hair as I pull myself deeper into the kiss. As slick as I feel myself becoming, this isn't enough. I need more. I need all of him. As if reading my mind, his hand scoops around me and he hoists me upward, my legs going around his hips. The moan that fills the air comes from him this time, but it might as well be mine. I no longer have control over my body, no longer care what happens beyond this moment. The trials, the gifting, whatever the hell I did to Oki, none of it matters. All I can think about is this. The feeling of his body pressed against mine, and how much more I need. His hands slip up my top with deliberate slowness, so that I'm nearly crying out by the time his rough fingertips finally skim over my nipples. I swear they've never been so sensitive. He strokes them lightly, then he gives them a gentle squeeze, which becomes a more forceful pinch. Conscious of the staff just on the other side of the door, it takes all my willpower not to let out a loud moan. Instead, I bite down on my bottom lip, clenching my eyes closed as I fight to maintain a tiny scrap of self-control.
Don't,
he orders. His hand moves from my breast to my jaw, his thumb brushing against the corner of my mouth.
Don't hold back. Don't be quiet. How else am I going to learn what you like? To know whether you like a soft touch.
His fingers skim my nipple again.
Or a more forceful one.
He pinches my nipple then, and my hips arch into him.
Ah, Thorn. You like a little pain.
It's his turn to groan.
You were made for me.
Gods, his voice. I didn't know it was possible for a voice to make me so wet, and yet here I am, drenched. My thighs squeeze, not to hold on, but because the distance is too great. I need him closer. I need the friction of him inside me. Fingers, tongue, cock, I don't care. I just need something more. The hunger is all-consuming as his fingers continue their exploration while his mouth closes in around my neck, kissing, licking, nibbling, eliciting another whimper of delight.
That's better.
His voice is a breathless groan that causes my body to slicken further if that's even possible.
That sound. You have no idea how fucking hard it makes me.
I have a fair idea, I manage to respond. I can feel him pressing into me through the thickness of our trousers, but it's not enough. I need to actually feel him. I'm throbbing, pulsing with feral desire. Letting instinct take over, I roll my hips down, increasing the pressure on us both. Another moan ripples from his throat, and my body responds by bucking deep into him. There's too much fabric. I need to be free of it. I need him. All of him. I release my arms from his neck, tightening my legs around him to hold myself in place as I pull my top over my head. A feeling of satisfaction rises in me as a muffled gasp catches in his throat before he lowers his mouth to the top of my breast. I tilt my head away, allowing him to trace his tongue down, weaving a line towards my nipples. As my back arches, I push further into him. I'm so close to begging for release that my entire body is trembling, but at the same time, I don't want this to end. It's taking every bit of control I have not to rip his trousers off and wrap my hand around his cock. Yet somehow my fingers stay in his hair as I lean into him. His hands are everywhere, one still on the back of my neck, holding me in place, while the other explores before coming back to my breasts, rolling my nipples between his fingers. More, I gasp, unable to hold back any longer. I need more. He doesn't question. Instead, he holds me tight as he turns me around, throws me down on the bed, and removes his top. Fuck me, he is perfect. Every single inch of his torso is carved and glistening beneath those bands of circle tattoos, and I want to touch it all. Every part that is visible to me, and every part he's still keeping hidden. I lift my hand and run my fingers along the pinkest scar on his body, the one that I sewed up. He pulled the stitches from it himself rather than asking me. Why does that not surprise me?
It's my favorite one.
He purrs as he notices where I'm staring.
Because it reminds me of the first time you put your hands on me. The first time I heard you moan, Thorn. The first time I made you moan.
Gods know he's going to hear me moan more. I sit up, my breaths shallow and ragged as I drag my hand over his chest, tracing that thin line of hair that leads downwards to my reward. His head tilts back as he groans out my name, melting me into a puddle beneath him. I'm going to come the second he slides into me, I already know it. I just hope to hell I have the same effect on him, because that's what I want most. Even more than feeling the release in my body, I need to feel his release inside me.
Thorn.
He groans my name again, but I don't respond. Instead, I work the top button on his trousers. His eyes gaze down at me as he bites his lip. God, those eyes. He could devour me with those alone. Impatience gets the better of me, and with only 2 of his buttons undone, I reach up and wrap my hands around his neck, pulling him back down onto me. His tongue rakes the inside of my mouth as I finally feel the length of him pressing against me again. How can I need something this much? How can my body know complete and utter desperation for something it's never felt before? I need you. The words leave my mouth unbidden. I need all of you, inside me, now. His hands graze over my breasts and my stomach as if he too needs to feel every last bit of me. Yet when his fingers reach my waistband, they stop. I wait for him to work the buttons, to finally expose me so he can take me however he wants. But his hands continue to hover right where they are. Don't. Stop. The words are perforated by my breath. Don't stop. I need this. I don't even know how to finish that sentence. He stands up and edges away from the bed. I assume it's to give me room to undo my own trousers, but when I look up at him, his face is tight with a sudden frown.
Why?
He whispers. What? I'm still fighting with my buttons, my fingers fumbling and slowed by the confusion.
Why?
He says again.
Why do you need this? Is it because you think this is the only way I'll keep your secret?
What? I sit upright, aware of the throbbing that continues between my legs, the rhythm of my pulse that's desperate to be matched by his own. No. I want to pull him back down on top of me and continue what we started, but he remains out of reach.
You didn't want this.
He growls, not even looking me in the eye.
The other night when I came to you, you didn't want this. But today, suddenly now you do. Nothing's changed except I hold your secret.
What? No, you were drunk then. His eyes lock back onto mine.
So that's the only reason? You just so happened to choose today out of all days to come and seduce me? Out of pure coincidence?
I open my mouth, but no words come out. What do I say? That I wanted him all along, but I was fighting it for my own sanity? That wanting him felt like a betrayal of my entire family, my entire past? But today I couldn't fight it any longer? Or is he right? Is some part of me doing this so that he keeps my secret? No, of course I'm not. This is what I want. The damn trials have taken life after life, and who knows if they'll take mine before the end. Right now, this is all I want. And this might be the only chance I have to get it. But as I clear my mind and my throat, I already know I took too long to respond.
You need to go,
he says, picking up my shirt and throwing it at me.
I need you to go now.
Kyor. I stand and reach for him, but he recoils from me.
You don't have to fuck me to keep me silent. I'm not going to tell anyone.
I didn't think you would. I shake my head. How can things have gone to shit so fast? I never thought you'd tell anyone, I repeat. His head whips up.
So you trust me? Utterly?
His voice is a low purr that trembles down my spine as he takes a step towards me.
Tell me you trust me, and we can carry on where we just stopped. Believe me, there is nothing I want more than that, Thorn. Just tell me that you trust me. Truly trust me.
My pulse is drumming and my breaths are ragged. But it's not just the hunger to feel him inside me that's causing it, it's the pain. The confusion. I believe what I said, that I don't think he'll tell anyone what he saw, but now the past is merging with the present. After what he and his family did to mine all those years ago, trust? It's a hard-won thing. I stutter. I know what I want to tell him. I want to tell him the words that will have his lips back on mine and his body inside me. Yet they refuse to form. Because what good can come of this closeness between us? How can we possibly have a future together? How can I explain this to Kay when Kyor and his father are responsible for our family's ruin, our brother's death? Every logical, partial thought I have is telling me to walk away. And yet I cannot leave. He grimaces.
If it's that difficult for you to say, then I think we already know the answer.
Without another word, he picks up his shirt, slips it over his head, and turns for the door.
You know your way back.
He growls just before the door clicks closed behind him. Chapter 52. I only realize I'm heading up to the smoke-stained shell of my previous room when the charred stairs creak beneath my feet. I assume Caroline will be with Lynn, and I don't need them to question where I've been for the last half an hour, or what happened when I went to speak to Jonas. In truth, there's a lot of the day I want to push from my mind and pretend never happened, but the best I can hope for now is a decent night's sleep. As I open the door and the smell of ash fills my nostrils, I freeze. There, on the windowsill, are 3 ravens. 3. The sight should see me running for literally anywhere else, but I don't have the energy. Instead, I curl up on my bed and close my eyes. When I go down to breakfast the next morning, Chinos and Benny are waiting for me, and they're not alone. Jonas is at the table and eating. It's a definite improvement from yesterday. He flashes me a smile, though I struggle to meet his gaze as I think about the way his hand reached for my cheek, the way he wanted to kiss me, and the way I immediately ran to Kyor, only to be rejected in the most humiliating way possible. Suffice to say, I didn't get up for our early training session this morning. Is it just me, or does anyone else not feel like having a celebratory ball tonight? Chinos picks at the pastry in front of her as her gaze flitters down to the end of the dining table where Siren is sitting alone. I'm sure they asked her to join us, but like most of the remaining Retlings, she doesn't look like she's in the mood for company. The fewer and fewer there are of us, the harder it is not to think about how it could be your last. Chinos looks glum. This whole thing is really taking its toll on her, on all of us. Hey, I nudge her, it's absolutely not going to be your last one. She sighs. I know I'm hardcore, but I'm just saying. It feels wrong, you know, to be swanning around in luxury when so many people haven't made it. I don't reply. There's always people dying, I think, as my mind flickers from the slums to Kyor's etches on the battle-yard wall.
Balls are a distraction.
Jonas says tightly.
We need to think about the next trial.
There's an efficiency to his voice, an urgency. Like it's not the ball he doesn't want to think about, but Kestria. Not that I can blame him. We all have different ways of coping with things. Normally, I'd use brewing to distract myself from everything that's going on. Maybe I should try that again. Still, if Jonas wants to take the lead on whatever's coming next, I'm hardly going to hold that against him.
It has to be in pairs, and it has to be water.
Benny replies. We've already done water, remember? I point out. He snorts.
That was ice. It doesn't count. There's always one in the actual water, whether it is swimming or rowing somewhere dangerous with boats. And the au feu is always a solo task. But I can't imagine that it will be water-based.
If it is, I'm screwed, I think to myself. It's not just about how weak a swimmer I am. If any of that Spectre's magic is still flowing through me, a massive body of water would be the worst place for it to show up. I'm pretty sure that freezing so much as a puddle would be enough to get Kay and I killed.
I agree.
Jonas nods.
Water in pairs, which means you're going to need help, Rose. We need to sort this now. Benny and Klinos will be together, and you and I will pair up. And this time, you stay out of the way until I'm sure you're safe.
Irritation at his condescension slams through me, but I try not to let it show. I get that he needs to take charge, and Klinos and I had the conversation about pairings a few days before anyway. I saw how utterly broken he was last night, and understand that this facade of his is exactly that. But highlighting my weakness, as if I'm incapable of adding anything to the trial at all, isn't going to change what happened out there on the ice. There's also the fact that he would have died in the trial had it not been for the rest of us. I'm fine with those pairings, I say steadily. But I suggest we wait and see what the trial is before we rule me out. My response is measured and reasonable, and I assume there's no way he can argue with it. Turns out I'm wrong.
No, it'll be easier if I don't have to worry about you.
I don't need you to worry about me. The fact that I'm still here should tell you that. I hear my voice rise in volume as I struggle not to grind my teeth. But when he lets out a sigh, I feel my last tether start to fray.
Please. Rose, at some point your luck is going to change. Water or not, you have to see how unlikely it is you'll make it through the last 2 trials without our help. You need to be prepared.
Static brushes my shoulders a second before a new voice growls.
It's not luck she's still here. And saying that it is a fucking big insult to someone chosen by Edda.
My chest skitters as memories of last night come searing back to me. His lips on mine, his tongue on my body, and the way he left because I couldn't say I trusted him. You're not needed in this conversation. My voice is clipped and icy.
I disagree.
Kyor. There's a tremble to my tone. He's the one that told me to keep the incident with the ice magic secret. So why do I feel like he's about to expose me? Maybe I was right in not saying those words. This is a private conversation, I say evenly. I've never seen Jonas show anything but deference to the prince. But the press of his lips now is just more evidence as to how close he is to breaking point. And to snap here with Kyor is something he doesn't want to do.
Then perhaps you should have been a little quieter.
Kyor's eyes flicker to me, and all I can think about is his request for me not to be quiet, and how desperate I was to ask the same of him. To hear him lose himself within me. My gaze is drawn to his fingertips, to the static spark that flickers visibly between them. I swallow, apprehension rising. He's not going to attack Jonas, is he? He can't. There's no way. He values Edda's grace way too much. But Jonas? I don't think he gives a shit at this point.
Rose saved you all against the Jotun.
Kyor growls.
Everyone saw it. You would be dead if she hadn't done what she did. And when it came to the forest, she held off a fully grown direwolf on her own. She didn't just blind them, which is what you did, right? Just blinded the threat and walked straight past? Really freaking brave strolling past something that can't see you.
That vein on Jonas's forehead is pulsing again, anger seething from his very being.
And from what I've heard, you even messed up with that power too.
Kyor, enough! I snap. His lips purse like he knows he said too much. But I can tell he's not going to stop. He's got more to say.
You know she actually tried to save Oki?
He tells Jonas.
She tried to save someone who had tried to kill her, and she nearly died doing it. But she didn't. She's still here. And now you're going to sit there and tell her she needs to stay back because she's weak? You have no idea how strong this woman is. No fucking idea. Oh, and just so you know, if there's any pairing in the trials, she's to be with me. You can take that as an order from your prince.
With that, he turns around and marches away. My gaze follows Kyor until he disappears, and when I look back, everyone is gawking at me. Jonas knows what happened with Oki because I already told him, but the others stare at me in disbelief. Finally, Klinos clears her throat. Talk about sexual tension. If you don't fuck that prince soon, then I might genuinely consider it, she says. And Caroline is going to be less than happy about that. Next to her, Benny snorts, but Jonas abruptly pushes back his chair and stands.
Turns out it wasn't just a case of wrong time, was it, Rose?
He mutters, shaking his head.
Of all the fucking men.
He turns on his heels and marches off. Well, fuck. I drop my head into my hands. I don't know why they say women are the emotional ones. Klinos shakes her head in mock disbelief at Jonas's back before she smirks.
Hey, don't put me in with those guys.
Benny protests.
I don't have an emotional bone in my body.
Yeah, right. My head is throbbing from whatever the hell just happened. But I'm grateful for the pair of them trying to make light of it.
And talking of emotional men who get unreasonably erratic around you,
Benny continues,
I guess it's time we head to the battle yard and face Holden.
I grimace. If I'm not training with Kyor, then he's probably right. I need to spend the day training. Besides, Holden must recognize that I'm not a runt by now, right?
Is it me or is Holden staring at us way more than normal?
Benny asks. Flynn and I are meant to be fighting him together, but she's distracted, most likely wishing she could be spending time with Caroline before the next trial. But with the scribe working, it's either sulk in the dorm or practice with us. Although what she's really doing is a piss-poor attempt at both. Not us, I respond to Benny's comment. Me. I swear, every trial he's more and more angry that I'm still alive. I'm pretty sure if I make it to the Ophir, he's going to kill me himself. Klinos laughs as she slices her sword towards Benny, only to have him block it with ease. I'd like to see him try, now that you have your own prince protector. I let out a low groan. He's not my protector.
No? Then where did you sleep last night?
Truthfully, I say. In my old room. Her eyes widen. As in the one that was burned down, with no door? I grimace. Yeah. I figured Zara wasn't going to come for me there. Not that I really expected her to come for me at all. The sight of her at breakfast this morning was so sorry I almost felt bad for her. Zara chose her normal table and sat there alone. She had been there when I arrived and was still there when I left, staring blankly into nothing. Quite a change from the woman who had purportedly been just fine leaving her fellow Retlings to freeze to death on the ice.
From all the talk over there, I assume you're hoping that whatever trials you face next will simply be lulled to sleep with your drivel.
The nasal timbre of Holden's voice cuts through the air as he strides towards us. I'm pretty sure that's the only technique he's ever used to win a fight. Klinos mutters, just loud enough for us to hear. Benny laughs, but my attention is still fixed on Holden. The very sight of him is enough to make my skin bristle.
Miss Cultivaris, it appears that you and I have never had the pleasure of sparring together. Given how much you and Zell used to enjoy your little tussles, I thought we could rectify that now.
I can feel Benny and Hlynn's eyes boring into me, but as much as my heart slams in my chest, I know I need to do this. I believe I'm good enough to survive the final 2 trials, and I don't need Jonas or Kyor to protect me. And now is my chance to prove it. Maybe then they'll believe me. Holden continues.
I'm interested to see exactly how you've survived trials that killed the likes of Bayless Erlin. His wolf travels back to Afavan Forest for his final rest, while you stand here yet again.
Were he and Bayless close? I never noticed. But then, they were both knights of a similar age. Maybe they trained together, fought together. I'm hardly surprised he assumed Bayless deserved a place above me. Deep down, I probably thought the same at the beginning. But these trials have never been solely about who the strongest fighter is. These are Edda's trials, the goddess of life. So what does it mean for me now that I've taken one? The vision of Oki's dying eyes threatens to resurface, but with a sharp inhale, I push the image down and focus on the moment. With the way Holden feels about me, this spar could easily be as deadly as the next trial. It's only as Holden draws his sword that I realize it's the first time I've actually seen him fight. Standing on the sidelines and barking orders? Absolutely. But fighting? No. I step back as he performs an elaborate and utterly unnecessary flourish with his blade, while behind me, Benny clears his throat.
Left shoulder.
He mutters between coughs. A flicker of a smile touches my lips. I doubt Holden heard, but either way, I don't care. At least now I've got a target. Yet as I fix my gaze entirely on his blade, an icy chill cascades down my spine. The last time a blade struck me, the metal froze under my touch and shattered. But surely that won't happen here. I fought in the yard hundreds of times, and as far as I'm aware, there are no Isin specters doling out their magic inside these walls. I swallow down the fear pounding through me. No, not fear, nerves. That's what Zell told me. There's only a dagger in my hand, and that's not going to cut it, so I crouch to grab a sword. It's that very moment that Holden chooses to lunge. "Watch out!" Klinos yells as his sword whips towards me. By some miracle, I block it, my own sword bracing just inches above my head as the metal clangs. As my sword swings one way and then the next, blocking his strikes and attempting my own, a fluidity takes hold. There's no time to think about the manner in which my feet are moving, nor any need. Turns out the hours of training paid off. My movements are instinctive, and my feet dance across the sand, adrenaline pounding through me, quickening each step. A grimace contorts Holden's lips as he swings high, aiming for my neck, but his action is careless and easy to avoid. I duck down and swing hard at the side of his knees.
Fuck!
He cries out. The sudden pain is enough for him to loosen the grip on his sword, and it's the only advantage I need. As I stand up, I swing my sword higher, putting my body's momentum behind it and striking the underside of Holden's blade, knocking it from his hand.
Bitch.
He snarls as the sword clatters to the ground. But he makes no attempt to reach for it. Instead, he brings his hands together, lengthening his fingers and twisting his wrists. I brace myself, ready to duck his fire, but nothing comes. From the pinch of his brow, he's as confused as I am.
I'd say she won that one, wouldn't you?
It's Kyor. He's watching us from a short distance away, and next to him stands Roderick, Zell's replacement siphon. My chest stutters. Is that pride in Kyor's expression, or something else?
I'm sure there are other Retlings who would benefit from your aid now, Commander.
Roderick says, though Holden doesn't so much as glance in his direction. His eyes are trained solely on me.
You got lucky, Cultivaris.
He hisses.
And luck always runs out sooner or later.
His words are so similar to the ones Jonas offered me this morning that they should probably sting, but they don't. That wasn't luck just now. That was me. And from the smile on Klinos and Benny's faces, they both saw it. Yet my gaze moves immediately from them to Kyor, as though seeking his approval. Neither of us speak, as his eyes trail down to my lips. How the hell my body can have such a feral response to just his gaze is beyond me, and yet it does. My heart is racing, and it has nothing to do with the fight I just had. I don't know what you're doing here, I say, trying to keep my tone casual. But unless you've come to spar, we're busy.
Maybe that's exactly what I've come for.
His eyes lock on mine, and my mind is flooded with images of last night. It's like I can taste him on my tongue, can feel his hands gently pulling my hair. Fuck. I'm pretty sure I'm going to start panting. Tingles start on my skin, static running up and down my body. I want to moan, but I bite my lip. Damn him. He is toying with me. Well, I say, snapping myself out of it before I lose any more control, then I'll leave you to it. Enjoy your workout. Clin and I need to get ready for the ball. Actually, I'm not going. Klinos makes no attempt to hide her eavesdropping. Kyor's attention finally shifts from me to her, and a single crease forms between his brows.
You're not. Why?
She moves closer. Because the rules about who is and isn't allowed to attend are archaic and serve only to bolster certain egos. Kyor's frown and confusion only increase. She means her girlfriend can't come because she's a scribe and not a member of the court, I snap, wanting this ridiculous conversation to be over with as quickly as possible. Now, if you don't mind, we need to go. With the sword still in my hand, I swing around, loop my spare arm into Klinos's, and drag her away. What are you doing talking to him? I hiss. We don't initiate conversation with Kyor. She lifts her eyebrows accusingly. Well, how about I'll keep my mouth shut if you tell me the truth about what happened between you and him. And Jonas, too. I let out a long sigh. She's not going to let this go. And maybe it'll help to get some advice. After all, it's not like it can make things worse. Chapter 53. I don't know what it is between Kyor and I. Just physical attraction, I guess. But you and Jonas kissed, Klinos says, her brow creased in concentration as she slices through another ball gown. Things have changed since then. Last night, he wanted something more to happen, but I turned him down. And you said no because of this attraction to Kyor? Her eyes glint as she speaks. Two hot guys wanting you. I can't imagine how difficult it must be. I mean, have you thought about having both at the same time? I offer her my best glower. No, I haven't. I haven't seen Jonas since he stormed off at breakfast, and I'm sure it's deliberate. We almost always cross each other's path in the dining hall or the training yard, but today there's been no sign of him. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm desperate to see Kay, I'd skip the ball and hang out with Klinos rather than potentially having to face Jonas. The dress Clin chooses for tonight is different from the others. The high neck cuts a horizontal line across my collarbone, while the back plunges all the way down to the base of my spine. While the top is black, the color blends down into a deep blood red on the skirt. The final detail is the slit. It's a change from the normal fighting shorts style. Clearly, Clin wanted to try something different, but it's hardly modest. So high up my leg it's almost hip height. Well, Klinos steps back. If your aim is to have them physically drawing swords over you, this will definitely do that. And by swords, I mean, just don't. I shoot her a glare. She snickers. I'm just saying it's hot as hell. She studies me. I think we should leave your hair loose tonight. Straight. Give me a minute, and I'll see if I can get rid of some of that frizz. For the next 10 minutes, she works on pulling the knots and snarls out of my hair. By the time she's done, it's time to leave, and yet she still hasn't even had a shower. It's not like anyone actually checks if we go, she says. I just don't feel in the mood. But what about the wine? I try weakly. You were so upset last time when you couldn't drink. She offers a slight smile. Maybe you can sneak a bottle out for me? I'm about to suggest that if she comes, we can sneak several out and carry on the party here later, but before I can, there's a knock on the door.
Are you ladies decent?
Benny calls, only to immediately push the door open.
Disappointing.
He sighs as he strides in and strips his top off, only to stop in the middle of the room and look at Clin.
Why aren't you ready?
With a simultaneous groan and roll of her eyes, she drops down onto her bed. I told you, I'm not going.
Right, but that was when Caroline couldn't come.
Her head tilts to the side. What do you mean, when? A grin quirks at the corner of Benny's lips as he nods towards the door. Standing there, in a deep green ball gown, is Caroline. With the gasp still leaving her lungs, Hlyn rushes to the door and wraps her arms around her girlfriend. How? Caroline looks fit to burst. She's smiling so broadly. Well, it turns out, having a girlfriend who's friends with the prince has its bonuses. I can't believe you didn't tell me you two were close. Hlyn's jaw drops. Oh, we're not, she says, looking at me. Rose, that's not just physical. Doing stuff for your friends? That sounds like it could be bordering on actual feelings. Despite struggling to accept it, my stomach flutters in agreement. You need to get dressed, I say to Hlyn instead.
Or is Kaz coming as my date?
Benny teases, flashing the scribe a grin. I've just had the best thought, Hlyn exclaims as we cross the courtyard half an hour later. Wasn't it Kaio's best friend that Acacia was with last time? What was his name? Hugh? You guys could double date. That would be so cute. Stop it now. There's no denying I'm going to have to speak to Kaio tonight, if only to say thank you for allowing Kaz to attend. But the thought alone is enough to fill my stomach with butterflies. As we step into the ballroom, we find that tonight's theme is the color white. White flowers, white suits on the waiters, white ice sculptures. Even the floor is white. I glance down at the hem of my dress, only for the air to stiffen in my lungs. The blood red against the white floor conjures the image of Oki's blood pooling on the ice. Blood I spilled.
Rose, you look lovely as always.
I'm jerked out of the memory by Jonas's voice. He's dressed the same way as he was at the other balls. Smart, attractive, with his ceremonial sword, and still not the one I want.
May I walk you in?
I hesitate. Giving him false hope isn't going to help him, but I also don't want to appear rude. I was going to find Kay, I tell him, only for my line of sight to fall directly on her. A warmth spreads through my heart as I remember what Dina said about us being able to find each other, even if the world cracked apart. She's standing with a young man I recognize vaguely, though it's definitely not Hugh. Isn't that your father's ward?
William, yes.
Jonas sweeps his arm around my waist, causing my muscles to stiffen in response.
Come on, let's get you a drink.
I need to see her first, I say, slipping out of his grip, only for him to grab me by my hand.
We can get a drink. She's not going anywhere.
No, I want to see Kay first. I'm practically spitting the words, and I can feel Hlyn and the others staring at me, but I don't care. I have no idea why Jonas thinks he has the right to stop me from speaking to my own sister, but it's not going to happen. You want a drink, then get one. I don't need an escort. With that, I turn on the ball of my foot and march across the dance floor towards her. I'm still several feet away when Kay notices me. The way her eyes light up is almost enough to make up for the distance between us these past several weeks. Rose! She squeals my name as she races those last few feet towards me and wraps her arms around me with such force I feel my ribs popping. Not that I can blame her. Never has a single hug felt as good as this. Tears fill my eyes as I hold her against me. I can't believe it, she whispers, her head still pressed against my shoulder. I can't believe that you've survived all this without magic. She pulls away from me slightly, tears now streaming down her cheeks. Rose, you're actually going to win this thing. I believe it. You promised to bring us back here, and you did it. And now you're going to win the Red Held. It's going well, I admit, brushing away her relieved tears with my thumb. I can't believe how much healthier she looks. The color to her cheeks, the brightness in her eyes. This is what I did this for. But as great as it is to have her faith in me, now I also have the fear of letting her down. But there's still the fourth trial and the Ophir to get through, I remind her.
Well, you certainly make the bookies look foolish.
A voice interjects from behind me. I twist around only to realize that I'd barged past William to get to Kay and without so much as a greeting. Sorry, William. I offer him my hand, which he kisses briefly and politely. I hope you're well. You were saying something about bookies?
Very well. I was just saying that you might find one or two people whose purses are substantially lighter. What with you still being here?
Then more fool them.
Kay grins at me. A light pause falls between us, though William fills it with ease and awareness.
You two have plenty to catch up on, so I shall leave you and hear how my own brother has been faring.
He nods towards Jonas, who is staring at us from across the room.
Have a wonderful night, ladies.
Thank you, William.
It was lovely to see you again, Rose. Kay, I'll see you at home later.
He smiles at my sister.
See you later, Will.
A notable tension ripples through me at the ease with which Kay seems to have accepted court as her home. I need to tell her about Clynn's offer. The goal had always been to return to the Highhold, but now we have an option that's even better. Because if my closest friends are in the Eastern Isles, it would be foolish for us not to go there. But before I get a chance to speak, Kay takes my hands and pulls me towards one of the seats at the edge of the room. It's not next to the fire, so I guess she's also growing accustomed to the warmth here.
So, tell me everything.
We don't have long till Hugh arrives, and I promised him he could have all my dances tonight. The tension squeezes harder around my throat and chest. Kay, what are you doing?
What? Honestly, Rose, if you spent any time with him at all, you'd love him. He's fun, he's caring, he's attentive, he's
a lord, I say. A member of the royal court, from which we were banished after our powers were stripped.
To which will be returned when you win the gifting, right? There's no point lying. I worked it out. That's the only reason you'd put yourself through this, right? For us? So that we can get out of the slums? So that we can live safely?
I try to interrupt, but she won't let me get a word in edgeways.
None of that matters to Hugh. He doesn't care about that. He likes me as a person. Do you know what an incredible feeling that is?
I thought I did. I thought Kyor saw me. Anxiety holds me fast, but looking at the joy on her face, the last thing I want to do is burst my little sister's bubble. I can't remember the last time I saw her this happy, if I ever have. Just don't do anything stupid, I say to her, pressing my lips tightly together.
Like what?
She asks innocently. My cheeks heat.
Like, you know what?
If he's as loyal and caring and unbothered about things as you say, then I'll have no issue waiting until there's a ring on your finger, will he? She scoffs.
My God, you really are this sensible older sister, aren't you?
Kay, something about the way she avoids my gaze causes my pulse to hitch up another notch. Tell me you haven't. You haven't. Honestly. Again, she offers me another look of exasperation. I felt like a parent plenty of times in the last few years, but I've never felt like the parent of an 18-year-old quite as much as I do now.
Just a little bit of fooling around, that's all. Nothing that would get me into trouble. And you can't tell me you're not doing the same. I've seen the way Jonas looks at you. He's smitten. So smitten, William reckons he might actually propose.
What? I feel my jaw drop to the floor. That has to be a joke, right? Marriage? Me, married to Jonas? What could possibly be the advantage to Jonas and his family in his marrying me? Perhaps they anticipate that if I win this thing, it would strengthen their name. But then why would Jonas be in it, if he didn't think he could win? I think of the way Estelle sneered when she mentioned my father marrying for love. Arthur would not wish for that same ridicule for Jonas. Besides, a marriage for love needs to be two-sided. With a shake of my head, I pushed the thoughts aside. I did not put myself in this competition to find a husband. Given the survival rate, it would have been a pretty shit mathematical probability to take a chance on.
Oh, look who it is.
She's on her feet without a moment's hesitation, a wide grin on her face. I turn to see Hugh is striding towards us, with Kyor at his side. As etiquette dictates, Kay stretches her hand out to the prince first.
Acacia.
Kyor smiles softly.
You look lovely.
Thank you,
she says, dipping ever so slightly into a formal curtsy.
Rose?
His eyes lock on mine. No hint of a smile. Nothing but neutral formality. And yet, it's still enough to make my pulse rocket. Still, I miss hearing Thorn fall from his lips, and I hate the stiffness with which he holds himself apart from me.
Rose,
Kay hisses, clearly expecting me to follow her lead and curtsy. Though I'd thought often about bending my knees for Kyor, it hadn't been for a damned curtsy.
Miss Cultivaris.
Hugh looks solely at Kay as he speaks.
I believe you promised me all your dances tonight.
His voice is syrupy sweet.
That seems somewhat selfish.
Kyor says.
She probably wants to spend time with her sister. Besides, weren't you saying there was that woman from Doreen you were planning on having some fun with tonight?
Hugh crinkles his nose and scoffs.
No, I was not. And your sense of humor is vile. Thankfully, Miss Cultivaris knows better of me than that.
Come on, Kay says, holding out her hand. We can fit in one dance, and then I'll be in need of a glass of wine and a talk with my sister.
Hugh whisks her away without another word, leaving me alone with Kyor. Silence rushes into the space between us. Heavy, expectant. Thank you, I say quietly to get it over with, for allowing Caroline to attend tonight. He shrugs.
It was hardly a big deal. I just wrote her an invitation.
Well, it meant a lot to Hlyn, and to me. Another pause takes hold, and once again, I know there's more I have to say. Finally, I coax the words out. Thank you for not saying anything to them. To my friends about, you know.
I was never going to.
He says just as quietly.
I promise you. No matter what changes between us, you have my word on that.
He pauses and glances out across the ballroom.
Would you like to dance with me again, Miss Cultivaris?
My body is desperate to respond yes, but it's his use of my surname that slaps some sense into me. Kyor, you're the prince, the king's heir, and I am from the family that was stripped of magic because they were blamed for your mother's death.
So that's a no? You don't want to dance?
For the first time tonight, that twinkle has returned to his icy eyes. What I want is irrelevant.
Not to me, it's not.
The urge to be close to him is unbearable. I tried to dismiss what is between us as nothing more than attraction, but though I've been attracted to men before, it's never felt like this. Like every cell in my body is screaming out to be touched by him. And from the hunger in his eyes, I'm not the only one who's feeling it. Maybe if we got to finish what we started, it might offer a respite from this insanity. Maybe just one night would be enough to get it out of our systems. The thought has barely formed when the moment is severed by Holden appearing beside us.
I hope you're not neglecting your other guests in favor of the Redlings, Prince Kyor. Or rather, one particular Redling.
I stiffen at his presence, feeling my hands clenching at my side.
Your father was asking me where you are.
Holden continues.
As you well know, there's a certain etiquette when it comes to these situations.
You've come here and interrupted your prince in a private conversation to lecture me on etiquette?
Kyor's gaze is so withering I'm surprised there aren't sparks flying from it. To give Holden his due, he only shrinks back a fraction. Kyor, I say, placing a hand on his chest. I'm not sure why, other than it feels like the right thing to do. I feel the disapproval flare from Holden, but ignore it. Go do your part. Perhaps the commander was hoping I might give him some fighting tips after the results of this morning's spar.
I will find you again soon.
Kyor promises.
We need to talk.
The slightest ghost of a smile rises on his lips before he turns and walks away, leaving me alone with Holden. Chapter 54. It doesn't matter that Kyor's still in the same ballroom as me. I feel his absence like a cold draft. How is it possible that I have such a need for this man? I'm also painfully aware of Holden lingering beside me like insidious black rot.
Well, Miss Cultivaris,
He drawls.
You've managed to prove a few of us wrong in doubting your abilities.
Really? I arch a brow. There were doubters? I must have missed the part where their opinions mattered. Holden is the epitome of everything I hate about courtly life, with his feints and stabs dressed up as conversation. His lips curl, not into a smile, but a sneer sharpened on old jealousy.
The trials only get harder, you know. Just because you've made it this far, it doesn't mean you'll make it to the end. And even if you do, Edda only chooses one for the gifting.
Oh, thank you for the lecture, I purr. I never would have guessed the trials were meant to be difficult. Next he'll be telling me fire is hot. Am I being reckless? Probably. But I don't care. Not even Holden would be stupid enough to try something at a ball. His gaze shifts across the room as he stands uncomfortably close, and I know exactly who he's looking at before he even starts to speak.
You should know that the prince will tire of you soon enough. It is what he does. You are a new challenge. A big one, admittedly, with all that unfortunate shared history.
He twists back to me, his sneer back in place.
It must run in your family. Coveting things you shouldn't. Though I can assure you that while your father may have undeservedly gained his title, you will not get the prince. No. In the end, he will marry for strategy, for power, for allegiances. He will never marry or even love someone as powerless as you. You are a notch in his bedpost, nothing more. Enjoy it while you can, because when he discards you, as he inevitably will, you will resume your place in the slums with nothing more than your memories to keep you warm.
I don't want his words to cut. I don't want to feel the sting of them beneath my ribs, but I do. Because they're true. It's not love, whatever this is between Kyle and I. I'm not stupid enough to contemplate that word. But it is something. Something undefinable and raw and everything I need right now. So lovely to hear you think I'll survive the Ophir. I smile before letting the expression drop, one of utter boredom sweeping over my face. What is it you want, Holden? Are you just here to tell me things I already know? His smile flashes broad and almost casual.
Oh no, I've said all I wanted to say. Except perhaps, congratulations on your continued survival, against all odds.
He nods to a waiter carrying a tray of wine glasses, and the servant immediately scuttles over. Holden takes 2 glasses and hands one to me.
To the 4th trial.
He clinks his glass against mine.
May you forever hold Edda's favor, or may you meet Mortadem in eternal darkness, reuniting with all those who await you there.
How touching, I say, swirling the wine. A toast that manages to be both a blessing and a death threat. You must be the life and soul of every party. Chinos and Caroline approach, hand in hand. Rose, there you are. Chinos greets me loudly. We were looking for you. A flood of relief rushes through me, as, utterly ignoring Holden, the 2 women sweep me away in a babble of words. Where's Kay? I was going to introduce Caroline to her. And Kyle, too. We need to thank him. I refuse to look back, but can feel Holden's gaze boring into my back. Once we're far enough away, Clyn lowers her voice and leans in close. What was that about? The usual, I reply, then murmur, he's realized that there's something between Kyor and me, and he's not too happy about it. As if his name alone is a magnet, my eyes are drawn to the prince. Goddess help me. Well, we don't have to think about Holden now. Clyn shifts my attention back to her. Kyor, on the other hand, have you already spoken to him tonight? You have to tell me everything, although wait, I need a drink first. Like you said, I have to make up for lost time. You don't have to make up that much, Caroline warns. I don't want to carry you to bed. She looks around the ball, a small smile pulling at her lips. Then again, there are a couple of men and women whose help with the task I'd be perfectly willing to accept. Hey, Clyn pouted playfully. You're meant to have eyes only for me, right? Caroline's grin wavers. My lips and my body are definitely all yours, but my eyes are allowed a little wander now and then, aren't they? This is why I need a drink, Chinos laughs, planting a kiss on Caroline's lips. I look around, but the waiter who had served Holden and I moments ago has disappeared. Here, take mine, I say, handing Chinos my glass. I'm not that thirsty. Are you sure? I'll find another in a minute, I say, my chest tightening. It's so damned hot in here, so hard to breathe. I need some air. Really? I ignore Clinton's question. I'll just be a minute. I don't know where I'm going, only that I need to get away from all the noise and the false smiles of nobles that would happily shove a dagger into my back rather than have a slumrat win this thing. I push my way out of the cloying ballroom, and the moment I'm on my own, I can feel him watching me. There are several hallways that lead off the ballroom. When I glance down the first one, it's occupied, so I move to the next. There are doors on either side, though what type of rooms they lead to is anyone's guess. I move to press my ear against one to hear if it's empty. But before my hand has even touched the door handle, another hand has pushed it open and shoved me through it.
You shouldn't wander off at these events.
He growls.
There are people who would happily do unspeakable things to you.
My pulse rockets, and yearning spreads through my body at the sound of Kyor's voice, though my attention remains on the room as I realize we're in what seems to be a library of some sort. There are books, armchairs, and not another soul in sight. There could have been someone in here, I say, as I turn around to face him.
Then I would have ordered them to leave.
He says the words so matter-of-factly, as if his pulse isn't racing too. But I can see it in his eyes, the way his pupils have grown so wide that only a sliver of that icy blue remains. He places his hands on my hip, their simple presence enough to make my body shudder. He doesn't move them, nor does he send those delicious sparks cascading across my skin, providing the rush I so desperately desire. And he won't, I know he won't. Not until I've said those words. My throat is drying, desperate for the taste of him again, desperate for his mouth against mine. I know what I have to do, to say, but my breath is coming so fast I struggle to think straight. He's looking at me as though he would devour me if I gave him even half a chance. Ruin me. And he will. Because I'm done fighting it. I trust you, I whisper, wishing I could control the breathiness in my voice. And it's true, how can I not? He saved my life, and he's kept my secret. A secret that would see me dead without question. This man before me isn't the same boy whose lies destroyed my family. He's a man who has had to live with the guilt of those actions, who bears the weight of every death he sees. A man who wishes to atone. I do trust him, and it shocks the very foundation of my worldview. I lick my lips and look at him, begging him to believe me. I do trust you, Kyor.
About damn time.
He rasps. Then his mouth is on mine and his hand is moving from the safety of my hips up towards my chest.
I was going insane watching you in that dress, Thorn. Not being able to get my hands on you.
He growls the words into my neck, the heat of his breath causing my own temperature to skyrocket. As his teeth graze along the tender skin of my shoulder blade, he simultaneously slides one of his hands in through the side of my dress to graze against the hard peaks of my nipples, while the other slips into the slit, eliciting a deep moan from somewhere at the very depth of my being.
That's it, Thorn. That's what I need to hear.
For a moment, he stays as he is, one hand toying with my nipples, the other moving towards my inner thighs, but then, without warning, he replaces his hand on my breast with his static hum. As I gasp at the sensation, his free hand claws into my hair, and he pulls my mouth back against his. The taste of wine is faint in comparison to the tang of vanilla on his lips, and I want it all. And from the way his tongue plunders my mouth, the feeling is mutual. My back arches off of the wall, pressing me against him. He's rock hard. I can feel it, and the thinness of my dress makes it feel so close it's agonizing.
Gods, you will never stop distracting me.
He groans.
Never stop distracting me.
Is he begging or ordering? I don't know, but at this point I'll accept either. The need to feel him in me is even more intense than it was in his room, and I move to unbutton his trousers. As much as I want to make this last, I also have no desire to get caught screwing the prince. Anyone could walk in on us. And the danger of it all adds an extra frisson to my already wild excitement. I shouldn't be doing this. Not with him. Especially not when we're so close to the end of the Retterheld. This is the point I should be breaking away from people, not making closer ties. But I can't stop myself.
Wait here,
he orders, and for a split second I fear he's going to walk away and leave me in this state. But instead, he stops at a large ottoman. He grabs the underneath with one hand, hoists it up, and drags it over to me. I'm sure it would have been easier just to ask me to move, but I'm grateful he didn't. I'm not sure my legs even work right now. Assuming he wants me to lie down, I turn my back towards it, but he stops me, placing a hand on my shoulder.
Not yet,
he growls as he wraps his hands around my thighs. The fabric slit of my dress falls open, revealing the height of my boots and the soaked cotton of my underwear.
Fuck,
he groans.
You're so wet for me, Thorn. You know this is the point of no return, right? You need to tell me now if you want me to stop.
Don't you dare, I hiss back. A dark chuckle resonates in his throat as he lifts my left leg so that my foot is planted on the ottoman, 2 feet off the ground, and then slides his fingers under the fabric of my underwear. He begins to circle my clit with a touch so light I can't help when another moan escapes my lips. I grind my hips down onto his fingers, silently urging him to apply firmer pressure.
That's it, Thorn. Keep showing me what you like.
I bite down on my bottom lip, wishing I could show some sort of restraint, but I can't. My hips continue to rock back and forth in a wild, needy rhythm I'm desperate for him to replicate as he increases the pressure. My head falls back, and when my eyes slide closed, he slides a finger into me, pulling a thick moan from my throat.
So wet, so tight. So fucking tight, Thorn.
The way he purrs at me is enough to have my walls clenching, and the curling motion of his fingers inside me is more than enough to make the heat rise in my stomach. Oh, gods, I pant. I'm going to come. He smirks that delicious smirk I've come to adore.
That's it. Good girl, Thorn. Come for me.
And I do. Hard and fast, the contractions sending me higher and higher. But rather than bring release, they bring an even greater desperation. I need to feel him inside of me. All of him. I look at him with heavily lidded eyes. Take me. Fuck me quickly. Someone might come in. He ignores my request, adding a second finger to the plundering of my silken depths.
Not yet. I've waited so long. I won't be hurried.
How have I never felt anything close to this? How have I thought I enjoyed sex when this damn near ecstasy exists? My desire is interlaced with desperation for him, and though it's hard to focus on anything but the way his fingers are brushing my inside wall with scary expertise, I fumble with his buttons, loosening his trousers enough that I can get my hand inside. He groans with unfettered restraint as I encircle his cock with my hand. The sound is enough to have me gasping. I can already feel the dampness that's built at his head, and my tongue yearns to reach down and taste it. But instead, I run my fingers over him before clenching his girth in my hand. I stifle a moan. My fingers don't come close to making it all the way around. Still, I pull my palm down in a long stroke, trying to take in as much of it as I can. His groan is feral, and he tightens my grip on his cock with his own hand.
This is yours, Thorn. All of it. Fucking own it.
His words make me dizzy, the frenzy of need reaching an entirely new height. He stifles his next moan by biting down on my shoulder so hard I'm sure he's going to leave a mark. Don't be quiet, I whisper sultrily in his ear. How else am I going to learn what you like? His eyes meet mine as a smirk spreads across his face.
Oh, that's how you want to play it, is it?
With a thrust of his arm, his fingers push even deeper into me, and he moves his other hand from where it had been holding the back of my neck and places his palm flat against my abdomen. The static is instant, both inside and outside my body, sparking on every millimeter of my clit, while inside my walls start clenching, tightening in on his fingers. The entire room is lost to me. Everything is lost to me. All I can feel are the places where our skin touches. My hand on his cock, his fingers in me, our mouths and tongues in uncontrollable chaos. I'm close, I whisper, desperate for him to fill me before I come. I want you inside of me. I'm so close, Kyor. His name comes out as a breathy moan.
Not yet. Come for me again. Let go for me. I've got you.
A scream threatens to leave my lungs. But though we each enjoy hearing the other moan, I'm aware enough to know that we can't risk getting caught. Any second now, I'm going to break. I'm going to let loose and unravel, shattering into a million pieces, and I doubt I'll ever be put back the same. I try to focus on him, desperately trying to keep a consistent rhythm up and down his length in the hope of hearing that guttural groan rise from his throat again, but I can barely focus. My head rolls back, and the waves rush through my body, one, then another, and another. I bite down on the inside of my cheek. Next time I'll scream for him. Next time. Because this can't be it. It can't be. My legs quake and all their strength evaporates as he holds up my entire body. Finally, when the last tremor subsides, I look at him. He's looking at me in wonder. Tenderly.
I don't know how I thought I could ever fight this.
His eyes are locked on me as he brushes a strand of my hair from where it's fallen over my forehead.
That was incredible.
Was? I raise my eyebrow. Oh, we're not done. Not by half. It's your turn now. I go to kneel, but he holds me up and shakes his head.
Not like that. Not on your knees for me. Not ever.
Instead, he sits back with his legs over the edge of the ottoman. It's the first time I've seen the full length of his cock exposed like this, and the urge to drop down on my knees and take it in my mouth is overwhelming. But if that's not the way he wants it, then I'm going to have to get creative. Fighting the desire to just slide his length all the way into me, I place my hand on his chest and push him down so that he's lying on his back. Yet as my fingers reach for his cock, I stop. Did you hear that? I ask, frowning. A line of confusion forms on his forehead. He sits up.
Is someone coming? Because I already told you.
No, it sounded like a... This time it's clear. A scream rips through the doors. And not the kind I just spent the last 30 minutes suppressing. The memories of another bloody ball arise in both of our heads, and soundlessly, we hastily stand and start tucking ourselves away. Another scream tears through the quiet, and I freeze as I recognize the voice. Klinos. The gods help us! Klinos! Chapter 55. I'm still pulling up the sides of my dress as I race out of the room and back into the ballroom, where the music has stopped and people are edging close to the walls as if it's another rebel attack. Only there's no flame-throwing and no screaming, other than from a small cluster of people gathered on the edge of the dance floor. My people. Benny, Jonas, and Caroline. Help me! Kaz's voice resonates around the cavernous space. Please, someone help me! What's happening? I cast my question to the air, not caring who answers as long as someone does. Benny is on the ground with Hlyn. Her skin is a sallow yellow tone, bile green foam bubbling at her lips as she struggles to speak through her coughs. What's happening? I ask again.
I don't know. I don't know.
Benny clutches his head.
They were dancing. They were just dancing. Then Kaz was yelling and I don't know what's happening to her.
She just started coughing. She couldn't stop. We need a healer. We need a healer. Where's the fucking healer? As Caroline screams her demand, a woman in a sapphire gown pushes past me to place her hands above Hlyn's chest. A healer.
Give her some space,
Jonas says, but none of us move. I can't take my eyes off Hlyn as she struggles to speak. The part of her lips that's visible beneath the foam seems to have taken on a bluish hue, as if there's no air reaching her lungs. Fear writhes through me. I kneel next to her. It's okay, Klinos. It's okay. My voice quivers and tears begin to fall down my cheeks. Just breathe, okay? You don't need to speak. Just breathe, honey. Can't, Hlyn says, a cough racking her. Can't breathe. The healer's hands are glowing with a deep amber light, but the frown lines on her forehead only deepen. It's not working. What did she drink? The healer asks. As Caroline struggles to draw breath, let alone reply, a hollowness spreads through me. There's only one reason why the healer would ask that question. She's been poisoned? I ask tightly. But the question is rhetorical. I already know the answer. She's been poisoned. Klinos meets my eyes, and I see the resignation there. The acceptance. And it slays me. Help her! I bark at the healer. The foam at Hlyn's mouth is no longer green. It has taken on a pinkish hue. Blood is filling her lungs, but the healer has moved her hands away from her chest. As she starts to stand, I grab hold of her. Please, there must be something you can do. She shakes her head, eyes sympathetic. It's in her system. If it was just in her stomach, maybe. But no, I'm sorry. It's too late. It's just too late. My whole body trembles as I stumble back. No, she can't. It can't be. You have to do something. You have to. The healer presses her lips together but moves her hands back to Klinos' chest. They pulse with magic for just a moment before she takes them away, visibly tired. I've eased her pain and her breathing as best I can. It'll give you a few moments to say goodbye. Rose. Klinos' voice is barely a breath, yet it burns through my entire body. causing more tears to stream down my cheeks. It's okay. It's okay. No, no. I drop down next to Hlyn and wipe my hand across her brow. It's nearly impossible to see through the blur of tears that fill my eyes. You or Benny better win. She tries to smile, only for a drop of blood to slip from the corner of her lips. With the slightest movement of her eyes, she looks from me to Caroline, and her smile is true. We found each other again. I knew we would. Stop speaking like that. Caroline's voice is firm, even as it trembles. You're okay, okay? You're a terrible liar. Hlyn's smile widens. I love that about you. I love everything about you. I always will. Stop it, I'm not losing you now. Caroline gulps in air between her sobs. Not when we just found each other again. I refuse to lose you, Hlyn. You hear me? I refuse to. So you better sort this out, because I don't care how tough you think you are. I'm going to kick your ass if you don't stop this and get up now. You hear me? You need to get up. She tugs at Klinos' still form, and her voice breaks as she sobs while shudders rack her body. Klinos! You need to be okay! Get up! Hlyn! Caroline screams. But even as she buries her head in Hlyn's chest, my friend's expression remains fixed. Her smile unchanged, unmoving. Not even a tremor. Not even a breath. Kyor's voice is low.
We need to move her somewhere private. You don't want to do this here. Trust me.
He's standing right behind me. I didn't even realize he'd followed me. Do something. Tears stream down my cheeks as I turn to him. Do something. You have magic. You have healers. Do something.
You know I can't.
His voice is hollow with pain.
We both know that all too well. She's gone, Rose. I'm so sorry.
He folds me into his arms in a much too public show of support, and I don't have the strength to refuse him. I don't understand. When I left them, they were laughing, ready to dance. The healer's earlier question resurfaces in my mind. What did she drink? The wine. I feel sick. I push myself away from Kyor and turn to Caroline. What did Hlyn drink? Caroline, you need to answer me. Did Hlyn drink the wine in the glass I gave her? Tears stream down her cheeks, and her skin is so pale it's translucent. When she lifts her head, her eyes are glazed. Nothing but hollow pain behind them. She was just drinking wine, she says. Just wine. The glass I gave her, she drank that too? I think so. The deathly cold that had filled my veins is replaced with an insatiable heat, and a roar in my ears sounds so loud that it drowns out all else. He gave me the wine, I seethe. That bastard gave me the wine. I turn back to Kyor. Holden! He got me the drink, but I gave my glass to Hlyn. Oh, gods! I gave Hlyn my glass and she drank it instead of me. I can barely breathe. Benny is sobbing on the ground as he tries to comfort Caroline. Jonas stands above them looking lost, and hundreds of guests stare at us. But there is only one I'm looking for. Where the fuck is Holden? I snarl.
Rose?
It's Jonas who speaks.
What is it? What's wrong?
Holden, where the fuck is that prick? My gaze rakes across the room. There's no sign of him.
He was here a moment ago.
Jonas says.
He asked me if I'd seen you.
I bet he did, the son of a bitch. I run for the door.
Rose!
Jonas calls after me.
Rose, think about what you're going to do here!
Fuck that.
Kyor replies for me.
She doesn't need to think. She needs to do.
I feel them both. Shadows racing behind me as I tear out onto the grounds and spot Holden in the distance, moving quickly, ready to slip through the gate into one of the other arcs. If he gets through there, I'll lose him, because the rules of the Retterheld forbid me leaving our arc unless attending a trial. Maybe that's what he wants, though, for me to be disqualified. Blood rushes in my veins, and I push myself to breaking point to reach him before he escapes, but he's too far ahead. But then, when he's only a foot away from the gate, a bolt of lightning blasts the wood and the entire thing goes up in flames. Holden leaps back, and when he turns to see us bearing down on him, he freezes. I turn to Kyor.
He's all yours.
He tells me with a nod. I draw to a stop facing Holden, my breathing heavy. I'd expected him to run away from us, or prepare to fight, but instead he's just standing there, his jaw locked and his muscles twitching unnaturally as if some static force is holding him firmly in place. Kyor has him. Fuck, what terrifying powers that man has. Good thing I'm no longer afraid of him, no longer afraid of anything. He and Zell have trained me for this moment, and I won't let either of them down. My heart pounds against my ribs as I take a step towards the aged commander. My footsteps are steady, and my resolve unwavering. I have no weapons on me, but Holden's ceremonial sword is still there, sheathed at his side. When I reach him, I place my hand on the hilt and withdraw the sword. His lip spasms, as if desperate to curl up in a snarl. You murdered her. My voice is low, a thunderous rumble that barely even sounds like me. You murdered Hlinos.
That's on you, not me.
He spits, forcing the words out through his gritted teeth.
You're a gods-forsaken cockroach slum rat. If you had only known your place. Her place.
Kyor's voice is a growl beside me as sparks of pure energy surge between his fingers. I have never seen him like this before. So powerful, so dangerous.
Her place, Holden, is wherever the fuck she decides it is.
I appreciate the support, but this moment is mine, not Kyor's. You said he was all mine, remember? His eyes meet mine, and he nods, his hands dropping as I raise the pilfered sword.
Rose, stop!
Jonas's voice cuts through the silence.
Don't do this. You're not a killer. You don't want to do this.
I want to laugh. Even now, Jonas underestimates me. Or maybe that's not it. Maybe he just doesn't know who I am. I can't help but scoff as I look him in the eye. I'm the one that stabbed the Jotun, Jonas. I killed Oki. I'm not the little girl you remember, and it's time you realized that. I turn to Kyor. Release him. He doesn't argue, doesn't try to change my mind. He just does as I bid. In a flash, Holden is free, and the old man wastes no time as he lunges towards me. He knows, just like I do, that only one of us comes out of this alive. And he may have superior strength and experience, but I have a wealth of fucking rage. He barrels into me like a bull, all fury and bulk. The force of the impact causes the hilt of the sword to slide from my grip. I allow it to drop, and the momentum to carry us both to the ground. His fists are like iron, one smashing into my jaw, the other into my ribs, but the pain helps me focus, and I know I'll give it back twice as hard and more. With the power of my whole body, I swing my fist into him, and my knuckles crack against his cheekbone. The taste of blood fills my mouth, but whether it's his or mine, I don't care. We'll both be bloody messes at the end of it, but I'll be the one who walks away. Recovered from the strike, Holden tries to pin me, but I'm lighter and faster. Just like Zell taught me, I twist and kick, driving my knee into his gut until he grunts like the beast he is. You're slow, old man, I snarl, ramming my forehead into his nose. The crunch is exquisite.
You fucking bitch!
He roars, grabbing a fistful of my hair and slamming me towards the dirt. Stars explode in my vision, but I push on, raking my nails across his face, then driving my elbow into his throat. As he coughs and wheezes, I scramble on top of him, hammering endless blows into his skull. Each strike drives him further into the ground. He is nothing to me, nothing but a bully someone should have put down years ago. I may be a cockroach, I hiss through gritted teeth as I punch again and again, but you're no more than a tick, a foul creature that spreads disease and ruin wherever it goes. No more. His grip weakens, and I see the flicker of doubt in his eyes before I wrench free, staggering to my feet. The gate looms just behind him, its stone frame littered with broken rocks. My hand closes around one. Heavy, jagged, perfect. I have him pinned to the ground. All it will take is a couple of strikes, and he'll be done. As my weight holds him down, his eyes meet mine. There's no belittlement in them now, no snide condescension or malice. There's nothing but fear. Fear that this is his end. Is it? I look to my hand as though surprised to find the rock in my grasp. Can I do it? Can I take a life for a life? I want to. Gods know for Hlyn, I want to. And yet, I lower my hand. I am better than this. Better than him. You need to leave here, I say, the rock still in my palm as I stand and allow him to wriggle free. If I see you again, I will kill you.
Yes,
He mutters, shuffling backwards on the ground.
of course.
Adrenaline continues to surge through my veins. My hands are trembling, hands that nearly killed a man in vengeance. Unable to lay my eyes on the sniveling Holden for a second longer, I turn back to look at my friends, only for Jonas to cry out,
Rose! Watch out!
I spin back to find Holden on his knees, the sword in his hand with the hilt pressed against his stomach, ready to thrust it up and out and into me. There is no time to think. I let the jagged rock fly free from my hand, hurling it straight towards his head. The crack of the rock against his skull resonates through the air, and his eyes momentarily widen, before a thick trickle of blood weaves its way down his face. A moment later, he falls to the ground. Dead. I killed him. I had wanted to show mercy, to be better than him. But he took that path from me. He gave me no choice. Rose? Oh, gods! Rose, what have you done? The voice, full of horror and disbelief, is like a vice around my chest. I turn to face her, to face the pain of her condemnation, and yet it is just a flicker. There's already too much hurt within me for it to even properly register. What have you done? My sister whispers again as she stares at me. Her eyes are the same green as my own, and yet they look as though they are staring at a stranger. I twist back to look at Holden, see the blood pooling on the ground beneath him. Delivered justice, I reply, my throat tight.
Cultivaris did so at my command.
Kyor announces loudly.
Holden was a traitor who willfully killed one of Edda's blessed redlings. He's with more to them now. May his judgment be swift.
Kay drops her hands to her knees and folds in half. Jonas hurries to her side.
Don't look, Acacia. You don't need to see this.
He puts his arm around her and wordlessly leads her away, and she lets him without even looking back. My sister is horrified at me. By me. Did she think I was surviving the Redderheld by pressing flowers and practicing needlepoint? I straighten my shoulders. Everything I do for my sister. But this I did for Klinos. Chapter 56. I don't think about the blood on my gown or the grazes on my skin as Kyor and I return to the ballroom to retrieve Hlyn's body. I'm sickened but unsurprised to find the party is back in full swing. Corvain and his sycophants continue to drink and laugh while music floats through the air, as if one of the kindest people I've ever met hasn't just returned her powers to Mortadem. 3 balls, 2 deaths. 2 people lost that I respected and cared for greatly. These soirees are proving as deadly as the trials themselves. My gaze sweeps the room, and I find that Benny has carried Klinos over to a corner and placed her down on a couch, with her head resting on Caroline's lap. Neither of them look up at us as we approach. Benny, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Is he dead?
Benny asks, still focused on Hlyn. Very, I reply. He closes his eyes and lets out a shuddering breath.
Then that'll have to do.
A moment later, he finally shifts his gaze from Klinos and looks at Kyor instead.
On the island, we burn our people at sea.
He says,
Is that something you can make happen here? I know she was a Redling, but this wasn't a Redderheld death.
Kyor interrupts.
She was a noble of the Eastern Isles and deserves a proper burial. I will see to it now.
As Kyor leaves, I try to think of something to say to Caroline. She mutters quietly as her tears fall in an endless torrent. I should have found you sooner, my love, she whispers as she strokes Hlyn's tresses. I should have found you the moment this all began, but I was a coward. You found each other, I say, not even sure if she can hear me. You found each other and found your second chance. That's what matters. Caroline doesn't even glance at me as she continues to comb her fingers through Klinos' hair. This wasn't the way this night was supposed to end. Klinos had wanted to stay in the dorm. She hadn't wanted to even come. If Kyor hadn't fixed it so Caroline could come, Klin would still be alive. If I hadn't passed the glass to her, Klin would still be alive, and I would likely be dead. Jonas and Kay are standing to one side of the room with Hugh and William. For a second, I consider going to her, explaining myself, telling her that this is what court life really is. Backstabbing and heartbreak and petty personal vendettas stretching through generations. The only reason Holden wanted me dead was because of the absurd jealousy he had towards my father. This night should be a lesson for us both. But I can't tell her that. I can't even face her. She deserves to cling on to her naivete for as long as she can. So instead, I turn back to Benny. I can't imagine the pain that fills him. Of the 6 Retlings that arrived from the Eastern Isles, he is the only one who remains. What can I do? What do you need? I ask him. He shakes his head.
I'm not sure I even know anymore. She was so mad at me. I thought I'd have time, to put it right.
You did, Benny. I placed my hand on his shoulder. You know you did. I saw you too. Whatever happened between you, she was moving past it. I'm sure of it. He scoffs.
I guess we'll never know.
My heart throbs. How many times can it get broken and keep beating? How much suffering can one person endure before a heart simply decides it can no longer keep going? I don't have the answer. But right now I feel closer to that moment of defeat than ever before. Kay approaches in a similar manner to which I approached the direwolf in a Faven forest.
Rose, I'm going to head back home now, she says,
still visibly trembling.
William and Hugh are going to walk me.
I nod dully, a tiny sting piercing my heart that she isn't willing to stay for me. Good night.
Good night, Rose.
She pauses before pressing her lips together and glancing at Jonas.
Think over what I said about Jonas. You could make a far worse match than a Hirathean.
It's hard not to laugh. I'm mourning the death of one of my closest friends, and Kay is thinking about matchmaking me. Kay turns away, not even bothering to wish me luck with the next trial, or tell me to stay alive. Maybe it's too hard for her to think of it like that, to face how deadly this all is. Or maybe, like Holden, she also thinks I'm a cockroach who is destined to fall right back into the gutter I came from. The ball carries on around us, with music and dancing and people skirting around our little group. But we remain in silence until Kyor returns.
I have permission from the High Priestess for us to leave the Retling grounds and have 2 carriages ready. One to take us to the water,
he says,
and the other full of wood to build a raft. That's right, isn't it?
Benny nods.
Then we should leave now.
No one speaks on the carriage ride to the sea. Klin is cradled by Caroline on one seat, with Benny next to her, while Jonas, Kyor, and I cram together on the other. I'm in shock, I realize. My limbs feel weak, detached almost, and I can't stop trembling. Can't stop re-seeing the moment of Klin's death. Her smile fixed forever. You'd think, as a healer's daughter and then an orphan, and a slum rat, I'd be used to death. But it's different when it's a friend. Someone you love. Maybe not loving is the answer. No one speaks, but at some point the air turns cool and salty as the sound of the gentle lapping of waves drifts into the carriage. I only wish the waves could wash away the memories I can't stop flooding through my mind. As the carriage draws to a halt, the men and I climb out. Caroline stays with Klin, still stroking her hair, and she begins to hum softly, like she would to comfort a small child. My eyes sting and my chest is tight, but I help Kyor and Jonas carry wood from the second carriage to where Benny is lashing each board together expertly. This clearly isn't the first funeral raft he's built. It gives me purpose and much-needed distraction to do something, to help in some small way, and I move methodically, lifting one plank then another. I don't stop. I can't stop because if I do, the absence of motion will allow the thoughts to creep in, and the pain will follow. On the occasions I do look up, I find Kyor or Jonas staring at me, concern etched across their features. But they keep their distance.
It's ready.
Benny says gently to Caroline when the raft is finally built.
Let me carry it for you.
He offers. Caroline nods dully, and he sweeps Clynn's frame up into his arms like she weighs nothing. Wordlessly, Benny carries Clynn down to the water, laying her down on the wooden raft before stepping back and allowing Caroline a few last private moments with the love of her life.
It's time,
He says a minute later, pressing his hand against the small of her back.
It's time.
Still trying to stifle her shuddering breaths, Caroline moves to one side of the raft while Benny takes his place at the other. Together, they push the raft out, wading into the soft waves of the sea, which break and foam around their calves, the green ball gown swirling around Caroline. Before they get too deep, Kyor hands them each a burning torch and then returns to my side. I don't want to watch. I don't want to see Clynn's body, which only hours ago was so full of hope and laughter and life, be turned into nothing more than ash and memories. But I won't draw my eyes away. Watching on and honoring her passage is the least Klinos deserves. The water is halfway up their thighs when, as one, Benny and Caroline lower their torches. The flames catch slowly at first, licking around Clynn's body until they rise up higher and higher. Before they have consumed her entirely, Benny and Caroline offer the raft one final push, and the current of the sea takes her, slowly drawing Klinos away from the shore. Kyor's hand slips into mine, his fingers intertwining with my own as we stand there, watching the flames float into the distance, carrying with them the most loyal friend I have ever known. I didn't know how to pronounce her name the first time we met, I whisper. I didn't know how to pronounce it, and now I'm never going to say it to her again. As we watch Benny and Caroline return to the shore, dripping with water and tears, I know that Kyor won't bother to offer me some trite words of comfort. Like me, he's already suffered too much in his life, and he knows there is nothing he can say. But the truth is that he doesn't need to say anything. Right now, his presence is enough. By the time we arrive back at the High Hold, it can only be a few hours until breakfast. I don't know where Caroline goes, where she lives when she isn't with us or scribing in the library, but I don't offer to go with her, knowing she needs to be alone. So I simply hug her tightly before she disappears. Looking weary beyond tiredness, heart-sore and exhausted, Benny trudges upstairs to our dorm, and Jonas doesn't even look back as he climbs the steps to his room. I don't hesitate when Kyor tugs my hand. I follow him down the stairs towards the kitchens and into his bedroom. He steps inside, closing the door behind me. As he slips off his jacket, I reach up onto my tiptoes and press my mouth to his. Yet my tongue has barely savored a hint of his vanilla taste when he breaks away, pulls away from me. I frown. I trust you, I say impatiently. I trust you with my life. That's what you needed to hear, right? Well, there you go. Now you know. I trust you, and I want you. I move to kiss him again, but rather than reciprocating my action, he cups my cheeks and draws my face away from him.
I believe you,
He replies softly.
but you're forgetting the only rule of this relationship.
Another day, another moment, and my mind would have spun at the word. Now my mind is strangely numb. I shake my head. What rule? I say. There are no rules.
Not as a distraction. That's the one you gave me, remember? Not as a distraction.
I open my mouth, desperate to object, to say that's not the reason I want him. That it's more than desire. It's need, a yearning, an absolute desperation. The pain of his rejection burns through me, a pain that quickly shifts into anger. You're choosing now to be a gentleman? Seriously? When I actually need you to fuck me, that's when you find some morals? A muscle twitches along his jaw.
I was a kid, Thorn.
I'm not talking about my family. I'm talking about Estelle's sister. Even as the words leave my lips, I'm not sure why I'm bringing this up. What am I hoping to achieve? I know that causing other people hurt does nothing to minimize my own, and yet I can't stop myself.
Estelle's sister?
Thea, the one you got pregnant, although you denied it was yours. The one who was stripped, like my family was stripped. Sound familiar?
Rose.
What, you want me to trust you, but you don't want me to know anything about you, is that it? That muscle ticks again.
I don't know what you've heard.
I scoff. My voice is so bitter I barely recognize it. I told you exactly what I heard. You knew what would happen to her, and you still denied the kid was yours.
Because I wasn't the father.
It's the first time he's raised his voice, and it's exactly what I need. I don't care how much I want whatever this is between us. All I know right now is that he's the only person in this arc with the powers to truly hurt me, and I need him to do that. I need him to do that because I deserve it. I'm the reason Klinos is dead. I deserve to suffer. And I know Kyor's never one to back away from a fight. Yet rather than continuing to battle with me, he lets out a sigh.
I knew Thea, just like I knew Estelle. Through balls, through parties, through growing up in the high hold, but I didn't get her pregnant. I don't think I even fucked her.
You don't think? Wow, Kyor. There's so many you can't even recall the names of all the women you've bedded? What a gentleman.
That's not what I meant.
He rubs his temples as he walks the short distance over to his desk and pulls out the chair, though he doesn't sit down. My irritation rises. I need him to either fuck me or tell me to fuck off, and I'll push him as hard as I have to make sure one of those things happens.
When I was made commander and first went out to fight, I would get pretty messed up. Drinks, other stuff. Whatever the hell I could find. I just wanted to forget what I saw. The blood. The death. So yeah, I screwed around then, and I don't remember a lot of it. Am I proud of it? No. But it was years before Thea was stripped of her powers.
He moves away from the chair and steps towards me, taking my hands.
Look, I get you're in pain right now, and I know what it's like to be in pain and want to lash out. So we can go outside, and we can beat the shit out of one another, if that's what you want. Or I can find us something that will get us blind drunk, so you can try to forget the fucking nightmare that you've just been through. Though I'm going to tell you from experience, that'll just come back and bite you even fucking harder.
He sighs.
I'll do whatever you ask of me except sleep with you. Not now. Not like this. I don't want you to regret our first time together.
You don't know what I'll feel.
No, but I can take a guess.
He moves his hands to my waist. I want it to be the same as before. Full static sparks that make us rip each other's clothes off without a second thought. And there's definitely something there. But it's different. Deeper, I need him. I need him so fully it hurts.
If you want to keep saying things to try to hurt me, Thorn, then you do that. I can take it. I can take anything apart from me being responsible for causing you any more pain. I've caused too much already.
He lifts his finger, grazing my cheek as he pushes a strand of hair behind my ear. My body yearns for his touch in any way it can get it. You haven't, I whisper, only for a single tear to slip down my cheek.
I'm not going anywhere, Thorn. I promise you. We have time.
A lump lodges hard in my throat, bringing on more tears. I don't want to let them fall. Will you hold me? The words crack from my throat, coming from a place so deep inside of me I didn't even know it was there.
Always,
he replies. There is no shame, no embarrassment, and no doubt or second-guessing as I remove my gown and let it fall to the floor. The slightest gasp catches in his throat as his eyes run over my body. But then he moves over to the chest of drawers, pulls out a shirt and throws it to me. I catch it in my hands but don't immediately put it on. Instead, I take a step towards him. What if tonight is all we get? I wonder aloud, my voice a cracking whisper. What if tomorrow is the trial and... He silences me with a kiss, stealing the words from my lips and the air from my lungs. When we break away, his hand brushes through my hair, then strokes the small patch of soft skin behind my ear.
I will die before I let anything happen to you,
he says.
You have my word.
I believe him because I can feel it in my bones that he means it. But that still doesn't answer my question. What if tonight is all we get? I ask again.
Then I shall spend it holding you,
he replies.
And that will be enough.
I close my eyes, hearing Klinos' voice in my ear telling me that this thing between Kyor and I is more than just physical attraction. And damn it, she's right. She was fucking right. He lifts my hand to his lips and gently kisses each of my fingertips.
Come on, Thorn.
He says.
Lay down. You need sleep.
I do as he bids and slip under the covers, and a small sigh escapes my lips as he climbs in beside me and wraps his arms around my waist. With his warmth and scent around me, I curl into him, and sleep finally takes me. Chapter 57. I wake frequently in the night, startled by the sounds of my dreams. A scream of pain, a gargle from foam-filled lungs, a crackle of fire as the pyre drifts out towards the horizon. But every time my eyes snap open, Kyor is there, his hand stroking my hair as he holds me close.
You're safe. You're safe, I promise you.
The only kisses he offers me are chaste and small, pressed into my temples or my forehead, and once or twice against my lips, firm enough to steady my pulse until the next nightmare starts. When I'm woken the final time, it's not my dreams but laughter that startles me awake. Confused, I sit up.
It's the cooks.
Kyor explains from where he's sitting at his desk, charcoal in his hands.
They're making breakfast. I should have asked them to keep it down a bit. Sorry.
It's fine. I don't mind. The constant hum of noise reminds me of the slums, somehow. Of Reuben and Peter, and having Kay constantly there beside me. Not just for a couple of hours at a ball every now and then. Nights that seem destined to end in tragedy. Still, I'm surprised by how loud the kitchen is. The clattering of pans and the laughter of women as they go about their early morning jobs. It's so joltingly ordinary. Do they always wake you like this?
Every day,
He says.
I like waking to laughter. It's normally the only time of day I get to hear it. Besides, it guarantees I'm up before everyone else. Before the Redder held, it ensured I got some time in the training yard by myself. These days, it ensures I'm up to train with you.
Thank you. He moves in the space of a moment, coming to sit beside me and interlocking his fingers with mine.
How are you feeling?
His eyes are full of concern, softness, safety. Broken, I reply truthfully, then hesitate before continuing. You know, it's strange. I thought death couldn't get to me like that again. First it was Florian, then my mother, then my father. The number of people I saw in the slums. I thought I'd hardened to it. But yesterday it felt like I'd learned nothing. It's so raw. And it's stupid because we're in the Redderheld. The fact that she and Benny and I made it this far is a miracle. I should have been better prepared for it.
No.
He says.
Hardening yourself to death doesn't help. It just stops you grieving people you loved. That's not fair on either of you.
And have you grieved properly? I ask him pointedly, keen to shift the focus and learn more about the man who held me through all my nightmares. Have you grieved Zell? Your mother? Your baby brother? His eyes shift from mine as he lifts his hand to his mouth and bites the corner of his thumbnail.
I'm sure if my mother was here, she'd say no. But I think I've tried my best.
I swallow. I'm sorry you lost her. In all the conversations we've had before, I don't think I've ever spoken the words or thought about what Kyor losing his mother meant to him, without simultaneously being drawn to what I also lost that night. As if he knows what I'm thinking, he offers me a fleeting smile.
It's life. We lose people. I guess the aim is to try not to lose yourself afterwards. I failed with that once.
Silence swells between us, and I want to break it. Want to break the hurt of the memories filling us both. But before I can, he's on his feet.
I'll fetch us something to eat.
You don't have to do that. I can go to the dining hall.
But it's not exactly a long journey for me, is it?
He flashes me a smile before opening the door. The scent of freshly baked bread and sweet pastries floods the room.
You're up late today, Your Royal Highness,
one of the cooks calls. Did we hear voices in there? A visitor, perhaps? Hearing Layla's voice is a reminder that I need to talk to her about the food for the slums. Though now, with me eavesdropping on her and Kyor's conversation, it doesn't feel like the right moment.
Just after some food, please, Layla,
he says. Right. Would that be food for 1 or 2?
You ask a lot of questions, don't you?
I'm surprised by the playfulness in his tone. I'd hate to be interrogated by anyone about who I'm sharing my bed with. and yet the prince is taking a ribbing from one of his staff in good humor. "Well, you know me. I like to keep an eye on you," the woman continues. "Make sure they're good enough."
Trust me, she is.
He replies.
I think the issue is whether I'm good enough for her.
A warmth spreads through me, and not just at his words. When I'd been dreaming of making it to the Retterheld, I'd had such a clear vision of the prince. How he'd be cold, calculating, plotting the downfall of everyone he disliked. I never imagined Kyor as someone who would spend his time chatting with the kitchen staff. But then, I never imagined he would be the man holding me all night, comforting me through nightmares, and bringing me breakfast. I know so little about him. The rest is just an image painted in my head, a version of him formed from years of festering pain. The other part is the man he projects, the ruthlessness, the constant solitude and lack of need for anyone or anything. Neither of them seem to fit the glimpses I've seen of who he actually is. When Kyor returns, the plate he carries is piled high with enough food for at least half a dozen people. But the first thing I reach for is a glass of water. "How long do you think we have until the next trial?" I ask as I sip. "It has to be at least a few days, right?"
Guess so. Are you up for training now?
I don't reply straight away. It's tempting to stay here, to lock the door, to hide away from the world. But then I think of Benny, of him waking up alone, of him walking down to the dining hall and seeing our table empty. There's no way I could do that to him. "Thank you for this," I gesture to the food. "But I should go upstairs to the dining hall for breakfast. I need to make sure Benny's okay."
Do you want me to join you?
I hesitate for a moment, then shake my head. I think maybe it would be best if it was just him and me for now. Is that okay?
Of course it is.
He leans forwards, pressing a soft kiss to the top of my forehead.
I'll see you in the training yard. Or just come back here if you want. Doors always open to you.
I kiss him back, this time on the lips, before picking my dress up off the floor and leaving. I keep my eyes to the ground as I pass the cooks in a proper walk of shame, wearing only Kyor's shirt. Here's hoping I encounter no one on the way to the dorm. Thankfully, rising so early gives me time to get upstairs, shower, and get dressed before anyone else is stirring. I'm glad that Benny woke up with me there, and together we head down to breakfast. I'm not sure my heart could have taken it if I'd seen Benny sitting there alone, or taken a seat by myself knowing Hlyn wouldn't be joining us. One by one, the rest of the Retlings filter in. There are so few of us now. The days of clattering plates and barely being able to hear yourself think over all the clamor are long gone.
Can I sit with you?
Jonas asks when he appears. I nod, of course.
I'm sorry for...
Thank you for your help with Kay. We speak at the same time and I cut myself short. Jonas shakes his head.
Sorry.
He says. I was just saying, thank you for your help with Kay last night. He nods and then hesitates. And from the way the knots are forming in my stomach, I have a horrible feeling I know what he's going to say.
You and Kyor. You can't trust him. You know that, right?
Jonas, please.
I saw it last night. I think he might even believe it's real between you two, but it can't be. He's the heir apparent, and you're...
He trails off. Wow. A laugh of disbelief rolls from my lungs. Just when I thought we were actually making some progress, he throws out a line like that. Whatever Kyor and I are, it's none of your business. I wish I didn't sound so sharp. This isn't how I wanted to spend this morning. The first morning without Klinos. But then, how did I think it would go? All of us are hurting. And Jonas has still got everything with Kestria to work through. There's no chance he's done that yet. Benny speaks up.
Well, assuming the next trial is a pairing, I'm guessing Rose will want to do it with the lightning-wielding, storm-controlling warrior prince, rather than either of us. So I guess it's you and me.
Benny's weak attempt at humor may break the silence, but Jonas's gaze is still locked on me.
Looks like it.
Jonas replies coolly.
Not gonna lie, I'd rather have had Klinos. Don't know what we're going to be up against, but unless it's a multi-eyed creature, I'm not quite as thrilled about your powers as I was about her ability to control the wind. Sorry.
Jonas pushes back his chair.
I can't do this. I can't pretend this is normal. He ruined your life. He fucking hates you. You have to know this is all a game, right? That he's just playing with you until he gets bored and moves on, leaving you even more screwed up than you were before? How are you that fucking stupid?
Call her stupid again, and it'll be the last word to ever leave your mouth.
Kyor stands proudly behind me, and every pair of eyes in the room is on him. He's still topless, and from the charcoal on his fingertips, it looks like he hasn't even washed yet. Though poor hygiene is hardly what Jonas should be worried about. I've never seen a man with more hatred in his eyes.
Kyor.
Jonas chokes out as he tries to push back his shoulders. But it doesn't matter. It's not about who has more height or muscle mass. It's about the pure power resonating from the two men. And Kyor wins hands down in that category.
I'm pretty sure that what you just said is enough for me to have you put to death for treason. But I'm in a generous mood. So instead, I'm simply going to tell you two things, and you better listen good. Number one, you don't know how I feel. You don't have a fucking clue. So don't you dare presume you do. And number two.
He turns and looks at me.
I never hated her. I hated what she reminded me of.
His gaze softens as it bores into me with such tenderness that heat pricks the back of my eyes. I nod, the tiniest of gestures, but he sees. In a flash, his hard gaze returns, and he looks back at Jonas.
You speak to her like that again, and I will kill you.
With that, he turns and strides out of the room. Silence is still echoing in the dining hall when Benny speaks a few moments later.
And this is why I've kept sex out of the Redheld,
he mutters. Chapter 58.
We've put this off for long enough.
Kyor's expression is unusually stern as he looks at me.
Please just try. Just this once. For me.
You want me to try to do something that could get me killed? I reply, folding my arms across my chest.
I've already told you, no one is going to come down here. Now, see if you can freeze the water.
It doesn't matter how many times I try to tell Kyor that whatever it looked like to him, the magic that killed Oki was the specter's, not mine. He refuses to believe me. Maybe because I don't have any evidence. Not that I haven't tried to get some. I've been down to the library every afternoon for the last 10 days, trying to find Caroline to check on how she's doing and ask for her help with researching the matter. I figure that maybe having a task to focus on might help her with her grief. But there's been no sign of her. I'd like to think that she's not been avoiding me on purpose, but I can't blame her if she is. Still, Kyor's been insistent that we should see if the powers are still within me, just to check. And finally, I've given in.
Just try to freeze that water.
Kyor pushes, gesturing to the bowl in front of me. I don't know why you think I can do this, I repeat. I can't.
Just try. Please.
I let out a slight huff before directing my attention to the bowl. With my focus on the water, I tense the muscles in my hand so hard that my fingers start to throb. Why are you helping me do this? I snap in frustration when nothing happens. I spin around to glower at Kyor. You know only one of us will be gifted. He nods, pairing the gesture with a brief shrug.
You're right, but maybe some things have become more important to me than the gifting. Like keeping you alive. And you having control over whatever magic you were able to conjure in the trial is part of that.
Silence falls between us, stretching into a tension filled with one unspoken question. One I want to ask, only I'm not sure that I want the answer. Namely, why would the future king, a man who could have anything he wanted in an instant, need the greatest gift offered by the gods? He parts his lips, and for a split second I think he's about to tell me. But then he glances back at the bowl and the water within it.
Practice,
he says.
Freeze it.
We stay there for almost an hour, after which the water definitely feels colder, but that's probably just because it's a chilly night. Or maybe because my fingers have lost the ability to feel. Either way, I'm spent. I need to stop. This isn't working. I told you it's not my magic. He presses his lips together as though he still isn't convinced, but thankfully he doesn't press the matter any further. Can we just head to bed? I say, looking up at him.
If that's what you need.
It is. I don't make any pretense of heading upstairs. Instead, I cross the kitchen and walk into the dimly lit space that is solely his. His drawings are still on the desk. Most of them are his wolf, though some are of people. I know there's one of Zell as I caught sight of it the other day, but I haven't looked through the others. Even when he's sketched late at night, while I've dozed in the bed, I haven't asked him what he's working on. If he wants to show me, he will. The room is lit only by the glow of a single lamp. As he strips off his shirt, the light catches the ridges of his back, his muscles glistening as he moves and flexes. I reach out and trace a line between his shoulders, and feel him shiver beneath my touch.
Rose.
My name comes out as a breath, a barely there gasp. As he stands, as stoic as a statue, I move my hand further down his back to the hollow at the base of his spine, then lower still. But before my hands reach his waistband, he spins around and grabs me by the wrists.
You know the rule.
Not as a distraction, I say, my hands now on the bare skin of his torso. But what was it you said to me? You are the distraction. Isn't that right? I smile, though the gesture is snatched away as a memory of Holden's words crosses my mind. How this is a game and Kyor's going to grow bored with me. I've never been naive enough to think that whatever this is, it's going to last forever. But to be over so soon, before it even really started, hurts me more than I would have expected. I cross to the other side of the room before twisting back to face him. You know, if you changed your mind about wanting this, I understand, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. But at least have the decency to admit it.
What?
His eyes widen as he looks at me with pure disbelief.
Why would you say that?
Why? I can't help the bitterness of the laugh that escapes my throat. Because every time I try to initiate something, you brush me off. You barely kiss me unless it's just a peck. When I strip to climb into your bed, you turn away from me, and you're gone most of the time when I wake up. If all you want is friendship...
That is not all I want.
He strides towards me, and for a split second, I'm sure he's going to grab me and kiss me. But instead, his hands stretch out in front of him as though he's trying to keep a physical barrier between us.
Rose, I don't kiss you because if I start, I don't know if I'll be able to stop. I can't watch you get undressed because the sight of your skin has me wanting to plunge my tongue deep enough that you're all I taste for days to come. And I'm certain you'll see it all over my face. And I'm gone in the morning because the sight of you lying in my bed, barely dressed, gets me so hard that if you were to ask me for anything, I would be powerless to say no. You are still a thorn in my side, and I want you from the moment I wake, through every breath I take until the moment I go to sleep. Every dream I have, every wandering thought, you are there. Don't you ever again doubt that I want you. I'm just trying to respect you, to protect you and not take advantage of you. That's it.
He looks at me, unblinking, and with not a shadow of doubt in his voice. And there's none in me either, as I take a step closer so that his hands brush against my skin. I don't need you to protect me. Not here in this room. In here, either you treat me as your equal, or you accept that there's no hope for us, and this is already over.
That's not something I'm willing to accept,
he says, his voice a growl. Good, I rasp, already feeling the slickness between my legs. Then show me how much you want me. Now. His mouth is on mine in an instant, and not with timidity or doubt, but with the same urgency and pressure as that first kiss. Back then, he accused me of not trusting him, of kissing him to keep him silent. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. I trust this man with my life, my soul. I might as well. After all, I fear he already has it. My hands work over his chest as he buries his head in my neck, licking and biting at the skin, causing my hips to buck as my body melts against his. Kyor, I groan.
I wouldn't.
He whispers.
You keep saying my name like that, and this will be over way too fast.
Kyor. I say it again, and a shudder rolls down his spine as he presses his weight into me, finally allowing me to feel his full length. Any illusion of control I had is gone as I grab a fistful of his hair and pull him closer into me.
Good gods, you're beautiful,
he says as he fumbles with the bottom of my shirt. I lift my hands above my head so he can strip me, so that he can see all of me. He sighs out a moan as he holds his hand millimeters from my bare nipples and allows the static from his hand to spark against my skin. Fuck, I gasp as I grip hold of him with such force my nails bite into his skin.
Too much?
He asks, looking at me in concern. Gods, no, I reply, shaking my head. We've got a long way to go before you hit too much. A grin slides across his face, but rather than returning his hands to my chest, he works on the buttons of my trousers. The moment they're undone, he pulls them down. I reach for him. It's my turn. I need to hold him, feel him. But before I can even manage to undo the top button, he has me by the wrists and pulls my hands away.
We have time for that,
he says.
First, I'm going to need you to lie back on that bed and let me kiss you like I've been dreaming of.
Even if I wanted to say no, I don't have the strength. Instead, I drop back, my legs falling open, every inch of my body exposed to him. A guttural noise rises from Kyor's throat.
You have no idea how hard you make me,
he growls. I would if you would let me feel you inside me, I say hopefully. His laugh is wild and carefree as he grins at me.
You really do like patience, don't you?
Only with you.
Well, it's coming. And so will you. Don't worry.
He leans over my body and runs his hands over my stomach as he plants his lips against the top of my thigh. I half whimper, half groan as my hips buck into him.
I am going to make it my mission to touch every part of your body.
He says, drawing his tongue higher.
With every part of mine.
With every moment, he adds to the pressure that only makes me yearn for more. I need you inside me, I plead. I've never felt like this before. So desperate, so utterly without control or restraint.
Soon.
He reaches the apex of my thighs, and my legs instinctively open wider as I reach up, desperate to pull him in closer. But before I can, his fingers are hovering above my clit, sparking against the skin. Fuck, I can't. You can't.
Too much, my love?
Don't stop. Don't. I can't finish a response. My back is arched again, the pleasure exquisite. I need to feel something inside me, him inside me, but I know from that glint in his eyes that he's enjoying watching me way too much. You know, I think you're using your power so you don't have to touch me yourself, I gasp out. It's a lie, an outright one, and he knows it. But I'm willing to try anything to get what I want.
Oh, I'm perfectly willing to touch you.
He purrs. Relief floods through me. Finally, I'm going to get to feel him inside me. But instead, his head disappears between my legs. I cry out as his tongue sweeps my most sensitive of areas. My entire body melts into his as his tongue starts a constant motion that has my legs trembling. I didn't think anything could be more intense than his static shock. But with what his mouth is capable of, I'm going to crumble imminently. I'm going to come, I gasp, struggling to get out the words between the breaths. I'm going to come if you keep doing that.
That's the point.
He growls back. It's a fight between my body and mind, and my body is losing. It doesn't matter that I want to hold on, that I want to wait until I feel him in the depths of me. I can't stop. The motion of my bucking hips matches the rhythm with which his tongue works me, and my hands grip the sheet as I try to maintain a modicum of control. But before I can even try to steady my breath, he slides 2 fingers inside me.
Fuck. You're soaking.
He groans as he moves his mouth momentarily away from me. I don't know why he's surprised, and I want to say as much, but before I can, he switches up the pressure inside with a curl of his fingers. My entire body clenches, tightening around the feel of him. I want to have you inside me. It's my turn to growl, and yet all it elicits from him is a wicked grin as he looks up at me and then a lick of his lips, momentarily closing his eyes as he savors my taste.
I know what you want, and we'll get there.
He promises.
I'm just going to need you to do this for me first, okay? I'm going to need you to let go. You do that, and I'm all yours. Just let go from me. I want to watch you come apart, Rose.
Fuck. That's not an offer I can refuse. and even his voice is bringing me closer. My body is right on the edge, and I'm so damn close. He offers one more long rake up between my thighs with his free hand, as the other pumps in and out of me before his mouth finds my clit again. That's all it takes. The kisses, the touch. I can no longer hold it back. Muscles spasm and quake as the orgasm shakes through every part of me, and my pulse is so fast I can barely believe I'm still breathing. And yet he doesn't stop. His fingers still toying with me, pushing me higher still. Only when every part of my body is spent, and my breaths are ragged and shallow does he drop down onto the bed beside me, kissing me gently on the lips. I try to respond, but my body is weakened by whatever the hell he just did to me.
I don't think I've ever seen a sight that good.
He says, using his thumb to brush down my lip.
You have no idea how fucking sexy that was.
You don't play fair, I say, sitting up slowly and maneuvering myself so that I can straddle him. Now I'm going to have to get my own back. The feel of just how hard he is between my legs is enough to have me needing him again, and I rock my hips with just enough force to feel the pressure of him pulse beneath me. As that first moan leaves his lips, I slide my hand down and finally grasp hold of him.
Gods.
His eyes roll backwards as a low groan reverberates in his throat.
You know, I thought I knew what this was meant to be like. Turns out, I've been getting it wrong for years.
With every long stroke up and down his shaft, I tighten my squeeze ever so slightly. His hips buck in response. I had thought after the orgasm he'd just given me that I would need at least a little respite, but apparently the sight and feel of him is all it takes to get me ready to go again.
Gods, I want to be inside you.
He growls with his eyes closed.
I want to feel that tight wetness around me.
Is that so? I say, unable to stop the smirk from rising on my lips. Because I'm pretty sure that when I wanted the same, you told me I needed to have patience. Remember? I think it's time you take a little bit of your own advice, Your Royal Highness. I tease. His eyes snap open as his body turns rigid beneath me.
Don't.
He says, shadows filling his gaze.
Don't call me that.
I shift back, loosening my grip on him. Surely he has to be joking, but there's not a hint of humor in his voice. Kaior?
I'm not him to you. I'm not your prince. Your kingdom's heir. You're whatever else other people call me. I'm yours. That's it. You understand? I'm yours. Even if you're not mine. Even if this isn't the same for you as it is for me. If you don't...
He stops, and my chest burns with the word he hasn't said. Is that what this is? Not infatuation, not lust, but something else? Something far more dangerous? I don't reply. Instead, I press my lips against his and respond the only way I can. I'm yours, I whisper before the kiss deepens. Whatever this was before has transformed. The urge to feel him in me is still there, the desperation just as acute. I need him to be so far within me it's impossible to imagine us being separate again. I want to say it. I want to offer him that assurance, that word. Yet as the tip of his head finally pushes me apart, all I can do is gasp.
I'll go slow.
He promises. Kaior, I moan. It's all so much. Too much.
I've got you. I've always got you.
It's just the head, and yet it's stretching me as it inches slowly in, my senses on overload.
Gods, Rose, I...
The word is on the tip of his tongue, I know it is. But before he speaks it, I thrust my hips downwards and plunge him in a little deeper.
Fuck.
Our gasps are simultaneous as his body spasms inside me. But it's not enough. He's not all the way in. I'm not sure I can take him all, but I sure as hell am going to try. I want every single inch of him. I brace myself, ready to thrust again, only for a shrill sound to cut through the air. Our eyes meet. The fourth trial? I groan, sinking my head onto his chest.
Of course it fucking is.
He growls,
Get dressed. We don't know how long we have, and if they use portation.
Yeah, being chucked in a tundra of ice in the nude would not go well for either of us. Later, I tell him, allowing my tongue one more sweep against his, and he nods as we carefully detangle. We will finish this later.
That better be a promise.
He says, grabbing my hand.
Rose.
His eyes lock on mine, and I know exactly what he's going to say. But I can't hear it now, not like this, not when one of us could die. Later, I say forcefully. His lips press tightly together before he nods once.
Later.
Chapter 59. I don't have my furs, I say to Kyor in panic as I race to pull on my clothes. I can't believe I didn't think to bring them down here with me. I've spent every night here after all. But I guess I thought we had more time until the next trial.
In the wardrobe.
Kyor tells me.
Benny gave them to me a couple of days ago. I forgot to tell you. Guess he figured it might be another middle-of-the-night thing.
Thank you, Benny, I mutter as I grab the clothes. There was a reason the others always looked at him as a leader. He thinks of it all. As I sheathe my dagger, feeling the steady cool of the metal in my hand, Kyor is already painting his sigils.
You want me to do yours?
He asks.
Edda and Itara, right? With the Rohelm rings?
I nod. Thank you. Given his artistic skill, it's unsurprising that his hand is far steadier than mine, and the circles of Rohelm are actually circular, unlike when I've drawn them. I should have got you to do them before now. You've done a better job than I can.
How about I do it for every battle going forwards then?
He says, and it makes my heart ache, because my father used to paint my mother's. That sounds like a deal. I turn my head up and kiss him gently on the lips. With our faces painted, we gather with the others in the courtyard, where the carriages are already waiting. Benny beckons us over. What have you learned? I ask. He gestures to the carriages.
The tires. They're the same ones we picked up when we arrived at port. Exactly the same. They need them to go over a very specific terrain, so my best guess is we're heading to the Lornayan Channel.
Fear flutters through me. I know people have swum the expanse of water that lies between the mainland and the Eastern Isles before, but surely they can't expect us to do that. If they do, there's no way I'll make it. I gulp. Maybe we have to row across, I say hopefully.
There's no point guessing.
Kyor replies.
It's a waste of energy. He's right.
Jonas agrees. The comment causes Benny and I to exchange a look. Jonas has barely spoken to me or Kyor since the incident in the dining room, and he's normally the one offering the most speculation in these situations. Maybe he just doesn't want to go into the fourth trial with bad blood between us. After all, we've lost people in nearly every trial so far. There's no reason this one should be any different.
Your best bet is to use the journey to get some sleep.
He continues.
Make sure you're rested. You'll need as much energy as possible.
As he stops, I glance across the group. There are 16 of us left, and judging by the way they're already forming pairs, they've all had the same thoughts and conversations as we have. Some of the pairings are obvious. Nasira's with her aunt Clade, while 2 of the remaining 3 guards are together, and 2 of the Gulrekian Retlings, Moiral and Del, have formed a pair. The 3rd Gulrekian is with Siren, and Odetta seems to be with Yeva. I feel a pang of sympathy for Yeva, given how vile Odetta can be. But the pairing makes sense. Yeva needs ash, and Odetta burns things. That leaves Grenda with Zara. They're by far the oddest of the pairs, and as much as I hate to admit it, having Grenda on her side gives Zara an even better chance of surviving.
Do you think we have to travel alone?
Jonas asks, looking at the carriages.
There's enough for each of us. I'm going with Rose.
Kyor replies instantly. I raise an eyebrow at him. If that's what I want, right?
I'll make it worth your while.
He grins, and I can't help grinning back, even as Jonas mutters something behind us. Given his comment, when Kyor and I climb into the carriage, I expect us to carry on where we left off. Instead, he takes off his fur and bundles it into a makeshift pillow against the wall.
We need some sleep.
He tells me. You're not serious.
Absolutely. You may have forgotten, but we didn't exactly get much rest before we were interrupted.
I frown. Actually, I can't remember. Were we doing something fun? Perhaps you should remind me. His smile is enough to make my insides melt as he leans forward, brushing a kiss against my lips. If I couldn't see his hands down by his side, I'd swear he was using his static on me, because the fizz that rolls through my body is unbearable.
We can pick it up later,
He murmurs.
once we live through this trial. Promise.
I don't expect to sleep. Not with the bumpiness of the journey, the impending sense of doom, and the fact that just looking at Kyor reminds me of the feel of him between my thighs. Yet at some point my eyes close, and it's only when I feel Kyor's hand gently squeezing my shoulder that I realize I drifted off.
Thorn, we're here.
I open my eyes and breathe in a yawn. The air is salty, crisp. We're definitely by the sea, but not the same stretch we used to say goodbye to Hlinos. Instead, as Benny predicted, we're facing the Eastern Isles. Rather than opening the door and stepping outside, Kyor blocks the way. His brow furrows.
Thorn, I don't mean to sound like Jonas here, but I can get us through this. You know that, right?
You do sound like Jonas, I respond through a second yawn.
I'm not telling you to sit back or stay out of the way. I'm just asking you not to take any unnecessary risks.
Definitely sounds like Jonas, I grouse again, though I can't help the smile on my lips that only widens as he kisses me. When we break away, he draws in a long, steadying breath. Okay, I tell him. Let's do this. We climb out, only to find that the carriages have stopped mere feet from a cliff edge. Had it not been for the last dregs of moonlight shimmering on the water, I might have missed it altogether. And falling off a cliff because I wasn't paying attention would be a shit way to end the Retterheld. There in front of us stands Mila. I can't help but wonder how many people she expects to die in this trial. After all, she's the only one who knows how deadly each round will be. As the others gather around us, my hand slips into Kyor's. When Zara casts her eyes back to me and scoffs, I'm tempted to pull my hand away, but I don't. Screw her. Screw anyone who judges me for being stripped. Or for who I'm fucking. They'll judge me even if I win this damn thing. And I'll let them. It says way more about who they are than who I am. And so I squeeze Kyor's hand a little harder, and don't let go. Ratlings, welcome to the 4th trial. Mila's voice is as commanding as always, though my eyes wander to her waist, where a dagger rests at her hip. I press a hand to its twin, hidden beneath the folds of my jacket. Your 4th trial is simple, she continues. Tomorrow night, the ball will not be held in Rohelm, but on the Eastern Isles. I glance at Benny and see the flicker of excitement in his face. All you have to do is reach it. At the bottom of the cliff face, you will find 4 boats. Each boat will hold 2 people. When the last boat has landed on the shore, the trial is ended. Simple. Excitement flutters in me. A cliff climb and a row? I can do those. Yet almost immediately a knot tightens in my stomach. The math doesn't add up. There are 16 of us, and only 4 boats. Half of us won't even be able to attempt the crossing? Fuck. It's a race against time. Everyone is looking at one another working it out. The knot in my stomach turns to pure dread. We're going to have to kill one another. That's what's going to happen. I can already see it in Zara and Odetta's eyes. They're going to kill whoever they have to, if it means they get a boat. Kyor leans in towards me.
We're fine,
He says confidently.
No one is getting near us. There's no one faster down this cliffside than you and me. And we both know it.
He's right. But my fate isn't my only concern. I glance at Jonas. I have no fucking idea what he's going to do.
You can't waste time thinking about them.
Kyor says.
Everyone knew what they signed up for. You worry about yourself. That's it. Okay?
I nod. And you. I look forward to seeing you on the Eastern Isles. Mila concludes her little speech, and a moment later, a flash explodes in the sky. The 4th trial has officially begun. I don't need Kyor to tell me what to do. I race to the edge of the cliff and start to scramble down.
I know I said I trust your judgment,
Kyor calls.
but you see it's pretty steep here, right?
I know you've climbed worse, I call back, and it's going to stop the others doing the same.
Not disagreeing. Just a little bit in all.
He says, flashing me a grin.
My girl fucking owns it.
Damn right I do. I've come so far, and in this trial especially, I'm not the weakest. I'm one of the strongest. It's amazing how at ease I feel in this part of the trial. Not just at ease, but genuinely excited. I'd almost forgotten my love of climbing, the rush and the thrill of finding the best path and pushing my body to follow it through. In just a matter of minutes, I'm going to be by the water. But that's where my advantage ends. There might be boats, but something tells me this isn't going to be as straightforward as gently rowing across to the Eastern Isles into a warm welcome. There's something in the water. I'd stake my life on it. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to do exactly that.
How are you doing?
Kyor calls again. He's almost level with me now, giving me a chance to see the way his arm muscles flex and tighten as he stretches for each of the handholds. I can't help but remember that first night I saw him, and the way his eyes fixed in my mind even then.
You all right?
He asks, concern etched in his features. Sorry, I shake the moment away. Got a little distracted. He offers me a knowing smirk.
Really?
It's not my fault you look so good in life and death situations, I tell him, only for him to chuckle.
Come on. Some of the others are closing in. We need to get to the boats first.
He hits the ground while I'm still 10 feet up.
Would you be insulted if I offered to catch you?
He calls up. You really think that me landing on you, me straddling you, is the best use of our time right now?
I wouldn't argue with it. For fuck's sake!
Benny yells down from above.
You do realize things echo off a cliff and get louder, right? I think I preferred it when you two were pretending to hate each other.
I definitely preferred it.
Jonas mutters. I land a moment later, my feet firm on the ground. Benny is not far behind, but Jonas still has a long way to go. Make sure you hold that boat for him, Benny, I call.
Don't worry, I know the rules,
he replies.
You just get you and your prince across.
I don't need to be told twice. I race across the stone beach to where the boats have been dragged up past the shoreline. They're sturdier than I expected, with wooden hulls and wooden oars with metal ends. Great for a gentle row on a lake, but crossing a freaking channel? We'll have to wait and see. Where do you want me? I ask Kyor. Front or back?
Now, Thorn? Really?
He groans. I meant in the boat, I huff.
Right. Go in the front. I'll steer.
I head to the bow and start to drag it forwards as Kyor pushes from the back. We need to get it to water. But where we go from there, I've no idea. No bright lights guide us as only the faintest glimmers of the Eastern Isles are visible over the waves. Any chance they just have really small lamps on the islands? I ask. Kyor flashes me a grin.
Sadly, I think they're just far away, my love.
If it wasn't for the fact that the others are racing down the cliff face behind us and would happily skewer us with their swords, I would let my heart stutter over what he just called me again. But then, it could easily have been a slip of the tongue. Our casual term of familiarity, nothing more. Forcing the word out of my head, my feet hit the water, and a rush of fear judders through me so visceral it steals my sight. I don't want to be here. I shouldn't be here. The thoughts come with a hollowness, like they're somehow detached from my own mind. But how could that possibly be? How can I have thoughts that aren't my own?
Thorn?
Kyor's voice snaps me out of the moment. Only then do I realize the water is knee-deep.
You need to get in.
Right, sure. As I climb into the boat, Kyor pushes us out, wading through the waves until the water is at his thighs. Then, with one final launch, he jumps in and begins paddling. For a few minutes, we're completely silent. The only sounds are the lapping waves and the gentle splash of our oars breaking the surface. Is it just me, I say, or does this all feel a little too easy?
Just stay alert.
Kyor murmurs. I do as he says, but it doesn't stop me from talking. Where are the others? How are they doing?
Hold on. They're... shit.
His response is enough to make my chest squeeze.
Looks like Benny and Jonas are going to have to fight the others for a boat.
Fight who?
Yeva and Odetta.
My throat constricts even further. Jonas and Yeva are both from Rohelm. So what does that mean? Would he switch sides to help her instead? No, I can't imagine he would. And Yeva and Odetta's combined firepower is substantially greater than what the boys are working with. Fuck, I say. Any chance you can intervene? Offer them a helping hand? Kyor exhales sharply.
Rose, my love,
Are you suggesting that I interfere in other Retlings' fights just to aid your friends?
Yep. There was no mistaking it then. Twice in 2 minutes. Still, this time I don't dwell on it. That's exactly what I'm saying. Can you do it or not?
You know that if I do that, there's a chance that Edda won't see them as worthy of the gifting. They should really do it on their own.
Are they going to do it on their own? I snap. Or are they going to get killed? His silence is all the answer I need. Just do it, Kyor. I'm not losing them too. He turns back, and silver crackles of lightning appear between his fingers, and a cloud darkens over the shore. A split second later, the light shoots from his hands, bounces off the cloud, and crashes downwards, striking the ground between Benny and Odetta. It's a testament to Benny's powers that he was able to leap away before it struck. But Odetta wasn't so lucky. She sprawls backwards, giving Benny and Jonas the chance to grab the boat. By the time Odetta has gathered herself enough to start hurling flames at them, the boys are already on the water. Relief rolls through me. I get what Kyor meant about Edda seeing them as worthy, but we've all needed help at some point or another in the Retterheld. I know I certainly wouldn't be here without their support. But I'm not going to dwell. The boys are alive, and they've got a boat. That's what matters. I refocus on the view in front of me. As far as I can see, there's nothing. Nothing but the sea. Still. Quiet. Maybe it is as simple as crossing the channel. But then, as the water brushes against the hull and spills over my legs, a feeling ripples through my stomach. A twisting that grips the very core of my soul. It is pure tortured agony. My breath hitches for a moment. But then, the pain is gone, and it's like I'm not even in my body. I'm above it. Seeing the water, seeing our boat, seeing Jonas and Benny row towards us as we sit there drifting. What in the gods' names is going on? Is this part of the trial? Have the priestesses somehow used their magic to pull me from my body? I didn't even know that was possible. How the fuck do I get back?
Rose!
The boat surges, and Kyor slams into me, and just like that, I'm back in my body. Whatever that aberration was, it's past. So does that mean it was part of the trial or not? Only as Kyor reaches out over the side of the boat do I realize I've dropped one of my oars in the water. What happened? My voice cracks.
I was about to ask you the same, Thorn. Are you okay? You just stopped rowing and let go of the oar.
He says, handing it back to me. Did I? I can't remember that. I can remember being above it all, and before that, all I can remember is pain and the fierce anguish that had filled me when the water struck my legs. My chest pounds as I twist around to look at Kyor, already aware of how insane I'm about to sound. But if that wasn't the priestess's doing, then there's only one explanation. Somehow, there's still magic running through me. I felt something, I tell him. I felt something in the water.
What do you mean?
I'm not sure. I put the oar back in the rowlock and lean over the side.
Rose, what are you doing?
Just let me do this. He quietens as I lower my hand into the water. A moment later, the pain tears through me and I scream out in agony.
Rose!
I rip my hand out of the sea and the feeling is instantly gone. That presence, that pain, vanished. There is something in there. Something in pain. Something strong. Kyor stares at me, then glances at the water. Don't touch it. Don't, I plead with him. It's horrible. He ignores me just the way I knew he was going to.
I just want to see, that's all.
Fixing his own oar, he dips his hand into the sea. His brows knit together as he pushes his arm in deeper.
I can't feel anything.
He says. Really? I breathe. It was in so much pain. Like it had been trapped, like it shouldn't be here. He watches me carefully, but I suspect he's thinking exactly the same as I am. It's just going to be a case of who has the guts to voice it first. In the end, it's me. Do you think this has something to do with the ice? With what happened before?
I don't know.
He says.
But I'm starting to hope it might.
The comment catches me by surprise. You are? Why? He tightens his grip on the oar and nods towards something over my shoulder.
Because if it is, then maybe you'll be able to work out how the hell we get past that.
Chapter 60. My gaze snaps to the front of the boat, and the air rushes from my lungs. 6 gargantuan tentacles protrude from the water, twisting and rising as the mammoth body writhes upward. How big is that thing? 100 feet? 200? I have a horrible feeling I'm still underestimating. As a 20-foot wave barrels in our direction, the creature's head breaks the surface, and a single yellow eye locks on mine. A tremble holds my voice hostage before I finally choke the words out. Is that a kraken? I gape. Since when were there krakens in these waters?
You were the one that said it felt like it was in the wrong place.
Kaior reminds me. Shit. He's right. We have to get past a fucking furious kraken. A creature that's been dragged out of its homeland and dropped here in the channel. Why, in all the gods' names, would Edda set a trial like this?
I can use lightning. If I get enough power, I can drive it back underwater.
Kaior says, thinking aloud. For how long? I say cynically. It's hurt. That's why it's acting like this. I felt its pain. Striking it with lightning will only exacerbate the situation.
So what would you suggest?
It's a genuine question. I frown as I muse aloud. Okay, if it doesn't want to be here, why isn't it leaving?
Something must be holding it in place.
He theorizes. Right. Presumably magic of some kind.
Yes.
The hitch of excitement in his voice is undeniable, and I feel exactly the same. Not just because we're closing in on a plan, but because of how easily we fall into step with one another. It shouldn't feel this effortless, but it does. Okay, I rub my lip as I think. If we can break down whatever magic is holding it in place, then it'll move on, right? It'll go and we'll be able to cross. I look around me. How the hell could anything have enough power to hold something that size in place? You need to paddle away, I tell him. Stay parallel to the shore and don't get any closer while we think this through. Kaior doesn't question me, immediately pulling his oar through the water and switching up our direction to make sure we don't get any closer to the kraken. Meanwhile, I study the shore. Benny and Jonas are in their boat heading towards us, while Zara and Grenda have another. There are a few bodies scattered on the shingle, but I don't look close enough to see which of the remaining Retlings are dead. That won't help anyone now. How have they trapped you? I mutter as my gaze falls on Mila, still standing at the top of the cliff watching us. She's barely as high as a matchstick from this distance, but I can tell it's her. Just like I can tell, there are other priestesses spread along the cliff. As I continue to stare at them, my eyes catch on the thin wisps of magic radiating from their hands. It's them. The priestesses, I say. We need to stop the priestesses from using magic on the kraken.
You want us to attack the priestesses of Edda during Edda's trials?
Kaior's doubt is clear, but I shake my head. No, I'm not saying we attack them, but we do need to interrupt their concentration and break the channels between them. They're using their collective powers to hold the kraken in place, so we have to stop the magic in order to set it free. Can you do something? It doesn't have to be lightning. Snow, wind, rain, whatever you've got will work. Just do something. He exhales sharply as he looks up at the sky.
Okay. Just so you know, Edda, you're the one who set this trial. So this is on you.
He releases his oar and dark storm clouds instantly swell above us. With Kaior's hands occupied, I'm the one tasked with keeping the boat in place. It's not an easy task. Too far away from shore and we risk facing the kraken's raging tentacles. Too close and one of the Retlings without a boat could come after ours. The thunder rumbles. Benny rows up beside us, then grabs hold of the side of our boat.
Do you want to tell us exactly what's going on? We'll stay more stable if we brace like this.
He explains.
So, Rosie, what's the plan?
The nickname makes me think of Klinos, and I miss her so fucking much. She could have probably just blown the priestess over for us. That would have sorted this issue fast. I push the bite of grief aside as best I can. Kaior can command the wind. He can do it. The kraken is being held in place by magic, I explain. It's hurt, and it's angry, and it's scared. And any attempt to row across it is going to end with us getting knocked out of our boats. For sure.
So your idea is?
Kaior is going to distract the priestesses channeling the magic, the ones holding it in place. If he can do that and sever their connections, then the kraken should be able to swim out of the channel pretty fast. We'll have an easy crossing from there.
Attacking Edda's priestesses at Edda's trial?
The skepticism in Jonas's voice is scarily reminiscent of Kaior's. I choose to ignore it.
I have already mentioned that.
Kyor interjects.
If you got a better idea, then by all means, let's hear it. Didn't say I had a good idea.
A rare smirk tips Jonas's lips.
But I'm glad you're the one attacking Edda's representatives rather than me. It's the trials.
Benny cuts across.
We're still together until the Ophir, so we do whatever we need to get there, okay? What do you need from us, Kyle?
Kyor's eyes widen in surprise. Up until now, he's faced every trial by himself. Unless you count Elska and me getting the solarium route for him, which I'm pretty sure you can't.
Jonas keeps the boat steady.
He responds.
Benny, keep an eye on the Kraken. See if you can figure out any patterns to its movements. Maybe the edge of its boundary, too. If this doesn't work, we'll need another plan to get past it. Oh, and Hirathean? Yes? Don't get any smart ideas about blinding it. The last thing we need is an even more pissed-off Kraken.
Working together isn't going to be 100% smooth, but we're definitely stronger as a team. Okay, I say, looking at each of them in the eye. Let's do this. Ready?
Yep.
Dark clouds continue to swell above us as Kyor calls them in. I've seen him draw on his powers before, not just in the small ways that excite my body, but also with the larger lightning strikes during Holden's game in the battle yard. But I've never watched him the way I'm watching him now. Now I can see it's phenomenal. The entire sky is blanketed in thick black clouds of his own creation, while the air buzzes with static energy. I can feel it radiating from him. Pure power. And I should be terrified, but I'm not. I'm in awe.
Over to you, my love. How hard do you want me to go?
The innuendo is less than subtle, and there's a twist in his lips as he speaks. It's a ridiculous time for flirting, but he looks so damn good with all that power at his fingertips that I can't bring myself to chasten him. You know what you're doing. How hard do you want to go?
Oh, you have no idea.
For fuck's sake, you two.
Benny snaps.
Read the room.
A smirk flickers on Kyor's lips. But Benny's right. We need to focus. Even though we're out of the Kraken's reach, the more time it's trapped, the more pissed it's getting. And if this doesn't work, then we're going to have to find another way past it. You don't want to risk hurting them, I say, my tone back to business. Just stop them channeling. Wind? He shakes his head.
It's difficult to control at this distance. I might end up blowing them off the cliff face.
What about hail? He offers the slightest dip of his chin.
Hail could work.
A low, thunderous roar cracks from the clouds as they split open and pelt the cliffs with shards of hail. The air between us and the priestesses turns opaque as the icy pellets slam down from the sky directly over them, highlighted only by the thin forks of lightning that streak the air. It's the expanse of what he's capable of that has my jaw hanging loose. The distance between us and the furthest priestess must be approaching a mile, and yet he's hitting them all simultaneously with the hail, with enough control for not a single fragment to hit us or the water. That amount of power and skill? It's unfathomable.
Is it working?
Jonas asks. I don't reply. I can't tell just by looking, so I lean over the edge of the boat and reach for the water.
Rose!
Jonas leaps up from his seat, and the movement sends his boat lurching in the waves and knocking into ours. Hurriedly, I grab the sides and steady myself.
She's fine.
Kyor snaps.
Or she would be if you just did what was asked of you. It's all right, Thorn. Do it. Just don't let yourself fall in.
I press my hand into the waves, and panic and pain surges within me. Is it less than before, or was I just braced for it? I can't tell. I pull back breathlessly, absently drawing my arm on my trousers. Maybe lessening a bit, I announce, but it's not enough. It's still in pain. The ward's still in place. Kyor's brow knits.
Meaning I need to kick it up a notch?
I think so.
Here we go, then.
He lifts his hands, only to stop and look at me and the others.
Just in case any of you need a basic science lesson, water conducts electricity. I'll try to make my shots as precise as I can, but it'd be great if you kept your hands inside the boat.
Noted, I grin, wondering if he was tempted to forego the warning on the off chance Jonas might get zapped. When Jonas merely nods, Benny adds hastily,
We accept that now is not the time for us to disagree with your methods. You do your thing.
All right, then here we go.
Kyor draws in a deep breath that shudders in his chest, and I realize only now exactly how much this is taking out of him. His breath is wheezing. He's struggling. And I don't think I've ever seen Kyor struggle with anything before. I open my mouth ready to tell him to stop, lest he accidentally strip himself of magic when the lightning strikes. Hard. A dozen bolts explode from the sky, splitting apart as they strike the shore, landing perfectly between the priestesses. A sharp, metallic tang fills my nostrils as Kyor slumps forwards. Kyor! I twist around, catching him before he can collapse fully, and cradle his head in my hands.
I'm fine.
He gasps.
I'm fine. Just need a minute. Did it work?
I glance at Benny. It's a sign of how well he and I work together that he knows exactly what I need. He shifts himself with the rhythm of the boat so as not to worsen the rocking, then holds Kyor upright for me so I can press my hand into the water. It hits me straight away. The confusion. So much confusion. But the pain is gone. The ward is down. It can go, I murmur, expelling my words in a long breath. The ward is down, it can leave. We should be able to cross. A collective sigh of relief rattles from Benny and Kyor as I pull my hand out of the water and reach for my oar, ready to finish this trial. But Jonas's voice breaks the quiet.
If you're so sure it can leave, then why is it still here?
Chapter 61. I don't want Jonas to be right. I want the Kraken to be leaving. But its tentacles are still above the water, flailing wildly.
So you can communicate with that thing?
Jonas asks.
How the hell? There must be residual magic from the priestesses flowing through the water.
Kyor lies, his breath still shallow, wheezing.
The sea must be filled with it from whatever they had to do to get this thing in here. I can feel it too.
Jonas doesn't look convinced, but Benny nods easily as his eyes lock on mine.
Sure, makes sense.
He says lightly.
I guess it's your girly emotions that make you more attuned to it, right? I must just be too macho to feel it.
I can't help but smile, both at the slight zing at Kyor and the memory of Hlynn's comments about women not being the emotional ones. The expression is fleeting, though, because Jonas is right. It's not moving on. Do we need to somehow let it know it's free to go? I wonder aloud.
How?
Kyor asks. Well, if we can feel what it's thinking, maybe it also works the other way around? Maybe I can send thoughts to it. Tell it that it's free to go.
You think that'll work?
Jonas asks dubiously.
I think it's worth a try.
Benny responds before I can. I'm still not sure whether he's bought our lie about residual magic in the water, but I'm glad to have him here. With 3 against 1, whatever Jonas says will be brushed aside. Hold the boat steady, I tell the others before plunging my hands into the water. Though there's an immediate icy chill, it doesn't take long before I cease to notice the temperature. Instead, the Kraken's emotions flood me, consuming every other sensation I have. It only takes me a heartbeat to know they're the same as last time. Confusion and loss, but no discomfort. The pain has definitely disappeared. If I wasn't sure before, I am now. The ward is gone and it's free to go, it just doesn't know it. You can swim away, I think, pushing the words through my mind with as much force as I can. You can swim away. Swim away. A flicker comes from the creature. The slightest modulation in its emotions. Excitement sparks within me. It's working. It's going to work. Swim away, I try again. You're free. Go, I practically scream in my mind. Please hear me. You can leave. The same flicker comes again, as though it's struggling to make sense of what I'm telling it. I'm only adding to its confusion. A single tentacle rises up out of the water. It's only the tip, but it's covered in suckers the size of carriage wheels, and with a gurgling roar from the Kraken's unseen mouth, the tentacle slaps down into the foaming waves. Something about the way the motion slows just before impact tells me it's as much in frustration as anger. I need it to hear me, properly. As I pull my hands out of the water, I turn to the others. Paddle towards it, I demand.
What? What?
All 3 men respond simultaneously. Paddle towards it! Now I need to be closer! Out of the corner of my eye, I see the other 2 boats. They've both taken a wider route, possibly hoping will be enough of a distraction so they can slip across unnoticed. Though if that's the case, they've vastly underestimated the size of this beast. It can hear me, but it doesn't understand. I'm sure if I can just get closer, it'll work. Do you need a minute first? My question is aimed solely at Kyor, though he shakes his head.
No, I'm good. But if you don't mind, I might do this the easy way.
The easy way? A moment later, I'm slung onto my back as we're struck from behind by a gust of wind that careens our two small boats straight into the Kraken's path. I wait for the second gust to come from the front and slow us down, but it comes later and harder than any of us expect. The boats rock violently as waves crash over the sides.
Want to wind the weather down a bit, buddy?
Benny asks Kyor.
Sorry.
The prince grimaces.
That storm took it out of me. Not so easy to judge strength when you've just blown a dozen priestesses off a cliff.
Even in the tumultuous chaos, I can feel Benny snicker. I smack him.
Not the right moment?
He asks innocently. What was it you said? I shoot back. Read the room. In case we need a reminder of just how much we need to get out of here. A tentacle smashes down less than 2 feet in front of us, sending a wave that rockets us up in a cloud of white foam. We clutch the sides of the boats, holding fast as we crash back down again.
Will everyone just focus?
Jonas snaps. As we all look to the Kraken, the frown tightens on his forehead.
Is it moving towards the shore?
He asks.
Because if it keeps doing that, it's going to beach itself and probably kill us in the process.
You're always such a ray of sunshine,
Benny mutters. But Jonas isn't wrong. We need to get this thing to swim down the channel, I say. Now. As much as I'm hoping the new proximity between us and the creature will make it easier for me to communicate with it, the tumultuous water is making sticking my hands in a darn sight harder. I twist around to look at Kyor. I need you to hold me steady. Make sure I don't fall in.
Don't worry. I've got you.
His shifting in the boat barely adds to the rocking as he places his hands on my hips. My whole body at his mercy as I lean overboard and plunge my hands into the water. The Kraken's emotions smack me hard. Yep, I was right about the frustration. It's suffocating in it. Not this way. Swim down the channel. You're free. Swim away, down the channel. I scream at it with all my mental power. But even with the shorter distance, I'm only getting the same level of recognition as before. It's not that it can't hear or understand. It's that it's too consumed by its own torment to focus on me. Moving the boats here has made no difference, other than putting us in dangerously close proximity to its tentacles. Fuck.
Still nothing?
Kyor asks as he pulls me out. No, I say, but I've got another idea. I don't think you're going to like it, though.
Does it get us past this Kraken?
Jonas asks. It should do.
Then we like it,
He says. I'm pretty sure he's only saying that because he doesn't know what my idea is. Still, I don't need his permission. Bracing myself against the waves and what's about to come, I twist back and look at Kyor. The moment I press my lips together, his face hardens.
No, Rose. Just no.
I need to be there with it, in the water. This'll work.
And if it doesn't?
Then I drown. I shrug as nonchalantly as I can, like I haven't feared this very moment since coating my fingers in ash and submitting my name for the Redder held months ago. But that's not going to happen. This will work, Kyor.
Fuck no.
Jonas snaps, having finally twigged onto my plan.
You're not going into the water, Rose. You're not a good enough swimmer.
Kyor rounds on him.
Stop telling her what she can't do. I can't deal with you dragging her down right now.
If she gets in the water, it'll be the Kraken that's dragging her down.
Jonas fires back. Another tentacle comes down, creating a wave strong enough to lift the bow of the other's boat out of the water entirely. When it smashes back down, Benny is left without an oar. Fuck. Stop bickering! If we carry on like this, all 4 of us are going to die out here, I shout above the constant crashing. At least this way, there's a good chance the 3 of you will get out.
No.
Jonas repeats.
We'll do something. I'll...
If you say blind it, I swear I will push you out of this boat myself. My response surprises me, but it's justified. Jonas's power has made the situation worse before, and we can't risk that now. Ignoring Benny and Jonas, I turn to Kyor. You asked me to trust you. Now I'm asking you to do the same. I see the conflict in his face, the hesitation. Finally, his chin dips in a nod.
What do you need from me?
He asks simply. The moment you see a chance, get past it. If you can get me out fast, go for it. But if I go under, you need to leave me.
Rose, that's not...
I'm not risking anyone else. I leave him with that statement and try to look at Benny while simultaneously throwing off my furs and shoes. But with all the rocking, it's not exactly easy. so I choose to shout instead. Benny, remember what Clyn said. One of us has to make it. I strip down so that I'm barely clothed. Of all the bad ideas I've had in the Redderheld, this one feels like the worst. But it's the only one we've got. Goosebumps rise on my arms. This is it. This is the only way. I know that. And it's a stupid plan. All I've got is gut instinct telling me that this is what I have to do. For all I know, it could be some kind of delirium caused by something in the water. But if that's the case, at least I'll meet Mortadem knowing that I saved my friends. Knowing that I saved Kyor. I look at the dark water rolling beneath me, the raging blue and black depths. Once I jump, there will be no turning back. Shit. I really, really don't want to jump. I cast my final words to the second boat. If this works, it should calm the Kraken. Maybe enough to get me out. But if it doesn't, then none of you can come after me. Not you two, and definitely not him. You lose Kyor, and you're dead too. I see them both nod, at which point I turn to Kyor. Even exhausted, he is the most perfect specimen of a human. Those icy blue eyes, those perfect lips. Gods, if I'm only going to get one last kiss with him, I wish to hell it was on stable land. But that's not going to happen, so I'll make do with what I have. That's what I think, at least, until I lean in to kiss him, only for him to brace me by the shoulders.
No.
His eyes lock on mine.
You can't have it both ways. Either you know you can do this, in which case, there's no need to kiss me like it's goodbye, or you don't think you can, in which case we stay in this boat and find another way. I'm not losing you.
The way he's speaking makes it feel like it's just the two of us, alone together in his room, not struggling to stay afloat in a flimsy wooden boat as waves crash over us.
Rose, in case I haven't made it clear before now, I would rather drown here holding you in my arms than let you sacrifice yourself for me. Understand? So what's it gonna be? Can you do this? Or do we need to find another way?
That's it. I love this man. If I hadn't known it before, I sure as hell do now. I swallow, fighting the desperate urge to kiss him. Instead, I muster a nod. I can do this.
Good. Then do it.
I don't wait. I cross my arms over my chest and jump over the edge of the boat, plunging into the icy water. The cold seizes my lungs, and before I can even form a thought or remind myself to kick my legs, everything is drowned out by the Kraken. The creature's suffering is monstrous, but cold is not one of the things that's causing it turmoil, and so it becomes the same for me. It's like I belong here, in this water, consumed by the animal's raw, unfiltered pain. It's in a place it never expected to be, a world it doesn't belong to, and I know exactly how it feels. As I kick myself back up to the surface, I open myself to it all, and in return offer it everything I can. I know you don't belong here, but you can swim away now, I think, sending the words with as much force as I can. Swim away! There's nothing stopping you anymore. I promise. I picture it in my head, the image of the tentacles moving pointedly downstream, down the channel. The recognition I felt before comes again, but this time it's stronger. It's hearing me. It understands. A wave is heading towards me. Trying to give myself as much of a chance as possible, I draw in a long breath only a moment before my head disappears back under the water. You can go, I say again. Please, you can go. Its response comes again, stronger still. It's listening. Swim down the channel. Stay deep. Go. Go! I kick upwards, ready to grab a breath, only I mistime the wave. Cold slams into my chest, and instead of the sweet burn of air, I taste salt and iron. Water rips its way into my mouth, and though I try not to swallow, it's too late. My lungs protest. No, they seize, and I need to take another breath. But the next gasp is filled with water, too. And a hot, wet pressure swells and claws at my ribs. Sound narrows to a bloody, muffled drumbeat as my ears pop, and the light thins into a silver tunnel I can't reach. Panic arrives fast, bright, and precise, cutting through thought. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Coughing and choking does nothing but pull more water in. I kick until my thighs burn, feet slashing, propelling me towards a surface that refuses to show itself. Where the fuck is the surface? The goddamn air! Adrenaline sharpens everything as my hands claw the water like fingers, scrabbling desperately at a ledge. Thoughts fragment into images. The tiny boat. Kyor's smile. Benny's teasing laugh. The small, stupid things that matter. Kay. Always Kay. Time stretches into a long, thin rope of moments, where all I can feel is the heavy thud of my slowing heartbeat. I'm not going to make it. The world is losing its grip on me. For a sliver of a second, the part of me that's stubborn and ridiculous refuses to accept this ending. It fights, it kicks, yet air remains elusive. I don't even know if I'm kicking in the right direction. This is it. This is the end. If I'm dying, just let it have purpose. I reach out desperately to the Kraken again. Go home. You can go, please. Just go. I'm trying to make sure it hears me, but I can feel my thoughts growing weaker, my mind blurring. This is when I meet Mortadem, then. I didn't even get a chance to be as one with Kyor. A ridiculous regret, but still, it's there. I'm dying alone, aside from a sea monster and endless water. At least there's no pain anymore. That's something, right? At least there's no pain. I offer one final kick, knowing it won't help. The edges of my vision are darkening, and I realize with complete calmness that whether I give up or not, Mortadem is coming for me. In the deathly darkness of the water, as my eyelids flutter closed, a single flash of color marks my passing. Blue. A blue so piercing it's like it can see all the way into my very soul. Like it is my soul. Then a moment later, the world goes black. Chapter 62. Everything feels wrong. Too soft. Too warm. If this is what death is like, it's certainly not what I expected. My body feels relaxed and weirdly floaty, yet the water is gone. And I can breathe. That's nice. I take a few breaths, enjoying the way my chest lifts and falls. But still, it's like my body isn't quite right. And my hands? There's something wrong with my hands. My knuckles feel as though they've been clamped. Not broken, but squeezed so tightly that they might splinter. As I try to move them, the feeling intensifies.
Rose? Rose!
I blink my eyes open. Kyor is there, staring at me, his blue eyes bloodshot.
Thank the gods.
He breathes as he drops his head down to my chest. Kyor? My voice croaks. His head jerks back up.
I'm here. I'm here, my love. What do you need?
I think you're crushing my hand. A light laugh escapes him as he instantly releases me and uses his now free hand to wipe his cheek. Then he lowers his forehead so it rests against mine.
We had to give you some barbarvi seed.
He murmurs.
You were in so much pain from the cold.
The cold? Was it cold in the water? Yes, it was, but just for a while. I remember that now. Barbarvi? Oh, that's why I feel floaty. He smiles.
You'll feel fine in a half an hour or so. It'll be wearing off soon.
What's the last thing I remember? I remember mentioning Klin, telling Benny one of us had to make it. My chest tightens, and panic cuts through the seed-induced fog. The others, did they make it? Benny and Jonas? Kyor nods.
Everyone who got into a boat made it across, thanks to you. You made it, Rose. You're in the Ophir, one of the final 8.
The final 8? Those words fall on me with a weight I would never have expected. I should be happy that so many of my friends made it this far, but it doesn't change the fact that there are those who didn't. Turns out this wasn't like the Retterheld where everyone made it to the Ophir. Like so many others, ours was messy and bloody and full of loss. Still, he looks so damn proud of me that my heart melts a little. Wait, is it really melting? I rub my chest, and he stills my hand, looking concerned.
Are you okay, Rose?
I think my heart is melting, I explain. His answering smile is like a sunrise, and I'm quite happy to bask in it. He offers me water, and watches me like a hawk as I sip it, visibly relaxing as the fog starts to leave me. Suddenly, a frivolous thought strikes me. The ball. Did I miss it? A smirk rises on his lips, one that's tinted with just the slightest hint of bashfulness.
Actually, you've got about 2 hours until it starts. I may have insisted, in a not at all diva-ish and entirely princely manner, that no ball would be happening until I was present, and I would not be leaving your side until you were awake. They weren't up for postponing it indefinitely, but in true Thorns style, it looks like you woke just in time.
I roll my eyes, but it's hard to deny the warmth that floods through me as I realize he's dressed in his formal garments, jacket and all, definitely ready for a ball. No, it doesn't sound like you were diva-ish at all, I say. Next you'll tell me you only requested a parade and a small throne.
Only a little one.
He winks.
The Eastern Isles already hate me and my father.
The remark takes me by surprise. I didn't realize the dislike of Corvain had spread this far. But before I can comment, Kyor continues,
And I didn't think you'd want to miss the ball. Klinos' family will be in attendance.
The warmth I'd felt only a moment ago is replaced by a hard lump in my throat. They will? Kyor nods, his smirk gone.
Benny has spoken to them.
He explains.
Told them about you and your friendship with Klinos.
The lump catches in my throat, making it near impossible to breathe. Do they know? I choke out. Do they know how it happened? Why it happened?
They know she was poisoned, and that it wasn't a Redderheld death. And they know that she received the proper rites on the funeral pyre.
So they know. I swallow back the tears that are threatening to spill. Do they blame me? His brow creases deeply.
Of course they don't blame you. It wasn't your fault. It was Holden's. No one blames you, Rose.
He leans over and kisses my lips. It's like the drink I've been waiting for, the thirst that only he can quench. Yet all too soon it ends.
I should go and let you get ready. Besides, I probably need to show my face and do a bit of groveling to bolster relationships after my dramatics.
He pauses, hesitating.
Your remaining buddy from the Isles owes you an explanation as well.
Benny? What did he do?
I'll let him explain that. Just take it easy, okay? I'll see you at the ball tonight. There's a guard stationed at your door. You need anything, you send for me.
He leans in and kisses me again before breaking away and looking me straight in the eyes. The way his gaze locks on me, I have a sudden jarring recollection of blue eyes in black water. I sit up abruptly. You're the reason I'm here. Damn it, Kyor, you were supposed to leave if the coast was clear. His gaze is licked with fire.
Nothing on this earth was tearing me from you. And don't tell me you wouldn't have done the same for me.
His words stop me. Because I would. Of course I would. Silence fills the room as we stare at each other, a wealth of words passing unsaid between us. I know it's only a question of time before they burst out, no matter how unwise they might be. Thank you for saving me. Again.
You saved us first.
He brushes a strand of hair away from my face and tucks it tenderly behind my ear.
I've got to go. But just in case you want a bath, it's through there.
He gestures to the other side of the room.
And it's big enough for two, in case you fancy that later.
Later? My eyes widen as I sit up, suddenly wide awake. Any reason we need to wait? His laugh resonates through me.
I'm more than game. But given that the last thing you bathed in was seawater, and that was 3 days ago, I thought maybe you'd want to freshen up first.
Horror rushes through me. It's not that Kyor's never seen me in a sweaty state before, given we've trained together plenty of times over the last couple of weeks. But this is different. I must reek. As I lift my hand to my hair, the feel of grease slides off my fingertips. Fingertips that are black under the nails. I'm absolutely filthy, and he's been sitting with me like this for days. You go, do your princely things, I tell him, pushing his chest and offering only a closed-mouth peck on his lips. I can only imagine how bad my breath is.
You still look beautiful,
he says as he backs away.
Truthfully, I don't think you've ever looked more beautiful.
You're delusional, I say with affection. Now go. It's going to take all of the 2 hours to get myself presentable. With a chuckle, he leaves. With Kaior gone, I sit up and look around me. The Eastern Isles. It's still a surprise to learn that he and his father have particular issues with this area of the kingdom. Benny and the others never mentioned anything. Sure, they dropped a few anti-Kaior comments in the beginning, but I assumed that was just in solidarity for all I'd been through. It's hard to believe I'm really here, though. On Klinos' home soil, the place I was meant to come and live with her. Colorful tapestries are hung on the walls, and my view out over the water is one of perfect crystal blue. I wish you were here with me, Hlyn, I whisper, as I sling my legs over the edge of the bed, only to catch my reflection in a mirror. Despite being bedridden for a couple of days, I still look strong. It's actually hard to believe it's my body I'm looking at. My ribs are no longer visible, but there's no fat on me, just thick, corded muscle. I look like I always wanted to when I was younger, like a warrior. Just as Kaior said, the bath is plenty big enough for 2, and the water is steaming. When it's half full, I slide my body under the surface, closing my eyes as I breathe in the scent of the bath oils. Maybe I should feel nervous about being in water so soon after nearly drowning, but I don't. I feel at peace. Then again, maybe that's just the paparvi, though I don't feel floaty and weird any longer. Only when my eyes start to cycle back into sleep do I pull myself out of the bath and wrap myself in the thickest, fluffiest robe I've ever seen, which I find hanging on the back of the door. I may have been living in the highhold for the past 2 months, but I sure as hell haven't been living a court life. This brief moment is enough to remind me of that. But now there's a real chance I will. The final 8. The odds have never been better. But I'm well aware this is no time to relax. That's still 7 other competitors, each as desperate for the gifting as I am, and 3 of them I consider good friends, if not more. No, it's not going to be easy. As I tie the belt of robe around my waist, there's a knock on the door. The deep voice of what I assume is a guard follows.
Ms. Cultivaris, you have a visitor.
Send them in, I call back, checking the robe's knot is secure and I'm presentable. I assume it will be Benny or Jonas, but it's not. It's Zara. I feel my mouth gaping, not just because she's here, but also because of how normal she looks. No weapons, no snarl, and her hair has grown so much since we began this thing that it now covers a large amount of the scar my fire bead caused all those months ago. It takes me a minute to get over my shock. Are you lost? It's not the warmest welcome, but it could still stand to be a darn sight colder than it is. I remember what Kaior had said about the guard being there for anything I need, and I wonder if perhaps I should call him to take her away. But I half suspect that Zara wants me to show that I'm still afraid of her, and I'm not. A slight smile quirks at the corner of her lips. A smile because she wants to attack me? It would be a great time to do it. By opening up the wounds the water caused in my lungs, she could drown me right here on dry land. As the thought arises, I'm shocked to feel a tingle of magic spread through my palms. Is this what my power does? Raises its head when I feel threatened? From what's happened so far, that makes sense, although it still doesn't answer the question of where the hell it's come from. All magic flows to Mortadem upon death. So how in God's names did that specter on the ice pass some to me? I'm not lost. Zara takes a seat on the edge of the bed. I just saw Kaior. Judging by the inane smile on his face, I assumed you were awake. So thought I'd come and apologize. I raise my eyebrows so high, I'm sure they hit my hairline. You're going to have to be a bit more specific than that. She exhales sharply. I'm sorry I attacked you when you first arrived, and again after Shim died. I was wrong to lash out. The way her jaw clenches, it's as though it's physically painful for her to get the words out. Not that I'm complaining at all. And in the battle yard, I question. You remember? You were all literally trying to kill me. That was hold, she snarls, only to cut herself short. That too. I try to read her face, see if there's any sign of trickery, but whatever my new powers are, they don't stretch to lie detecting. Silence fills the room. She really does look genuine. And having one more ally in this thing would definitely be more useful than keeping her as an enemy. But I'm not going to respond with something as trite as, Apology accepted. A 2-minute conversation doesn't negate everything she's tried to do to me until now. I appreciate you taking the time to say that, I reply, in what I believe is a fair answer. She nods, only to remain where she is, looking at me as though she's expecting me to say more. When she realizes that isn't going to happen, she stands up and walks to the door, only to hesitate.
Maybe, as a gesture of goodwill, I could paint your sigils for tonight.
I frown. Tonight? My stomach lurches. They can't be doing the for tonight, can they? Or maybe they can. It's been 3 days, and the others are probably all well rested. But how would they already know it's happening? There have been no chimes, have there?
It's tradition on the Isles.
Zara interrupts my mental spiral.
People wear their sigils for balls and formal occasions. I'm sure they've got some paint in one of these drawers.
She moves over to the dresser, and sure enough, she pulls out a palette.
See. I mean, you can check with Kyor when he gets back. But that's how it's always been every time I've attended a ball here. I don't see why it'd be any different now.
Can I really do that? Let her paint my sigils? Pretend I actually like her? There are only 3 people I've ever let paint them before. My parents and Kyor. She's not a name I want to add to the list. Thank you for telling me, and for the offer, but I like to do it myself. As a sign of respect, you know? She nods.
I understand. I should let you get ready.
For a second time, she turns to leave, but once again she hesitates, this time to reach to her belt and withdraw a dagger. She's not seriously going to try that now, is she? Would she kill me for not letting her paint my sigils? The tingle in my palm grows stronger, and a pulse begins in my chest, the energy rolling through my veins. The tingling turns to a deep throb as she turns the blade around, hilt towards me, offering it to me. What the fuck?
It's tradition, she says. Where my family comes from, we offer blades to those we respect. I thought that perhaps you would wear it tonight, since I can't paint your sigils.
I remained fixed to the spot, not reaching for the gift. There has to be some kind of ulterior motive, a trap waiting for me, but I can't see what it is.
I don't mean to sound like a bitch,
Zara breaks the silence.
But if you don't take it, it's fucking rude. Like big-time smite rude. But I get it if that's your plan. It's not like I wouldn't deserve it.
Could it be poisoned? I doubt it, given how she picked it up herself. The poison would be on her too, and she's been holding it for far longer than I intend on doing so. The tingling is still in my palm as I take the hilt of the dagger. I'm not sure if I'm controlling it or if it's controlling me, but either way, I know that power is at my fingertips if I need it. And it's the first time I felt a tiny modicum of control in 14 years. Thank you. I guess I'll see you at the ball then.
Right. It's the big room on the ground floor. You can't miss it. I'd better go get dressed and do my own sigils. I'll leave you to it.
It's difficult to decide what the most unbelievable part of the last few days has been. The fact I'm in a relationship with a man who ruined my family, that I can, on some level, communicate with giant ancient krakens, or that Zara was nice to me. Actually, screw that. The last one is definitely the weirdest. With Zara finally gone, I head over to the wardrobe. Given that there was paint for the sigils inside, I expect there to be clothes as well, and I'm not disappointed. The array of fabrics and styles are even greater than those Dina gave me. And unlike my selection back on the mainland, everything here is the height of fashion. As I run my fingers across the material, I can't help but think of Hlinos. She would have loved this. There's one dress in particular, in a deep green, that I can imagine would have complemented her skin tone perfectly. A knot fixes itself in my stomach. Can I really go and face her family? Look them in the eye, knowing I'm the one who should be dead, not her? I don't have a choice, not really. With a deep breath in, I reach my hand up and pull out a dress at random. Turns out there are some things even scarier than krakens, and the sooner I get this done, the better. Chapter 63. I've never paired sigils and daggers with a dress before, but there's a first time for everything. My first random dress choice didn't work at all. as there was nowhere for me to sheathe the blade, and given it's the first show of goodwill Zara has ever given me, I don't want to throw it back in her face. Which is why, when I peer into the wardrobe a second time, it's with a little more discernment. Thankfully, I find the perfect garment. The black leather halter-neck jumpsuit, with a keyhole cut out below my sternum, is the perfect mix between warrior and womanly, and my own knife belt fits perfectly across the hips. After sheathing various daggers, including Zara's and my own from Dina, I paint on my sigils, aware of just how clumsy they look compared to the ones painted by Kyor's steady hand. I brush my hair and do a simple plait around my crown, like Klinos sometimes wore, and then I head out, feeling like the shadow of my best friend is walking with me. The stone here is paler in color than the gray bricks of Rohelm, and even though I can hear the music drifting from downstairs, I take my time absorbing it all, from the paintings, to the views, to the color of the carpets, imagining Klinos beside me, telling me little facts about each. Facts she'd almost certainly have learned from Caroline. 5 minutes have passed before I even reach the staircase to the ballroom. Am I delaying speaking to her family? Absolutely. I know what Kyor said about them not blaming me for her death, but how could they not? That wine was meant for me, and I was the one who handed her the glass. I blame myself, and they should too. One by one, I take the steps, not sure if I'd rather face them sober or drunk. In the end, though, I know it makes no difference. It will be painful however it happens. As I reach the doors to the ballroom, I feel the music reverberating through the ground. Aware of the tremble in my hand, which is thankfully absent of the tingle of magic, I step in through the doorway. The music screeches to an abrupt halt. Gasps rattle through the air, and hands fly to mouths at the sight of me. My throat constricts, and I feel sick as I take in the assembled courtiers, all in their finest gowns, with nothing more than sparkling eyeliner and garish lipstick on their mouths. There is not a painted sigil in sight.
By the gods, Rose, Zara speaks into the stunned silence. I can't believe you disrespect the Eastern Isles so much as to turn up to a ball ready to offer violence. That's unbelievable. But then, what can we expect, letting a slum rat take part in the Redderheld? Anger pulses through me, and it takes serious restraint on my part not to draw the blade she gave me and throw it into her treacherous, conniving little heart. I curse myself for being an idiot, for believing, even for a second, that she could ever show me a drop of respect. I think it's badass, a young girl announces loudly, breaking the hush of the hall. I turn to look at her, and my breath catches in my throat. I know without being told who she is. Karis, Hlynn's little sister.
Absolutely badass.
Benny agrees loudly as he moves to join me. A murmur of muttering turns into unfettered conversation as people begin talking among themselves. Still, I'm sure my face has never been redder.
Okay, this was not what I expected you to be wearing,
Benny says as he sidles up beside me. Zara. The one-word growl is all I need to explain my situation. Should I go back and change? Wash off the sigils?
and give her the satisfaction.
He snorts.
No, don't worry. I've got this.
He clears his throat, and all eyes turn from me to him, every whisper and chatter disappearing. Huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my dearest friend and most formidable warrior, who, as her face betrays, takes her work rather seriously, Rose Cultivaris. She is, regrettably for our enemies, the reason your Earl still breathes this evening.
Another gasp rolls from the guests. This one has the slightest hint of awe mingled in it. Earl? I mutter in shock. Sure, I knew Benny was nobility, rich nobility, but there's something about the way he said his title that held gravitas.
My mother is the Duchess of the Eastern Isles.
He tells me.
Her ruling over the kingdom is...
second only to King Corvain. I finish for him as the pieces finally slot into place.
Speaking of which, looks like you definitely caught someone's eye with that outfit of yours.
My eyes are drawn across the room to where Kyor's standing, staring at me, lips apart as if he's in shock, as if I'm the most mesmerizing thing he's ever seen. Which is ridiculous, because compared to him, I'm nothing. Only as I smile does his expression flicker, and a grin takes hold of that perfect mouth of his as he strides across to me.
Your Royal Highness,
Benny says formally with a dip of his chin.
Lord Benny Sam?
Kyor responds just as politely before turning to me.
I'm guessing from the glowers that this look of yours is courtesy of our friend from Rowell.
I huff. I don't know why I believed a single thing she said to me.
Because you're trusting and want to think the best of people. And that's not a bad thing.
Right now I feel like it is.
You have to give it to her, that it's a bit more inventive than her normal stab you or set you on fire approach.
Benny counters. Yeah, maybe, I say. She gave me one of her daggers and everything. I'll use it when I stab her through her heart. He snorts.
Well, it's good to see you up. Any chance you've got it in you to meet a couple of people before you get out of here?
I know exactly what people he's talking about, and the answer is a resounding no. Kyor puts his arm around my waist in a show of support.
If you want, I'll be with you the entire time,
He says, shooting Benny a look that says there's no point trying to disagree with him. I nod, knowing there's no real way out of this. Okay, I'm ready. Both men brace me as we walk further into the room, Kyor holding me steady and helping me to ignore all the eyes following my every step.
If I tell you they're staring because you're beautiful, would you believe me?
Kyor whispers. No, but I appreciate the effort.
Well, I'm staring because you're beautiful. How about that?
Some people are talking now, returning to their conversations, but I can't help casting another look at Zara. Her smug smile has been replaced by a scowl. She's clearly less than impressed that I've overcome this problem so quickly. Still, I shift my daggers further around my waistband so they're not quite so visible.
Rose?
Benny says, coming to a stop.
This is my grandmother, the Dowager Duchess.
The woman in front of me is dressed in a dark silver gown that's almost the exact shade as her hair. The sapphire and emerald encased tiara on her head looking almost like a crown. Something tells me this is the type of woman you curtsy to, and so I do, though with just a small bend of my knee. I'm truly very pleased to meet you, I say in all honesty. Her smile tightens slightly as her gaze shifts to Kyor at my side before coming back to me. I hear I should be grateful to you for keeping my grandson alive. I believe we have both kept each other alive, I reply truthfully. I am sure I would not be here without your grandson, and the other islanders, who I also counted among my friends. She nods at that, looking pleased. Then you are blessed by the gods to have found one another. I am extremely proud of all our men and women who answered Edda's call. Ultimately, she says, looking pointedly at Kyor, it is only the gods that we should answer to. Benny grimaces and drops his voice once more to offer an explanation of his grandmother's acerbic comment.
My grandmother's great-grandfather was the ruler who sought a unification with Morathka.
Benny tells me.
Before then, we were an independent kingdom.
I wasn't aware that the Eastern Isles were ever independent, I say in surprise. The Dowager sniffs. King Corvain treats truth like an optional accessory. Splendid when it suits him, conveniently absent when it doesn't. Tension ripples through the air. Yet no matter how uncomfortable I'm starting to feel, Kyor remains completely relaxed.
I would happily take back with me any documents or books you feel our records may be missing.
He smiles.
It has been lovely to chat with you again, Dowager. I hope to see you on the mainland soon.
She sniffs again. A pretty face and tight ass aren't enough to win me over, young Kyor. You can tell your father that, too.
I'm sure my father would be honored to hear you think he still has a tight ass.
Kyor replies without missing a beat.
Now, if you don't mind, I believe there are some other people Rose has been hoping to speak to. It's been a pleasure, Dowager.
Despite herself, I see a flash of amusement cross her face, followed by consternation. I get that all too well. I hated Kyor once upon a time, too. But his charm, and other parts of him, won me over. I offer a fumbled farewell and another curtsy before leaving the Dowager.
You know, for someone who insists they're nothing like their father, you can sure be a prick like him.
Benny mumbles to Kyor when he catches up with us a moment later.
Really? I thought I was just accepting compliments.
Kyor smirks back. Benny leads us to a small room off the ballroom, where a woman and a young girl who need no introduction are waiting. It's the girl who is brave enough to call me badass in front of the whole court. Hlyn's baby sister.
This is Rose.
Benny introduces me softly.
Klinos loved her.
Just having those words spoken aloud makes my throat fill with rocks. Karis. My voice trembles as heat burns behind my eyes. A miniature version of Klinos. She looks so much like her sister, it's enough to break my heart all over again. I slip out of Kyor's grasp and bend down to the child's height. I've heard so much about you. Klinos adored you. The young girl nods, suddenly silent, no doubt battling her own tears. You picked such beautiful dresses for Hlyn to wear. I'm not sure why I say such an inane thing, and all it does is rouse images in my mind. Images of Hlyn dead in a ball gown. Dead because of me. I close my eyes waiting for whatever punishment, physical or verbal, she's about to lash at me. Instead, I find myself engulfed in an embrace. She wore them? Karis asks in a small voice. She did. Tears leak down my cheeks as I open my eyes. She wore them all, for you. She was so beautiful. The girl's eyes glaze, and all I can do is nod as I stifle the sobs that want to break free. She was, I choke out, the most beautiful person I have ever known, inside and out. My hand rises, brushes against Karis's cheeks. And you look just like her. The young girl's lips tremble, and I'm struck with the overwhelming urge to hold her and never let go. But before I can, a throat clears above me. There, standing over us, is a woman I have never met, yet I know with my whole heart who she is. Go now, Karis, she says. Let the adults talk a moment. But Mum! Go. A slight huff leaves her pouted lips, but nonetheless Karis goes. As silence threatens to take hold, I bite my lip, not sure where to start. In the end, I go with the words that have been bursting within me from the moment I knew this moment was coming. I'm so sorry. My breaths gulp as I stand face to face with Klinos' mother, Morwenna. I am so sorry. A ghost of a smile graces the older woman's face as she takes my hand. For what, Rose? You trained with her, fought with her, and you loved her, and she you. And most of all, you returned Caroline to her. To us. Her last days were happy and full of love. She chose to enter the Retterheld, and she knew the cost of doing so. You have nothing to apologize for. Klinos, she shouldn't have. She wasn't meant. She opens her arms and pulls me into her chest. She loved you dearly. I know that much. She wrote, smuggled a letter all this way, asking if we'd be able to help you secure a home afterwards. You and your sister. She did? I break away from the embrace to see only a warm smile gracing Morwenna's face. She did. The offer is not rescinded because Klinos is no longer with us. She loved you as a sister, and as such I will love you as my own, as she would have wished. Tears pour down my cheeks, unchecked, as her generosity breaks my heart anew. The way she rocks me as she holds me, brushing her hand against the back of my head. It has been decades since I've been held in such a manner. Held as a mother would hold their own. It was my drink, I say brokenly, when I can finally manage words between the sobs. I know. And you killed him for it, Morwenna says fiercely. Thank you, she whispers, pressing a kiss to my temple. Thank you for loving my daughter, for avenging my daughter, when we were not there to do that for her. Any words I hope for choke in my lungs as I push myself away, striking the tears from my cheeks in a smudge of blue. Rather than letting me go entirely, Morwenna steps back, allowing Kyor to take her place, to take my weight. We'll see each other again, Morwenna says firmly. And if you don't find yourself a place in Corvain's court, her eyes flick to Kyor, then I will help you find one here.
I'm sorry, Your Grace.
Kyor says to Benny without a hint of mockery.
But I believe I should take Rose back to our room. It's been a lot, and she was not long ago at death's door.
Benny nods.
Look after her.
He tells Kyor solemnly.
She may have Rohelm rings, but she's one of ours, too.
Chapter 64. By the time we're back in the room, I finally regathered myself enough to stop crying. I should go back, I tell Kyor as we reach the top of the stairs. Apologize.
You have nothing to apologize for. What you should do is get some more rest. I should have insisted you stay in bed, but I knew you'd
Want the opportunity to see Hlinos' family.
It's hard to deny I need sleep. My muscles feel unnaturally heavy, and my eyelids are the same. Yet as Kyor closes the door behind us, my eyes drift down his body, and yearning fills me.
What?
He turns back and looks at me with a half-smile quirking his lips.
What are you looking at?
Nothing, I lie, then grin. Well, okay. I was just thinking that the Dowager was right. You really do have a tight ass. An easy laugh rolls from his chest.
Really? You nearly died and that's what you're thinking about?
That's always what I'm thinking about whenever I'm alone with you. He smiles, lifting my hands and kissing them.
You're voracious. Though I have to admit, it's the same for me, my love. But you could barely walk back across the ballroom. So, such matters will wait.
You could always be gentle with me, I suggest.
Is that what you want?
I bite my lip. No. Absolutely not. He grins. It's a grin that reminds me of the time I saw him in the temple with Elska and Zell. The first time I saw him without a mask. The Kyor I get now is the real him, not the one that he shows in public or in fights or every other moment of the day. And it causes my heart to throb.
We'll wait,
he tells me. I want to disagree, to tell him I don't need to wait, that waiting is pointless when we don't know how long we've got left together. But as I go to say as much, a yawn escapes. Do you have to go back? I ask instead, as I try to undo the buttons on the back of my neck. The angle's more than a little awkward. Do you have obligations? Kyor shifts, pulling me closer.
Right now,
he murmurs.
The only obligations that matter are here in this room.
He presses a kiss to my forehead as he undoes the buttons.
Now sleep. Who knows? Tomorrow we might get to test out that bathtub.
Now that's an offer I can't refuse. I wake up to the awareness that my body feels far more like my own. There's a slight ache to my limbs, but nothing like it was. Even more helpfully, my mind is far clearer than it has been, meaning the paparvi must be fully out of my system. I stretch a little, flexing my arms and fingers, only to find the smooth contours of Kyor's body behind me. As gently as I can, I turn around to face him. Even with his eyes closed, he's the most perfect specimen of a man that I have ever seen.
Thorn?
He says, eyes still closed.
Why are you staring at me?
Just feeling lucky, I guess. You know, that we're still here, alive. As his eyes open, he traces a lazy line down my arm with his finger.
I don't think I've ever felt as lucky as I do now.
He whispers. His eyes are wide now, and his fingers move in circles across my bare back.
I'm so sorry for everything that led us here, but it's hard regretting the only thing that's ever given me happiness. Brought me you.
I understand. And I do. I know exactly what he means. All that loss, all that pain. I would hate the way Dina would say that Edda had her reasons. But lying here like this, I can't discount the possibility that she might actually be right. For a moment, we simply breathe one another in, and then he lifts his hand to smooth my hair behind my ears. His gaze holds me as I lean forwards, pressing my lips against his. With a gentle laziness, his tongue caresses the contours of my mouth. As we exchange slow kisses, I feel him harden, pressed against my stomach. My body pulses in response, though the kisses don't change at first. They remain just as slow and tender, even as I feel my restraint straining within me with each breath, an underlying urgency to the situation rising. I did as he asked on the boat, and didn't kiss him farewell. And now, I want my reward. I want him all. My hand grabs a fistful of hair at the back of his neck, and I pull him towards me.
Thorn.
The low moan rises from his throat and shatters the remnants of my resolve. I roll my hips toward his, only for a tremble to quake through me as I brush against his hard cock. Yet rather than responding the way I need him to, His body tenses as he backs away, an expression of concern on his face.
We shouldn't.
Yes, I say with more certainty than I have felt about anything I can ever remember. We should. He still doesn't move.
3 days. You were unconscious for 3 days.
He says instead. And now I am back, given a chance to live. As I wonder at his reticence, my thoughts flash to Estelle's sister's pregnancy. I have a tonic, I tell him, something I took in the slums, if that's what you're worried about. A low, raw growl reverberates from his throat.
No,
He says shortly.
that wasn't my concern.
Then show me. Make me forget that anything outside of this room even exists. Make me forget it all. You can do that, right? The switch is immediate. His lips find mine and his hands tangle in my hair, pulling me on top of him with urgency. I move my hand down, stroking the head of his cock teasingly. I pull away from his lips and look into his eyes, a smile tugging at my lips. Unless, of course, you don't want to fuck me, Kyor, which would be very disappointing because I have a very particular itch to scratch, and if you're not willing to, then perhaps I... With one smooth motion, he flips me onto my back, pinning me down with some delicious forearms.
Don't you dare finish that sentence.
He growls, eyes flashing. My smirk widens. He's played right into my hands. Then I'm yours, Kyor. I lean up and kiss him lightly. Fucking own it. When his mouth lands on mine, I pour all the yearning and fervor that burns within me into the kiss. The feeling is something feral and fierce that I want to revel in. His hands move across my body, glancing over my breasts, kneading, stroking, and caressing, before pointedly continuing down to the apex of my legs. His fingers graze lightly over my swollen clit, teasing it, before he strokes those clever fingers of his against my opening.
Fucking hell, Thorn.
He groans low.
You're soaked.
Can you blame me? I gasp as my own hand slips down his stomach. He's the reason I'm so wet. Just the knowledge of how hard he is enough to have me drenched. I moan with anticipation as I finally take hold of him, curling my fingers around his girth. I need him in me, but I also need so much more than that. There's no way I can reach fully around the thickness of his cock with one hand, but the other is too busy gripping the hair at the base of his neck. Still, the groan that rattles from his lips is confirmation that what I'm doing is good enough for now.
Oh, God.
He gasps.
Gods, yes.
The sound of his voice causes my inner walls to clench and tighten. I'm well aware that twice now he's left me shattered and breathless, but this time needs to be both of us. I need him to let go too. His eyes lock on mine as he pushes a finger into me, and then with a moan, a second causing me to gasp.
Have I told you that you are the most beautiful thing I've ever encountered?
He whispers. Today? No. He laughs as he kisses down the side of my neck. And it's there again, that smile he keeps hidden from the world. The one that causes my heart to stutter. That smile is the undoing of me, just as much as his fingers and mouth and every other part of his rock-hard body. His kisses continue, tracing the line along my collarbone, before lowering further still. He slips my nipple into his mouth, and my body responds, lapping up every sensation. But it's not enough. It won't be enough until I shatter him the way he's done to me, until we break together and reform into something else, something stronger. In one sweeping movement, I rock my hips and roll him back on the bed so that I straddle him. He raises an eyebrow in question. It's my turn to take control, I say with a grin. His eyes glint as he relaxes back into the pile of pillows.
You don't have to try to take it all,
he murmurs. Just the thought of finally exploring his body in full is enough to have me on the edge. But I resist the urge to go straight for the prize. Instead, I start with my hands, sweeping up and over that magnificent torso of his, and then I let my mouth follow their path. As I place my lips against his chest, a shudder rolls through his body, and his eyes close. A satisfied smile takes hold on my face. I hadn't realized how much I'd wanted to do this until now. I take my time, kissing a line down his body until I reach his cock, where I run my tongue over the head and savor the low groans that reverberate from him as I taste the pre-cum already beating there. His hips buck.
Thorn. God's Thorn.
His moans turn to a gasp as I take him in my mouth, stretching my jaw to allow for all his thickness.
Fuck.
He's probably right that I can't take him all, but I'm sure as hell going to try. As my mouth lowers down his length, his hips rock back and forth, pushing him deeper and deeper into my throat. The movements are slow and controlled, but with the guttural sound he allows free, I feel myself getting wetter and wetter. The memory of the way he stretched me, filled me, is at the forefront of my mind. But no matter how much I want him in me, I need to first feel him unravel the way he's unraveled me before. The pace of his thrusting quickens, and I speed up my movements to match, taking more and more of him each time, eager to help him explode. But just as I feel the shudders rising through him, he grabs my hair with both hands and gently pulls me up and off him.
As good as that is, and it is, I need to be in you, now.
He demands. I don't argue. I can't. I'm fresh out of reasons why he shouldn't pound me in two. My entire body is burning with need as he flips me onto my back and pushes my knees apart. He could bind me to the bed and keep me strapped there for all eternity, and I don't think I'd object. For a split second, his eyes lock on mine, and I want nothing more than to lose myself within them. But then the tip of his cock presses against my opening. Kai? My neck arches back as the ecstasy of that initial stretch leaves me grappling for air.
How the fuck do you make me want you so much?
He groans as his tongue rakes my mouth. It's mutual, I moan.
Fuck.
I swallow back a whimper as he pushes me further open, slowly inching deeper and deeper. I love how well he fits in me. Know how phenomenal that tightness is for both of us. The sensations he's producing are so overwhelming I can barely breathe. And when he adds in a caress with his static magic, it's enough to make me want to scream his name. I try as hard as I can to swallow it down.
Don't you dare.
He growls.
Let me hear every fucking sound, Rose.
I'm not sure I even have a choice as the air rushes from my lungs. I groan loudly, and he grinds further into me.
God's Thorn, you feel so fucking perfect. This, you, everything. I'm claiming it now.
I can't stop the gasps and moans that rise from my throat, born from every animal instinct within me as he slides in and out of me with perfect measured control. My walls tighten with every thrust, and my hips move instinctively in time with him. The friction rubs against every nerve inside my body, squeezing me tighter and tighter around his cock. He's already found that spot, the one that's going to make me soak him in the most phenomenal release possible.
That's it.
He whispers against my ear.
Let me see you come, Thorn. Let me watch you come with me inside you. Let me feel you clamp around me.
The hunger in his eyes has reached a new level of burning, but that damn iron will of his is still stopping him from letting himself go. It's not as though I'm going to be able to hold on forever. Every movement he makes within me is bringing me closer and closer to the edge. I want to feel you lose yourself with me, I beg. Like you've never lost yourself with anyone before, Kyor. I need that. Lose yourself in me like you did the first time we kissed. Do everything to me now that you imagined doing then. Take me like this is all we get.
I'm not sure that's wise.
He growls out the words.
I don't know if I'll be able to stop.
That's the point. Give me your all, Kyor. Give me everything you've got. I demand, my head spinning, my careful filter removed from my mouth in the wash of urgency. I'm so close, I gasp out. Come with me.
God, I don't know how you do this to me.
He says as he pushes himself deeper into me, deeper than I even knew was possible. I need you, I whisper back through panting breaths. I need to feel you all the way in me. I need to feel your cum filling me. I want it all.
Thorn.
He groans my name like a prayer and a benediction. I bite down on his bottom lip. Come with me, my love. It's the first time I have returned the term of endearment, but I feel the effect of the word on him instantly. Desperation cascades through his every cell as his eyes meet mine. The next thrust that comes is the deepest so far, and I throw my head back and scream at the power of it. He plunges into me again, and my body takes it all. "Kyor!"
Rose.
He answers as he pushes himself harder and faster into me. My breath comes in shallow, urgent pulls as heat pools low and tight in my core. As the world narrows to the press of him, plundering into my welcoming body, my muscles clamp down with an impossible pressure. "Kyor, I'm coming. I'm going to come. Please, please come with me." It all happens simultaneously. His grip tightens as he throws his head back. His body trembles and quakes beneath my fingers. He pulls me so close there is no space, no air between our bodies, nothing that can separate us. The charge that rushes from him fills every part of my body, and for a split second, there is no him and no me. There's just us. Just us and the pure energy of this moment.
Thorn!
He cries out as a crack of thunder rattles the windows. My own rush arrives, overwhelming and bright, tipping me, then sending me tumbling over the precipice. My body shakes and stutters again and again before the sensation slowly starts to ebb. I don't know if the aftershocks are mine or his, if the buzzing that causes my hair to stand on edge and my lungs to struggle to catch breath is magic or physical. The only thing I know is that we can never go back from this moment. Something between us has irrevocably changed. Chapter 65. I lie with my head on the dip of his shoulder, the shape so perfect it feels like it's been made just for me to lie there. The static charge of the room has finally died down, though I can't imagine what my hair looks like. I'm betting frizzy. A sense of sadness ripples through me as I think how much Lynn would have loved that little tidbit of information, though she would have been bound to use it to mock me mercilessly. Now that I'm sated, the tiredness has struck again, aching all the way down to my bones. As I let out a yawn, Kyor shifts a little on the bed, moving himself and me a little more upright.
We need to talk about Jonas and Benny,
he says. I raise an eyebrow. You want to talk about them now? After that? Interesting. I'm not saying I'm opposed, but... He growls and then shoots me a glare so venomous, I'm almost reminded of those early days. But now I recognize this icy expression for what it is. Jealousy.
Not funny.
He huffs. A tiny bit funny, I try.
No.
I drop back onto his chest and let out a giggle. Toying with him is fun. How is it that when I'm with him, nothing else seems to matter? Fine, I say in all seriousness, as I realize his body is growing tense. What is it you want to talk about?
They didn't buy it. The residual magic thing. Neither of them. Hirathean questioned me on it and I tried to cover. But he's not as dumb as he looks. Even with that pretty boy beard of his.
I didn't know that a pretty boy beard was a thing, and I add it to what's probably going to be an endless list of things I wish I could share with Lynn. Still, I bite down on my lip. There's no denying he's likely right. I'll talk to them. He doesn't look convinced.
And tell them what? Are you going to mention precisely how you killed Oki?
No, I reply instantly. I trust my friends, but I'm not a fool. The Rohelm court taught me how fragile some friendships can be, and I don't plan to repeat the mistakes of my youth.
Then what are you going to say?
I don't know right now, but I'll think about it. Silence falls between us, but I can feel his thoughts whirring away. It's as though that static bolt that ran from him to me has increased my sensitivity even to the parts of him he keeps hidden.
There are other ways,
he says slowly.
People with powers in the High Hold. Powers to alter memories. Spells, too. I'm sure I could find one. Find a way to make it work, assuming you don't want a more permanent solution.
I swivel around to look at him, hoping to find humor in his eyes. But no, he's absolutely serious. No. I say the word as firmly as possible. 100% no. I'm not wiping my friends' memories, and we're definitely not killing them.
Even if it keeps you alive?
Even then. My gaze softens as I shift myself around so that I'm straddling him. I plant a kiss on his lips. Besides, you don't believe in killing Rutlings outside of the trials, remember?
That was when the trials were the most important thing to me.
He responds. My heart swells with such an unexpected warmth that it causes a prick of heat behind my eyes. Is it sweet or psychotic, a man wanting to kill my best friends to protect me? I guess it's both. I trust them. So please, my love, trust me too? I linger on those words again. It's only the second time I've said them, and they came with even more ease than before. Unfortunately, they don't appear to have alleviated his fears the way I'd hoped.
I get that you needed to trust them before now.
Kyor continues.
But the next trial is the offer. Allegiances don't last past this point. It will be every man for himself. And let's not forget your buddy Benny already made some serious lies by omission. I'm assuming from your reaction earlier that you didn't know who he was.
I didn't, but I don't respond. Did Benny lie? Perhaps. But it's not as though I ever pressed too hard. I knew there was a hierarchy with Hlyn and the others, and I knew he was at the top of it. I'm sure it wouldn't have been that hard to work out if I'd really wanted to do so. Benny did what he thought was best, and it doesn't change how much he helped me. Without the Islanders' training and protection at the start, I doubt I'd have even made it past the first trial. And as for Jonas, his father was and is a true friend of my family. He's the only one who helped Kay and I when we were stripped. A pout tightens Kyor's lips, and I wish I could read the meaning behind it. At first, I assume it's because I've reminded him of what his lie did to us all those years ago. But then his frown lines deepen.
I don't get it. I know that you're happy Acacia's in the high hold with him, but I've known Lord Lorthan my entire life, and I've never known him to do anything that doesn't benefit himself.
Could that just be the fact that you instinctively see the worst in everyone? I tease. A smile twitches at the corner of my lips, but he refuses to reciprocate it. Kyor, you've got to listen to sense when it comes to Benny and Jonas. At least let me speak to them before you start making any rash plans. Please? He lets out a sigh.
Fine. No killing them. Yet. But you need to get control of this power. Know what you can and can't do. When you should and shouldn't use it. When we get back to Rohelm, that's the only training you and I are doing.
My smile twitches again. You know, it sounds as if you like telling me what to do. I plant a kiss on his neck, lowering my chest so that it's flush against him. I'm sure we can think of a far more fun way of putting that commanding attitude of yours to use. He huffs out a laugh.
I thought you needed more rest.
Well, maybe this time you could do a bit more of the work. Mock horror registers on his face, and in one sweeping motion, he has stood up with me still wrapped around his waist. With a wicked grin and a glinting in his eyes, he throws me onto the bed and follows me down.
Oh, I am more than happy to do all the work.
He growls, sending a static ripple straight between my thighs. But before my body can respond, my attention is stolen by the scars on his arm. It's not the first time I've noticed this particular set of scars, which are far paler and clearly edged than many he has. But this time I'm drawn to them. There's something about the thickness of the lines and the way their curves perfectly match the contours of his skin that makes them look almost organic in creation. How did you get these ones? I ask, running a finger along the skin.
Really, Thorn? That's what you want to talk about now?
If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I've just never seen scars quite like them before. He draws in a long breath as he shifts slightly and lays down next to me. A slow silence builds around us. But I don't press it. No scars come without pain, and sometimes the memories are almost too raw to confront. I feel he'll tell me about their origin when he's ready.
My father.
His eyes are fixed on the ceiling as he speaks, his fingers combing lazily through my hair.
He considered it a strengthening exercise. He would ignite a fire on his palm and hold it against my skin. The more I screamed, the longer I had to endure it.
Kyor! My hand flies to my mouth. That's torture! No parent should do that to their child. Hell, no human should do that to anyone. Ever. He shrugs, as though I can't see the pain that is radiating from the memory.
It was only for a few years. Once my powers came in, I told them it was only fair that I see how a king fared in a similar test. Suddenly, he didn't seem so keen to use that particular training method.
Tears sting my eyes. All that wealth, all that luxury, yet all that darkness hidden beneath the gilding. For all the pain our father's neglect caused Kay and me, not once did I fear he would physically hurt us. With my heart heavy, I press my hand against Kyor's cheek and tilt his head to look at me. I am so sorry you went through that, I whisper.
Others have gone through far worse.
That doesn't make it right. For a long while, we lay there in silence, my head rising and falling to the rhythm of his breath, until finally his lips find mine again. The kisses are softer than before, with tenderness in every touch. And yet, once again, I find my body pressing closer and closer, needing that intimacy. And from the way his hands start grazing my body, I'm not the only one.
Again already, my love?
He whispers. A stream of static brushes my chest, and my eyes roll to the back of my head as I anticipate what's about to happen. But before I can draw his head down to me, a horn blares out somewhere in the distance. His head twists to the window, and he peers out. He grimaces.
That's the ship back to the mainland, which means we need to get moving.
Can't we just see if there's another one coming in a couple of days? I groan, only for Kyor to let out a laugh that hits me right in the chest.
Don't worry. We'll pick this up later.
With his hand on my forearms, he hoists me up to sitting as I let out an exaggerated sigh. I just wish we could take this bed with us.
Don't worry. We won't be sleeping in the barracks forever.
I get that the comment is meant to make me feel happy, but instead it causes a bolt of nervousness to churn in my belly. What is going to happen to us when this ends? Jonas assured me that Kay and I wouldn't have to go back to the slums, and Morwenna has offered us a home here. And with Benny the future duke of this place, a future in the Eastern Isles is a promising one. But that option would take me away from all we've known, not to mention away from Kyor. And given that Jonas's proposal was made when he still thought there was a chance for him and I, the offer could well be retracted now. I shake the thoughts away. That's not a question I have the capacity to wonder about right now. In fact, I don't have the capacity for much. I'll head straight to the library when we get back, see if I can find some books on whatever this is that's happening to me. I tell Kyor as we head outside and towards the dock. I have no idea where I'll start, though. Not with how big the place is. A new nervousness fills me. It would certainly help if Caroline was in the library to help with my research, but I still don't know if she's ready to face me. The thought of Rohelm also causes another pang of disappointment. With the post-trial ball having been held here in Brandish, there was no chance to see Kay, meaning the next time she and I will be together is when this thing is over. Hopefully that will give her time to realize there was nothing I could do when it came to Holden, that I honestly tried to let him go. His death is on his own hands.
You okay?
Kyor asks, my silence clearly more conspicuous than I'd realized. I was just thinking about Kay. I wish they'd let us see other people now and then. Do they really think that me seeing my baby sister is somehow going to jeopardize the trials? Kyor shrugs.
It sucks, but it's another way to test your dedication to the gifting, I guess. But Acacia will know you're okay. Every person in the Highhold who's placed a bet against you has lost it, so your continued success will be all anyone is talking about.
I can't help but laugh. You mean they all thought I'd be dead by now? I ask, feigning shock. He kisses the top of my head.
Yes, and more fool them.
He steps back so he can take my hands and look me in the eye.
I know it's hard, but we're in this together, right? At least we have each other. And lots of privacy in the barracks now, too.
I grin. That is a good thing, I say, pushing myself up onto my tiptoes to kiss him. The ship is probably 100 times bigger than the rowboat we came across on, and thankfully there's no sign of a kraken in the water as we cast off. Benny and Jonas are on the deck, staring out at the view. Leaving Kyor a little way back, I go and offer Benny a deep hug. How are you doing? I ask them.
Good. It was good to see everyone. Reminds me of what I'm fighting for, you know?
I nod, though the truth is I still don't know what it is he or any of the others are here for. And now more than ever, that lack of knowledge is unnerving. Just like Kay said at the beginning of this, everyone thinks they're worthy of Edda's gift. And as Kyor pointed out, it's each person for themselves now we're at the Ophir. Meaning maybe I should be a little more sparing with my trust. Though the way Benny beams at me makes it nearly impossible.
Well, I think it's safe to say that every person on the island is happy that you're okay now.
Benny said.
Those storms were definitely starting to piss people off.
There were storms while I was out? I'm frowning, still not sure what the weather has to do with me until Benny's gaze shifts across to Kyor, and it clicks. You mean...
Let's just say they had an unusually greenish hue.
Jonas replies. A spasm of warmth flickers inside me. He told me he was terrified, but it's different to know there was physical evidence of it.
I'm also very glad to see you're all right, Rose.
Jonas says. There's a strange formality to his tone, and when I go to hug him, his body is unusually rigid.
Just one more trial to get through.
Right? I know from the look Benny gives me that he can feel the tension too, but I'm not exactly sure what I can do about it. A boat is hardly the most practical place for private conversation, assuming that's even what Jonas wants, as the other 4 remaining Retlings are here too. Along with Zara and Grinda, the other 2 that made it to the Ophir are Mariel and Del, the 2 behemoth men from Galrek. My mind shifts to the last trial, and specifically to Siren. I pray she didn't die trying to seize a boat. With Jonas being so standoffish, I quickly head back to Kyor, though we don't speak much. Instead, we simply stand there, his arms wrapped around me as I gaze out at the water. When the mainland comes into view, my stomach twists. The weight of it all presses down, and I know that no matter what happens at the end of this, life will never be the same as before. But wasn't that what I wanted? Deep down, I know whatever future awaits us has to be better from life in the slums. But the unknown is nerve-wracking all the same.
Can you see that?
Benny comes over to us when we're still a fair way from the shore.
It looks like they're waiting for us.
A welcoming committee, you mean? My heart lifts at the thought that I might get to see Kay after all. But the hope fades as Benny shakes his head.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just priestesses.
A knot binds my ribs as Kyor and I exchange a look. They can't be doing this again so soon. There's no way.
We're not ready for the Ophir.
Kyor frowns.
You're barely recovered.
No, it's not possible.
Jonas joins in.
Every Retterheld recorded has been across 4 moons. We've only just finished the 3rd cycle. It should be at least another week, if not 2.
Well, someone ought to tell them that then.
Benny gestures to the shore, where I can now make out the blue robes of the priestesses, even if I can't see their faces. And I know exactly which priestess he's talking about when he adds,
Is it just me, or does she also freak the fuck out of you all?
None of us reply. We don't need to. High Priestess Mila waits on the dock, and my eyes go to her belt, to the dagger that is still at her side.
Is it me, or does something about this feel dodgy?
Benny asks.
Dodgier than usual.
He amends. It's not just you, I reply.
Just stay close.
Kyor takes my hand, his comment solely for me.
And not because I think you need me, but...
I know, I say. The fact is, I also want to hold his hand. There's a quiver in the air, creating a sense of unease. Not a single person speaks as we disembark, and Mila waits until we're all standing on the dock before she speaks. Retlings, I am grateful to see your safe return. Edda has blessed you indeed. But I am afraid I have bad news. During the previous trial, there was a gross violation of the Retterheld rules. A cold like iron threads through my blood. She knows, I think in panic. She knows that I used the ice powers that somehow hide in the shadows of my veins. Isin powers. She knows that I'm the reason the Kraken escaped. I am going to die for this. And from the way Kyor's hand is now clenching mine, he's thinking the same. As is customary when such things happen, I have sought Edda's guidance, for I myself believed that the only suitable punishment was death. My knees feel weak. Have I survived a drowning by Kraken only to be put to the sword now? The confirmation of my worst fear is enough to steal any strength I had. I can't breathe. This isn't happening. Killed not in the trials, but for this? Something I have no control over?
I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
Kyor growls beside me.
If they...
But, Mila continues loudly, glaring at Kyor, in this particular circumstance, Edda has chosen to make an exception. She steps forwards. Prince Kyor Naven, you are hereby disqualified from the trials for attacking, injuring, and showing willful disrespect towards the priestesses of Edda. It feels like the air has been ripped from my lungs. They're going to take Kyor? For his lightning strike? I should be relieved it's not my neck on the line, that my secret is safe, but this can't be happening. I need him. No! I lurch forwards, my arms in front of him. It wasn't his fault. He only did that because...
It's fine, Thorn.
His voice cuts across mine.
I used my powers to break the ward on the Kraken. I will accept my punishment.
He leans in as if to kiss my cheek, but instead whispers,
It'll be okay, I promise you. I'll be waiting for you. Just get control of those damn powers and win the offer. The gifting is yours. Fucking own it, Thorn.
Before I can reply, he disappears. Chapter 66. I stare at the spot Kyor had stood only seconds ago. Fucking portation. Jonas appears at my side, seemingly attempting to fill the void left by Kyor, but he can't. No one can.
It's okay,
He says.
He should have known what he was doing.
I glare. He did. He didn't hit them. Not a single one of them. I hiss. Jonas opens his mouth as if he's going to say more, but I can feel the daggers I shoot from my eyes, and thankfully he stays quiet. My heart hurts. Physically hurts. As if it's been knifed by an icy blade of my own creation. The words I said to him in bed this morning replay in my mind. Take me like this is all we get. That's what I told him. Why, in the gods' names, did I say something that stupid? Something I didn't for 1 second believe could be true. I should have known the gods listened to it all. On the other side of the dock, Grenda offers me a look of consolation, but it's Zara who speaks.
Well, I, for one, am feeling very optimistic about the offer.
A smirk curls her mouth.
Particularly after that unexpected outcome.
Fuck off, Zara, I say. But Benny and Jonas grab me before I can launch myself at her.
Oh, look at that. More big men coming to your aid, ensuring you don't ever have to fight for yourself, runt.
I know she's just trying to rile me, and I hate that it's working. Fuck you. You have no idea what I'm capable of. I snarl, lifting my hands, no longer surprised by the buzzing energy that courses through them. The power trembles through my veins, begging to be released.
The fact is, you're down to just 2 guard dogs now,
she sneers.
This is going to be fun.
I am going to kill you, I say through gritted teeth. I'm going to kill you just the way I killed Oki. Not that you cared. You didn't even bother waiting to find out if your friends were still alive before demanding to be allowed to return to the barracks. The words leave my mouth before I can stop them, and her eyes widen in shock, though in a flash, it's transformed to fury. You bitch, she says, ready to lunge for me, exactly the way I want her to. Fears of exposing myself are suddenly forgotten. All that matters is tearing Zara apart however I can. That's enough. Grenda's voice cuts through the tension, as Zara continues to snarl at me, but that's all she's doing. It takes a heartbeat to realize that's all I'm doing too. And not because I'm waiting for her to strike first, I physically can't move. My arms are frozen in clenched fists, and for an instant I think it's my powers, that they're manifesting again out here in front of all these people. The fear I had suppressed before is suddenly laid raw as my heart lunges up into my throat. But then I realize Zara is in exactly the same state. She wanted to come for me, she just can't. Well, now I know what Grenda's power is. No wonder she's such a force to be reckoned with. It's not like anyone can fight back if they're frozen in place. It's magnificent in its deadliness. Even more so when I consider its strength was likely significant enough to hold a Jotun in place. Let's make no mistake, she says, her voice a low grumble. I could drive a sword through both of you before you could even blink, but I'm not going to. She looks at Zara first. You want this. You have fought your way to get here, and while I may not agree with the methods you've used at times, I understand that fierce drive. She turns her attention to me. I will not lie. I did not expect you to make it this far. But having seen you against the Jotun, not to mention the manner in which you put yourself at risk in the water, I do not doubt that you are deserving. And it has nothing to do with who you choose to share your bed with. The belated addition somewhat sours the compliment. I am a woman of honor. Beyond this event, I have never taken a life outside of battle. But make no mistake, I will happily change that if needed. Now, are you two going to play nice? I try to respond, but it's impossible. I guess even my vocal cords have been held by her power. And judging from the silent rage emanating from Zara, she's in the same situation. Very good, Grenda continues. Zara, I'm going to let you go first. And if you don't walk straight to your carriage, I will take that as a personal insult. She pauses. I do not respond well to being insulted. Zara is released, still practically foaming at the mouth, and I see her contemplate her options, weighing whether or not to strike. A large part of me hopes that she will, because Grenda will easily take her down. But she knows it too, so instead she offers one last snarl before walking towards the carriage. A moment later, I too am free, though unlike Zara, I don't move immediately for the carriages. She will not forget this, I warn the old knight. You've made yourself a target. Grenda smiles softly, and I'm reminded of Dina. The same gentle calmness of the night also radiates from the priestess. A surge of guilt floods through me at the way I had whined about not being able to see Kay at the ball. The only moments Grenda has had with her family were before she was snatched away from her son in the forest. And yet I have never heard her offer so much as a single grumble or word of complaint. We all have a target on our backs when it comes to that one. She shrugs. It will be Edda's judgment that decides the rest. I will see you back at the barracks. With that, she heads towards her own transport home. I turn to Benny and Jonas. Now that the drama's over, want to share a carriage? I ask.
Sure.
Benny replies.
Though this is you we're talking about, Cultivars, there'll always be drama involved.
I'm surprised that I have it in me to laugh, but a slight chuckle leaves me before my eyes fall on Jonas. There's not a hint of humor in his expression at all.
Actually, I thought I might take one by myself. You know, stretch out, get some sleep. Some of us spent most of the last 3 days awake, worrying.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why my chest feels quite so tight. Maybe it's because this is the start of it. The start of the end. Of each of us looking out for ourselves. Maybe it's something else. Either way, I step back and turn to Benny. Guess it's just you and me, then. I sleep during the carriage ride, but it's fitful. My body feels too warm, though I don't know if it's the lingering effects of the water or the absence of Kyor. Maybe it's the guilt. I killed Oki. I handed Hlinos a glass of poison, and now my suggestion got Kyor kicked out of the Retterheld. Yes, I've got more than my fair share of guilt. My restless state is enough for Benny to notice.
You want to camp in with me tonight?
He asks as we trundle over rocky terrain.
In a purely platonic way, obviously. The last thing this group can deal with is a love triangle becoming a love quadrilateral. And to be fair, you probably wouldn't be my first choice out of the trio of possibilities.
I wouldn't have thought it possible, but he actually manages to raise a smile to my lips. I thump him lightly on the arm. Yeah, I'll pass on the love quad, thanks. He chuckles, but it fades quickly.
It would probably be best for you to bunk back with me, though. With Zara on a rampage against you, you shouldn't be on your own at night.
It's fine, honestly. I'll be safe. I think about Kyor's room, about him and me alone in there. Will they have made him clear out his belongings, I wonder? What about his drawings, his charcoal? It's been 4 days since he slept there. Will the scent remain, even if the bedclothes are gone? Gods, I hope so. A flicker of hope ignites within me. He's used the room long before the Retterheld, so maybe, like Caroline, he could sneak in through the library and temple to find me. But then, the Prince of Marathka is a much more identifiable figure than one stray scribe.
Okay, well, stay close, okay?
Benny breaks my stream of thoughts.
You might not have your prince, but I reckon I make a pretty good knight.
You do, I agree. And I suspect a pretty good future duke, too. I guess that explains why the others all followed your lead the whole time. I lean my head on his shoulder, expecting him to offer some joking remark about his lineage. But instead, he sits upright.
Jeez, Rose, you're freezing.
He slips off his coat.
Put this on.
I try to shrug it away. Honestly, I don't need it.
You do. For me, if you get hypothermia, that'll be the end of the relationship between Rohelm and the Eastern Isles for good. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, except I'm pretty sure that Kyor would come for my head. So please, Rose, take the fur.
I do as he asks, and shift up my own stole so that it sits under my head as a pillow. At first, I think it's Kyor gently rocking me awake, ready to bring my body to climax the same way he did last time I woke. But as the shroud of sleep lifts, and I blink open my eyes, I see Benny standing there instead. The memory of what happened hits like a stone dropping in my stomach. No Kyor, no Klinos, no Kay. I thought I was motivated before I came into this. It's nothing compared to now. I am determined to win this. Determined and exhausted. And hungry. As we climb out of the carriage, we head to the dining hall to see Jonas already leaving, his hands full of baked goods. "Are you not going to sit down?" I ask him, gesturing to our table. It's stupid that it's still the only table I want to sit at, given that it's right at the end of the hall and there are so many others completely empty. But I'm not ready to let go of the memories that live with it.
No,
Jonas says stiffly, shaking his head.
my legs are soft from sitting so long on the boat, and then in the carriage. I'm going to stretch my legs in the training yard.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll join you.
Benny replies.
No offense, but I could do with a bit of time by myself.
Jonas says, with a flatness that leaves no room for argument.
Just, the whole paired thing is over now. We need to focus on solo skills.
Well, that's me told.
Benny mutters, rolling his eyes as Jonas begins to walk away. I'll spar with you later, I offer. I'm going to sleep for a bit. Then I need to head to the library.
Really? Why?
Jonas stops in his tracks 6 feet away from us and turns back, his eyes fixing on mine. For a reason I can't fathom, I feel the cold fill my palms. I'd assumed that this iciness I'd felt from him earlier was a residual reaction to Kyor and me being together. But now I'm not so sure.
What do you need the library for?
My throat feels as though it's wedged shut. Still, I try not to show it, speaking as casually as I can. To speak to Caroline, I lie. I saw Klinos' family, remember? His eyes linger on mine, his lips twisting as though he's trying to pull more information out of me by his gaze alone. And then without warning, he sniffs.
Right, of course. Well, I'll leave you two to your food,
he says, then turns around and leaves. This time, Benny waits until Jonas is fully out of earshot before he speaks.
I never realized that being involved in a trial for ultimate power would involve such complex love lives.
They kind of missed that bit out of the history books, don't you think?
This time, when I hit him, I make sure it hurts. Chapter 67. Thank the gods the room still smells of Kyor. I lie on the bed and bury my head in the pillow, drinking in the faint whisper of him in the fabric, before sitting up and moving to the desk where his drawings remain scattered. I've never looked through them before. I've wanted to, but he's never offered to show me. Now, though, he's not here to ask permission of, and I'll do anything that gives me a chance to feel closer to him. The top drawing is of Zell, fighting through a storm. Water drips from the old man's beard, but even in the monochromatic shades of the charcoal, I can tell the storm is one of Kyor's making. There's just something about the way the clouds streak across the sky. The commander holds his sword arm raised, as if he's about to strike, and a playful grin twists on his lips, the type he almost solely reserved for fighting with Kyor. Is it a real memory, or just a representation of how they felt when they used to train together? It's impossible to know, but it doesn't change the feeling that emanates from the page. One of respect, of loss, of a mentor, a father, sadly missed. Beneath the drawing of Zell, there are 2 of Elska, one of her prowling through the forest, the other of her face alone. Once again, he's captured the 2 colors of her eyes in nothing but tones of black and gray. But it's her body that I can't draw my eyes away from. The way he's shaded her so that her white paws fade into the white of the paper is utterly masterful. A prince, a fighter, a protector, an artist. I have to wonder if there's anything this man can't do. I lift the papers and begin to flick through them, stopping on a drawing of me. Me asleep in his bed, hair splayed across my face, arm folded up over my head. I should look a mess, yet somehow the way he's captured it, I look, well, beautiful. As I stare at my own image, my heart burns beneath my ribs. I suspect he drew it while he was avoiding lying too close to me, trying to be a gentleman. I was so angry at him at the time. Angry at him for not wanting me the way I wanted him. But this shows just how wrong I was. Even I can see that. See the yearning in his lines. I want to crush the paper to my chest, but instead I lay it back down reverently. I flick through several more images, some of buildings, some of weapons and animals, until I reach another person, or rather 2 people. It's one of the smallest pictures, and yet the level of detail in it easily surpasses the rest. It looks as though Kaior came back to work on this one time and time again. The woman is sitting in a comfortable-looking chair, with a book on her lap and a child at her feet. The child has a pencil in his hands and is scribbling on a piece of paper. There's no sign of a crown, or even a ball gown on the adult, no hint of palace luxuries in the background. And yet I know exactly who it is I'm staring at. Kaior and his mother. The son and the mourned queen. It's a perfect portrait. The ease with which she sits, the light smile that traces the curve of her jaw. And while there's no visible interaction between the 2 of them, you can feel the connection they share, just being in one another's presence. I didn't know it was possible for a picture to show so much love. And yet here it is. With a burst of guilt at invading Kaior's privacy, I grab the papers, wishing to straighten up the pile. Only in my hurry, one of them drops to the ground. As I pick it up, a cold chill runs down my spine. It's me. Me, standing in the temple, dressed in my rags from slums. If the picture with his mother is the epitome of peace and love, then this captures pain and rage. My face is harsh, and pure hatred jets out of my eyes. It stabs me to my core, knowing that this is how I looked to him in our first meeting after so long. He knew my identity even then, and though that hatred wasn't there then, when I didn't know his name or who he really was, it came, and he was right to anticipate it. Tears leak down my cheeks and guilt hollows out my stomach. I press the heels of my hands to my eyes to stem the tears, and I wish to all the gods that I'd told him that I love him, that I'd said the words aloud. If I die in the Ophir, and he doesn't even know? I sniff back the tears. Any thought of sleep I had is gone. He's still here, I remind myself, still alive, and safer than he was in the Retterheld. I should be grateful that he's no longer part of this. But it's not that straightforward, and not just because I wish he was still with me. He might be safe, but I'm not. I know these powers are growing stronger. I can feel them changing and shifting, and I have no idea how to control them. It was one thing back when my green magic came through. That was expected, and I had my mother to guide me, but this is magic I know nothing about, appearing at a time when I should have nothing. I suddenly feel piercingly alone. I need something to do, and the library seems like the perfect distraction. When I reach the temple, I stand in the middle of the aisle, shifting my gaze between the altars of the 7 gods. It seems like the right time to pray, but to which one? I'm hoping that perhaps one will speak to me, though any sign would be useful. But in the end, there's nothing. And so I thank them all, finishing with Edda and Itara before descending the steps to the library. I wonder whether Caroline will even be there. Even without seeing her, I know she won't be okay. Hell, I'm certainly not. But hey, misery likes company, right? I'm still on the 2nd step when a voice echoes through the depths of the library.
No, I told you already. Sanrod himself was encapsulated in stone. Not just his power, but the very god. Why would you just write Sanrod's power?
Sorry, I'll make that amendment now. Caroline's response to Rohan is tired, weary, as if her spark has gone. Though I can't exactly blame her. The fact she's still able to cope with Rohan's ranting at all? Well, it's more than I could take. Knowing she's here, I move even more slowly, still not sure if I'm going to approach her. Yet, as if she's able to sense my presence, she turns to look at me. I'm sorry, Rohan. She stands and pushes her chair back. I'm going to have to finish now.
Now? But we've already been interrupted once today.
This bit about Sanrot sounds like a part of the tale we need a whole session for, not just the end of one, Caroline replies diplomatically. I can tell from the scowl on Rohan's face he's not having it.
I would think you'd have a better grace than to refer to my family's legacy as a tale. And I've got half a mind to—
Time's up, Rohan, she snaps sharply. If you want to find another scribe that'll work with you, then good luck. We're done for today. My jaw drops. This is definitely a side of Caroline I've not seen before. I wait for Rohan to put up more of an objection, but instead he merely mutters to himself as he grabs his cane and ambles off. "I'll see you tomorrow, Rohan," Caroline calls after him as he disappears between the shelves, no doubt regretting her sharp tone. Only when all we can hear are his footsteps and the clicking of his cane does she turn to me. "Congratulations," she says dully. That's it. A single word. My skin prickles. Congratulations? On surviving the 4th trial. I heard it was touch and go. Right, yeah. Her shoulders are stiff, her face expressionless. I heard it was an interesting turnout for the prince too. The rumour mill is having a field day with it, not to mention the bookies. He was everyone's favourite. Right. I take it you and him are... something? Something. I can't immediately think of a better word to sum up what Kyor and I are, but then again, the last thing I expected in coming here was to talk about him. Yes. Listen, I saw Hlynn's mother, Marwenna, on the island. Met Karis, too. For the first time, Caroline's facade flickers, and pain flashes in her eyes. I assume you're here because you want something. After all, that's the only time you turn up, isn't it? So what do you want, Rose? It's a direct hit, and the words cut like a knife in the windpipe because of how true they are. You're right. I shouldn't have come. I'm sorry, I'll find it myself. I twist away from her to stare at the maze of books. I have no idea where to start. I don't want to blame you, you know, Caroline whispers as I start to walk away. I know you didn't do it deliberately, that you didn't know the drink was poisoned, but I can't help it. I can't help wishing it was you instead. I freeze, vision blurring, and look back at her. You're not the only one that wishes that, Caroline. I promise you. Her breath hitches and she shakes her head. I'm sorry, that was cruel of me. It was justified, I murmur. No, it wasn't. You loved her too. Not in the same way. No, but you still loved her. She glances up at the ceiling as she wipes away the tears, then looks at me as she inhales again. So what do you need? I'm still torn. She wasn't wrong when she said I only come here when I need something, and I'd hate for her to think that that's all I want this friendship for how she can help me. She and Penny are the last fragments of my best friend that I have, but without her help, I'm at a complete loss. Okay, so the latest trial was getting around a kraken. I watch her closely. She doesn't look surprised by this. I heard. That's crazy. Right, well, I was just wondering if you have any books about them, about krakens, or perhaps the people that could communicate with them, whether that's a traditional magic thing or, I don't know, maybe something other peoples and other kingdoms can do? I try to sound as casual as possible. Benny would be able to read the lie straight away, and even Klinos wouldn't have been quick to believe me. But Caroline is wearing an expression I can't read. Well, turns out there is a book about it, she says. But I only know that because someone else found it. Someone else who was looking for exactly the same thing you are. Somebody else? Chills run down my neck only to spread into a warmth of relief. Kyor, I think. Kyor must have got to it first. He said he'd help me in whatever way he could, and he is. I clear my throat, trying to keep my pulse steady. Who wanted it? She nods toward the back of the room, implying I need to turn around. My heart stutters at the thought of seeing Kyor again so soon, and somewhere we can actually have something close to privacy without breaking any rules. Only as my eyes fall on the figure, the fluttering turns to a heavy weight that sinks to the pit of my stomach.
Me.
Jonas steps out of the shadow. His focus narrowed on me.
I'm the one who wanted it.
Chapter 68. I feel sick. Physically nauseous. Jonas is my friend. Wasn't I trying to convince Kyor only this morning that we could trust him? Then again, that was before Jonas's comment about working on our solo skills. He's out for himself now. And I guess that includes doing whatever it takes to get rid of the competition. Jonas, I try to keep my voice steady. Whatever it is you think you know, it's not what you think.
Is that right? Well, I'll tell you now, I've got a fair few suspicions.
He says.
Suspicions I'm pretty sure I can find the answers to in here. Unless you want to save me the trouble.
He steps forwards. There's a thick tome in his arms and a single vein is raised and pulsing across his forehead. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Caroline slink away. I assume it's because she thinks we want privacy. Part of me wants to call out to her to stay, but maybe the fewer witnesses, the better.
Is this the power you used to kill Oki too?
He asks.
You didn't take your dagger with you to the lake. You left it in the dining hall. Did you use magic to kill her?
He lowers his voice.
Isn't magic?
I don't answer. I can't. And he takes my silence as agreement. With a sharp inhale, he takes a step towards me.
Rose, whatever is going on with you, if anybody finds this out, you are dead. You know that.
My eyes jerk up to meet his. Of course I do. But I don't know what this is. I need time to work it out.
You don't get time here, remember? There are no second chances. You, of all people, should know that. Think of your mother, your father.
There's a clattering from somewhere deeper in the library, and I drop my voice to a whispering hiss. What would you have me do then? Would you have me turn myself in for powers I don't even understand?
No, of course not.
That vein is still protruding from his forehead, though it's not pulsing quite so much anymore. Then what, Jonas? He looks at me for a moment, his cheeks drawing inwards.
Marry me,
He says.
I'll protect you and make sure people don't find out. Marry me, Rose.
I gape at him. He has to be joking, and yet his expression is deadly serious. What the hell are you talking about? A disbelieving laugh cracks from my lungs. You can't be serious.
It makes sense.
He says, taking my hands.
It's the only thing you can do. If we're married, you'll be back to being a member of the court. Acacia, too. Once that happens, we can move somewhere. Away from Rohelm. Maybe Benny could get us a place on one of the smaller eastern isles. Somewhere quiet.
My laughter may have stopped, but the disbelief remains. He wants me to run away and hide for the rest of my life. Jonas, I'm not going to marry you. I can't. I love Kaior. It's the first time I've said the words aloud to anyone, and it feels wrong. They should be reserved for Kaior alone. Jonas is unfazed by my confession.
Whatever you believe you feel, it's almost certainly due to the stress of the situation, Rose. Some weird coping mechanism to make all the suffering here seem normal. Believe me when I say that that's not what love should be.
I grit my teeth, fighting the urge to spit at him.
Kaior is the prince.
Jonas continues.
And you are whatever you are, Rose. Please think about this sensibly. I'm not denying your feelings for him. I'm not. I'm sure there's something there for you, and maybe it's even reciprocated. But at some point, he's going to have to be king. King of the whole of Marathka. Sworn to protect his subjects from the Isin. What's going to happen if he finds out? When he realizes the truth, he will have to put you to death, Rose. You know that.
I try to hold my gaze steady. Try not to give anything away. But as my lips press together, a look of disbelief dawns on Jonas's face.
He knows. Gods, he already knows.
He shakes his head as he tugs his beard. When he looks back at me, his resolve has returned.
That doesn't change anything. It doesn't. You marry me and I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe. You know I will. We can go wherever you want. Take Acacia and William.
I frown. Something about the way he says William's name is off. Why would we take your dad's ward? He combs his fingers back through his beard again.
He's a brother to me.
He says.
I won't leave him behind. I'm just thinking through all the logistics. Thinking through how it would work. What other choice do you have?
I have the choice to win the Retterheld. My words leave my mouth with utter conviction. The same conviction I felt all those weeks ago when I first entered Edda's temple to give my offering. There's no denying that my conviction has wavered at times since. That I'd even doubted my chances, but I don't anymore. Edda let me in for a reason. And that's winning this thing. I stand there, back straight, with my eyes narrowed on Jonas, only for him to tut like I'm a small, incapable child, rather than someone who has survived 4 fucking deadly trials. Someone who dragged him off the ice to safety in the 3rd trial and convinced Kaior to save his life in the 4th. My hackles rise. Even now, even after all the times I've had to save you, you still don't think I can do it. You still think I'm just some weak, powerless little girl. The slightest flush of embarrassment colors his cheeks, but it does nothing to douse the fury I'm feeling.
It's the best of the best left, Rose. It's not about you. You saw what Grenda's capable of. And Zara wants you dead. She'll put a sword through your stomach the instant the Ophir begins.
I can do it. I know I can.
And then what?
His tone is so sharp it's like being struck with tiny shards of glass.
You think you can just win? Get your powers back and then pretend like none of this ever happened?
Yes, that's exactly what I plan on doing. With a noise that could be a scoff or a laugh, he lifts his hands to his head.
That is insane, Rose. Do you even know how to control these new powers of yours? Or what you're capable of? Because I know you, and I'm willing to bet that however you killed Oki, it wasn't what you wanted to do, what you intended to do. It was a magic that did it, not you.
Pain claws through me as I bite the inside of my cheek. I don't know what I hate more about this conversation. The fact that he thinks he has the right to speak to me like this, or that almost everything he's saying is spot on. Please, Jonas, let it go. We're not having this conversation here. It's stupid and dangerous. I pause. Please don't mention this magic to anyone.
I won't. You know I won't, Rose.
I turn to go, but he catches me by the hand. Any anger that was in his eyes has now transformed into outright desperation.
Think about it. Please, Rose. It would keep you safe. And it's not like you didn't feel something for me before. You know, before he came along. We can rekindle it. The flame between us.
There it is. The hurt, the jealousy. The fact that he thinks it should be him I'm with. As he continues to stare into my eyes, with all his vulnerability right there for me to see, the smallest fraction of my anger ebbs away. Jonas, I love you as a friend. I always have. But as for turning it into something more, I guess we'll never know now. I look down, mainly because I can't bear to look at his face any longer, and my gaze lands on the book he's holding. I promise I'll tell you whatever I find, I say, taking it from him. He lets me. I'll see you at training later. I walk back towards the staircase, and when I reach the bottom step, he calls my name again, the crack of urgency in his voice stopping me in my tracks.
I would be able to protect you as a husband, Rose. I can't promise the same if I'm just your friend.
I shake my head as I release a bitter laugh. If you're trying to blackmail me into marrying you, I think that's a pretty sure sign you were never my friend in the first place. I don't look back again. I find Benny in the battle yard, staring intently at Grenda. This is training? I ask him. He starts to nod his head, only for the motion to turn into a shake, accompanied by a groan.
She has to have a tell. Something she does that will give us a chance to block her. If we can't, then the rest of us don't stand a chance. She could just freeze us all and leave us there until she's finished the Ophir and won the Ritterheld. The problem is that she isn't using her bloody magic, so I can't see if there's a tell or not.
Right now, Grenda is fighting Moriel and Dell simultaneously, and they're giving her a serious workout. I've seen her feet slip on the sand more than once, and she's come precariously close to not blocking a couple of strikes. Strikes I'm not convinced they would have pulled, not if it gave them the chance to take her out of the running.
As far as I can tell, the only thing any of us have got on her is stamina.
Benny tells me.
She's the oldest left, so if it's a 5-day Ophir, we might stand a chance.
A 5-day trial? I think I'll throw in the towel now, I groan. He laughs, but it fades as he looks at me properly. A crinkle forms between his brows.
You okay?
He asks.
You look like shit.
Just what every woman wants to hear, I huff. I clear my throat. Actually, any chance you and I can have a chat later? Maybe up in my old room? His eyebrows bob.
It must be serious if you want us to risk the death trap stairs.
If you can't manage the stairs, you're going to be screwed when it comes to the Ophir.
Good point. After dinner?
Perfect. Several hours later, I'm sitting on the ash-covered sheets of my old bed, having told Benny everything. Unlike with Jonas, where I was vague about what happened on the ice with Oki, I don't hide anything. From the way the ice radiated from my hand and killed her, to the way I froze the water to stop myself from plunging to an icy death. I even tell him about the way Kyor was trying to help me train it, and the times I felt the tingle of power buzz beneath the surface of my palm. With that covered, I move on to Jonas and his offer, or rather, threat of marriage.
Fucking arsehole.
Benny mutters. The 2 words are all I need to assure me I made the right choice in telling him.
That's one hell of a lot to deal with, Rosie. How are you feeling now?
Scared, I admit.
Of the powers, or the fact that Hirathean is so desperate to get into your pants, he'd blackmail you?
I grimace. Thankfully, Benny fills the silence.
What do you need from me? How can I help?
Benny's simple offer of solidarity is everything, and I close my eyes as an all-too-familiar heat burns behind them. I never used to be a crier, and now it feels like it's all I do. I don't know. I reach out and squeeze his hand gratefully. I got this book from the library and was going to see if it could help, but I don't even know what's in it yet.
Shall I have a look? I'm pretty good at skim reading.
He takes the book and flicks it open, but rather than looking at the page, he continues to stare at me.
My grandmother, the Dowager, used to say...
He begins.
Well, I can't remember exactly how she put it, but basically, when she was training me and my brother, and we got frustrated that our powers weren't working the way we wanted them to, she would say that everyone's powers can turn up when they're scared or angry. But if they show themselves when you're feeling safe, that's how you know you'll be able to control them. She used to tell us to chase that safe feeling, the feeling of home.
I like the sentiment, I tell him. But there's one big problem. Exactly how many times have you felt safe since you got accepted to the Retterheld?
Good point.
He concedes with a half grin.
Let's look through the book.
Benny's fingers start flicking through the pages like he's rifling through a deck of cards. And I can't help but laugh. You know, the point is to read the pages, not just flick past them.
I am,
he says, rolling his eyes.
My magical sight is handy for more than just spotting tells.
I draw in a long breath as jealous understanding dawns. You could read an entire library in a week.
3,
he tells me.
That's how long it took me to get through the ones in Brandish anyway.
Wow. He grins.
It has its uses, but on the battlefield, people don't really care about reading speed, so my talents are disparaged.
That's a mistake, I murmur. He grins.
I know, but let's not tell my enemies, It's useful to be woefully underestimated.
I mime, buttoning up my lips. I thought I'd known all about Benny's powers, but there's so much more to magic than what you see on the outside. The smile on his lips fades as he scratches the side of his cheek, and I can tell there's something he wants to talk to me about, but I've no idea why he'd be having difficulty saying it.
Do you really trust him?
He asks finally. Kyor? Yes, I say without hesitation. He's known about me since it happened, and he's not said a word to anyone. I know he made some mistakes when he was younger, but he wants to put them right. Benny's only reaction is a single nod.
Okay, next question. Do you think he'll be a good king?
I shrug. Honestly, I don't know. But I know he'll try to be. Is that the same thing?
Maybe,
he says wistfully, offering me another smile.
Sorry, but there's nothing in here that sounds like what you've been able to do. No creating ice or talking to krakens. Seems like you're even more special than we thought, Rosie.
My disappointment is palpable. Still, I go to thank Benny for his help, only for my words to get lost in a yawn.
Maybe it's time we head to bed,
he suggests. It's probably a good idea, I agree, rising to my feet. See you at breakfast in the morning.
See you at breakfast.
Given that I'm now a familiar face for the kitchen staff, there's no real need for me to go upstairs for breakfast, other than the fact that I don't want to leave Benny on his own. However, 5 minutes after tucking into my pastries, I thoroughly regret my decision.
Any chance one of these seats is free?
Jonas asks. Given that the only reason they are is because our friends are dead, I don't bother smiling at his attempt at a joke.
I think you'll find there are plenty of other seats,
Benny says.
Might even find 1 or 2 where you're welcome.
Ben, it's fine, I say. If this is where he wants to sit, then I'm not going to stop him. I'd hate him to feel pressured to do something he really doesn't want to do. My less than subtle dig hits exactly as I'd hoped it would, and Jonas inhales stiffly.
How much did you tell him?
Jonas asks, nodding at Benny.
Everything.
Benny replies for me.
She told me every part, and guess what? I didn't try to blackmail her because of it. Because that's not what friends do. I wasn't blackmailing her.
Jonas hisses back.
I was trying to help her. Long term. My proposal would keep her safe. Well, your proposal sucked. And it sounded to me like you were trying to get one over on the prince by, well, literally getting one over on Rose.
This stops now, guys, I say, looking at them both. We can't do this. The only reason we've got this far is because we've worked together. All of us. I don't care that only one of us can win. We're not going to end this thing tearing each other apart. Not after everything we've been through. I turn to Jonas and lock my eyes on his. It may have escaped your memory, but the only reason you're still here is because Benny and I went back onto the ice to get you at the end of the third trial.
Not to mention Rose saved our asses against that kraken. Otherwise, neither of us would be here.
Benny interjects. I shoot him a quick smile. While I'm grateful for his support, there's still more I've got to say to Jonas. Jonas, I know, or at least I hope, that what you said to me yesterday was purely out of concern.
It was.
I'm not done. As I said, I'm sure it came from a place of concern, and I am grateful that you worry about me. Truly. But like I've been saying since the beginning of the Retterheld, either I deserve to be here, deserve to earn the gifting, or I don't. It was my decision to enter, my decisions that got me this far. If you don't want to work together anymore, I understand. I really do. But if you do want our help, you don't get to dictate to me anymore. That's not how friendship works. And if you can't honor that, then I guess I got it right yesterday, and there was never friendship here at all. He exhales.
I know we've worked together this far, but now it's the offer. The final task, where only one person can be gifted. That's the whole point of the competition. I'm not going to turn on you, Rose, I promise that. But I think we should make an agreement now that this is where we stop actively helping each other. It's the right thing to do.
Benny looks at me.
Yep. Do not accept the proposal.
He turns his attention back to Jonas.
Of the people who die in the Ophir, 80% of them are killed by other Redlings, not by the trial itself. You know that, right?
Jonas grits his teeth.
Yes, I know that. So why the hell would you not want to work together? Because I want the gifting!
Jonas near shouts.
If we work together, then how do we decide who gets it? We can't, and that's the truth.
His chair scrapes against the floor as he stands up.
I can't keep going around in circles with this. You two do whatever you want to do, but I'm out.
His footsteps echo across the dining hall as he marches outside and towards the training yard.
You know, there was actually a time when I thought that guy was hot.
Benny mutters.
I really do have shit taste in men.
You really do. I'm going back down to the kitchens, I say, standing. Catch you later. With Jonas heading out to train, I decide to go back to Kyor's room. It's not that I don't feel safe. With so few of us left, Roderick has no issue siphoning everyone's powers at once, meaning Zara can't strike me with her magic. No. The reason I don't want to train is something else entirely. I don't admit as much to Benny, but the magic I used in the fourth trial took more out of me than I'd expected, and I'm still worn around the edges. I could do with at least another hour's sleep. Given how few of us there are to feed, I expect the kitchen to be empty. But instead, Layla is still there. "Rose," she says. "Everything all right?" She offers me a sad smile. It's pretty much the only expression she's offered me since telling me the plans to get food out to the slums didn't work. Of course, I had to pick the ball when the rebels attacked to arrange my gift. She's tried again since then, but apparently it's been impossible to get permission for carriages to move between here and the slums. Clearly, Corvain thinks the rebels all came from there. Yes, I tell her, everything's fine. Good. I kept a couple of extra pastries for you. She gestures to a plate by her side. It's piled high, the same way she would always do for Kyor. Thank you, that's very kind. But you should take them. I had plenty. Oh, I think you'll want at least one of these. Why don't you take a look? Intrigued, I look more closely at the plate of pastries and see the envelope folded beneath the delicacies. Layla smiles at me. I should get going. Won't be long until the lunch shift starts.
Thank you, I murmur. Picking up the plate, I head into Kyor's room. Once I'm alone, I set the plate down and snatch up the envelope. My name, written by Kyor's strong hand, is enough to make my heart clench. His penmanship leaves a little to be desired. Given his artistic talent, I'd expected whirls and flourishes. But even so, the way the letters loop reminds me of the way his hands would curve around me when he slept. Yes, I've got it bad.
Thorn, you've always had more strength in you than you realize. Don't doubt it now. Do whatever it takes. Fight, claw, endure. But above all, stay safe. You got this. I'll be waiting when you win. Yours always, Kay.
Yours always. My eyes hold fast on the words. Right now, I don't know if I have days, weeks, or months left in the Retterheld, or if my death will come in the Ophir, or from having this forbidden magic running through my veins. But none of it matters, because Kyor is offering me always. Chapter 69. We're all carrying our weapons at all times now, strapped to our bodies, so we're ready for the Ophir even if it's called during meals or while we sleep. I even held my dagger between my teeth while I had my last bath, which had to be at least 4 days ago now. As I'd hauled myself out of the tub and wrapped a towel around me, it had struck me that should the priestesses choose that precise moment to summon us to the next location, the dagger would be of little use if I was butt naked. So that was it. I stopped bathing. It's only been once that we were taken without warning, but it's not a chance I wish to risk. The lack of cleanliness is hardly pleasant, especially not with all the training I'm doing. But judging from the grime that covers the other 6 remaining Retlings, I'm not the only one taking this approach. I'm actually grateful that Kyor is no longer here with me. I'm not sure how long the attraction would last if we both smelled like rotten vegetables. Still, at least my daggers are small. Benny's sleeping each night with a sword strapped to his back, though I can't imagine how the hell he's doing it, or how he hasn't pierced his skin in the process. But it's what works for him. As for Jonas, I don't know what he's doing. I can't avoid seeing him entirely, but he's no longer sitting with Benny and me at meals. Instead, he's chosen to sit on his own. At least it's not just us he doesn't want to team up with. Despite all our fears over potentially being jerked awake in the middle of the night, unprepared and yet expected to fight, the chimes for the Ophir instead arrive close to midday, when all 7 of us are out in the training yard. Roderick's the only other person there, and judging by the shock on his face, he didn't know this was going to happen. The instant the first chime rings out, a long trail of priestesses appears through the gate. One after another, they walk in ceremonial pomp with Mila at the front.
How many of them are there?
Benny's muttering mirrors my own thoughts. These can't just be the priestesses from Rohelm, even with all the rings included. There must be closer to 200. I scan through the faces as they enter, trying to see if Dina is among them, but if she is, I can't spot her. Mila waits until they have formed a closed loop around us before she speaks.
Retlings, she says. Welcome. You've successfully made it thus far in the Retterheld, and the next time we meet, one of you will have met with the great Edda herself and received her gifting. The rest of you, may you take the goddess's blessing from here and beyond into the rest of your lives. If you survive the Ophir, that is.
She smiles, as though she isn't talking casually of our deaths. I glance at Benny, fighting the urge to reach out and take his hand, but see his arm already stretching out to me. But before our hands can touch, my stomach hollows and my vision blurs as dizziness takes hold. It feels like the floor's fallen out beneath me the same way it did when we were portated before. The air shudders as I try to catch my breath, and a moment later, we're standing in a thick mist. It's impossible to tell where we've been taken, and it's fucking freezing. When we were on the lake, I could see a little way either side of me, but here the fog is so dense it's opaque, and I can barely see my hand in front of my face, let alone anyone else. Where are we? It's Zara who speaks first, though it's impossible to work out where she's standing. With the way her voice echoes, it sounds as though it's bouncing off the side of a mountain. Benny, I call out. And then because old habits die hard, Jonas?
Here!
I'm all good.
I take a tentative step forwards, only to remember the way that the carriages previously dropped us precariously close to a cliff edge. If my first suspicion about being on a mountainside is correct, then even a tiny misstep could be deadly. I edge back to where I was and consider what to do next. Mist is water suspended. Can I freeze it? If I can, that'll hopefully clear the air a little. I raise my hand, unsure of what I'm about to do, when a voice cuts through the quiet.
Morel, a little help here would be great.
It's Del who speaks, and a moment later he gets his wish. The blast of air from the Galrek Windweaver has me struggling to stay upright, but it does the job. The mist clears ahead, and we can finally see where we've been brought. My jaw hangs loose. I'm not sure whether I'm proud that I was right or not, because I'm too busy being terrified. We're standing on a plateau about halfway up a mountain. I've no idea where exactly, though from its size, I guess it would have to be a part of the Colton Mountains, right at the very north of Hirathean territory. From the blue light emanating from the peak, my assumption is that we have to get to the top to win the Retterheld. As I move my gaze from the peak, I see I'm not the only one gawking. Del's jaw is clicking from side to side as he visibly thinks through what we've got to do next, while Benny is a little further away, taking it all in. It's only as I turn to see Zara that a gasp leaves my lungs. Unlike everybody else, she's not looking at where she has to go. Instead, her sword is out and she's headed straight towards Grenda, who stands oblivious with her back to her. "Grenda!" I scream out as I lunge towards Zara, but I already know I'm not going to be fast enough. Before I can get another sound out, the tip of Zara's sword protrudes from Grenda's stomach. In one swift sweep, Zara pulls it back out, and Grenda's body crumples to the ground. Blood pours into the pristine white snow as the air rushes from my lungs. Moriel covers his mouth in shock as Benny and Jonas both look on in horror. We've all seen death before in this competition, but like this? It was an assassination, pure and simple.
I needed to get there before that bitch had a chance to freeze us all and win this thing.
Zara snarls.
There's a new top dog, people, and soon, she smirks, I'll be the only dog.
You are a fucking bitch, I agree.
Rose!
Jonas screams at me, but Zara isn't coming for me yet. Instead, she's sunk her powers into Moriel, and his leg collapses beneath him. He must have broken his leg at some point in one of the trials, and now he's suffering all that pain again.
Del!
He yells out,
Help me!
The other Galrekian turns his head and purses his lips, but he doesn't move.
Del, we're a team, you promised! I literally just helped you!
Side with me, and I'll let you survive this.
Zara barks at Del. He doesn't need to think for long. Rather than helping his friend, he turns on his heel and starts to walk away.
What the fuck?
Moriel sweeps out with his power. Even in his pained state, he pummels the air with a wind that knocks us off our feet. Though from the way Del flies 6 feet across the plateau, he definitely gets the worst of it.
We need to get out of here,
Benny says, grabbing my hand. In the fracas, I hadn't even realized he'd closed the distance between us.
There's a cave over there. That's where we need to go.
I assumed we needed to climb the outside of the mountain, but I trust Benny's magical sight way more than my random guesses. He was right about the Jotner, and he'll be right about this. Together we pound the ground towards the cave. Jonas is hot on our heels, though when I cast a glance backwards, my attention shifts to Del. He's back on his feet, fighting off Moriel, who was having to split his powers between fending off Zara and trying to knock his former friend off the edge of the plateau. "Shit!" Zara shrieks. The only way she's going to stop Moriel is getting up close with a blade, the way she did with Grenda. But with the strength of that wind, she doesn't stand a chance.
Fuck it. You're not going to beat me now,
she says, leaving the 2 Galrekians to fight among themselves and chasing after us instead. Tell me you and Jonas didn't get any crazy injuries in the last trial that I don't know about. I gasp between pants as I follow Benny into the cave.
I didn't, but I don't know about...
Fuck!
Jonas yells behind us. I stop in my tracks and turn to find him clutching his ribs. As he casts his gaze into the cave, his eyes catch mine.
I'm fine. You worry about yourself. Go.
I know I should do what he tells me to. And after the way he's spoken to me over the last few days, or rather, not spoken to me, I'd be well within my right to leave him to Zara. But I can't do that. With my heart racing so fast I can barely draw breath, I look at Benny. It'll be 3 against 1, I say to him. Benny's jaw juts outwards.
Really?
I have to, I tell him. A moment later, I've changed direction and I'm heading out of the cave and back towards Jonas and Zara. Why haven't you blinded her? My voice catches with incredulity as Zara continues to stride toward us, clear-eyed with perfect vision.
I can't.
Jonas stutters.
I mean, I haven't since...
Since Kestria. That's what he can't say. He hasn't used his powers since he blinded her in the 3rd trial. No wonder he'd been so focused on training in the yard these last few weeks. He's afraid to use his magic. Jonas, if you can't do this, we're fucked. Zara will rip our old injuries open and she'll easily kill Benny and me while we're in agony.
Run.
Jonas tells me miserably.
At least if you run, you'll stand a chance, Rose. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He gasps, then lets out an agonized moan. Another broken rib, perhaps? I'm not going to waste time asking, not when Zara is less than 10 feet away. Yet before I can even draw my dagger, a welcome voice speaks behind me.
Did someone say 3 against 1?
Benny, if it wasn't such an inappropriate time for it, I swear I'd hug him.
Clint would never have forgiven me if I'd left you.
He says by way of explanation, and my desire to hug him only grows. But Zara's got her sword out, and is rolling her shoulders, limbering up.
If you want to use some of that magic of yours, now would be a great time.
Benny suggests. Right, I say, though I'm not exactly sure what I'm planning on doing. Make another ice blade? Stab it through her heart? The same way I did with Oki? I raise my hand, ready to use whatever it is the gods have given me, only to be barreled through from the side. Del. I'd been so focused on Zara I'd not even realized he was still in play. His strike knocks me off balance and sends me careening through the air. I land 6 feet from where I started, and I must have struck my head because my vision swims for a moment. This is not how the trial is meant to work. My teeth grind together as I push myself up onto my feet. At this rate, we're not even going to get into the mountain, let alone up it. I don't care how much of my powers I have to expose to Zara. She's not going to live to tell anyone. Come on, I urge myself. This is when it's kicked in before, when I'm in danger. So where the fuck is it? A new sense of panic surges through me. But with it comes something else. The buzz of magic fizzing in my palms. It's here. It's going to save me. I push myself up, ready to attack, just as a strangled scream tears through the quiet. Fuck. My heart ricochets off my ribs at the sight of Benny on the ground. Zara's sword sticking out of his thigh, and Jonas on his knees, doing everything he can to stop Del serving him with a deathly blow. I don't know which of them I'm meant to go to. Which of them I can help, if either. But as Zara withdraws her blade, ready to strike again, I already know the answer. I will not lose another friend. Not a single one. Not today. The word rips from my lungs as power surges through me. No! My scream echoes off the mountainside as a wall of ice appears in the middle of the plateau. Every molecule of water held within the air now frozen solid. I've created a freaking ice wall that's 10 feet high and at least twice as long. A moment of disbelieving elation fills me before Benny's moan reminds me of the situation. Likely more the product of the gods' blessing than actual skill. The ice wall has separated us from our enemies. Zara and Del are on one side, and Benny, Jonas, and I are on the other. But the ice is thin. A couple of good strikes with a sword or Del's shoulder, and it'll all come crashing down.
We need to go.
Jonas scrambles to his feet.
Rose, we have to go now, before she comes for us.
I'm not leaving Benny. The sword struck his outer thigh, which is better than the inside, but the wound is still bleeding. Benny fumbles with his belt, trying to remove it to make a tourniquet, and I hurriedly help.
Rose, I'm not hanging around.
Jonas snaps. Then go! I yell back. Hesitation flickers on his face before his features settle in hardness.
I'm sorry,
he says. A moment later, he's running into the cave.
You need to go too.
Benny grunts as I maneuver his leg to get the belt around it.
You need to go now. I'm not going to die. I'll bow out. Quit.
I yank the tourniquet tight, wincing as he grits his teeth in pain. Can you even do that? We have no idea what happened to the Retlings who didn't make it onto a boat, or the ones in the second trial who didn't get to their loved ones in time.
I don't know.
Benny replies truthfully.
But what I do know is that if Zara gets through that wall, the only reason she'll let me live is if she doesn't have time to waste on a fight. If you're beating her, she'll leave me. Please. If you want to save me, you need to do this. You need to go.
My heart throbs at the thought of leaving him, but he's right. I know he is. If Zara knows that Jonas and I are ahead of her, then catching us up is going to be her only priority.
Go win this thing.
He flashes a smile through the pain.
For Clint.
For Clint, I repeat. And for you. A moment later, I'm blinking back tears as I race into the cave, fighting the hollowness that tears me from the inside. For the first time since I arrived for the Retterheld all those months ago, I'm truly on my own. Benny, Clint, Kyor? There's no one by my side. Either I win this thing today, or I die trying. Chapter 70. I don't look behind me as I plunge into the mouth of the cave. My eyes sting, though whether it's from the cold, pain, the overuse of my magic, or leaving Benny, I can't be sure. I just pray to the gods he's right, and that he won't die out here, not after getting this far. A wind sweeps in from outside, bolstering me forwards towards a lantern-lit open space. Steps. That's what I'm expecting to see. Thousands and thousands of steps that we have to climb to get to the top of this and meet Edda. Maybe there'll be ledges and precipices, ridges to be maneuvered, or a chasm to jump across. Anything to make the ascent as deadly as possible. As my feet draw to an abrupt stop and air wheezes through me, I know for certain that one part of my prediction was correct. You have to be kidding. 3 carved stone staircases lead up and away from the floor of the cavern, disappearing into the darkness above me. My first task, it seems, is to choose which one to take. Not only is it a climb, but by the looks of things, it's also a freaking maze inside the mountain. I stand in front of the central staircase. I'm assuming that the way to the top can be found through all of them, and maybe starting in the middle is the sensible option. But as I go to move, Kyor's voice echoes in my mind. Aim to the left. That was what he told me to do that first night I spoke to him out in the battle yard, when I'd assumed he wanted to kill me, and part of him probably did. He told me to aim for the left of his heart, the side that pumps blood around the body. For fuck's sake, Rose, I chastise myself, this is not the time for emotion to get in the way, and if I make the wrong decision and have to come straight back down, I might find myself running directly into Zara. Screw it, I say to myself, taking a single step towards the central staircase before changing my mind and taking the left-hand option instead. Here's hoping you're right, my love, I whisper aloud. As soon as I reach the first fork, there are once again 3 flat paths sprawling before me. Well, I was definitely right to assume this is a maze. Again, I go left. Then, the next time too. But then I reach my first dead end. As I prepare to turn back, I notice a faint shaft of light radiating down on me. Surely I've got to go up too. I've got to get to the top of a mountain. And other than the staircase at the beginning of the maze, everything has been flat. With a deep breath in, I reach up, grabbing the slight edge protruding from the wall at the bottom of the shaft of light, and work my way up using my elbows and knees for leverage. 6 feet later, I'm standing on the second floor of God's know how many. The vertical choices are even more frustrating than the left-right-center decisions, mainly because there are a lot more of them. It feels like every few steps I take, I have to decide whether I should go up or keep going on the flat. One shaft emits a particularly strong glow of light from its opening, so I start my ascent, confident that such intensity must be because it's coming from the next floor. But after 10 feet of scrambling up, I discover the glow comes from a lamp fixed to the side of the stone wall. With a groan of frustration, I shimmy myself back down and try again. I have to climb 3 different shafts before I finally find the right one to lead me to the next level, whereas the third takes only 2. But on the 4th floor, I must try close to a dozen before one finally grants me access upwards. How many floors are in a mountain? That's a piece of string question, if ever I've heard one. And from the varying heights I've had to climb between each one, I have no idea of the exact distance between them. 20 feet? 50 feet? 100? My arms are already feeling heavy, but it's not as though I've got another choice besides moving forwards, other than to stay here until someone else wins this thing and the priestesses portate me out. The thought of Zara winning is more than enough to propel me forwards. There has never been anyone less deserving of a gift from the goddess of life than that cold-hearted psychopath. At some point during my climbs, my stomach begins growling. Quietly at first, then louder and more frequently. I have to have been in here for hours, but gauging time without a hint of sunlight is impossible. The light within the maze has clearly been designed to test us, alternating between near darkness and lamps with such intensity I'm forced to squint and cover my eyes. I don't know what number shaft I'm going up, or what floor I'm hoping it will take me to, when I hear a scream rattling through the darkness. My muscles clench as my body turns rigid. Was it Zara? It sounded more female than male, but who knows? There's nothing to say it was even human. I remain there for a minute, catching my breath as my arms and legs burn from the brace position I'm holding myself in. But no other sound comes. I've been climbing up this one passage for over 20 minutes, and I'm starting to think I made the wrong choice, because there's nothing but pure darkness above me. But as I raise my hand to adjust my hold, my fingers find the lip of an opening. As I haul myself up, the darkness remains. My stomach somersaults. So now not only do I have to find the right route in the dark, I've also got to make sure I don't slip down the shaft I just climbed. Fucking perfect. I wonder if my magic can somehow make light, and I raise my hand, willing the buzzing to my fingertips and visualizing a light forming in front of me. But there's nothing. Not a hint. It was worth a try, I mutter to myself, disheartened. Other than that single scream, the only other sound I hear are quiet scratches and scrapings, like rats in the gutters of the slums, and I assume it's the one of the remaining retlings moving up and down the shafts like me. I'd far prefer to bump into a horde of rats than Zara, or even Jonas at this point. The growls of my stomach have become sharp pangs, while my throat is so dry from thirst that even swallowing causes pain to throb up and around my skull. I can't believe there's any skin left on my palms or shins from all the shimmying, and I'm trying not to think about the stabbing pain knifing in my knees that gets worse and worse with every jump. I've had to launch myself up to reach almost every shaft, and the pain of landing smack down again each time I've taken a wrong route has started to take its toll. But the physicality of this challenge is only part of it. It's the mental torment, too. Edda is testing us. Our resolve. In the darkness, we have a total inability to know if we're getting any closer to our goal, or where our fellow competitors are. With each wrong turn, the urge to break down, to scream, or at least rest, gets stronger and stronger. Yet each time I fight it. Neither Jonas nor Zara's powers will be of any good to them here, and I'm willing to bet that I'm better at climbing, meaning at least any mistakes I make in the tunnels should be quicker to recover from than theirs. Luck. Luck is the only thing that would mean one of them would get there before me. Luck and the gods' favor, that is. As I weave my way back and forth around twists and turns, I contemplate which magics would actually help in this situation. I can't imagine that my original green weaving would have been beneficial at all, unless there were seeds hidden in the rocks that could grow into trellises for me to climb. That would have been something. Maybe Hlyn could have used her wind weaving to work out which of the shafts opened up into another level. But I'm not even sure if that's something she could have done. I doubt Benny's powers would have been of any use either, unless he can somehow see the correct path even in all of this darkness. I guess being a light weaver could have saved a lot of time. But other than that, I can't think of whose magic I'd want in this situation. Not Grenda's, not Jai's. Even Kyor's powers would be of little help. Could Del be breaking down the walls wherever he is in the maze? The obscene strength his magic gives him certainly makes him strong enough. It wouldn't be the brightest thing to do, lest he bring the whole cave system down on his head, But desperation can make people do strange things. Isn't that why I'm here? My body is busy as I climb, and my mind whirs just as frantically as I think about the remaining Retlings and how they may be doing. Height is the only advantage I can see Jonas and Dell having over me, yet some of the shafts are so narrow that the men's broadness could be an issue. It's on another wrong turn that I notice the pathways have also narrowed. I don't know if it's been gradual or just a change on this floor, but they're definitely narrower than when I started, which means I've got to be getting higher. The knowledge spurs me forwards and up into the next shaft, which leads into a dimly lit chamber. It's the most open space I've encountered since the plateau. Adrenaline floods through my veins. I'm nearing the end. I know I am. And the fact that the trial hasn't ended means that no one else has won yet either. This is mine. I know it's going to be mine. My body's trembling, and for once, it's not with fear. The only issue is I've got no idea where I'm supposed to go next. There are a couple of narrow passageways leading off the chamber, and given it's a maze, taking one of them is probably a good idea. But instead, I turn around, taking in the space around me. Why would they have left an area like this, so different to everything else, if there wasn't a purpose for it? I scan my eyes across the gloom-filled area, only to notice a thin strip of illuminated motes dancing lazily in the air. I cast my gaze upwards, and the fluttering excitement of before reignites. It's another shaft, and there's light coming through it. But given that light has tricked me before, I know it doesn't necessarily mean anything, and it could easily be another red herring. Carrying on with the maze is likely the most sensible thing to do. Only there's something about the color. The bluish hue is the same tone as the light I saw at the top of the mountain. My footsteps echo around me as I head towards the nearest wall, continuing to stare at the gap above me. Unlike the other shafts I've climbed, jumping up won't get me within reach of the opening of this one. I've got to climb up to it first. It doesn't matter how fast I want to go, I take it steady, making sure I'm secure before reaching for each new handhold or foothold. When I reach the shaft and look up, my breath leaves me in a quiver. It's going to be the longest climb by far, and my limbs already ache with every breath I take. I can feel them trembling, but I know that one misstep, one missed hold, and there will be no coming back from the fall. My muscles are clenched the entire time I climb, anticipating the moment when it all comes to an end, when I'm whisked back to the barracks, the highhold, or wherever they take those who haven't won the Retterheld. Maybe the slums for me. With each inch upwards traversed, my excitement grows, but so does my fear. A second's difference, that's all it takes between winning and losing. And though I get a little comfort from not being able to see any of the other Retlings above me, I know that there is more than one way up the mountain. Maybe one of the flat routes led to a nice, easy set of stairs. Maybe I'm straining my every limb while Zara is strolling. I grit my teeth and push the thought down. I won't let her defeat me now, not even in the confines of my own mind. The higher I climb, the brighter the blue light becomes. It's not just a shimmering haze anymore. Now it's illuminating the rocks, fiercely bright, but not blinding. And the light isn't the only change. The air is thinner, crisper, cooler, and laced with something it takes me a moment to place. Magic. Magic is thick in the air. I'm nearly there. I know I am. I reach upwards, only to stretch a little too far. My hand slips, my shoulders going with it, and with a cry of fear and force, I slam my foot into the rock. My toes crunch with the impact, and tears burn through my eyes. I don't know which bone is broken, though I know at least one has, but I'm balanced and stable for now. As my panting breaths slowly calm, I force myself to continue up, biting down against the pain in my foot. My wrists are exhausted. The strain on them has been constant, and if this isn't the last shaft, I'm going to have to give myself a rest before I tackle the next one. The thought of another one makes me want to cry, but I steel myself and continue on. When I'm a foot from the top of the shaft, my heart leaps. I've made it. I know I have. I'm at the top. I scramble up the last few inches. No finesse, no skills, no energy, and I'm entirely spent as I pull myself over the edge. I want nothing more than to collapse onto my knees. But I don't. Instead, I look up, and my heart falters at the sight of a familiar face staring down at me. Dina? Tears prick my eyes. In her blue robe with the blue stone gleaming at the center of her forehead, she is every bit the priestess I know and love. Yet as I clamber up onto my feet, desperate to hold her, for her to hold me, I stop. There's something about her eyes that is different. The paleness of them, the depth of her pupils. Awe rips through me. It's not Dina at all. Great goddess! I drop to my knees, bowing my head low. Why did I not see it sooner? To stare at a god? Surely that is a crime. But she must know I meant no disrespect by it. I lift my head, just an inch, ready to give my apologies, but before I can voice my pleas, another voice speaks, one that is familiar and coated with its usual disdain.
Well, slumrat, you took your sweet time, didn't you? Never mind. There's still time enough for me to end you.
My body freezes. Fear and disbelief pinning me to the spot. It can't be. It just can't. Zara. Zara got here first. After all I've endured, all I've lost, Zara has fucking won the gifting. And now, she's going to kill me. Chapter 71. No, I can't accept it. I won't accept it. All the people we've lost, all those actually deserving of this gift, and she's here? The person who has disregarded the very thing the goddess of life stands for at every turn? It's absurd. It's as though my heart has been wrenched from my chest. The pain of losing to Zara clamping around my lungs. I would accept losing to anyone else, literally anyone else. You got here first. The words stumble on my tongue.
How very observant of you.
Zara is grinning from ear to ear. It's not her normal smirk, it's an actual grin, though it's still laced with her usual malevolence.
What is it they call second place? Oh yes, first loser. How apt. You know, I always thought my brother would be at my side to see me win this. But at least I get the joy of you watching me receive my gift before I kill you.
She's not joking. Of course she's not. I try to block her out. Maybe the fact that she's here, that she's won, will be enough to end the trial. Perhaps I'll be sent back to wherever the magic chooses. I still expect her to come after me, of course. But at least that way I'll have a head start. With her upper lip still curled in a snarl, she goes to say something more, but it is the goddess who speaks instead. Welcome, child. The hairs rise on the back of my neck, and I know without a shred of doubt that she's talking solely to me. My knees flail as though they've surrendered every ounce of their strength to her. How I could ever have mistaken this figure as Dina is a mystery. The hair around the goddess's body shimmers ever so subtly, and the depths of her pupils surpass any mortal man or beast's. If I'd needed any more proof, it comes from her voice. It's an octave lower than the woman I know, and lilting with an accent lost to time. As I look at the deity encased in my friend's form, the goddess tilts her head slightly to one side. The gesture reminds me of an owl, so much so that I half expect to see wings unfurl from her sides. Are you both ready? She asks, straightening her neck.
Ready?
Zara asks the same question that's on my tongue.
What do you mean? I got here first. I've won.
A flicker of a smile teases at the goddess's lips. The trial has not yet been completed. My heart leaps in my chest with such force my entire body jolts. It's not over. Hope roars in my ears. No! Zara slams her sword down against the stone like a petulant child mid-tantrum. Her face is red with fury.
I was here first. I reached you first. That is the condition. I win the gifting.
A flicker of anger flashes in the goddess's eyes, and Zara's redness pales. A moment of silence swims around the cavern, and then, without a clear reason why, both the deity's expression and the Retling's objection are gone. It's almost as though an exchange has happened between the pair that I wasn't privy to. You were the first to arrive. The voice that is not Dina's echoes around us.
I will agree to that, but that is all. Do you know why it's called a gifting? Why it is not a prize?
Because it is a gift from you alone, great goddess.
Zara's response makes me want to laugh. So now she remembers the need for deference? I wonder what she'll choose if she wins. A power to rival the gods, perhaps? It wouldn't be beyond her arrogance.
Gifts are given,
the goddess continues, as though Zara hadn't spoken.
This one, to a person of my choosing. And I have not yet decided who I will gift it to.
That jolt hits my chest again, combined with a sharp spike in my pulse. That's twice she's said it now. Twice she said it's not over. There's still a chance. I breathe to myself. There's still a chance.
Yes,
the goddess says, turning to me.
There is.
She can read my thoughts. While not entirely unexpected, it explains why Zara suddenly went quiet earlier. It's still fucking scary. I try as hard as I can to empty my mind, but it's not exactly easy. Thankfully, the moment she starts talking again, I have more important things to focus on.
First, I must start by asking one thing of you.
That deep tone rumbles through me.
Your answer will determine whether or not you may continue to fight for the gifting.
A final challenge? A fight? Was that word a deliberate choice? Gods, I hope not. If Zara brings back all the pain I was in after the Kraken, pain that could only be muted by paparvi seeds, I might as well offer myself up to her now.
Of course,
Zara replies instantly. Her grin is back in play.
Whatever you want, whatever it is, I will beat her.
She shoots me a glare before turning back to the goddess who steps forwards. My skin prickles and feels as though her entire attention is solely on me. And yet, from the way Zara has stiffened, I expect that she feels the same.
I must ask you to relinquish any powers you have to me.
What?
Zara's eyes widen in an unspoken objection.
Are you refusing?
I glance down at my feet. How the goddess hasn't killed Zara yet is beyond me. She has the patience of a saint. But I guess she knows more than I do, especially if she can read our thoughts. Maybe the Rowell Retling just keeps all the nice things in her head and speaks the rest. I doubt it, but who knows?
No,
Zara replies hurriedly.
But what will happen when I win the gifting? Will it be returned to me, along with my gift?
Again, that wistful smile floats across the goddess's expression.
If you win.
Her stress of the first word causes a flutter of gratitude within me.
All of your powers will be returned to you, along with the gift you have requested.
And if we lose? I ask.
Then you leave here powerless, assuming the other allows you to live.
That's a no-brainer. Of course, Zara's not going to let me leave. Still, it doesn't change my answer. You can take my powers, I say. They're yours. Zara huffs behind me.
She's got fuck all to give.
She eyes me.
Though how a slumrot managed to afford a fire bead and an ice bead is beyond me.
A frown creases her forehead. The goddess ignores her.
Rose Cultivaris will cede her magic to me. Do you acquiesce to my request to do the same?
Zara gapes. Though whether it's the possibility that I have magic or the goddess's use of big words that confuses her, it's impossible to tell. Still, she exhales and looks at the goddess.
Yes, take mine too.
The instant the goddess inhales, I brace myself for the pain. But it does nothing. And a scream runs through every line of my body as the magic I recently gained is ripped away, a burning agony filling me as my very essence is pulled apart. Next to me, Zara screams out loud. Having never been stripped before, she couldn't know how much it would hurt. When it's over, Zara's red hair has been stripped to white blonde. She matches me now, a fellow outcast. I had once dreamed of all my enemies being stripped like me. Yet now the moment has come, I'm surprised to find no satisfaction, only weariness. Magic or not, nothing will change between us. There will be no kinship, no bonding over a shared pain. At this point, I'm pretty sure Zara has no empathy left, if she ever had any to begin with. I watch her raise her hand, clearly trying to draw the pulse of magic to her palms. When her hand drops and a tear leaks down her cheek, I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. Then I picture Grenda, and any burgeoning sympathy dies.
Very good.
The goddess's chest rises and falls.
Now we must wait.
With that, she closes her eyes. Standing in such a manner, she looks even more like Dina than she did with her eyes open, and I can't help but wonder whether my friend is still there, present within herself and watching this whole debacle. A chill sweeps through me as I wonder whether the honor of allowing the goddess to possess you is something that can only occur once. Will Dina's life leave when the goddess does? I pray she wouldn't be so cruel to one of her own priestesses. As the minutes tick by, I find myself desperate to know who or what we're waiting for. And from the way Zara is fiddling with her furs, she is too. But the goddess says nothing. In the silence, I take the time to observe my competitor a little closer, like Benny would. Zara is standing with her back propped against the wall. Like me, her arms are covered in scrapes and scratches. But there's also a long tear on the left leg of her trousers, which are soaked through with blood. Maybe she caught her leg on one of the jagged rock edges in the light shafts. Perhaps she's the one I heard scream. A dull throb forms in the pit of my stomach. It doesn't matter how much of an ass Jonas was at the end. He still looked out for me at the start. Still felt enough for me to offer me marriage. A lifetime bound to me with my forbidden powers and love for another man. The thought of Jonas lying dead or dying somewhere in the maze is enough to raise tears in my throat. They won't leave the others here, will they? I voice the question loudly in my mind, hoping the goddess might hear and answer me. The priestesses will take the bodies of those who died, surely. When no reply comes, my mind returns to my friends. To Benny. I pray to every god and goddess that he hasn't frozen to death out there, waiting for us to finish. Yet it's hard not to think of his skin turning blue, his finger black as frostbite claims them. My mind is still rife with such images when a faint sound draws my attention. A scratching somewhere beneath me. That rat-like scraping. Only it's not rats at all. I know it's not, just like I knew it wasn't them before. It's another rattling in the tunnel. And given how things have unfolded since the Ophir began, there are only two options for who it might be. Del or Jonas. And no matter how ridiculous it is of me, I know which one I'm praying to see. As the scratching gets louder, the tension claws at my insides. I hold my breath, offering silent prayers to the god who stands in front of me. If she hears my desperate pleas, she doesn't show it. Her eyes remained closed, her face expressionless. Only when a crown of sandy hair crests the opening do I let out a gasp. Jonas! While Zara scoffs, as if disgusted by this new addition, I run over to the shaft he came through and offer him my hand. His weight is almost enough to pull me down, but somehow I don't fall. Instead, I haul him up, grunting with effort until his feet finally find the flat ground. I wouldn't have thought it possible, but he looks even worse than I feel. Blood has dripped down his cheeks and dyed his beard a reddish brown, and one of his eyes is swollen shut. But he's alive. He's still alive.
Rose!
His voice echoes all the relief I feel, yet as he goes to hug me, I gesture behind him. His eyes flicker first to Zara. He blanches.
She's been stripped?
But before I can answer, his eyes fall on Dina, and reverence washes over him.
Is that?
Before I've even responded, he falls to his knees and offers the same words I did.
Great goddess.
Dina's eyes ping open, a smile lighting them.
Welcome, child.
It's exactly the same greeting she gave me. Does that mean Jonas has made it too? That she's going to take his powers and tell us all to fight? Do I want that or not? Anything to prevent Zara being gifted is a good thing in my mind. But what chance do I stand at winning against Jonas as well? And will I be able to fight with my friend? Even if he's out of favor at this very second. As I contemplate the answers to my questions, the goddess steps down from the rock on which she stands, then raises her hands, offering her palms up to the sky.
Zara, Rose. Now the time has come for the last part of your trial.
Jonas is out of the running, then. That answers that question, but also begs another. Why did we need to wait for him to be here before Etta told us what the final part of the trial is? It's with a sickening drop of my stomach that the realization comes. A heartbeat later, the goddess confirms it.
Whichever one of you kills Jonas Hirathean will be victorious. You may begin.
With that, she steps back. Zara doesn't even bother waiting to see if I react. Instead, she lunges straight for Jonas. Her sword whistles as it cuts through the air, but the moment he blocks the strike, he looks at me.
Rose!
Jonas yells out.
You can't let Zara kill me! You can't let her win! It has to be you! It has to be! Kill me! Quick!
His words make me feel sick. He may have pissed me off on so many occasions, yet now, when it truly matters, he would throw away his life for me. For my success. Jonas has his dagger, but the knuckles of his right hand are red raw, and I can tell from the way the vein bulges on his forehead that just gripping it properly is agonizing. Zara swings wildly at my would-be betrothed for a second time. How she got that sword up some of the shafts, I've no idea, but it's clear she's struggling to hold it and balance her weight with that injured left leg. Jonas sees it too, and strikes out behind her knee. A good shot would have brought her down, but he's also tired and injured, and it makes his aim sloppy. She recovers and moves into her next strike before he's even rebalanced. My own knuckles are white as I grip the hilt of my dagger, but I don't move to unsheath it. I don't know what to do. Do I risk it all and help him? Or do I kill my friend? As I will my feet to move, I'm suddenly aware of the cloaked figure closing in on me.
You are not moving.
The goddess's voice resonates all the way to my bones.
Do you wish to give your gifting away?
You wish me to kill? Here, in front of you, the goddess of life? I shake my head bitterly, making my choice. He's my friend. I won't kill him, not even for you, not even for the gifting. It's not right.
Would you have the same conviction if it was my brother Mortadem you were standing before?
She asks. If the god of death wants death, then I doubt my personal desires would weigh very heavily. A sound almost like a chuckle rings out from her throat as I turn away. I'm sure there are 1,000 different scriptures explaining the reasons I should never turn my back on a god. But unless I do something, I'm going to lose another of my friends. Jonas is struggling and still refusing to use his powers, and Zara is giving it all she's got. You need to use your magic, I scream at Jonas. Use your magic! Blind her! His eyes dart to me, and I see the panic within them, the fear of what he might do. It's clouding his judgment, stopping him from understanding what will happen if he doesn't. She's going to kill you! For fuck's sake, Jonas! Don't be so fucking stupid!
You should know,
the goddess murmurs in my thoughts,
that Jonas has lied to you, manipulated you. Some would say he deserves a death, and that justice dictates you should be the one to give it to him.
This is the test, I say as realization dawns.
Are you certain, Rose Cultivares?
I swallow hard, because if I'm wrong, I'll lose it all. Yet the goddess of life cannot want this of me, surely. I look again at Jonas, see the way his eyes keep darting to me, see Zara's mouth foaming as she fights for his death. One of them will die here today, and objectively there's only one person I want that to be. Not the one who carried a blinded Retling off a frozen lake so that she would at least have the chance of life. No. It has to be the one who murdered runts for sport. The air trembles in my lungs. I need to save Jonas because it's the right fucking thing to do, and sometimes we have to do what's right, even when it puts everything on the line. No, especially when it puts everything on the line. I breathe in and step forwards, my dagger raised. A roar tears from Zara's throat the instant she sees me, the sound more beast than woman. She lifts her sword in a clean arc, and the steel sings as it cuts through the air. She is nothing but a fur, leather, and braided hair blur as she runs at Jonas. Her blade is long enough that a single sweep would send him sprawling, or me should she decide to change targets. I have no shield and no reach, and the only weapons in my possession are daggers, so small they might as well be fingernails in comparison to her sword. But if I can close the distance between us, I don't waste any more time. Instead, I run at her. Zara's strike splits the air where Jonas had stood less than a heartbeat before, and he twists as best he can, pivoting to escape her blade. I vault low, and the world narrows to the sound of my heart and the thudding of my boots on the hard earth. It's loud enough for her to hear me coming for her. Instantly, she decides I'm the bigger threat. Or maybe it's just the fact that killing me will be enough for her to win by default, and turns to face me head on.
Fuck you, Cultivaris.
Unlike all the times I've seen her fight before, her sword now swings without finesse or control, rage getting the better of her. Yet she catches my shoulder with the flat of her blade all the same. Pain shoots up from the impact point, and my arm goes numb with the shock, but I roll with it, dropping my weight and tangling my legs with hers in a move Kyor had taught me. Go in brutal and precise. Zara's taller, stronger, and her sword finds me twice more, once against my ribs, once along my thigh. Both wounds burn, but I can still move, still breathe. I use one of my throwing daggers. Given the nature of the previous trials, it feels like it's been too long since I had a chance to truly test my ability with the weapon. But the moment it leaves my hand, I know the throw is good. With brutal precision, it strikes her in her sword hand. As a shocked gasp flies from her lungs, the weapon drops from her fingers, and I kick it away.
I can kill you with my bare hands,
she snarls, but I barely listen. She's tried to kill me time and time again, and yet here I am, a finalist in the Ophir. And she doesn't deserve to win. I slam into her, deliberately kicking that wounded leg. As she cries out in pain, satisfaction sparks within me. She's hurt, and she's angry, and I just got in another good hit. But I'm not getting complacent. Using my hands, I grab her shoulders, grappling and pushing her down as blood pours from the wound on her leg. I'm close enough to smell it. Her knees bend, and I'm certain that any second they're going to buckle. But instead, she strikes out, kicking my feet from under me. The impact robs me of my breath, and that single moment is all she needs. She wraps her arm around my throat, pulling me down into her. As her knees drop, she squeezes tight, restricting the air that my lungs so desperately crave. Within seconds, my head is swimming. She is choking me, killing me. But it's not fast enough for her. While her left arm continues to crush my airway, her other hand rakes my body for my dagger. But I know she won't find it because I already have it in my hand. Perhaps it's lack of air, or maybe it's the goddess's doing, but either way, I feel my heartbeat slow, the surge of adrenaline replaced with the steadiness of certainty. Now is the time I finally find out what Dina's dagger will do. Reading through dusty tomes left me none the wiser, but books don't always hold the answer. Sometimes, you have to raise your head above the parapet, and do. Pulling in the deepest breath I can muster, I clutch Zara's forearm. It's hardly a lethal place to strike, but maybe I don't need a mortal blow. Not if what happened at the inauguration vows was anything to go by. Picturing Jai and the way the blood gushed from that single wound on his hand, I slice the dagger right across that choking forearm. Zara grunts in pain as the metal tears through the top layers of skin, but remarkably, her hold on me doesn't loosen. Fearing I misjudged the blade, I struggle to angle my neck down to look at the arm slowly killing me. Tears prick my eyes as relief washes through me. It's not just a trickle of blood seeping from the small wound, but a torrent, pouring, gushing red and hot, out of her arm and onto my fighting leathers.
What?
Zara says, her voice now woozy.
What have you done, you fucking runt?
Her grip on me loosens only slightly, but it's enough for me to kick back and push her away from me. I scramble forwards on my knees as I breathe deeply, gratefully choking in lungfuls of air. The dagger is warm in my hand, blood sticky between my fingers. Once my head has stopped spinning, I slowly twist around and face her. I should feel triumphant. I should feel relief. Instead, a hollow opens under my ribs as I see the exact moment that Zara's chest stills and her face slackens into something softer. A gentle expression that she never wore in life.
Is she?
Jonas whispers. I swallow. Yeah.
You still have to kill me, Rose.
Jonas's voice trembles.
That's what the goddess said. The person who kills me will get the gifting.
A smile curls my lips. I don't think I do. Do I, goddess? My heart flutters as I hold my breath, and for the first time since I laid eyes on her, the goddess's mouth turns upwards, and a glinting smile enhances those abyssal eyes.
No, you do not. It is yours,
she says, in the voice that doesn't belong with Dina's body.
Rose Cultivares. The gifting is yours.
Chapter 72. I should be feeling elated, but a strange numbness fills me instead. I fear it's not over, that there's still a sting in the tale to come. Zara thought she had won too. She reached the goddess first, the way we thought we had to do to win this. Now she's lying dead on the ground, her blood seeping into the worn stones beneath her. Why me? I ask the only question I can. Why when Zara reached you first? Dina's lips don't move as the voice echoes in my head.
I am the goddess of life, and she had no respect for that.
But she won, I argue aloud.
No, she completed the trials and arrived here first.
The goddess's voice is melodic and patient.
Some Retlings use the trials to grow, and I had hoped she would be one to do so. Pain, loss, community, they can bring out the best in so many. But in others, they only deepen the darkness. She turned away from love and friendship at every stage, every opportunity. She is one who has spent a life of being, not living. I will not gift the unworthy.
I had tried more than once to be civil to Zara. If she had reciprocated, would it be her standing here instead of me? Quite possibly. The thought chills me. My compassion could truly have led to my downfall, just like Kyor had warned me. Has this happened before? I ask curiously. Have there been others who reached you first but did not win? Her smile rises on one side, a definite coyness to it.
The correct person has always won,
is all she says. The smile remains fixed, and I know she's given me all the answer I'm going to get. It shouldn't surprise me. The Retterheld is ultimately about worthiness, and the fact that the goddess finds me worthy? As I stand there, struggling to believe what's happening, I sense movement behind me. Jonas is on his knees looking at me. Tears fill his eyes, but are they because he's pleased for me? Or just relieved that I didn't have to kill him? Or maybe they're not for me at all. Maybe they're because he didn't win. The presence of one friend reminds me of another, and I twist back to the goddess. Benny, did he make it? Did he get out?
Is the gift you want from me the answer to that question?
The deity arches a single eyebrow, in an expression that is as alien to Dina as the voice is.
It seems a waste, but if that is your desire...
No, I just... As the smile tugs at her lips, I realize she's toying with me. Great, the gods have a sense of humor. I'll try to remember that when I think of all the crap they've put me through. Her expression flickers, and the knowledge she can hear my thoughts hits again. Oh shit. Goddess, I wasn't thinking straight. I bow low, glancing at her out of the corner of my eye, but she shakes her head.
No need to apologize. It is a bad habit of mine. You humans so rarely share the truth, so I find it far easier to understand your workings in this manner. But rest assured, from now on, your thoughts will be yours, and yours alone.
A tremble of relief rises within me, though it's hard to believe it fully. After all, it's not as though I could feel when she entered my head.
Rose Cultivares,
she begins, tone brimming with pride.
You came to me knowing what gift you would ask for, wishing for everything that was taken from you and your family to be returned. Is that still your desire?
I nod. I know you cannot return lives, and that my parents' powers have been passed to Mortadem. But for myself and my sister, I wish for our magic, our titles, our home. I wish for our lives to be as they should have been. For Kay's life to be as it should have been. That will be enough. That eyebrow arches again, though not quite as high.
You have no thirst for revenge. You do not ask for the death of the man who did this to you. I'm sure many in your position would wish to see him dethroned, cast from his high hold, and tossed into the life that you and your sister were forced to suffer. I could do that, of course, but not both.
I hate myself for contemplating the idea, even for a moment. But it's not as though I haven't dreamed of that exact form of revenge many, many times. Of Corvain Naven, seeing firsthand how his people live outside the exalted rings of Rohelm. But would the person who takes his place be any better? It's not as if I could rule. And Kyor's not ready, I know that. But one day, if the line stays as it is, then Kyor will be king. Kyor, who etches a mark for every death he sees, so that their lives are not forgotten. Who was only cast from this place because he trusted me out on the water. He would listen, he would see. With him as the king's heir, their family bloodline has hope. The people have hope. I believe the return of those things that were lost will be enough for me. Thank you.
Perhaps you're right,
she says.
First I will return the magic, and then your home and wealth.
She winks.
And maybe I'll give you a little more, too, to make up for the time you lost.
I assume she's talking only of extra wealth, but then she takes my hands and searing power rushes up through my palms, flooding my veins. It's so hot, it should burn me from the inside, consuming my very being, but instead, it fills me and makes me whole. More than whole. My head flies back, and somewhere in the distance, I hear Jonas scream out my name, but I can't so much as move my eyes towards him. My lungs are gasping as I breathe in every ounce of magic offered. All that was stripped from me, all that I had recently received, and so much more besides. When the goddess finally releases me and steps back, my hands have the faintest glow to them.
Your magic has been returned. The High Priestess will see to your home and wealth. And as for the most important part of what was taken from you, it will come with time.
And with that enigmatic promise, the world disappears from beneath my feet. Chapter 73. I squeeze my eyes tightly closed against the light that comes as a blinding contrast to the depths of the caves I had been in just moments before. When I blink them open again, confusion takes hold. The room I've been taken to isn't my room in the Redderheld barracks. Instead, it's a work of art. A sumptuous bed, larger than any I have seen, sits in the center of the space, and ornate tapestries and gilded mirrors hang on the walls, the latter of which reflect the light flowing from the large, lead-lined windows. I step towards one and gape at the sight that awaits me. From here, I can see out across the entirety of Rohelm, the city and its rings fading into the distance. It's a view the likes of which I hadn't even realized was possible. Whatever this room is, it must be in the very highest part of the Highhold, or at least close to it. The height is somewhat dizzying, and I step back trying to draw in breath. I struggle to get my thoughts in order. Did that really happen? Did I really just win the gifting? Everything I ever wanted is mine. It feels unbelievable. A dream, a hope, a wish, now my reality. I almost cannot accept it, yet I know it is real. I can still feel the weight of my dagger in my palm as I killed Zara, the sting of the grazes on my shins and elbows from the countless shafts I climbed through. I can still see Jonas's eyes as he thought his last moment had come. Yes, it is real. My heart pounding, I try to take a deep, calming breath, when something new causes my pulse to quicken further. My magic. I can feel it within me, weaving through my veins, filling my cells. Gods, I'd forgotten how it felt. That warm, comforting buzz between my ribs. Several small ornamental plant pots sit around the room. While looking at one, I twist my wrist, feeling the tendrils of my magic flow from my fingertips. As I watch, the plant flourishes, its leaves twisting upwards as new buds sprout, then open into wide, colorful petals. Flowers. My magic. Just like my mother's. It has truly been returned. A gasp escapes my lungs and tears trickle down my cheeks. I did it. I actually did it.
Rose?
A familiar voice calls from behind the door.
Rose, are you here?
Kyor? I twist towards the sole entrance to the room.
Rose?
I hear him call my name again a second before the door swings open. His look is one of awe and wonder and pure adoration.
I knew you would succeed. You did it, Thorn. You did it.
His grin is triumphant and proud and infectious, and I find myself laughing, giddy with pure joy as I fall into his arms. His scent and his arms wrap around me in delicious perfection. Everything about this moment is more than I could have dreamed. He is here. I am here.
You are the most magnificent person I have ever met,
he declares before planting his lips against mine. His magic does not spark between us now. We don't need it. Kyor as he is enough for me. And from the way he holds me, as if I'm something to be cherished, savored, it's clear that the feeling is mutual. When we finally break away from the kiss, I look up into those clear blue eyes, unsure how I ever thought they were icy. That's not the type of blue they are at all. They're the blue of a cerulean sky, of clear, warm water, the type that invites you in and holds you in complete comfort. Where are we? I ask. And how the hell did you know I'd be here?
It's the spire.
He tells me.
Tallest point of the high hold. I always wondered what this part of the palace was for. It's always been off limits, even to me. But then I saw the priestesses outside.
The priestesses?
They told me that this is where they take the gifted before the final ball.
They told you I'd won? He shakes his head.
They didn't need to. It was always going to be you. I knew, Thorn. I knew it would be you.
He looks down at me as his hands cut my cheeks. Both our eyes are glistening with tears. I have it back, Kyor. Everything. My magic, my wealth, my title. As I say the words aloud, a realization takes hold. In the back of my mind, there had always been an expiration date to this relationship. The last thing the Prince of Marathka could do was marry a stripped former lady of his court. But that's not who I am anymore. I am worthy of him now. We can truly be together. In this moment, with this gift, we have something I didn't know I desperately needed. A future together. I was hardly likely to be Corvain's ideal daughter-in-law before. But now, I'm the gifted. And if Kyor tells him the truth about my mother, then what possible objections could he have? As Kyor gently combs his fingers through my hair, I look with surprise at the bright white strands. I thought it would turn back to brown, I admit. You know, now that my magic has returned.
I like it this way,
he says, leaning forwards and kissing me gently on the forehead.
I like everything about you, Thorn. You know I love.
A loud knock on the door cuts off the words I long to hear. At least the feel of his kiss lingers against my temple.
We'll hold that thought.
He grins ruefully. It'll keep, I agree softly with a smile of my own. My heart is so full, it feels like it might burst with happiness. All my troubles and all my trials are behind me now. My shoulders ease for what feels like the first time in moons. Lady Rose, the deep female voice resonates from behind the door. It's time to get you ready for the ball.
Something tells me I'm going to have a hard time keeping you to myself tonight.
Kyor mock huffs, gently kissing the top of my ear. Don't worry. We've got all the time in the world, I tell him. He shifts back, his face alight with joy as he runs a finger along my jawline.
We do.
He agrees.
We really do.
There's another impatient knock, immediately followed by the same deep, gruff voice. Lady Rose, we really do need to get you ready. Yes, that's fine, I call back. Come in. I kiss Kyor's lips lightly. I'll see you at the ball.
I'll be saving every dance for you, Lady Rose the Gifted.
Kyor promises, pride in every word. He kisses me once more before moving to the doorway and opening it. A stream of maids dressed identically in pale yellow frocks and white hats scurry in. Kaior frowns slightly, his gaze hovering over them. A laugh escapes my lips. After everything I've just survived, he's worried about leaving me alone with half a dozen maids? I'll be fine, I tell him. You go and get ready. I'll see you at the ball. He nods quickly, winks at me with a cheeky smile, and disappears outside. Unlike me, who has absolutely no idea what I'm doing, the maids quickly get to work. One heads straight into the bathroom, another for the wardrobe, while one starts stripping my blood-stained clothes from me. "Congratulations, my lady," she says as she works, her eyes trained downwards so that all I can see is the blanket of fabric covering her hair. "They're pleased on the streets. One of us. That is the chant, is it not?" My heart surges as I think of all the people my victory has brought hope to. The gifting may have been about getting Kay's and my powers and station back, but maybe I've achieved far more than that. "We will let you bathe," she says. "The dresses are on your bed, for you to choose from. When you have selected your gown, I will come and help you dress and do your hair." "Thank you," I tell her with a grateful smile. The bath is everything I need it to be. Warm, cleansing, and scented enough to remove the smell of blood from my skin. I wish I had asked Kaior to stay with me a little longer, so that he could have joined me. But there will be time for that later, now that I'm not a slum rat anymore. My eyes drift closed to thoughts of Kay. Will she know yet that I've won? Perhaps if her stripped magic has returned to her as instantly as mine did. Yet her magic had not even settled before it was removed from her. So will she recognize the feeling of it? Will the ball be the first time she learns of the identity of the gifted? I have no doubt she's been worried sick all this time, but a smile of anticipation curls my lips as I imagine her ecstatic joy when I finally see her. Surely the tension brought on by Holden's death will fall away. I imagine seeing Benny and Jonas too. Well, there will be envy there. How can there not? I know they will be happy for me. The conflict between elation and worry continues to undulate within me as I drift into sleep in the embrace of the warm, comforting water. When a knock on the door startles me awake, I discover the bath is now stone cold, and I realize just how long I've slept. It's hardly ideal. "My lady, I'm sorry, we can't wait any longer. Guests will be arriving for the ball soon. You need to get dressed." I step out of the bath, towel around me, and head back into the main chamber, where 3 dresses have been placed on the bed. They're far from the unique chicness of Hlinos' designs, but beautiful nonetheless, and I waste little time in picking the deep emerald ball gown with a plunging neckline. "That color suits you perfectly," the young woman says. She's the only maid present now, but there's something vaguely familiar about her, though it could just be that she was one of the fussing maids from earlier. "Thank you. My mother always looked beautiful in green." "Come, slip it on. Then I'll tighten it and fix your hair for you." I do as she suggests, stepping into the ball gown. The fabric is insanely soft, and as she pulls the ties tight around the waist, I can't help but gaze at my reflection. No, it's not like Hlynn's creations at all, but there is something almost regal about it. Fit for a princess, I let myself think, before hastily pushing the thought aside. My heart aches for Hlynn. I wish she was here, holding a dagger and taking it to my dress with a wicked gleam in her eye. Almost immediately my thoughts wander to how Caroline is coping, and if she still blames me for her loss. I do. When the dress is on, I struggle not to gape at the finished look. I truly do look like a princess. I try not to imagine myself on Kaior's arm, yet no matter what I do, the image refuses to go away. Corvain hates my family, yes, but only because he believes in my mother's supposed misdeeds. Now that my powers and status have been restored, there's nothing to stop Kaior sharing the truth with his father. Once he does that, the final barrier to our future will fall away. Though even the limits of my imagination can't envision cozy dinners with Corvain, the man who ruined us all, whose actions led to my parents' deaths. But maybe I just need time too. Maybe there's more to him than the cruel man I've seen. I hope so, for Kaior's sake. Come, sit down. The maid leads me over to the dressing table, where she starts to brush my hair the moment I've taken a seat. You love the prince very much, don't you, my lady? I blink. That's not the small talk I'd been expecting. My eyes tilt upwards, catching hers in the reflection. Was I thinking my thoughts out loud? Or were they simply written all over my face? She smiles gently.
I was here earlier, she explains, when the prince was with you, and he looked at you with such adoration. I imagine it must feel incredible to have someone look at you like that.
She sounds wistful, and is giving me such a knowing smile that I feel vaguely uncomfortable. Corvain no doubt has spies everywhere, and the familiarity with which she's speaking to me is not normal for any maid. Is she trying to entrap me into saying something damaging?
The prince is a good man, I murmur, evading the question,
and she combs a thin wax into my hair to assist with the styling.
I have an idea for a style,
she says, twisting a strand of damp hair around her finger.
A style I know the prince will love.
She takes several pieces from the front, curling them into deep spirals. It's not a look I'd normally go for with my frizzy hair, but I have to admit, it suits me more than I'd expected. We sit in silence as she works, twisting and twirling my hair expertly.
You are lucky to have someone like him you can trust so well,
she says again after a long moment. This time my jaw tightens. I'm not saying that me defeating 50 other trained warriors to win the Retterheld should be what this woman wishes to discuss. But she is clearly more interested in Kyor than my achievements, and that's ringing all my alarm bells. As I said, he is a good man, I repeat, hoping my curt tone will be enough to dissuade her from her prying.
Yes, and so misunderstood, too,
she continues nonetheless.
But I suspect you understand him, don't you, my lady?
I open my mouth, not sure how to respond, when something flutters down from the woman's hand. A piece of paper lands by my foot.
Oh, sorry, my lady, she says,
though her tone is guileless, and says she is anything but. The paper is far easier for me to pick up as I'm sitting, so I reach for it. As I take hold of it, the corner starts to unfold, and the edges of a charcoal image become visible. My pulse quickens. What is this? Has she gotten hold of one of the images Kyor drew of me? Is this a blackmail attempt? The maid stands still behind me.
See for yourself, my lady,
she commands, tone unlike any maid I've ever met. Unable to do otherwise, I obey. My hands tremble as I unfold the paper, and my eyes lock on the image in front of me. Just as I expected, it's one of Kyor's pictures. The perfectly drawn proportions, the detail in the eyes. I know his style perfectly, just as I know the bed the female figure lies upon. It is the one in the kitchen of the barracks. The place he told me he had used as a sanctuary long before the Retterheld even began. I thought I had been the first he'd welcomed into his inner sanctum, but evidently not. For a while, I know both the style and the location of the image. What I do not know is the woman who is the subject of his art. It's certainly not me, and that's a punch to the gut in and of itself. As I study the unknown woman, her familiarity niggles at me. She lies there, arms outstretched, smiling gracefully as the blanket discreetly covers the top of her chest. Her hair falls in lazy curls, almost identical to the ones the maid has teased mine into. The look of pure bliss on her face. And those eyes. I lift my gaze back to the mirror, to the reflection of the maid. A gasp sounds in my throat. She has dropped her hat, letting the full length of her hair fall down past her shoulders. It is not dark like that of the woman in the picture, nor like her sister's was when she was still alive. It is the same tone as mine. White blonde, and stripped of color, just like she was stripped of her magic. Thea. I choke on the name of Estelle's sister as tears burn my eyes. Thea, who had been stripped of magic and cast out, all for the perfidy of having the gall to fall pregnant with Kyor's child. As I gape at the subject of Kyor's picture, now here in my very presence, her lips twist into a sneer. He told me he loved me too. Whatever he has told you, whatever he has made you believe, he will never choose you. He is just a spoiled rich boy, forever tethered to his narcissistic brute of a father. And you will never come before his king and crown. It's better you learn that lesson now than when it's too late. My chest is so tight I can barely draw breath. This can't be real, can it? I stare at the picture, yet it blurs as tears begin to fall. He drew her like he'd drawn me. Laid with her in the bed I'd considered my sanctuary. As I struggle to ease the trembling in my lungs, Thea pulls the paper from my loose hand. I know I may seem cruel now, she says, but I'm doing you a favor, Rose Cultivaris. You have your powers back. Don't lose them again for him. My throat is closed with rising tears, and before I can say a word, she turns and walks out, leaving me with hair styled perfectly like hers. Chapter 74. A feeling of untetheredness hangs heavy in the air around me. What the fuck just happened? As a surge of panic tries to rise up in me, I force it down. Now is my moment, my day, and I will not let anyone ruin it for me. What I need to do is think logically. What was Thea trying to achieve? As much as I want to believe she was lying to me, hoping to turn me against Kyor, what would be the point? With the whiteness of her hair and the familiarity in her features, there is no denying she's Estelle's sister. And according to her, Kyor had loved her, or at least made her believe that he had, and then he had left her to be stripped. So, what of their child? He said that it had perished, but he had also said that he was unsure if the pair had even slept together. But the evidence of their intimacy was there in the black and white drawing. Is there a blue-eyed heir to the throne toddling around somewhere in one of the lower rings? All my insecurities return, punching into me as though they'd never left. I cover my mouth, trying to stop myself from heaving. Was this all just a game to him? Breaking hearts, ruining lives, just because he could? No. I shake my head. No, I know Kyor. He's not like that. Yet I still feel sick. My head is in my hands when there's a sharp knock at the door. My lady, it is time we accompanied you to the ball. It is the gruff maid's voice again. Not Thea's, of that much I'm certain. I stand, wiping my eyes and looking at my hair in the mirror. Fucking Thea did my hair to match hers, to match the way she said Kyor liked it. I can't wear it like this. I reach up to braid it, but I'm interrupted before I can even begin. My lady! The voice comes again, this time with an edge of impatience. I'll just be a minute, I call back, letting my hands drop from my hair. I draw in a long breath. I wash my face, grab a hairbrush, and rake it through my hair, the perfect curls gone, forced into loosened waves instead. I bend my lips into something reminiscent of a smile. That will have to do. This is about the gifted. Me, goddamn it all. This is my ball, and I will not let my fears and insecurities ruin the victory of the moment. With a sharp inhale, I push Thea's poisoned words down into the deepest recesses of my soul. They can haunt me there another day, but not now. Besides, everything I did was for Kay, for her future. Whatever is between Kyor and I, it has no bearing on this moment. Kay and I are free, and that is everything. I wonder just who I'm trying to convince. With another breath in, I tilt my chin up and open the door to the gruff-sounding maid. I have no idea how long I have kept her waiting, but rather than showing any annoyance, she offers a warm smile. You look beautiful, Lady Rose, she says. Really beautiful. I'll escort you to the ballroom. Thank you. It's fine, though. I don't need a chaperone. I'll just lead you to it, she assures me. Don't worry. No one expects a maid to be on your arm today. Another smile. I've never been in the spire, so I accept her assistance. Though in the end, it's a fairly straightforward walk down the steep steps, which brings me out at the bottom of the palace. Huddled by the doorway are a cluster of priestesses. I scan their faces, but none are Dina. Excuse me, I ask one. Can you tell me if Dina is okay? I saw her at the end. The priestesses exchange a series of tight-lipped looks, and fear rolls through me. Before I can speak again, one bestowed priestess takes pity on me. To be an avatar of the gods takes much energy. Dina will be resting for a day or two yet, but will be unharmed from the experience. Thank you, I say gratefully. There, yet another thing to be grateful for. Dina is well. Kay is safe. I have my magic. I am determined to count my blessings, even if I'm now unsure whether Kyor is among them. While the escort from this point is unnecessary, the maid leads me towards the ballroom, the two of us now flanked by the procession of priestesses. We approach a series of knights, and their dire wolves lining the path, and unease prickles down my neck. Is it an honor guard, or increased security following the previous rebel incidents? As I walk, the knights genuflect to me as though I'm someone important. My mouth dries while my heart is suddenly racing again. My moment of recognition, reclamation, is finally here. The gifted, Lady Rose Cultivaris, one of the priestesses confirms imperiously to the knight on the door. As he goes to open the door and announce me, the maid takes my hand and curtsies deeply. One of us, she whispers to me, with such pride and awe that heat prickles my eyes. She gives my hand one final squeeze and releases it before rising to her feet and striding away. One of us. It's the reminder I need. I push aside Thea's bullshit. This is my moment, and I am going to fucking own it. I can already hear the music, the chatter, and the laughter. Do they know that it's me about to be announced? Have the others returned? Where's Benny, Jonas?
The gifted,
The knight announces. The ballroom falls utterly silent.
Lady Rose Cultivaris.
A moment of absolute quiet holds in the air, and the only sound I can hear is the drumming of my heart as it batters against my rib cage. The maid who chaperoned me down may have been pleased to see me win, but what about the court? Is this the moment they decide they know better than the goddess and deem me wholly unworthy? What will that look like? With an image of raucous booing and jeering filling my head, the ballroom bursts into applause. Faces beam at me, and women dab their eyes with false pride, as though they had not once spat on me and called me the queen killer's daughter. You should greet the king, a priestess whispers in my ear. It is tradition. My already parched throat dries further still. King Corvain is sitting on his throne with a smile so fixed and false, it should be hilarious. Next to him is Kyor. His eyes display that same awe he had shown me in the chamber earlier, the cerulean blue depths, so full of love I can't possibly believe it false. The two royals are not alone. Murmuring to Corvain is High Priestess Mila. I find I have no wish to speak to any of them right now, so I select a glass of wine from a nearby waiter and stand holding it. I doubt I will ever sip a glass of wine given to me by a stranger ever again. Even now I can see Klinos' face as she struggled to breathe. Gods damn it all. Unsure how to proceed, and aware of all the eyes scrutinizing my every move, I feel anxiety beginning to rise. I don't want to face Corvain or Kyor, yet I don't know where to go. The crowds part, creating a clear walkway straight between me and the dais where the king awaits. And yet still I do not move. To give my thanks to him, after the pain he caused my family, the pain he caused Kyor, is something I'm not sure I'm capable of. Whispers crescendo, and smiles grow tighter as eyes flicker between me and the royals, wondering who will react first. Then, without warning, there is a bustling motion to the side, and Benny barrels into the center of the room, a glass in hand. The relief at the sight of my friend is intensified further as he lifts his drink into the air.
To the gifted, to Lady Rose.
The court hesitates, their collective gaze still darting towards the king, until another lone voice echoes Benny's toast.
To the gifted, Lady Rose.
It's enough to open the floodgates. To the gifted, the gifted. The chorus goes up around me, hundreds and hundreds of voices, yet once again my mind can only hear one. It's like my senses can only tune in to him. As I stare at Kyor, the image of Thea's picture rises in my mind, and with it bile that stings the back of my throat. He told her he loved her too, and then he let her be stripped. Have I been duped the same way she was? Fooled into believing his emotions were real? It didn't feel like it. But I suppose no one suspects the con man until it's too late. And it is too late. If he's been playing with me, my heart won't survive it. Because I wasn't playing. I was all in. Now I'm not so sure. He kept my secret, though, didn't he? He didn't tell anyone about the forbidden frozen magic that burst from within me. It is torture, more torturous than any of the trials I suffered through.
You did it! You fucking did it!
Benny's voice brings me back into the moment. When I turn around, he's there, beaming at me.
I don't need to tell you this, but you know that Clin would be so freaking proud of you right now.
I wish she was here to see this, I admit, feeling the tears build up again. Gods, am I just made of tears these days?
Me too. Me too.
He takes my hand and squeezes tightly.
Our Rose, gods above, the gifted.
I'm damn proud of you. What did you ask for?
He queries. For everything to be restored to me and mine. Our magic, our wealth, our titles. I smile. I have my magic back.
I'm happy for you, Rose. You deserve it all and more.
Benny looks at me with such pride that my heart warms all over again.
Have you seen Kay yet?
Not yet, I tell him.
Rose!
Jonas is next to accost me.
Rose, you're here. Thank goodness. I wanted to speak to you. There's something we need to discuss, now.
A grind of irritation echoes through my clenched jaw. I don't expect my friends to venerate me because I won, but would a single word of congratulations hurt? What can be so urgent that it can't wait another day? A sudden thought surges through me. Could he wish to propose again? Even though he knows of my feelings for Kyor? That single thought leads to another more insidious one. Did he know about Thea? Did he know Kyor professed to love her too? He'd certainly tried to warn me away from the prince often enough. With a forced smile, I place my hands on Jonas's shoulders. Not now. Just have a drink, please. Celebrate with me before anything else.
Of course.
His smile looks almost as forced as mine.
Congratulations, Lady Rose.
He says, as he sweeps into a courtly bow as deep as the knights had offered.
My Lady Rose, the gifted.
His voice sounds from behind me. Warm, almost triumphant. The same voice that only hours ago had made me want to shut the world out, so that only two of us remained. My heart ricochets off my ribs as I turn to face him. Kyor. He looks every inch as perfect as he did when he left me earlier. But is he? I hate Thea in this moment for what she has ruined for me. I try to smile, but I know it doesn't reach my eyes.
Thorn? Are you okay?
No. The answer rattles around my head, but I can't speak openly with him here. This is not the right time or place. I need to see Kay, I say instead. Have you seen Kay? It is as though the goddess gifted me the power to summon my sister, for I have barely finished my question when I hear her voice. Rose? Rose! Her white blonde hair flashes through the crowd, and in this moment, nothing else matters. Not Kyor, not even the magic that fills me. Kay is safe. Kay has a place here, in the Highhold. That is what I did all of this for. It's been Kay and I always, and it can go back to that if it has to. The instant she reaches me, I throw my arms around her tightly, trying to absorb her happiness, to share in it. You did it! This is incredible! Our lives, Rose! She's beaming like I should be. This is amazing! Unbelievable! Oh, I have so much to tell you! So much to tell you! I can feel Kyor's gaze hovering on me. Every dance, that's what he had promised me. Now I'm not sure how long I can even stand to be in the same ballroom as him. I need to talk to him about Thea, but I can't face it here, surrounded by hundreds of fluttering court butterflies, each as deadly as a viper. Tell me your news, I say instead to her. She frowns slightly. Do you not need to be, I don't know, mingling? Dancing? People look as if they want to speak to you. As I glance around, I can see that she's right, and almost every pair of eyes is trained on me. But this is the celebration of my triumph, my gifting, and I have earned the right to spend it as I wish. I wish to hear your news, I respond, continuing to drag her away, and this time she doesn't protest. Behind us, I can hear Benny loudly talking about how beautiful our reunion is, trying to make it acceptable that I'm slipping out of the ball held in my very honor. He is truly a god among men. We slip into one of the first antechambers, and it's with a new bout of nausea that I realize it's the one Kyor and I were in the night Klinos was murdered. I want to move, find another place, but then Kay will only ask what's wrong, and that's not a conversation I'm ready to have. So tell me your news, I say impatiently, needing a distraction from the thoughts raging in my head. What is it? Rose, she starts, her voice tempered in the way that I know well. It means she's about to tell me something she thinks I won't like. I couldn't be happier, she continues firmly. The court. It's where I'm meant to be. I know, that's why I entered the Retterheld. I always knew you would be happy here. I frown. Is it your magic? Has it not come back? She shakes her head. No, not that I've noticed yet. But I've not tried to do anything. And it's not like magic can matter that much. You won the Retterheld without it. I press my lips together. Did I? I wouldn't have survived without the powers I got on that frozen lake. But Kay doesn't need to know about that right now. Rose, Kay places her hands on my shoulders. I don't need to worry about whether I have magic or not anymore. Not now I'm getting married. The shock is enough to force the air from my lungs, but I try to disguise it as best I can. Hugh? Do you want to marry Hugh? My throat thickens. Hugh and Kyor are close. This marriage would bind us, however loosely, for the rest of our lives ahead. Kay's usually soft face is inscrutable. No, she says finally. No, not Hugh. My mind goes blank. Then who? Kay, I understand that you were worried about having to leave the court after the competition ended, but that's not going to happen. You're a lady again now. A proper member of the court. You don't need to be hasty. You don't need to get married to stay here. She chews on her bottom lip. I know I'm a member of court, but there's something else you must know. She repeats the chewing motion as she draws in a breath. I'm pregnant. My jaw drops. I stagger back a little, falling into the chair behind me. You're what? I whisper, making no attempt to hide my shock. She brushes my concern away with a wave of her hand. You do not need to worry, I promise. You are pregnant. Out of wedlock without a... I stop as another thought careens in. Whose baby is it? She grimaces. It is Hugh's. I thought he loved me. She scoffs, a bitter look crossing her face before she pastes on a smile as if what's coming next is positive. When I told him of our baby, he admitted to already being betrothed, to a duchess in Dorraine. What? I can barely speak, barely think. You got my sister pregnant, with no intention of doing the honorable thing? The men of the Rohelm court are snakes, I snarl. Every single one of them. I press my thumbs against my temples as I rub my forehead. Kay is pregnant out of wedlock. She'll be kicked out of the court again. As a thought enters my head, my brain catches up to the rest of her words. Dropping my hands, I look her in the eye. But if the baby is Hugh's, and he's marrying someone else, then who are you marrying? Wordlessly, she entwines her fingers with mine. From the nervous, soft smile that graces her lips, I already know I'm going to hate what follows. Honestly, I promise you, it's fine. I have sorted it. Sorted it? Relief storms in. She's taken a potion. Ended the burgeoning life before it could end hers. Have you taken a tonic? I ask her. But when she looks blank, I continue. If not, I can make one. I have not made one for a while, but I'm sure No! She snatches her hand from mine. I see the horror in her eyes, the same as the night I killed Holden. Horror and judgment for my actions. Death didn't used to be your first instinct, Rose, and it certainly isn't mine. I killed for you, I snap back. I didn't ask you to. Her own voice rises. I would never have asked you to. Her breath seethes through gritted teeth as she clenches and unclenches her hands. Rose, she says my name with forced composure. This life growing inside me is my child. I'm not going to just dispose of it because the timing is inconvenient. I'm not so heartless as you. Pardon? I could not have been more shocked if she had punched me. Heartless? Is that how she sees me? After all I've done for her, hearing that word tripping from Kay's tongue is crippling. You have no idea what my heart has gone through, I snarl. Any ounce of patience I have is gone. I'm done with this, Acacia, I snap. If you are not taking the tonic, nor are you marrying the father, then who exactly are you planning to marry to remedy this god's-awful mess? She presses her lips together. For the first time, I feel the slightest hint of nervousness radiating from her. I'm going to marry Arthur. Arthur? I frown, confused. There's only one person I know by that name, and I am certain she cannot mean him. Not aging, portly Arthur Hirathean. Who? I ask again. Maybe there's another Arthur at court I have not yet met. Then she speaks, and in a single moment confirms all of my worst fears. She tips her chin up. I am marrying Lord Arthur Hirathean, Jonas's father. Chapter 75. If I were not already sitting, my knees would have collapsed. How, after everything I did to give us a better life, have we ended up here? When I finally find my voice, it is laden with desperation and disbelief. Kay, you cannot be serious. He's old enough to be our father. Closer to grandfather's age, even. She shrugs like his age is of no concern. But he is wealthy. A life with him would be secure. The baby and I would both be secure. I shake my head vehemently. No, Kay! I forbid it. There has to be another way. She folds her arms and glares, looking impossibly young. Nothing more than a teenager having a strop. My heart breaks anew. I thought you would be proud of me for dealing with my own problems. But no, precious little Kay can't possibly make decisions about her own life. I balk. That is not what I meant. I try to take her hand, but she jerks away from me. You're so young, Kay. You don't need to tie yourself to an old man. We can find another way. I don't need you to find another way, she shouts. I bristle, sitting back. Please, Kay, you're not thinking straight. Yes, I am thinking straight. You just never listen. You always have to barrel in and save me, control everything. You think that I'm incapable of doing anything for myself. That's not what I think, I snap. Yes, it is. You lie to me, you hide things from me. Kay, I swear, I only do the things I do to protect you. I'm an adult. Only just, I mutter. Her eyes glower. I'm never going to grow up if you don't give me a chance to, am I? I'm struggling to believe the words spilling from her mouth. I kept her alive, safe, and she's punishing me for it. I can't even find my voice as she barrels on. How come all the other girls in the slums work in the dirtiest of jobs, and I'm just playing kindergarten teacher, Rose? I'll tell you how come. It's because you were paying people off, right? Paying tithes to Rula? Making sure I never ended up working in one of those places? Oh, yes, she says at my sharp glance. Do you think I don't know how things work? I still lived in the slums, Rose, no matter how much you tried to coddle me. My anger rises hot and swift. I wasn't coddling you, you idiot. I was protecting you, stopping you from ending up selling yourself to the highest bidder. Though that is what you ended up doing all the same. I instantly regret the words. And when the slap stings my cheek, delivered with a strength I can't help but admire, I know it is wholly deserved. I'm sorry, I breathe. I didn't mean it. I place my palm against the red heat of my skin as I close my eyes. It's just such a shock, Kay. I wanted so much more for you. I open my eyes and meet her gaze, pleading with her to understand. I wanted everything for you. Choice. A love match, even. Her rigid shoulders soften just a fraction. This is what I want. A life of security is what I want. And Arthur can offer me that. I swallow down the lump that threatens to fill my throat. And what about when he wants more, Kay? What about when he wants to use you that way, too? She can't quite squash the grimace that dances up to her lips. It is expected, I suppose, she responds, as if the idea doesn't make her very skin crawl.
I'll cross that bridge when I come to it.
No! God damn it, Acacia! Over my dead body!
Well, it very nearly was, wasn't it?
She spits.
And still, you never once stopped to ask me what I want. You've spent so long protecting me, shielding me, but you've never even seen who I am.
That's not true, Kay, I say, stung. I see you, I know you. More than any other.
I don't know if you do, she says slowly. And I don't know if I know you either. I don't know that person who beat a man close to death, then killed him with a fucking rock.
He deserved it, I snarl. He killed my friend, tried to kill me.
But what gave you the right to dole out his punishment?
I was defending myself. She lets out a long sigh.
Rose, maybe Arthur isn't who I dreamed of marrying, but I deserve to have some choice in the matter. And it is my choice. This is what I'm doing. Choosing to marry him rather than be stripped and outcast again.
I drop my head into my hands. She's right, it is her choice. But she's making a bad one. I promised Mother I would look after her. And standing by and letting her ruin her life is not that. Before silence has a chance to fall, the door creaks open. I ready myself to make whoever it is leave again, only to find myself face to face with Lord Lorthan himself. Portly, balding, and with a gleam in his eyes that I want to punch out of them.
"Ah, Acacia, my dearest,"
he says, sliding up to Kay and slipping his hand around her waist in a proprietary manner that makes me want to vomit.
"Have you told your sister the good news?"
Her stubborn mouth flashes me a smile, even as I can see the anxiety shining within her eyes. She will do this. She will marry this old man just to prove a point, just to prove that she doesn't need me to solve her problems. Maybe she's right. And I don't know her at all. Because I never believed my sister would be so damned stupid. I stand. Just in case you wanted it, please know that you do not have my blessing. And I will do everything in my power to make sure this obscene wedding doesn't happen. With my final words said, I whirl around and storm out of the antechamber, only to collide with the frame of a young man. Another ward of Lorthan's, who I've just thundered into with such force, he's crashed into the wall and fallen on his ass. "William," I say contritely, "I'm sorry." I offer a hand to him and pull him back to standing.
It's fine. Father told me to wait outside the room. Gosh, you are strong.
He gives me an admiring look.
No wonder you won the Ritterheld. What you have done, it's incredible. You must be so very, very proud.
Yes, I am, thank you. I extricate myself from his gentle grip. I hate to be rude, I say, brushing past him, but I must go.
Of course.
He beams with fresh-faced innocence, the type I used to believe I saw in Kay.
I'm sure you have so many people to speak to. Everyone is talking about you.
I bet they are. I give him a loose wave as I head into the ballroom, my intentions set. I will find Hugh and force him to marry Kay. Even that popinjay is better than Arthur, with that sick gleam in his eye. I scan the room, which is like a swirl of silks and wine, all jewel tones and false laughter. And though Hugh is my target, my gaze falls on another instead.
Rose?
Kyor's face lights up as he says my name, raising his hand ever so slightly to catch my attention, as if my eyes were not drawn to him like a magnet. The sight of him causes a pain to claw through my body. But Thea and her bullshit pale in comparison to the storm Kay has unleashed inside me. Kyor's warm hand rests on my waist, and he smiles at me for just a heartbeat before it disappears.
"What is it? What's wrong, Thorn?"
Hugh, fucking Hugh, I need to speak to him, now. The barest of sighs escapes his lips.
"What has he done this time?"
Kyor, I snap. Hugh, find him.
Okay, I'll grab him and we'll meet you in the courtyard.
As I stalk outside, I realize that my green plunging ball gown is hardly suitable for a meeting outdoors. Yet whether it's fury or the magic in my veins, the cold barely touches me. He will not get away with this. And I don't care how mad at me Kay is. If she can face marrying a man like Arthur, then she can marry a man she liked enough to fuck and ruin her life. When Kyor strides into the courtyard, Hugh skulks behind. The prince's jaw is tight, anger thrumming from him. I think it's safe to assume Hugh told him about Kay's pregnancy then. Still, Kaior waits until they reach me, and we have relative privacy before he whirls on Hugh.
What the hell do you think you're playing at?
He demands. Hugh carries a glass of red wine, his lips already stained with it. I wonder how many drinks he's had while he waited for my dramatic entrance.
Why are you so mad?
Hugh asks, looking genuinely perplexed.
What the fuck do you mean? Kay is Rose's sister.
Kaior gestures to me.
And?
Hugh frowns before his expression lightens, and he laughs.
Oh, you're joking. This is rich. You're fucking the other sister?
His laugh is enough to make me feel sick.
This is classic. I'm going to be honest, though. I think I got the hotter one.
Kaior's fists are clenched, and the static in the air is suddenly buzzing. If Hugh doesn't sober up fast, there's a strong chance the prince will use his lightning on his childhood friend. Part of me wants to egg him on, but that won't help Kay. I need Hugh alive and unfried to marry her, to do the right thing. I touch Kaior's arm, silently asking for his patience.
You'll marry Acacia.
Kaior grinds out.
And acknowledge the baby.
Hugh laughs.
The fuck I will. My engagement is a political move, Kai. Your father's the one who arranged it. He told me who I'll marry, and I said yes, Your Majesty, because I like living. You can't undo it any more than I could. What?
Kaior looks genuinely surprised by this news.
How do I not know this? I don't know. Maybe because you've been off waging wars on the Terralian and riding that wolf of yours like a pony?
Yep, he's definitely plastered. The Hiratheans haven't been at war with the Terralians for decades. And to refer to Elska as a pony? It's hard to believe he's still standing. The static in the air hitches a notch higher.
Corvain gifted me a year of freedom before the shackles of marriage.
Hugh continues.
And I've been enjoying my year thoroughly.
He downs a hefty mouthful of wine before slapping Kaior on the arm.
Look, you can't really be mad about the cultivaris thing. I was just taking a leaf out of your playbook.
With a slight laugh, he goes to take another gulp of wine, only to find the glass empty. His face crinkles in confusion.
Well, this needs rectifying immediately,
he says, turning on his heel and walking back into the palace like he hasn't just dashed every single hope I had. Hugh won't marry Acacia. He won't acknowledge the baby. I feel sick. And what did he mean, Kaior's playbook? A terrified part of me already knows he's talking about Thea. About how getting her pregnant was enough to see her stripped of her powers and thrown out of the highhold, his problem erased. But is Hugh talking about me too? Is making women fall for him only to ruin them Kaior's idea of fun? It's with panic that I recall his response to finding out I was on the Dealin seed tonic. Had I been wrong to assume the reaction was jealousy? Was it actually because I had disrupted his plans to ruin me? Is Kaior no better than Hugh? He has to be. I need him to be. There has to be another explanation for all this. Kaior, I whisper.
We'll fix this.
He promises rashly.
Somehow.
With no more words to say, he leans in, ready to press his lips to mine. And for a split second, I consider backing away. But I don't. I need this kiss. Because I need to believe in him. Believe in us. That what we have is real. As I let my body lose itself in the moment, the kiss grows deep and desperate. His hands tangle in my gown as he pulls me closer, only for a throat to clear behind us.
Well,
Corvain Naven drawls.
This is not where I expected to find the two most important people at the ball.
I watch Kaior's cheeks pale as he turns to face his father, his arm still around my waist.
I'm glad to find you two here.
Corvain says, a dark smirk curling his lips.
Alone. You see, I heard some quite concerning rumors about the pair of you, and it appears they were correct.
The smile drops lightning fast, and in its place is pure threat.
It ends now.
Panic surges through me, but I snuff it out. I know why Corvain wants this to end, but that's only because he doesn't know the truth. I know why you think we can't be together, I tell him. Because I'm the Queen Killer's daughter, right? But I'm not, am I? I look at Kyor and will him to tell the truth. Kyor, I entreat, tell him. Tell your father what happened that night, how my mother could do nothing more. Tell him how she did nothing wrong. My breath trembles in my lungs as Kyor wets his lips. But no words come out. No confession is spilled. Kyor? His name is barely audible on my lips. And a deep laugh escapes the king as he watches on, a casual ball of fire dancing between his hands.
Ms. Cultivaris.
He begins. Lady Cultivaris, I snap. Because no matter what, at least I have that. He inclines his head.
Lady Cultivaris.
He corrects without missing a beat.
You have received a great gift indeed, as the goddess has seen fit to raise you back from your position in the slums. It is clear that she deems your punishment complete. And so it is.
His eyes narrow.
But I did not err with my judgment, and my son did not lie that night.
He growls.
My son would not lie, not to me, not to the king. Because to deceive the king is to defy the crown, and to defy the crown is to betray the realm. And if the crown prince lied to me, well, then that would be treason. And I wouldn't have a son at all, and whatever power and wealth he was set to inherit would be gone, just like that.
The ball of fire in his hands leaps up, the flames suddenly big enough that we can both feel their deadly heat. Just as suddenly as it had flared, the fire is gone, winked out of existence in a moment. Corvain continues.
As for his role in the north of the land, he would be stripped of that, and the men and women who serve him there.
He holds my gaze for a moment longer before looking at Kyor.
Well, I am sure they would fare perfectly well under other leadership. Don't you think, my son? Yes, the punishment for lying to the king, even for a child, would be great. So, boy, is there anything you want to tell me?
Kyor's eyes lower slightly, and his hand drops from my waist. The king nods with satisfaction.
As I thought. Come, Kyor. You have duties to attend to.
Kyor steps away from me, and he rips my heart out as he leaves without a backwards glance, the skin on my waist still warm from his touch. Corvain's satisfied smile burns into my memory as everything I've built crumbles around me. My knees threaten to buckle, and yet I stay standing, the same way I have always stayed standing, whether that be through death, the deprivation of the slums, or the trials the Redderheld has thrown at me. Not once did I break. Not once did I fall and fail to rise again. And today, my day, will not be the first time I do so. The monsters of Rohelm may be the same as they always were, but I have a whole new set of teeth. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Web of Vows and Vengeance, Book 1 of the Hirathean Path series. Written by Aria Ashbrook, narrated by Amanda Lee Cobb and Anthony Palmini. This program was produced by Silverton Audio. Text copyright 2026 by Aria Ashbrook. Performance and production copyright 2026 by Hellhound Press Limited. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission from the copyright holder.